He had been the first mage emperor in history, a once-in-an-era genius who ushered in hope, only to be betrayed by his own blood and abandoned to rot in a dungeon. In that world, magic was said to be a gift from God itself, a living radiance that pulsed through the soul. Yet only a chosen few ever received it. True mages were miracles, one born among 10,000. And for the first time in the Burial Empire's long history, those miracles stood together as one. At their head stood Ian Veroshin, a prodigy who rose to the throne while still young. His gaze carried the fire of leadership and the promise of a brighter future. It should have marked the beginning of a golden age for all mages. That future never arrived. Instead, there was only a cold, damp dungeon, lit by a single torch that trembled weakly against the stone. A man stood above him with a smug, composed smile, openly mocking the very concept of magic, sneering that it was nothing more than a crutch for inferior humans. Below him, chained, bloodied, and barely able to move, lay the Emperor himself. The man clicked his tongue and reminded Ian how utterly powerless he was without magic, then leaned closer and delivered the words with sickening sweetness. "Uncle Ian." Ian glared back despite the pain, his eyes still burning with defiance. "Crony," he spat, every syllable heavy with contempt. "You were exactly the same." Crony only feigned confusion, tilting his head as if the accusation meant nothing. But Ian remembered. He remembered that voice from his childhood, always urging him to hide his talent, claiming it was for his own safety. And like a fool, he had believed it. Lying there in chains, the truth stood bare and undeniable. It had never been a concern. It had always been jealousy, a twisted envy toward the magic Crony and now scorned so openly. The words struck deep. Crony exploded, shouting for him to be silent as his fist crashed down with a dull crack. He ground his heel into Ian's hand, crushing it against the stone, delighting in the sight of the fallen emperor reduced to nothing. With lifeless eyes, Crony slowly drew his sword and declared that if Ian was so desperate to die, he would gladly oblige. The cold steel pressed against Ian's throat, a mockery of mercy. Since they were family, Crony murmured, he would make it quick. Just as the blade began to move, hurried footsteps echoed through the dungeon. A guard burst in, shouting his name. Crony clicked his tongue in irritation and turned, only to hear the guard, breathless, announce a message from Dukilin. Crony clicks his tongue, the moment stolen from him. He tells the guard he is coming, but not before driving his boot into Ian's chest one last time, a vicious stomp meant to grind away whatever pride remained. Then he leaves. Darkness returns. Silence follows. Ian stares into nothingness as a single thought repeats in his mind. So this is how my life ends. The struggle drains out of him completely, leaving only hollow despair. A faint image of his former glory flickers before his eyes. He did everything he could. It still wasn't enough. All he can hope for now is that somewhere, someone will remember the name Ian Veroshin. A voice suddenly cuts through the silence, frantic and trembling. "Wake up, your majesty." Nom stands before him, one of his most loyal knights, her face twisted with panic. He weakly asks how she got in, but she only urges him to hurry. Ian stops her. Isil is gone. He tells her it's over. She was the one who helped him become a mage, helped him rise all the way to emperor. Tears stream down his face, heavy with hopelessness, as he forces out the words. He wants to give up. Nom refuses to accept it. She asks if he remembers the mage's building in the Imperial Palace. Before he can answer, a brilliant golden magic circle blooms around them, flooding the dungeon with otherworldly light. "What are you doing?" Ian shouts in terror. Nom calmly cuts her finger, letting a single drop of blood fall into the circle. He begs her to stop, but she tells him it's already too late. The offering has been made. His heart sinks as realization hits him. This is forbidden magic. At that moment, Crony storms back in, fury and confusion etched across his face. He demands to know what is happening. Nom doesn't even look at him. She turns to Ian instead, wearing a gentle, peaceful smile. "Please remember this," she says. "God does not give us problems that have no answers." Her words linger for a heartbeat. Then Crony's sword swings down, striking her from behind. Blood splashes across Ian's face. Something inside him snaps. Despair erupts into uncontrollable rage. "Answers!" He screams, his voice breaking as magic surges wildly around him. "What answers?" He cries out her name, grief burning in his eyes. Crony stands over Nom's body, sword dripping, sneering as he tells Ian to pray he is not reborn in his next life. Ian doesn't hear him. All he hears is Nom's voice, echoing endlessly in his mind. "Please don't forget, your majesty. God does not give us problems that have no answers." The world around him shatters like fragile glass. Pieces of his life rush past in broken flashes. His coronation, Crony's betrayal, Nom's final sacrifice. Then everything goes silent. He finds himself kneeling, wrapped in a soft, comforting warmth. The cold dungeon is gone. In its place stands a vast, sunlit estate, pristine gardens stretching endlessly beyond tall windows. An angry voice suddenly tears through the calm, screaming his name. Ian. A man with reddish-brown hair glares down at him with undisguised disgust, ordering him to get off the floor. Somewhere behind him, a woman and a young boy laugh quietly, snickering as the man complains about having taken Ian out of pity. The noise crashes into his skull, making his head throb. The woman scolds her husband for his tone, but the boy eagerly sides with his father. Ian's thoughts spin wildly. Who are these people? Why are they shouting? He grips his temples, struggling to steady himself. His gaze drifts across the luxurious room, the ornate chandelier gleaming above, and confusion tightens his chest. Where is he? He looks down at his hands and freezes. They aren't scarred or calloused. They're small, pale, unmistakably childish. He catches his reflection and barely recognizes the boy staring back at him. Young, blonde-haired, green-eyed, utterly lost. The man keeps yelling, calling him an embarrassment to the family. He mentions the Emperor, and that single word slices cleanly through the haze in Ian's mind. Emperor? Me? He slowly lifts his head, confusion written plainly across his young face. His uncle scoffs and shoves a document toward him, sighing as he explains that it's an imperial edict. He adds that there was no point showing it before since Ian can't read, but he should at least look at it. Ian stares, stunned. An edict? He hasn't issued one. His eyes widen as he focuses on the ornate script, dread and disbelief crashing together. His gaze slides down to the date at the bottom. Year 1100. His heart nearly stops. That's 98 years ago. The forbidden magic actually worked. Before he can think further, the paper is snatched from his hands. His cousin Chell sneers down at him, mocking him for pretending to read. Nearby, his uncle is already fawning over a guest, boasting about the effort it took to officially register Ian into the family. Without looking at him, he issues a sharp warning. Behave yourself. Ian stands beside a towering grandfather clock. Its steady ticking fills the room, a relentless reminder of both the time he lost and the time he has regained. The year is 1100. The imperial insignia displayed around him belongs to an emperor he doesn't even recognize. He catches his reflection in the polished surface nearby. The face is young and unfamiliar, but the eyes are not. Those eyes belong to someone who has lived, ruled, and been betrayed. There is no doubt left in his mind. This is Nam's space-time magic. He has been granted a second chance, and only now is he beginning to grasp the terrible price that came with it. Later that evening, the family gathers around an extravagant dinner table. Ian sits quietly before a perfectly cooked steak. With practiced ease, he cuts into it, a motion his body remembers even if years have passed since he last did so. He takes a bite, his eyes widening just slightly. Across the table, his aunt and cousin watch him with barely concealed disgust. After starving in a dungeon for so long, he realizes he had almost forgotten what real food tasted like. An older man with white hair, Lord Mullen, lifts his glass and praises Ian's table manners. His uncle immediately seizes the moment, eager to impress their distinguished guest. Lord Mullen smoothly redirects the conversation toward philosophy, then turns to Chell, asking him to name his favorite philosopher. Chell freezes. His thoughts go empty. Sweat beads on his forehead as he stammers, unable to produce a single answer. The silence that follows is suffocating. Ian watches with detached clarity. This is no casual conversation. Lord Mullen is testing them, and his cousin is failing badly. Before the tension can grow unbearable, Ian speaks. Calmly, effortlessly, he begins discussing the works of the philosopher Phil Lynn, his words carrying a depth and intelligence far beyond his apparent age. The table falls silent again, this time in shock. His family stares at him, stunned. Lord Mullen smiles, clearly impressed. He tells Ian's uncle that a son with such brilliance is a rare treasure, adding that even the Eastern barbarians would value a mind like his. The phrase echoes sharply in Ian's thoughts. He knows exactly who Lord Mullen means. The Heavenly Warrior clan, and their territory borders only one place. The Brock family lands. He feels the past crash back into him. This is where everything began. The Brock family's peace treaty with the clan. The condition that sealed it. The official adoption of a bastard son into the family. Him. He remembers his uncle's warm smile, calling him a symbol of peace. Every word of it had been a lie. They hadn't adopted him. They had sold him. A living hostage. With the truth fully exposed, Ian looks at his uncle and carefully shapes his face into an innocent smile. Two words leave his mouth, cold and precise. Yes, father. After dinner, the pretense shatters. Chell corners Ian in the hallway, his face contorted with rage. He explodes, screaming at Ian for humiliating him. Ian doesn't budge, not even a step, calm and unmoved. He points out that if he hadn't spoken up, Chell would have disgraced the entire family all on his own. The words leave his cousin frozen, unable to respond. Rage takes over. Chell snatches a nearby vase and hurls it. It shatters against the wall in a spray of porcelain and noise. Ian doesn't flinch, not even his eyes move. A faint golden glimmer flashes within his gaze. He asks quietly if Chell wants to end up like his mother. The words hit like a comet. Something inside Chell breaks. In that instant, golden mana erupts from Ian's small body in a violent wave. The force slams Chell backward, sending him crashing to the floor. He stares up in terror, suddenly realizing the boy before him feels less like a child and more like a monster. Ian steps forward, his voice low, edged with danger. A shorter tongue might suit you better. Chell screams, scrambling away, begging him to stop. Ian simply watches, his expression cold and unreadable. The gap between them is absolute. There is no contest. The door suddenly creaks open. Lord Mullen stands there holding a tray, stopping mid-step as his eyes widen. The oppressive, magical pressure still hangs in the air. Moments later, Ian's aunt and uncle rush in, drawn by the noise. They find their son shaking on the floor. His uncle demands an explanation, his gaze darting between the trembling Chell and the unervingly calm Ian. Chell can only stammer, pointing a quivering finger at him. In an instant, Ian changes. He grabs Chell and pulls him up with a look of pure concern, chiding him gently for not being careful. Chell grits his teeth, completely subdued. The uncle, utterly confused, orders a maid named Hannah to take Ian back to his room. Hannah bows stiffly and gestures for him to follow. All right, Ian replies, his composure flawlessly restored. As they leave, Lord Mullen watches them go. He scolds Chell for his clumsiness, but his sharp gaze never leaves Ian's back. He saw everything, and he knows none of it was accidental. Hannah leads Ian through a series of dull, unremarkable corridors. They stop at a small, barren room, closer to servant quarters than a noble's bedroom. What a bleak place, Ian thinks, taking in his new reality. Hannah fidgets before speaking, her voice hesitant. She asks if he has the letter for his mother. Ian is momentarily confused. She explains that the boy he once was used to cry every day, begging her to send letters because he was forbidden from leaving the estate. In that moment, everything clicks into place. This body wasn't just being abused. It was being kept like a prisoner, restrained so he couldn't escape before they could eventually sell him off. Ian glanced at the young maid, his expression softening just slightly. He told her not to worry, that he wouldn't cry anymore. But the moment the words left his mouth, she suddenly dropped to her knees. Her body trembled as she bowed her head all the way to the floor and weakly asked for her pay. Her voice shook as she explained that 5 younger siblings were waiting on the scraps of food she brought home, all of it coming from what he secretly gave her. She begged him for mercy. Just for today. Please. Ian stayed silent, absorbing yet another layer of this family's cruelty. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm. Fine. But there was a condition. When the time came, she would have to help him with something. Relief flooded her face. She agreed instantly, thanking him over and over before rushing out of the room. Left alone, Ian let out a long sigh. What a mess. Nom's magic had sent him back, but into this frail body, trapped in this miserable place. Why here? Why now? Then Nom's final words surfaced in his mind. Find the answers. If he wanted to understand what had happened and how to change what was coming, there was only one destination. The Ministry of Magic inside the Imperial Palace. Determination settled into his young face. He had a goal, and he would reach it no matter the cost. In the quiet of the room, Ian began piecing together his new reality. He extended his hand, and a swirl of golden mana ignited in his palm. Raw, powerful, familiar. A confident smile crept onto his lips as he clenched his fist, the light vanishing instantly. It was settled. This body could wield magic. The puzzle was taking shape. A boy named Ian, capable of magic. Coincidence or intention? A knock interrupted his thoughts. The maid returned, introducing herself as Hannah, carrying his meal. She nodded politely. Understood, Sir Ian. After she left, Ian stared at the tray. 2 small rolls. A cup of milk. He sighed. They'd taken a hefty cut as their fee, and the rest had gone to her family. Even so, the portion was laughable. Wasn't this far too little for a growing boy? His mind drifted back to the feast earlier, tables buried under roasted meats and lavish dishes. And in that instant, a sharp realization struck him. He suddenly remembers that even at that extravagant feast, there wasn't a trace of gula. A simple plant, one that would one day become a staple and save millions from starvation. The irony is sharp. The method to prepare it safely won't be discovered for another 50 years. But Ian already knows it. With what he carries in his mind, he could erase the Empire's long history of famine with his own hands. His power isn't limited to magic alone. He's holding the future itself. Later, he's summoned to his uncle's office. Durga informs him that another feast is being prepared, this time with additional aid from the capital. Ian responds calmly, promising he won't cause any trouble. As he turns to leave, his uncle stops him, saying he has something from Ian's mother. Durga hands over a small pouch with a few coins and a letter, slipping in a cruel remark about Ian needing a tutor to read it. Then comes the twisted reward. If he behaves, maybe he'll be allowed to see his mother before being shipped away. Ian accepts the pouch without showing a flicker of emotion. Understood. Durga watches him leave, his face cold and unreadable. Once the door shuts, Durga's shoulders sag. He can't read the boy at all. For a brief moment, an uncomfortable trace of pity slips through his thoughts, not for Ian, but for the child's mother. Back in his room, Ian opens the pouch she sent. He takes out the letter, his fingers brushing over the elegant handwriting. He studies the paper, the quality of the ink. Something feels off. Then he notices it. Beneath the letter lies another document, an account book. Understanding clicks instantly into place. His uncle has been skimming tax money from the central government. A grim smile forms on Ian's face. So this is why Lord Mullen is really here. It was never about him. It was an investigation. And now, the evidence is in his hands. Everything has changed. That night, the magical lights inside Durga's office suddenly flicker and go out. As Durga reaches for a candle, he stumbles and crashes to the floor. Papers scatter everywhere. Annoyed, he curses his own clumsiness and orders his butler to gather the documents. But as they're picked up, Durga freezes. Something is missing. His voice rises in panic as he searches his desk again and again. Hidden within the shadows behind him, Ian watches in silence. When the lights flicker back on, Ian is gone, and in his hand rests the pouch of coins his mother sent. Durga stares at his desk. Everything is neatly arranged. The letter from Ian's mother lies plainly on top, but the secret account book has vanished. He spins around sharply. Ian is standing there, calm and composed. When Durga sharply demands what the boy is doing there, Ian answers without hesitation. You never told me to leave. Durga scoffs and brushes it aside, ordering Ian to send out the usual pre-written letters to the barbarian tribes to keep them satisfied. With a lazy wave of his hand, he dismisses him. You can go now. Ian turns and leaves. As he walks down the corridor, his thoughts return to the letter. His mother is said to be blind, yet the paper is expensive, the writing refined. He doubts she wrote herself. He rereads the hollow, sentimental lines, until a peculiar phrase near the end catches his attention. If you go to the great desert. A short, sharp laugh escapes him. His suspicion was correct. Now all that remains is confirmation. The night of the feast arrives. Lord Mullen welcomes 2 aides from the capital, a man named Degayer, and another called Mac. Polite greetings are exchanged before they head inside. At the table, Lord Mullen once again praises Ian, drawing attention to him. Mac, the bespectacled aide, asks what a boy from countryside could possibly be curious about. Ian meets their gazes, calm and assessing. Let's see what kind of people you are. He asks a simple question. What kind of food do people eat in the capital? Degayer answers casually that it's the same everywhere. The wealthy eat their fill, and the poor go hungry. Ian responds thoughtfully, saying it would be better if everyone could eat until satisfied. The quiet wisdom in his voice startles them. The 3 aides stare at him, clearly taken aback. Mac smiles and remarks that Ian speaks the same way as the prince. Ian asks which one. Degayer clarifies. The second prince, Gale. The name hits Ian hard. Second Prince Gale. He knows that name well. A traitor who once led a failed uprising alongside rogue mages. So that's it. These men belong to that faction. Ian calmly stores the information away. Traitors or not, they can still serve a purpose. Eventually, the feast comes to an end. As the guests prepare to leave, Lord Mullen turns to Durga with a small request. He asks for a private word with Sir Ian. Durga stiffens, clearly flustered, and hurriedly tries to push his own son forward instead. Lord Mullen agrees without objection, much to Chell's visible dread. Later, Chell is staggering through the moonlit gardens, already worn out. Mac reassures him they're nearly there. Seeing how pitiful Chell looks, Lord Mullen suggests taking a short rest. The 2 aides volunteer to stay behind with Chell, allowing Lord Mullen and Ian to continue ahead alone. Ian plays the role of a considerate brother, gently telling Chell to rest properly. When they reach a quiet pond shimmering under the night sky, the moment they're alone, Lord Mullen stops walking and speaks plainly. He gets straight to the point. Sir Ian, I saw your eyes turn gold the other day. Lord Mullen stops and looks straight at him. Are you a magic user? Ian answers with nothing but a calm, unreadable smile, pretending not to understand. Lord Mullen presses further, saying that Prince Gale would be very interested in meeting someone with such talent. Ian's smile shifts, turning sharp. Is that really the only reason? His tone changes completely. Is that all you're curious about? In that instant, the balance flips. Lord Mullen falls silent, his composed mask finally cracking. This isn't an ordinary child. Ian speaks again, his voice steady, his words striking like thunder. Aren't you here to investigate the false accounting? Lord Mullen's hand tightens. He's been exposed, holding every card. Ian smiles with quiet confidence. It just so happens that I want something as well. He meets the old noble's gaze without blinking. How about we make a deal? The air grows heavy as Ian lays everything bare. He wants compensation in exchange for the ledger. When Lord Mullen asks what a mere child could possibly demand, Ian's smile turns cold. Tax fraud, he explains calmly, is a crime that could easily drag the royal family into ruin. The threat doesn't need to be spoken aloud. Lord Mullen offers a way out. He'll block the adoption. Ian will be free. No execution. No exile to the Heavenly Warriors. Ian rejects it immediately. That's not what I want. Freedom means nothing to him. What he wants is power. He wants to control this entire territory. His plan is reckless and precise. He will still go to the Heavenly Warriors, but on his own terms, and bend them into his personal army. Lord Mullen asks if he truly understands the danger. Ian answers without hesitation, explaining it with chilling clarity. The moment the fraud is reported, his uncle will suspect him. Survival demands that he leave. The Heavenly Warriors despise both the Brock family and the Imperial Palace, making them the perfect force to win over. He imagines their ancient crest, a fearsome army, a decisive card in his hand. Ian looks straight at Lord Mullen, his smile sharp and merciless. After all, you're not going to protect me and my mother, are you? The old man is left speechless, completely cornered by the boy standing before him. Trying to steady himself, Lord Mullen remarks that Chell is taking too long. Ian takes that as his cue to step away. Certain the old man never expected such an exchange. But Lord Mullen asks him to remain a little longer, suggesting he take the time to see more of his hometown before leaving. Ian understands immediately. The deal has been accepted. Coolly, he replies, then you may leave. As Lord Mullen walks off, his thoughts spiral. He's just struck a bargain with a child who thinks like a veteran politician. Ian watches him disappear and recalls this moment from his previous life. This was when the Brock family's collapse truly began. He knows he can't simply march into the Imperial Palace as he is now. He has to seize this opportunity. By handing over the ledger, he'll help tear this family apart from within. And in the chaos that follows, he'll claim everything they own. But before that, he needs a real ally. A solid foundation before approaching the Heavenly Warriors. This is it. His shortcut. The first step toward reclaiming his power and beginning his revenge. Later that night, Ian waits alone on a balcony as a hooded figure approaches. He recognizes her instantly. Blonde hair, a pot of red flowers held close. Hannah delivered his message. He reaches out and gently takes the woman's arm. She turns in surprise. Ian greets her with a soft smile. How have you been? Her eyes widened. Ian, she whispers. It's his mother. Tears well up as she asks if he's been all right. Her voice shaking with relief at seeing him. A brief memory surfaces of Hannah delivering Ian's note, inviting her to meet him by the lake, and how radiant with joy she'd been. Back in the present, Ian tells his mother he's fine and carefully touches her face. He apologizes for not contacting her sooner, his words far too composed for a child his age. He asks about the pouch of gold his uncle gave him. When she looks puzzled, he shows it to her. Shock flashes across her face. She says she could never have saved that much. Ian tells her take it and prepare to leave. When the time comes, he'll send word through Hannah. Worry fills her eyes. If you want to run, she says, then go. She can't endure watching him suffer here any longer. Ian reassures her gently, his gaze steady, a faint golden light flickering within his eyes. I won't run away, he says with quiet certainty, telling her to trust him. Before she can answer, Chell's voice calls from a distance that it's time to go. Ian pauses only long enough to tell his mother to start gathering gula seeds, explaining they'll be needed soon. She can only stand there, staring at the back of the boy who no longer feels like a child. Hannah is waiting outside, holding the flower pot his younger self used to care for. Ian takes it with a real smile, thanking her, as if he is reclaiming a piece of a life he once lost. The next morning, he walks beside Chell, having dragged his shaking cousin to the training grounds. Chell keeps asking if training really begins today, and Ian calmly assures him it will be light. They reach a scar-faced man, sleeping on a bench. He jolts awake when he sees them, and demands to know why the young masters are here. Chell puffs out his chest, trying to sound important. But Captain Theo looks him over with open disdain, and points out the stink of alcohol clinging to him. Chell mumbles that as the successor, he has to learn how to protect himself. Theo doesn't care, and lazily agrees to give them a tour. As they walk, he gestures at the training fields, but a sharp crack of a whip cuts through the air and pulls Ian's gaze away. A group of ragged boys are being driven like animals, an overseer screaming that they will work or starve. Theo explains without emotion that they are just orphans, then smirks at Chell and says Ian could have easily ended up there too. Chell tells him to stop, but Ian is no longer listening. His eyes lock on one boy. While the others are barely standing, a red-haired youth remains upright, burning with stubborn defiance. Theo notices and grunts that his name is Barrick, and that he is nothing but trouble. Ian watches him, a faint spark of interest forming in his eyes. A scream suddenly rips through the yard as the whip lashes down. Chell flinches, staring in horror as Barrick is beaten, the fury in the boy's eyes only growing stronger. Theo scratches his nose, bored, saying the kid is only useful for hard labor. The whip rises again. Stop! Ian's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. The captain pauses and lowers the whip, glancing at Barrick collapsed on the ground, then dismissively remarks that the boy has no real skill. Even through the pain, Barrick glares back, his eyes blazing with raw, untamed hatred of being branded useless. Theo finishes without a care, completely ignoring that defiant stare as he launches into a bitter lecture about how some people are simply born to fail. He sneers that it is better to know your place and give up early. Ian listens in silence, his face unreadable, while Theo tells everyone to stay in their lane and accept what they are. But Ian sees through it. He recognizes the look of a man who once tried, fell short, and now pours his own disappointment onto others. Stepping forward, his voice calm, but carrying weight, Ian tells the exhausted orphans that training is over and that they should go rest. Ian watches him, a strange feeling settling in his chest. Looking at Barrick, he sees his own reflection, powerless and crushed. Theo's words echo in his mind, and a cold realization hits him. If things had gone differently, he could have been the one lying there. For the first time, he truly understands how cruel this world is. Ian walks up to Barrick. He asks if he is Barrick and offers a gentle smile as he reaches out a hand, asking if he can stand. Barrick looks up with suspicion and snarls, demanding to know who he is before telling him to get lost. Chell is stunned by the rudeness, but Theo only sighs, already used to the boy's attitude. Ian does not react. He calmly grips Barrick's chin, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, saying he will let it slide since the boy is angry at everything right now. When he releases him, Barrick recoils, shaken by this strange noble who refuses to be intimidated. The boy scrambles back, wanting nothing but to be left alone, while Ian watches him closely, a theory forming in his mind. Those with even a trace of magical affinity instinctively resist the mana of others. Ian pulls out a flask of water and quietly laces it with a tiny thread of his own power before offering it. The moment Barrick touches it, his eyes snap wide. He feels it, a faint, unfamiliar spark. Instinctively, he smacks the flask from Ian's hand, sending the water splashing across the ground. Barrick steps right up to Ian, eyes narrowed, demanding to know what was in the water. Ian only looks back calmly and says it was nothing. He rises to his feet, dusting himself off, and casually remarks that since Barrick has regained his strength, he will be leaving. Barrick is left staring at his own hands in confusion. He really does feel better. He calls out for Ian to wait, but the boy is already walking away. Ian glances back with a small, knowing smile. He was right. Barrick has talent. Later, Ian sits in a library with his new tutor, quietly practicing his writing as the quill glides across the page. The tutor smiles and praises his neat letters. Ian thanks him, even though the task is laughably simple for him. As he keeps writing, his eyes stay fixed on the man, and he casually remarks that he seems unusually busy today, like he has somewhere important to be. The tutor is caught off guard and admits that he does. Ian smiles politely and says he only noticed because the man looked distracted, then calmly drops the real blow by mentioning his connection to the Central University. The tutor freezes, unable to respond. Ian nods as if everything is clear and dismisses him, telling him he may go. The tutor all but runs out of the room. Ian remains alone in the vast library, the letter resting on the desk before him. It looks ordinary, but it is actually a coded message about events yet to come, hidden inside a simple poem. He knows the tutor is Lord Mullen's spy, and this will become the proof he needs to earn their trust. The next day, training continues. Chell is already gasping for breath after just a few minutes of running, wheezing with every step as Theo shouts from the sidelines that he still has 40 minutes left. While everyone struggles, Ian keeps a smooth, steady pace. Then he spots Barrick charging past with a wooden plank, sprinting straight toward a knight. The knight calls out for him to stop, but Barrick is consumed by rage, screaming as he swings. The knight, Mayral, blocks the strike with ease and immediately starts beating Barrick down with his own wooden sword. Barrick cannot even fight back. Mayral grins, enjoying it, and brings the blade down hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Standing over him, Mayral tells him to stop throwing tantrums and warns that this kind of foolish defiance will only get him killed. But Barrick, battered and bleeding, forces himself up again. Mayral sighs in annoyance and asks if he really wants to die before delivering a brutal kick to Barrick's side, launching him away as the other knights laugh. Spitting on the ground, Mayral tells him he will not live long if he keeps this up. Later, Ian finds Barrick tending to his wounds. Another orphan scolds him, but Barrick ignores it, his pride hurting more than his body. When he sees Ian, he growls, asking why he is here again. Ian kneels and calmly tells him that if he truly wants to win, he needs to find a better way. Barrick sneers, thinking Ian is telling him cheat, and tightens his grip on his wooden sword, warning that if Ian keeps talking, he will kill him. Ian lets out a quiet sigh. Then in a blink, he slams Barrick against the crates, pinning him there with effortless force. Barrick thrashes in shock, unable to break free. Ian meets his eyes and calmly makes his offer, telling him he will help him, but only if Barrick agrees to help in return. A faint golden glow flickers in Ian's eyes as he places a hand on Barrick's head. Pure mana surges into him. Barrick gasps as something deep inside him snaps awake, a power he has never felt before flooding through his body. A slow, hungry grin spreads across his face. He understands now. This is not some cheap trick. This is real power. Ian kneels before him, his hands still glowing, and in that moment their pact is sealed. He rises with a confident smile, already certain he was right. The next instant, chaos erupts. Mayral and his lackeys rush in, but Barrick charges straight at them with a roar. Watching calmly, Ian thinks to himself that the boy is a mage swordsman. Mayral can barely process what he is seeing, stammering Barrick's name as the boy moves like a blur and catches his punch in midair. Barrick looks up at him, his face twisted in manic delight, and with one violent shove, he smashes Mayral into the ground, cracking the stone beneath them. Mayral can only gape in disbelief before Barrick's fist crashes into his face. The other knights freeze, staring as the boy they once tormented turns into a raging beast. One of them finally shouts, asking if he has lost his mind. Bloodied and dazed, Mayral demands how he became so strong as the knights rush forward. But Barrick only laughs, wild and unrestrained, reveling in the power he has always wanted. Another knight is sent flying with a single blow while Theo watches from the sidelines, his old cynical beliefs crumbling in real time. Later, Theo approaches Ian with a grim expression and calls him by name. Ian turns, pretending innocence, asking if something went wrong. Theo shakes his head and says the boy only got a verbal warning. As they walk away, Ian glances back at Barrick, a simple baker's son with no backing. Perfect. Someone like that is easy to control when he owes everything to you. The scene shifts to a lavish drawing room where Lord Mullen and his aides face Ian. Mullen asks if he has made his decision, warning that they will need undeniable proof to bring Durga down. His gaze sharpens as he tells Ian that they will be needing his help. Ian agrees without a moment of hesitation and calmly lists everything he will gather, from grain harvest records to mining output and farmer taxation. Every detail needed to seal Durga's fate. Lord Mullen smiles in satisfaction, saying this choice will decide their future. Ian thanks him, already connecting the pieces in his mind. The seal on Lord Mullen's ring is the same mark that was on the letter his tutor dropped. So he was right. Taking a slow sip of tea, a sly smile forms on his lips. He'll make good use of this later. As Ian walks down a corridor flooded with sunlight, his thoughts shift to his next move. A hand suddenly grabs his shoulder and spins him around. It is the butler, looking confused as he asks another servant if he heard something, only to be brushed off. While they're distracted, Barrick slips out from the bushes and seizes Ian by the collar. Ian only looks at him calmly, remarking that it is an odd way to say hello. He asks how Barrick even got in. Barrick explains that after causing enough trouble, the head butler finally gave him permission to come and go. Ian realizes his uncle is already paranoid enough to turn even the butler into a spy. Barrick steps closer, demanding the truth, accusing Ian of drugging him because his body feels strange whenever they meet. Ian scoffs and says he does not rely on such cheap tricks, explaining that all he did was place a hand on his head. Barrick's eyes widen at that. Ian then grabs his wrist and tells him he can explain everything, but first Barrick has to promise not to speak about his golden eyes. When Barrick blurts out in shock, Ian sighs and tells him to listen. His final condition is simple. Barrick will stay by his side as his bodyguard. Ian places a hand on Barrick's chest, and a massive golden magic circle blooms behind them. He tells him the power he felt, the strength hidden inside him, is something he will help him fully awaken. Barrick can only stare as that incredible energy surges through him again. His power? Ian asks if he has ever heard of magic. Barrick admits he has not. Ian rubs the bridge of his nose with a weary sigh, realizing this will be more complicated than expected, then tells him to listen carefully. Barrick nods, finally ready. Ian begins to explain that some people can resonate with the power in their soul. They called it magic. Barrick had that potential, but the energy inside him kept rejecting his own body, which was why no amount of training ever paid off. His power was there, but it was locked away. Barrick frowned, still trying to understand. He thought the magic itself was blocking him. Ian corrected him, saying the real problem was that his body and soul were walking separate paths. What they needed was a bridge between the two. Once those sides were brought into harmony, his strength would finally have somewhere to flow, and at that point he would become something no ordinary fighter could stop. The deal was simple. Barrick would stand beside Ian, train with him, and fight for him. In return, Ian would show him how to awaken what was already inside. Barrick did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He had nothing left to lose, so he agreed at once. A small smile crossed Ian's face as he reached out his hand. Barrick grabbed it, a wild and fearless grin spreading across his own. Ian could already tell what kind of man he was. Stubborn, reckless, exactly the kind of person he needed. The greatest mage swordsmen were always like that. They never accepted defeat, never backed down from a challenge. And there was nothing more dangerous than a warrior who did not fear dying. As their hands locked together, golden light burst out around them, wrapping both of them in a warm, overwhelming surge that sealed their pact. Barrick felt it immediately, something inside him shifting as his eyes shone with a new sense of purpose. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready to walk into it. Ian watched him with quiet satisfaction. His first subordinate was finally in place, the first piece of his new life falling exactly where it belonged. Their grip tightened as Ian spoke, telling him he was looking forward to the future they would carve out together. The scene moved to a lavish dinner hall, where Ian sat at the table surrounded by food he barely noticed. His thoughts were far away, dragged back to the memory of his other uncle, Crony, and the cruel words that man had once thrown at him. Even now, they still burned. He winced slightly as the echo of that voice lingered in his mind. Then his current uncle's sharp tone cut through his thoughts, scolding him for drifting off again. The man was turning a large, strange ring on his finger, and Ian's eyes were immediately drawn to it. Durgan never wore jewelry, yet that ring was always there. It was dull and unremarkable, not something meant to show off, which made it even more suspicious. Ian remembered the faint clicking sound he had heard in his uncle's office that night, and a quiet realization began to form. He stared a little too long. Durgan noticed and told him to focus on his meal. Ian quickly apologized and lowered his gaze. A sly look crept across his uncle's face as he changed the subject, casually remarking that Ian seemed to have made a new friend. Ian knew exactly who he was talking about. Keeping his tone calm, he said they had simply met during training and gotten along. Durga pressed for more, and Ian bluntly replied that Barrick had attacked a knight. His aunt scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the kind of people he chose to associate with. Ian only gave them a polite smile, calmly assuring them that his studies would not be neglected. But his uncle was not satisfied. His voice dropped, cold and heavy with threat, as he gave Ian a single month to master reading and writing. If he failed, the blame would fall on Barrick, and the man would be quietly erased. The meaning was obvious. Barrick was no longer just an ally. He was a hostage. Later in the garden, Lord Mullen passed strict instructions to Ian's tutor before leaving him behind. The tutor finally let out a long breath of relief once the noble was gone. That was when Ian's voice spoke up behind him, calmly asking where he had been. The tutor nearly jumped out of his skin. Ian pointed out how long his friendly chat with a capital official had lasted, his tone light, but sharp enough to cut. Sweat began to form as the accusation lingered in the air. Ian offered him a way out. He would pretend he had seen nothing if the tutor handled two small requests. First, he needed a detailed map of the Heavenly Warrior's territory, along with its climate data. A knowing smile crossed Ian's face as he added that someone as clever as him would understand what that meant. The tutor knew he was trapped. He nodded, having no real choice. With that set in motion, Ian returned to his room and turned his attention back to the strange ring. Using magic, he reconstructed its shape in the air, a glowing, flawless copy floating before his eyes. Every line, every tiny detail was captured. Now all he had to do was draw it. He sat down, letting the magical light guide his quill across the paper, and once he was done, he handed the sketch to Hannah. She stared at it, unease in her expression, but recognition came instantly. It was Durga's ring, the one with the jewel he liked to call a little diamond. Ian praised her for spotting it so quickly. Then a thought struck him. Why would anyone make a key out of diamond? The answer came at once. Diamonds did not conduct electricity. That was it. The drawer had to be protected by a magical security system, and only a non-conductive key could slip past it. The whole puzzle fell into place. Thanks to her, he now had the perfect solution. He told Hannah to get a carpenter to make a wooden copy of the ring and coat it in rubber. She agreed at once, excited by the plan. That night, everything moved into position. While the tutor distracted Durga with a long, tedious discussion about garden sculptures, Ian waited in the shadows. As they finally walked away, he slipped out of hiding and made his way toward the now empty office. Hannah was already there, ready for what came next. She whispered that it was ready and pressed the wooden ring into his hand, saying everything about it was perfect, from the size to the rubber coating. Ian nodded, noting that the carpenter had done impressive work. He slipped her a small pouch of coins and told her to keep watch. Then he turned toward the darkness and called for Barrick. Barrick stepped out with an exaggerated sigh, complaining about having to play lookout. Ian told him to make sure no one came near. Barrick's grin was far too eager, and Ian warned him that he looked like he actually wanted trouble. He said he would be fast. Inside the office, Ian moved straight to the desk and ran his fingers along its underside until he felt a tiny groove. There it was, a hidden keyhole. He slid the rubber-coated ring into place. A soft click followed, and a secret drawer slid open with a muted thud. He peered inside, relieved that the mechanism was simpler than he had feared. On top were letters written in a script he recognized at once. They were from the Heavenly Warrior clan. There was no time to read them, so he quickly began copying. Working in silence, he moved with steady focus. Then he found what he had truly come for, the tax ledger. He carefully copied the falsified numbers, and even pressed Durga's seal to make his own version look completely legitimate. When he was done, he returned everything exactly as it had been and slid the drawer shut. Just as he finished, the door creaked open. The butler's voice called out, asking if anyone was inside. Ian froze. He had been discovered. The butler stepped into the room, but it was empty. Where Ian had been standing, a swirl of golden magical light twisted for a moment and vanished, leaving nothing behind. Moments later, the mansion rang with furious shouting. Degra was screaming in his study, raging about how someone had dared to rummage through his private room after being taken in. His unfortunate aide was on the floor, taking the blame as Durga demanded to know how he could have been so careless. The butler stood silently while Durga slammed his fists on the desk, completely beside himself. In a fit of anger, he ordered the aide to be thrown out, his entire life ruined in a single outburst. Outside, the noise carried far. Ian stood with Barrick, who was casually biting into an apple and asking if the commotion was finished. Ian said it had been close, but everything had been handled. Barrick complained that he was the one who nearly got caught. He asked if Durga had figured Ian out. Ian only shrugged. It did not matter. Durga was convinced his own aide was responsible. In the end, the perfect scapegoat had been found, and Ian walked away completely untouched. What really mattered now was the information Ian had pulled out of that safe. His tutor returned with the map and the climate reports, along with a translated note taken from the stolen letters. It asked one simple but dangerous question. Who would succeed the matriarch? Ian read it again, slowly. Something that sensitive had been hidden in his uncle's private drawer. That meant it was not just gossip. It was a direct window into the internal power struggle of the Heavenly Warrior clan. The moment he understood that, everything began to line up. So that's what you're after, he thought. Later, he sat with Barrick and started teaching him the absolute basics of reading. He pointed to the page, explaining that the dark marks were the writing and the light background was the paper. Barrick stumbled through it, awkward and slow, but he was genuinely trying. Ian glanced over the crooked letters he had managed to scratch out and nodded. It was not terrible. Then his tone changed. The lesson was over. He asked if Barrick still remembered his orders. Barrick straightened instantly. Ian listed them off. Burn the fake key. Deliver the copied ledger to Lord Mullen. Send a coded message on the way back. Barrick finished the last part himself, his eyes shining as he said his mother had to go into hiding and gather the gula seeds at once. The wheels were already turning. Barrick headed out, bragging that it would be an easy mission. Ian smiled faintly, satisfied that he had a reliable guard. But the moment Barrick disappeared, that smile faded. A single horse was being led through the courtyard. Barrick was preparing to leave. Ian stopped him and told him to use the back gate instead. The Heavenly Warriors had already arrived. From a carriage window, a sharp and intimidating gaze cut through the yard. Ian watched from his own room, a thin smirk forming. The front gate was going to be noisy. That night, the envoy was formally received. Durga ordered Ian to greet him. The man who entered was Bellamy, the brother of the Heavenly Warrior clan's head, tall and imposing, his body marked with scars and tattoos that spoke of endless battles. Ian introduced himself with proper courtesy, but the exchange did not stay polite for long. Once they were seated, Ian asked what urgent matter had brought him here. Bellamy did not waste time. Their vice head, Winshin, was dying, and they needed to secure the peace treaty before he passed. He explained that in their clan, the vice head was not just an official, but their spiritual pillar. When he died, the entire clan would mourn for a full year. Peace had to be settled before that moment arrived. Degra scoffed, clearly irritated, asking why he should care about their funeral traditions. Bellamy calmly replied that according to their customs, a young master like Ian would be required to meet the eyes of their spiritual leader as a sign of respect. Durga immediately bristled, but Bellamy cut him off before he could argue, pointing out that he still had not seen a single piece of official documentation. One of Durga's men hurriedly explained that Ian was the son of the late second wife. Ian added to it himself, his tone calm and respectful as he reminded them that the Emperor's authority stood behind any formal records. Bellamy remained unmoved. That was when he revealed their real intention. With Winshin's eye of truth, they could magically confirm Ian's bloodline. Ian understood at once. It had never been about paperwork. His mind raced. If Winshin died, the treaty would collapse, and that urgency gave him leverage. He stood up and placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder, smoothly taking control of the room. He said he understood the situation and suggested they rest for the night and continue their talks the next day. Trying to salvage his dignity, Durga ordered the butler to escort Ian away. Bellamy simply thanked him and left a final warning hanging in the air, saying he hoped they would choose wisely for the sake of peace. The moment they were gone, Durga erupted. cursing the heavenly warriors as barbarians. He told Ian that his only job was to keep the envoy calm while he rushed off to gather the proper documents. Ian agreed without hesitation. As he watched his uncle's carriage race away, a sly smile crept across his face. Everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. Now, he would finally get the private conversation he needed. That evening, he hosted a grand dinner for the envoy, acting every bit the courteous young noble. In the middle of the meal, he casually mentioned a small request. He wished to bring someone with him as his personal escort. Bellamy was puzzled, saying they had only agreed to take Ian and that anyone else would only slow them down. Ian smiled as if it were nothing. A burden, he said, was not how he would describe it. He was certain this man would be useful. Right on cue, Barrick walked in, a bag over his shoulder and a confident grin on his face. His escort had arrived. Bellamy studied him with open doubt and asked if he was even capable in a fight. A short, mocking laugh escaped him, followed by a condescending remark about how amusing Ian was. Ian simply met it with a calm smile and asked what he meant. The warmth drained from Bellamy's face as he gestured toward his own hardened warriors, warning that both Ian and Barrick would be nothing but liabilities in the desert, weak against poison and unable to endure the harsh conditions. Ian did not flinch. What are you so worried about? Ian says calmly. He already understands the danger. Barrick's rough nature and raw strength are exactly why he is useful. That simplicity makes him easy to direct and deadly in a fight. He assures the envoy that Barrick will not slow anyone down. Bellamy listens in silence, weighing the words. After a brief pause, he gives his answer. Fine, he will allow it, but only if Barrick can defeat one of his warriors first. The scene moves to a quiet courtyard washed in pale moonlight. A young woman with short green hair stands across from Barrick, her arms crossed in annoyance. Why do I have to do this? She mutters. Her name is Sue. She tells Barrick he has 5 minutes. Barrick, on the other hand, is boiling with anger. Being told to fight a girl like this feels like an insult. Ian watches from the side, his eyes sharp. He tells Barrick not to drop his guard, pointing out that no one else is even bothering to watch. If you lose because you look down on her, you'll regret it, he says quietly. The reason there's no audience is because they think this isn't even a real match. They believe the gap between you is that big. Barrick turns toward him, irritated. So, you're the one in charge. Ian shakes his head. Bellamy is. He's watching from the window above. That only makes Barrick angrier. Being judged from afar feels like pure disrespect. Ian remains steady. All you have to do is win. A faint golden light begins to glow in his eyes. Listen carefully. I'll show you how. A silent, magical link forms between them, and Barrick feels sudden clarity as he looks up. Sue rolls her shoulders and cracks her knuckles. Ready. She pulls out a small pocket watch. Like I said, 5 minutes. Knock me down in that time, and I'll acknowledge you. A sharp grin spreads across her face. Barrick smirks back. 5 minutes is more than enough. Just don't start crying. He cracks his own knuckles, but before he can finish taunting her, Sue vanishes. A storm of kicks and punches slams into him, sending his massive body flying. Barrick barely understands what happened. In that instant, he realizes the one about to cry might be him. Sue appears behind him in a blur. He spins around, completely lost. He throws a desperate punch, but she slips under it effortlessly and drives a fist into his stomach. The air is knocked from his lungs. He stares in shock, unable to follow her movements. Where are you even aiming? Her voice mocks. Right here, she says, already behind him again. She sweeps his legs out, then crashes a brutal kick into his head. Pain explodes through his skull as he stumbles back. Barrick is completely overwhelmed now, forced into pure defense, barely managing to block as her relentless strikes keep coming. Sue mocks him, asking if he plans to spend all 5 minutes as nothing more than a punching bag. A crooked smile curls on her lips, but Barrick only grits his teeth, his will still unshaken. The beating continues, completely one-sided, while Ian watches from the edge with quiet composure. Just as expected, he thinks Barrick is being overwhelmed. Sue's strikes rain down without mercy, and all Barrick can do is endure. Another heavy kick sends him stumbling backward. Ian's eyes glow faintly. He is not simply watching. He is waiting. Then his voice cuts through Barrick's mind, sharp and precise. Now. Barrick's eyes snap wide, his focus locking in. As Sue lunges in with another kick, he moves at last. His hand clamps around her leg in midair. Sue's eyes widen in shock. What? Got you? He says with a grin. She's completely thrown off. How'd he know? Using her own momentum, Barrick roars. Now it's my turn. And flips her clean over his shoulder. He slams her into the ground and pins her down. Hey, redhead, get off me. Sue yells, struggling. Barrick just sits on her, grinning proudly. All I had to do was grab you. Now stay still, he says, leaning in close with a wild smile. If this were real, you'd already be dead. Sue freezes, her face burning with humiliation and fury. Damn it, she mutters. Ian notes that they deliberately sent their youngest fighter to avoid any serious harm. He walks over to the fallen Sue. You, she starts. I'll give you something for the bruises after you report the result, Ian says calmly. He adjusts his collar, a teasing glint in his eyes. Though honestly, it's not that bad. It gives you a bit of character. Sue can only lie there, bruised and seething, while Barrick continues, celebrating on top of her. From the window above, Bellamy has seen everything. His gaze rests on Ian, now carrying a hint of respect. Ian looks up and meets his eyes with a confident smile. The first negotiation has gone their way. After the fight, the air is thick with humiliation. Sue burns with anger, feeling utterly played. Bellamy stares down at her, his expression impossible to read, as Ian calmly asks whether the envoy truly feels insulted. Bellamy thinks back to the colored pigment used in the match. If that strike had been real, it would have caused serious damage. The tension stretches tight, then suddenly breaks. Bellamy's stern face splits into a wide grin, and he bursts into laughter. He's not upset. He's impressed. Still chuckling, he looks at Ian and Barrick with newfound respect. He admits they have real nerve. Fine, he says. You got us. Barrick's face immediately lights up with pure joy. Bellamy officially declares that Barrick will be allowed to travel with Ian to the Great Desert. Ian closes his eyes, a faint smile touching his lips. Everything went exactly as planned. Thank you, he says quietly. Sue, however, is far from done. She explodes in loud, over-the-top rage. shouting that she will make Barrick's life miserable once they reach the desert. Barrick only smirks back at her, striking a ridiculous pose as if none of it matters. With that resolved, the formalities continue. The official peace ceremony will be held in 1 week. With time running short, preparations will be kept simple. Events now begin to move quickly. Bellamy offers his thanks on behalf of the Heavenly Warriors, and they shake hands, sealing the agreement. A promise is made, and a blessing from their god will sanctify the treaty. 1 week later, the day of the ceremony arrives. It is also the day Ian finally leaves this place behind. Before departing, he shares a quiet moment with Hannah, the maid. She hugs him tightly, her voice trembling as she begs him to return safely. She only wants him to survive, but Ian looks at her with calm seriousness. He gives her one final instruction. He tells her to quit her job while he is gone. She is confused, but he explains that it will be safer for her to quietly disappear now. He smiles gently and thanks her for everything she has done. Ian knows that once he leaves, anyone loyal to him will be in danger, and he intends to protect her. This chapter of his life has ended. He turns away, his path fixed. Let's go. His destination is the land of the Heavenly Warriors. The scene shifts to a vast desert scorched by the sun, where a massive stone city rises from the sand. This is the homeland of the warrior clan. A powerful man with a red tattoo over one eye steps forward to greet them. He is Kikanter, the chief of the Heavenly Warriors. Durga stands opposite him as the ceremony begins. A formal document is laid out, listing the terms of peace. To prove Ian's bloodline, a magical potion is brought forth. A drop of his blood is added, and the liquid glows a clear blue. Kikanter watches with narrowed eyes as his brother Bellamy leans in and whispers something. After a moment, Kikanter nods. The potion is acceptable, he says, but their own vice head must also confirm the lineage. The Empire's representative scoffs inwardly, but agrees. To seal the pact, a blade slices a palm, and blood drips onto the document. Durga watches with open disgust, while Ian observes with his usual, unreadable calm. A bloody thumbprint presses down, making everything final. With the ritual complete, Ian and Barrick are formally handed over to the clan. Before leaving, Durga pulls Ian into a tight embrace. Stay safe, son, he says, then lowers his voice into something cold and sharp. And never forget why you are alive. Ian's eyes narrow. He understands the meaning perfectly. He is not a son. He is a tool. Of course, he replies flatly. Everything he does is for the glory of the Brock family. Another chain his uncle is trying to fasten around his neck as the carriage rolls away. Ian and Barrick remain at the edge of the desert, facing what comes next. Endless sand stretches before them, harsh and unforgiving, yet filled with possibility. A new beginning. They soon reach the clan settlement. As they ride in, voices rise in excitement. Chief Kikanter has returned. Clan members rush out, their curious gazes locking onto the two outsiders. Whispers ripple through the crowd, guessing the blonde boy must be Ian while the redhead looks like nothing but trouble. Someone asks about Vicehead Winchin. Kikanter answers simply that he is doing better. Then his serious eyes turn to Ian. Follow me. Ian obeys without a word. Kikanter leads him into a quiet chamber where a frail, old figure lies in bed. This is Winchin, the clan's spiritual leader and vicehead. Kikanter formally introduces Ian as part of the treaty and gently helps the old man sit up. He explains that Winchin is ill and can only speak their ancient dialect, then translates the soft whisper. Ian, I will decide if you're worthy. Come closer. Ian steps forward slowly. Just as he reaches the bedside, Winchin's hand shoots out and clamps around his wrist with shocking strength. The vicehead's eyes fly open, filled with awe. He asks if Ian has come by the will of God. In that instant, Winchin no longer sees a child. He sees a towering, regal figure wrapped in a near-divine presence. The man Ian once was, and the man he will become again. In this strange, sacred space, Winchin's voice echoes as he asks if Ian truly carries the blood of Durga. Ian confirms it, but the vicehead presses deeper, cutting straight to the truth. Does her presence mean peace? Winchin asks, and Ian meets her gaze without hesitation, swearing that it does. Her grip finally loosens. The strange vision fades, and the test is over. Back in the quiet room, Ian bows with proper respect and tells her he will take his leave. Outside, Barrick waits with rattled nerves, draining a water skin. The door creaks open, and Kikanter steps out, followed by Ian, who looks as if nothing unusual happened at all. Kikanter orders someone to prepare rooms for them, then turns to Ian. There will be a welcome feast tonight, and he expects him there on time. Ian simply watches him walk away, his expression flat. The first trial has ended, but it is only the start. The moment Kikanter is gone, Barrick rushes over, desperate to know what happened inside. But when Ian calmly mentions the feast, Barrick's eyes light up. A celebration means food, and for someone who spent most of his life hungry, that is all that matters. That night, the hall fills with music and laughter as the warriors eat and drink. Kikanter spots Ian and Barrick and waves them over, looking far more relaxed now. He asks if they have rested, and Ian thanks him for the hospitality. The chief praises the desert map the Brock family provided, and asks if they may also use the supplies. Ian agrees without hesitation. Kikanter takes a slow drag from his pipe and comments that Durga Brock at least did one thing right by raising such a fine son. That single word sends a chill through Ian. He knows the truth behind his uncle's generosity. It was never about goodwill. It was about the Girat leaf, the sacred herb the warriors use, a substance that acts as a powerful stimulant to ordinary soldiers, something his uncle is desperate to obtain. His thoughts flash back to the package he received before leaving, said to be a gift from his mother. It was a lie. Inside was a letter written in neat, careful script, supposedly from her illiterate hand, asking him to bring back some of the Girat leaves. It was not from her at all. It was an order from his uncle. Become a spy, steal the contraband, or his mother will suffer. Ian. Kikanter's voice snaps him back to the present. The chief leans in close, his tone dropping into a warning. He tells Ian to show no interest in the Girat leaf at all. It is sacred to warriors preparing for battle. An outsider is forbidden from touching it, and even curiosity will not be tolerated. Ian slips on a flawless, harmless smile and agrees at once. Kikanter seems pleased, convinced the boy understands his place. But behind Ian's eyes, Calculations are already spinning. If he plays this right, he can crack the treaty between his family and this clan from the inside. His gaze drifts across the hall and catches a man staring straight at him. Long brown hair hanging loose, eyes burning with open hostility. Ian leans towards Sue, the green-haired warrior, and murmurs a quiet question. She tells him the man is Bum Art, a distant relative of the clan leaders, and, more importantly, the one who controls their food supplies. Ian stores the name away. Another piece on the board, another threat waiting to be used. The celebration dies without warning. A man hurries to Kakantir and whispers into his ear. The clan chief's expression darkens, and he rises, leaving the hall in silence, worry written across his face. Sue explains the messenger was a physician. Vicehead Winchen's condition has suddenly worsened. No one knows how much time she has left. Ian feels the weight of it instantly and asks if there is any way to save her. Sue hesitates, then admits there is only one rumored method, a mythical flower called Silisk, something most people believe is nothing more than a story. A flower that never withers, always in bloom. In Ian's mind, a soft pink blossom takes shape, beautiful and eternal, like something torn from a half-forgotten legend. The scene shifts to Winchen's chamber. She lies still, unconscious, untouched by the world since the night before. News spreads through the camp like wildfire. The clan leadership falls into disorder. Inside Kakantir's tent, advisors argue in heated voices. Some demand more search parties be sent to hunt for the Silisk flower. Others shout that it is pointless, that chasing a fairy tale will only waste what little time remains. Panic and desperation collide as the seconds slip away. Then Bellamy enters the tent, and Ian walks calmly at his side. One of the elders demands to know why the boy has been brought here. Bellamy answers simply. Ian claims to have a way to deal with the Silisk. The room freezes. Every gaze locks onto the small figure, standing in the center of their crisis. Murmurs ripple through the elders, disbelief heavy in their voices. A child from outside the clan, speaking of their sacred flower. Kakantir slams his hand onto the table, fury erupting. This is not your palace, he roars, telling Ian he has no right to stand here. He orders the boy to leave at once. Ian does not move. His calm voice slices through the tension. The flower that never fades once it blooms is called Silisk. He lifts his eyes to the raging clan chief and delivers a single, cutting question that makes the entire tent fall silent. The question drops like a blade. Is the flower red by any chance? The air goes still. Kakantir freezes, his face stripped of all anger, replaced by naked shock. Have you seen it? He demands. Ian shrugs it off, saying it was only a guess, that he might have glimpsed something similar back in Brock territory. That is all it takes. He feels them tighten around the idea, and he stops them cold. Before he gives anything else, he has a condition. He reminds them that the Brock family stands under the great burial empire, that even the Imperial Palace knows of this alliance. So he names his price. His safety and his authority are to be guaranteed, not as a captive of some small clan, but as a formal guest of the entire burial empire. He is no longer hostage. He is a piece that matters. Kakantir strides toward him, menace in every step, a single thought burning behind his eyes. If this boy dies here, will the Empire truly go to war for him? His hand lashes out, seizing Ian by the collar and lifting him from the ground. Their faces are inches apart as Kakantir growls that no one would start a war over one child. Ian does not even blink. He answers that an army might not march, but it would still become a massive incident. Then he delivers something so outrageous it borders on madness, yet lands with terrifying weight. The soul of the Imperial Palace, the very source of its power passed down through generations, lives inside me. He says his body may belong to Brock, but his soul belongs to the palace itself. He is claiming a sacred right, even without a crown. Kakantir snarls, mocking the words, calling them nonsense. The soul of the Imperial Palace is too absurd to believe. But one of the elders speaks, awe trembling in his voice. He says it is because of disbelief like Kakantir's that their god sent Madame Winchen to them. Before the argument can grow, a man bursts into the room, rushing to the side of the unconscious vicehead, crying out her name in panic. He leans close and hurriedly explains everything. That this boy Ian claims to know of the legendary Silisk flower, and that he even claims to carry the soul of the Imperial Palace. His voice shakes as he begs her to answer. Something stirs in the stillness. Winchen's eyes flutter open, a field of distant stars mirrored in her gaze as her shaking hand reaches towards something only she can see. With strength that should not exist in her fragile body, she suddenly lurches forward, trying to rise, and a wave of gasps tears through the room. Her eyes are locked on Ian, who seems to glow with a faint golden light. For a single, breathless instant, it feels like a miracle. Then it shatters. Kakantir calls her name in confusion as a harsh, broken cough rips from her throat. Her body collapses back onto the bed, the strength draining away as fast as it came. Panic explodes. Attendants cry out, their voices breaking as the last trace of hope crumbles. In the center of the chaos, one calm voice cuts through everything. Ian states that the Silisk is in his room. Kakantir snaps his head around, eyes burning with desperate urgency. He roars for his men to run to the heathen's quarters and find a red flower immediately. All restraint is gone. In this moment, he is no longer a chief, only a man terrified of losing his spiritual mother. Outside, Barrick is completely confused by the uproar and asks Ian what is happening, urging him that they should leave. Ian simply smiles, smooth and unshaken, because everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. He says it's fine. The beautiful red flower in a pot is his first gift as a newly recognized guest of the burial empire. He had it from the beginning. Later, after the flower is delivered, Kakantir sits with him, his entire posture changed. He thanks Ian formally, but Ian reminds him the flower alone will not be enough. When Kakantir asks if more ingredients can be found, Ian hesitates on purpose, tapping his chin as if uncertain. He says the flower is his, but pretends his memory about its origin is unclear. He mentions someone who might know more, someone he can only contact a month after the full moon. Kakantir does not believe a word of it. A month? A journey to Brock would take only days. Ian lets the pretense fall and smiles faintly as he sets his trap. If Kakantir wants the truth, he must make a promise. Kakantir grips his pipe, fully aware he is being cornered, yet powerless to refuse. Ian speaks quietly. When you deal with Brock, give me priority, not my uncle. You will turn away from your current treaty partner. Kakantar's eyes narrow. He understands it instantly. Ian is moving to overthrow his own blood. Ian answers without hesitation that even the heavenly warriors should respect the rule that the strong take control. A faint, curious smile touches Kakantar's lips. The boy has nerve. Still, he refuses. Ian commands no troops and controls no resources. To Kakantar, that means he has no real leverage. Ian does not look surprised. He simply leans forward and releases the truth he has been holding back. Soon, the Empire's inquisitors will come for Brock. The charge will be treason, and within a month the Brock name itself could be erased. Kakantar stiffens as sweat slides down his face. Is that real? He whispers. Ian swears it to the heavens, his voice steady and unshaken. It is. Pressed for how he could know, Ian explains he heard it from the Imperial officials led by Lord Molan, the same men who came to evaluate him for the peace ceremony. Kakantar tries to find a weakness. If Brock falls, Ian falls with him. Ian smiles, quiet and sharp, and reveals the heart of his scheme. Though he is Durga's son by blood, he was never a son by law. He was never formally adopted. Silence hits the room. The truth is devastating. His name is not Ian Brock. It is just Ian. He continues, his smile turning dangerous. That means the Empire has no legal reason to charge him with treason alongside his uncle. And once the current lord is removed, he will be perfectly placed to become the new Lord of Brock. Kakantar finally sees it. The Brock family sent a son who was not truly theirs, deceiving the clan from the very beginning. Ian pushes harder, telling him he now holds every advantage. When Kakantar still hesitates, Ian lays out the final move. He spreads his hand over the map. Once my uncle is gone and the land is leaderless, bring your warriors and invade Brock with me. To the Empire, it will look like the clan is simply backing one of their own. They will avoid war with the Desert Warriors, and in return, Ian will give them the richest lands in his territory. A true alliance, one that cannot be broken. Ian locks eyes with Kakantar. There is no reason for them to stand on opposite sides anymore. This will not be some fragile pact built on trade routes and ink documents. It will be a bond between two leaders, strong enough to shape a new era of real peace. Bellamy raises the final barrier. Their treaty with Camp Brock legally forces them to support his uncle. On paper, they are trapped. Ian only smiles. He lifts a single rolled Garrett leaf, the same forbidden item his uncle ordered him to steal. This is the excuse they need to shatter the treaty. The perfect move. Every strategy requires a clean justification, and his uncle has handed him one through betrayal. Ian explains the secret order he received, the letter commanding him to bring back Garrett leaves when he returned for his birthday next year. Sending a boy meant to symbolize peace to smuggle contraband is not just illegal, it is a deliberate insult. Ian meets Kakantar's gaze and asks if that is not reason enough to tear the alliance apart. A cold laugh slips from Kakantar as smoke curls from his lips. A predatory grin spreads across his face. More than enough, he says. In fact, simply breaking the alliance no longer feels sufficient. Even so, he remains careful. He demands proof. Ian admits he holds no physical evidence, but Miss Winchen's powers can reveal the truth. Kakantar stares at him, unblinking. Such a claim must be sworn before God. Ian does not hesitate. He says he will swear it. That ends it. Kakantar laughs, fully convinced. The boy's certainty is unshakable. A real smile appears on his face. He always believed the Brock family was made of fools, but this one is different. Now he looks at Ian not as a hostage, but as an equal. He asks if a simple declaration of support from the clan is all Ian wants. Ian agrees, saying he will take care of everything else himself. But Kakantar leans forward, his tone suddenly sharp. One last thing. Why are you doing this? The question cuts past politics and straight into Ian's core. Ian tells him he is building power far from the capital, a foundation strong enough to carry him when he finally moves against the Empire. Kakantar taps his fist against the table, not in anger, but in recognition. The Heavenly Warriors make it clear they are not here to bleed for Ian. He agrees without hesitation. He never wanted a rescue. This was always meant to be a transaction. Kakantar studies the small boy standing before him, someone who speaks of war and death with the calm of a veteran commander. He asks if Ian is afraid to die. Ian lifts his eyes, a faint, hollow smile crossing his face as the image of a cold, lightless dungeon passes through his mind. He says he already died once. The answer catches Kakantar off guard. Then a slow smile of genuine respect spreads across his face. He says he likes that kind of resolve and extends his hand. Ian takes it without pause. In that moment, the deal is sealed, an alliance formed between a hardened warrior chief and a child who has lived 2 lives. With the terms settled, Kakantar leans back, his gaze sharp with calculation. He asks whether Ian's desire to reach the capital is connected to the Emperor's current condition, quietly testing how far the boy's schemes truly go. Ian turns away toward the sunlight, a knowing curve on his lips. He offers no answer. The smile alone gives everything away. Later, as Ian walks through the settlement with Barrick, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Clan members whisper in disbelief that the outsider is still alive and moving freely among them. Ian ignores them, his eyes already sweeping the area. His position is secured. Now it's time to build on it. He spots Sue, the green-haired warrior, and calmly asks if she has time to help them with something. Training Barrick. Her eyes ignite with fierce excitement. The chance to put the red-haired fool who humiliated her in his place is more than enough reason to agree. The training quickly turns into a brutal display. Sue dances around Barrick's clumsy strikes, striking and taunting him without mercy as he stumbles and fights back in frustration. Bruised and battered, Barrick still shouts that she will regret this, refusing to yield. From the sidelines, Ian asks if he is all right, only to be told to shut up. Ian lets out a quiet sigh, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It feels strangely peaceful. He thinks about how his original plan had been far more complicated, until the Silas flower changed everything. For a brief moment, he closes his eyes and lets himself rest. But the calm never lasts. Memories of his past life surface, and the invisible scars tighten around him once more. Not long after, he is summoned by Vice Head Winchin. She is sitting upright now, looking far healthier than before, her eyes steady as she tells him she wants to continue the conversation they left unfinished. Ian confirms that every word he spoke to Kakantar was true, but Winshin watches him with eyes that carry ancient weight. She says their god commanded that everything about him be changed. Ian is thrown off for a moment, unable to grasp what she means. Winshin apologizes softly, her voice filled with deep reverence, then explains that even if it requires rewriting his entire existence, it must be done. The realization crashes into him. That vision had not been a dream. It was a divine message delivered through their shaman, a command meant specifically for him. In an instant, he understands that his regression, his second life, may never have been an accident. In the desert, strange things always happen, but this revelation shifts the ground beneath his feet. Before he can recover, a maid approaches carrying a basket of fruit. She thanks him, saying Winshin has fully recovered because of him, and the entire clan is grateful. A banquet is already being prepared in his honor. To them, he is now their savior. She adds that after he rests, the clan leaders want to meet him to finalize the new negotiation rights. His plan is no longer theory. It is moving forward. A sudden crash from the training grounds cuts through the moment. Barrack is still being beaten down, yelling that he is not finished yet. As the maid turns to leave, she pauses and remembers something else. While repotting the Silas flower, she found something buried inside. She holds out a plain chain with an amber pendant. Ian's eyes widen. It is a fragment of his past, something he believed lost forever, now returned in this unfamiliar life. Even the most flawless scheme can be shaken by a single piece of the past. Ian stares at the necklace, beautiful and strange, feeling his certainty begin to fracture. In his previous life as a prince, he had never seen a gem like this. How could a slum child possibly possess something so valuable? The questions begin to stack. Why was a legendary Silisk flower growing in a brothel? And why was this hidden inside it? The original Ian would have sold it instantly, just to survive, which means someone else must have placed it there. Someone who was watching over the flower, and maybe watching over him. His memories from that time are nothing but fog. For the first time in a long while, the master strategist has no answers, no leads, and no plan. All he can do is hope this new mystery does not derail the one he has already set in motion. Barrack comes running over, still fresh from being thrown around in training. He spots the necklace in Ian's hand and immediately asks what he is doing. Ian slips it away without hesitation and tells him it is nothing. Then he asks if Barrack is finally done getting beaten up. Barrack, of course, claims it was a close fight. Ian does not argue. He simply tells him it is time to go. Quietly, he marks something in his mind. Later, he will need to question Barrack about the Heavenly Warriors. The boy is perfectly placed to collect information for him. Ian studies his loyal guard, still rubbing his swollen jaw. Barrack has a long road ahead before he can become the strongest in the world, but he is Ian's to shape. For now, everything is moving exactly as planned. Ian allows himself to breathe. The path forward is finally clear. Far away, at the Brock estate, that calm is shattered. A servant bursts into the Count's office, screaming that something terrible has happened. Durga snaps at him to be silent, but the man can barely form words. The royal investigators have arrived. A blade of fear slices through the Count's anger as the word repeats in his mind. In the grand hall below, a formation of investigators stands rigid, their presence draining all warmth from the ornate room. At their head is a woman with reddish-pink hair and a gaze as hard as steel. Captain Buddy Erica of the Royal Investigators. She looks down at the Count and asks if he is Durga. He stammers out a weak confirmation. She hands him an official scroll and announces that he is under investigation for treason through tax evasion. The Count explodes in outrage, shouting that the accusation is ridiculous, that he has guarded the frontier for years. The shock leaves him barely able to think. Then Captain Erica opens another document. A detailed report of the Brock family's tax crimes, stamped with his own seal. The blood drains from his face. She ignores his panicked muttering and slowly surveys the luxurious hall with open disdain. It is a fine estate, she remarks, and they will be taking control of it during the investigation. Everyone here will now follow her orders. Without waiting for his response, she commands her troops to begin from the top floor and move straight to the main office. Soldiers surge forward. One shoves a trembling maid aside, barking at her to stay quiet and move. Durga tries to protest, begging them to stop, but his words carry no weight. Panic spreads through the halls as servants are dragged away. In a single moment, his power collapses into nothing. The Count realizes too late that they already knew exactly where the office was. That means someone gave him the layout in advance. Mullen. It had to be that old man. But then another thought strikes him. How did Mullen get a seal? The aide who carried it should still be unconscious. So who handed it over? A memory flashes through his mind, sharp and vivid. Lord Mullen standing beside a small blonde-haired boy. A boy who had looked back with an unsettling, knowing smile. The truth crashes into him. Ian. His scream of rage tears through the grand estate that is slipping out of his hands. Back in the desert, beneath a sky full of cold stars, a lone rider approaches. A message from the Brock estate has arrived. The messenger is brought before Kakantar and announces that Count Brock is asking for assistance. He claims the Count is being falsely accused of treason and begs the clan to lend their strength. Kakantar remains unmoved. He points out that if the charges turn out to be true, getting involved would make the clan enemies of the royal family. The messenger delivers his master's real intent. The Count will prove his innocence by sacrificing his own son. Ian will be used as a scapegoat. Kakantar laughs in open disdain. The messenger is thrown off by the reaction. Kakantar waves him away, saying they will consider it. Once the man leaves, Kakantar turns to his own people and tells them they are free to deal with the Count's envoys however they like. He adds that he does not want the blood of a warrior who once lived with him on his hands, even if Ian is nothing more than a token of peace. Listening from a distance, the messenger tightens his grip on his sword. He remembers his true order. If the clan refuses, he is to take action. A smile curls on his lips. He believes he has just been given permission to kill Ian. Not long after, Ian is called in. He steps into a room where Kakantar is waiting. Kakantar gestures toward the messenger, standing nearby, and calmly states that this person has come to kill him. Ian shows no fear at all, only a quiet, knowing smile. The assassin freezes. Sir Ian. The title alone sends confusion tearing through his thoughts. Kakantar grins wider. He tells him that since he plans to kill the boy, the field has already been prepared for him. A trap. Cold dread creeps down the assassin's spine. Nothing about this feels right. The boy is far too calm, and the clan chief clearly knows far more than he should. And on top of that, why does he keep calling him Sir Ian? The thought gnaws at the assassin, but he forces it aside. Whatever happened between those two does not matter. He draws his sword in a blur, intent on ending this quickly. He lunges straight for Ian's heart, but a streak of red cuts him off. Beric steps between them, blade raised, eyes burning. He tells him he'll have to get through him first. Behind his loyal guard, Ian watches with quiet satisfaction. This was exactly what he expected. He is ready. Ian understands something simple about battle. Training only builds a foundation. A real fight, one driven by the intent to kill, is something else entirely. Beric stands in front of a seasoned assassin, fear in his body, but fire in his eyes. This is the crucible he needs. From a distance, Ian and Kakantar observe like rulers watching a duel. Ian remains calm, certain of how this will unfold. The surrounding warriors start jeering. One shouts that Beric is about to die. Beric fires back with a crude gesture, telling him to die first. Laughter erupts, and the crowd begins cheering for the assassin. The killer snarls, disgusted at being treated like entertainment by desert brutes. Beric warns him he is not holding back. The assassin scoffs. Then his eyes widen as a surge of energy bursts from the boy. Beric launches his spinning attack, this time fueled by far greater power. The assassin is pushed back by the sheer aggression, and Beric grins through the flurry, taking it as praise. But strength alone cannot overcome experience. The assassin slips through an opening, drives a brutal punch into Beric's stomach, then rips a deep slash across his chest. Beric staggers, drops to his knees, blood spilling. The first clash is a clear loss. Kakantar remarks that the hit was clean, but Ian only shouts for Beric to stand. Gritting his teeth, coughing blood, Beric forces himself up. He suddenly kicks sand into the assassin's face, blinding him for an instant, and follows with a heavy punch. The assassin growls in anger as the fight continues. The boy's stubbornness is becoming a real problem. The assassin tightens his grip on his sword, his patience wearing thin. In a real fight, every heartbeat matters, and this kid refuses to go down. With a furious roar, he decides to finish it. He leaps high, swinging his blade in a brutal arc meant to split Beric in half. Steel crashes against steel, the shock rippling through the ground, but the force overwhelms Beric's guard. The blade slips through and buries itself deep into his shoulder. The assassin smirks, saying he is skilled, but this is the end. The crowd murmurs. He could have killed him cleanly, yet he chooses to toy with him instead. Blood gushes from the wound, Beric's vision blurring as sweat and crimson run together. He drops to the ground, and the assassin looms over him in victory. Turning away, he fixes his gaze on Ian and declares that there is no more time. The Count's innocence will be proven with Ian's death, but Ian's eyes remain sharp and unshaken. This is not over. As the assassin lifts his sword, Ian's voice cuts through Beric's fading awareness. He is underestimating you. Make him pay. Something ignites inside Beric. The assassin's blade slams into empty dirt as Beric vanishes from where he lay, leaving only a crater behind. The assassin spins around in disbelief to see Beric standing, the sword still stuck in his shoulder. He whispers that it makes no sense. Beric answers that he's not done yet. With a savage roar, he grabs the embedded blade and tears it out of his own flesh. The assassin curses in fury as Beric's eyes begin to glow with golden light. The warrior's creed echoes in his mind. A warrior lives every moment ready to die. With everything he has left, Beric charges forward. Ian watches his design reach its peak. Every fight needs a spark to rise beyond its limits. You have to burn everything you have. Beric's hands are slick with his own blood as he raises his sword for one final strike, even if it costs his life. Kakantar finally understands. He turns to Ian, on his voice, saying now he sees why he brought this boy. He bears the mark of a true warrior. Ian only smiles. He always knew. After all, no one in this world could ever match Beric's stubborn, ill-tempered will. The battle was finished. He lay sprawled on the ground, bruised, bleeding, and barely able to move, but he was still breathing. He had won. Against every ounce of pain and every limit in his body, he had refused to fall. A man pushed into a corner will do anything to escape his fate, even if it means setting his entire world on fire. And tonight, beneath the cold, merciless sky of the Brock estate, that fire had just been lit. Inside the mansion, the air felt heavy enough to choke on. Count Brock stalked back and forth like a trapped beast, his nerves stretched so tight they looked ready to snap. His wife stood off to the side, silent and pale, fear written all over her face as she waited for news that would either save their family or destroy it. Every second that passed felt like a blade dragging across their skin. Then the doors flew open. A frantic woman rushed in, breathless, and the Count spun toward her, his voice sharp as he demanded where his knight was. Instead of answering, she shoved a small cloth-wrapped bundle into his hands. "Take this," she said through clenched teeth. It's Kakantar's reply. His fingers tightened around it as he begged to know what the clan leader had said, but she was already retreating, leaving him alone with the growing pit in his stomach. Silence swallowed the room. He stood there gripping the bundle, as if it were the last thing keeping him upright. Even before opening it, he knew. This was not the answer he had prayed for. With shaking hands, he unwrapped the letter. One thin sheet of paper now held the fate of his entire bloodline. The message was short, cold, and merciless. The Heavenly Warrior clan knew everything. They knew the Brock family had broken their oath by sending an illegitimate child as a fake symbol of peace. They knew about the plan to use that same child to smuggle the forbidden gear it leaves. There was no room for denial, no space to hide. His wife gasped beside him, her hand flying to her mouth as their deepest secrets were exposed in a few brutal lines. The final sentence was the executioner's blade. The alliance with the Brock family was officially null and void. The words slammed into him like a physical, twisting the world around him as the full weight of his failure crushed down. He had been completely outmaneuvered. Rage exploded across his face as he crumpled the letter in his fist, the parchment tearing under his grip. A savage roar tore from his throat and echoed through the halls of the mansion. "Traitors! I'll kill them all." Outside, the guards stiffened at the sound, hearing the cry of a man who had just lost everything. The room is left in ruins, a perfect mirror of his collapsing world. As the fury burns itself out, something far colder takes its place, a ruthless, desperate resolve. If they want a war, he will give them one. Since he's already a traitor in their eyes, he might as well embrace it completely. He no longer needs their approval. He will drive out the royal investigators and the capital's army with his own troops, and in a final, defiant vow, he decides he will tear himself free from the empire itself. This is no longer about clinging to power. This is the birth of a rebellion. He turns to his wife, pressing a heavy bag of gold into her hands and ordering her to take their son to the secret storage room. They beg him to come with them, but he cuts them off with a sharp command. Time is running out, he says, and there is no room for hesitation. From the balcony, he watches them disappear into the dark, his face hard and unyielding. Then he turns back to the empty chamber, his thoughts racing. The royal investigation team has to be dealt with, and it has to happen now. He snatches up a lantern, its flickering flame painting his face in a hellish glow. He has to strike before the capital's main army can arrive. His plan is a wildfire, ready to be unleashed. At that very moment, an investigator crashes into the room where Captain Erica is stationed. "Captain, there's a problem," he shouts. Count Durga has set the mansion on fire and fled. Below them, the estate is already being swallowed by roaring flames. Erica only clicks her tongue in irritation. There is no shock in her eyes, just mild annoyance. He's only shortening his own lifespan, she mutters, more disgusted by his stupidity than anything else. She immediately starts issuing orders, sending one man to report to the capital and commanding the rest to begin a full-scale search. Her words are cold and absolute. Do not let him leave the territory. Kill him if necessary. She clenches her fist, anger flashing across her face. Damn it. This place was supposed to become mine once this was all over. Her personal ambition twists into fury. How dare he burn what she already considered a property? As she fumes, her soldiers rush into motion, spreading through the burning estate to hunt him down. From inside the blazing mansion, the servants' screams rise in panic as they beg for someone to save them. Erica hears every cry, yet her expression never changes, a mask of icy indifference. She makes the decision without hesitation. They would have died with him anyway. With cold finality, she orders her men to abandon the rescue and put everything into hunting down the Count. The main force pulls out, leaving the mansion to be swallowed by fire, the screams of the trapped fading beneath the roar of the flames. Count Brock is already racing through the dark woods on horseback, forcing as much distance as he can between himself and the inferno behind him. His thoughts churn through his last desperate moves. Just before the investigators locked him inside his estate, he had sent out 3 letters through his butler. One was the failed plea to the clan. The second went to the first prince, Marev. And the third was meant for a man named Theo. He still has cards left to play. He drags his horse to a stop and shouts into the trees, calling Theo's name again and again until a voice finally answers. Armed figures step out from the shadows, and Theo appears, bowing quickly as he asks if his lord is safe. It's all fallen apart, the Count says darkly. They betrayed us. There is no time to mourn it. Their only chance is to buy time until the prince responds. That means striking now, before the capital's main army can reach them. He tells his men the royal investigators are a small unit, far from home. If they hit them fast and hard, they can turn this around. These soldiers are the finest elites, trained to stand against even the Heavenly Warrior clan. His words ignite their blood. Yes, my lord, they shout, their loyalty burning bright once more. One of the commanders grins, already tasting what victory would mean. If they win this, leadership of a new independent army will be his. Count Durga lifts his sword, eyes blazing. Let's go. With that single roar, he leads them forward, charging into the night toward a battle that will decide their fate. High above the forest, a massive eagle glides silently through the dark, watching everything unfold. It descends and lands on the arm of a cloaked figure standing far away, calmly observing the burning mansion. Someone else is moving pieces from the shadows. Far from the fire and the coming war, the scene shifts to a quiet, candlelit chamber within the Heavenly Warrior clan's lands. Beric lies unconscious on a bed, his skin pale and slick with cold sweat. Ian sits beside him as a doctor works, promising to return soon with more medicine. As the doctor turns to leave, she finds Chief Kakantir standing in the doorway, his expression tight as his eyes settle on the wounded boy. How long until he can stand again? He asks quietly. The answer is brutal. 3 to 4 months. She explains that the damage should have killed any normal person, and only Beric's overwhelming life force is keeping him alive. Kakantir's brow creases with worry. For Ian, who is only just beginning to build his strength, 3 months might as well be forever. Beric is his only blade, his only shield. The news couldn't be worse. Then Ian's calm voice breaks through the tension. Not at all. A faint, knowing smile forms on his lips as he looks down at his fallen knight. Where there's a will, there's a way. Golden light suddenly bursts from his hand as he places it against Beric's chest, pure condensed mana pouring out. This isn't hope or prayer. This is a former archmage forcing reality to obey him. Even someone who once ruled an empire pays a price for that kind of power. The golden energy floods into Beric, and Ian's body begins to tremble under the strain. He clenches his teeth, realizing he's pushing too far. If he forces it any harder, his own small body might give out. The door creaks open and the doctor and Kakantir step inside, freezing when they see what's happening. The doctor rushes to Ian's side, alarmed by how pale he looks, asking if he's all right. He waves her off, saying he's only a little dizzy, and she turns to Beric. Her eyes widen. The boy is breathing steadily, sleeping in peace, a miracle compared to his condition just moments before. She looks back at Ian in disbelief. What in the world is going on with him? Ian only murmurs Beric's name, and she snaps that she wants an explanation, not a name. He glances at his friend with a faint, exhausted smile. Beric was never meant to recover easily, but now he understands why everyone who fought him called him stubborn. The kid simply doesn't know how to quit. Kakantir steps forward, holding out a single dark green leaf, his gaze heavy as he takes in Ian's condition. This might not be enough, he says quietly. He tells Ian he should have brought more. Ian looks up in confusion, asking what it is, and Kakantir answers as he gently places it into his mouth. A Garrett leaf. The same forbidden thing his uncle tried to smuggle, now given to him without hesitation. This, Kakantar says quietly, is how the heavenly warriors cheat death itself. Ian asks if it will work on Barrick too, and Kakantar can only admit he doesn't know. Ian and Barrick are the first outsiders ever allowed to touch it. The weight of that trust isn't lost on Ian. He looks at the clan chief with genuine gratitude. Thank you, Kakan. Inside, he's stunned. Sharing something this precious goes far beyond a political alliance. Kakantar moves on, giving him an update. Just as Ian predicted, Count Brock has been cornered and is rallying his troops. There's still no word from the Central Army. They'll have to watch both sides carefully before making their move. As Ian chews the leaf, Kakantar tells him to rest. They have a few days before anything happens. Ian watches him leave, the strange warmth of the leaf and his own exhaustion finally pulling him down. He sits beside Barrick's bed, the quiet of the room closing in. The doctor gently presses a hand to his shoulder and guides him onto the bed next to his friend, pulling the blanket over them both. For a moment, he looks less like a scheming emperor and more like a tired child finally allowed to sleep. Outside, the full moon hangs high in the silent sky. Peace settles over the clan's lands, but it doesn't last. Ian's eyes snap open. He bolts upright, every instinct screaming danger. He calls Barrick's name, but the boy doesn't stir. Ian's gaze shifts to the door. Something is terribly wrong. The heavenly warriors have shown nothing but kindness. So why does such a murderous presence lurk just beyond the room? Before he can move, a shadow explodes forward. A blade flashes inches from his face, aimed straight for his throat with deadly precision. Ian twists at the last second, the cold steel slicing across his skin as it barely misses. A clan warrior in a fur-lined cloak slams him down, fury blazing in his eyes. He snarls that Ian should have kept his head low like the worthless brute he is. How dare you weave schemes, he snarls, leaning so close that Ian can feel his breath. His eyes blaze with raw hatred. You're just like your father, Durga. The name slips out in a flash of rage, hanging in the air like a secret torn loose. In that same heartbeat, his hand clamps tighter around Ian's throat, and a blinding golden light bursts from Ian's body. The next instant, a violent explosion tears through the room, blasting the door and an entire wall off their hinges. The shockwave hurls clan members down the corridor to the floor. What was that? Someone shouts, scrambling up. It came from Sir Ian's room. Kakantar and his men rush in to find the chamber in ruins. Rubble is everywhere. Ian lies on the floor, coughing, dust clinging to his clothes, while the man who attacked him is sprawled nearby, completely unconscious. Kakantar grabs Ian by the shoulders, eyes wide. Sir Ian. Ian, still catching his breath, tells him the man suddenly tried to kill him. Kakantar instantly orders a subordinate to examine Ian and identify the attacker. He stares at the scene in disbelief. A small boy, a full-grown warrior, and an explosion powerful enough to rip apart stone. None of it makes sense. When the subordinate turns the unconscious man over, his face drains of color. He recognizes him. Stammering, he tells Kakantar who it is. Kakantar's eyes turn cold, fury coiling behind them. He knows this man. His voice drops to a deadly calm. Move Balmart to the prison. I will interrogate him myself tomorrow morning. At dawn, Balmart is jolted awake by icy water splashed across his face. He blinks up at one of the clan's high-ranking warriors looming over him. It's time to see the chief. He is dragged into the main hall and forced to his knees before Kakantar, with the clan's leadership and Ian watching in silence. Balmart begs to be untied, but a sharp voice cuts him off. Did you attack Sir Ian last night? Kakantar studies him without expression, waiting. Balmart clenches his jaw. He knows there's no escape. His body slumps as he gives in. I won't make excuses, he mutters. He asks Kakantar to take his arm as punishment, but to ask no more questions. Then his tone shifts, a strange urgency creeping in. But Kakan, be careful of Ian. He holds a power you don't understand. He describes the moment of the attack, how Ian's eyes had turned gold just before the mysterious explosion swallowed the room. Kakantar listens in silence, already admitting to himself that Ian does look suspicious. But Ian sees through the act immediately. Balmart isn't answering the real accusation at all. He is trying to twist the situation, turning Ian into the threat instead. His goal was never escape. It was survival, long enough to plan his next move. Ian steps forward. Kakan, may I speak? The chief gives a slight nod. Ian's thoughts move fast, linking everything together. Balmart's furious words from before come back to him. He had said Durga's name. He had called Ian's proposal a scheme. Only someone working with Count Durga would see it that way. And then the final piece drops into place. The letters. Count Brock had sent 3 before his rebellion. 1 to the clan, 1 to the prince, and 1 more, meant for his accomplice inside the clan. As the guards drag the silent Balmart away, Ian's voice cuts through the hall like a blade. That letter, he says coldly, locking eyes with him. Did you send to Durga? Balmart freezes. Shock spreads across his face. The trap snaps shut. Ian doesn't stop. The message about who would succeed the female chief. Was that you? Did you send to Durga? Horror twists Balmart's features. He's been completely uncovered. Ian presses harder, his tone sharp and merciless. Were you the one who? Balmart suddenly starts to shake. He knows there's no way out. From their seats, Ian and Kakantar watch as he makes one last desperate choice. A sickening crunch echoes through the hall as he bites down on his own tongue. Clan members rush forward, forcing cloth into his mouth to keep him from dying and taking his secrets with him. Kakantar rises, his voice thundering through the room. He reveals that Balmart was in charge of the clan's food supply. That was how Winchen's condition had worsened. He had been poisoning their spiritual leader. Everything falls into place in Ian's mind. Balmart was promised the position of chief. Count Durga was promised money, greed, ambition, and betrayal woven into a single filthy plot. Ian steps forward, his face unreadable, eyes fixed on the broken man on the floor. He asks calmly about Winchen's condition. One of the warriors answers that she is resting for now, but Kakantar has already had enough. Kakantar grabs Balmart by the hair, his face stripped of all mercy, nothing left but cold fury. He drags the traitor out of the hall and throws out a chilling order over his shoulder. Until further notice, no one is to enter Miss Winchen's room. He pulls the struggling Balmart down a dark, narrow corridor, his patience completely gone. They stop in front of a heavy sealed door. Bumar tries to cry out, but it never comes. A sickening sound, a flash of red light, and it's over. Kakantar steps back into the hall, his face and clothes splattered with blood. His voice is steady, merciless. Throw the body in the desert. Bring Bumart's family here. In this clan, betrayal is paid for in full. As the guards drag the corpse away, Kakantar turns to the small boy who unraveled everything. Sir Ian, he says quietly, getting straight to the point. That explosion during the ambush, was that you? Ian doesn't dodge it. He meets his gaze, and, after a brief pause, answers simply, yes. Kakantar's eyes narrow. In the Empire, those who wield such power are called mages. Ian confirms it. He admits he cannot lie, but he also cannot reveal everything yet. He promises the full truth will come when the time is right, knowing it would be too much to understand now. Kakantar falls silent, weighing the risk. He's being asked to trust a mystery, a child with impossible power. At last, he speaks. The plans must change. The original intention was to support Ian from the shadows, but with a traitor among them and Winchen's life at stake, that is no longer enough. The heavenly warriors will become his shield, unbreakable. Ian understands immediately. With his uncle now exposed as a traitor, the Empire can no longer interfere. If he takes the territory, it will be his by right. Kakantar places a hand on his shoulder and tells him he will help make that happen. This is no longer just politics. It is about their future. I'm asking for your help, Kakantar says, a fierce grin spreading across his face, a new fire burning in his eyes. All right, let's do it. He raises his blood-stained fist and speaks the clan's sacred oath. Diosha. Ian looks down at the outstretched hand. This bond is not sealed by words, but by a promise of shared bloodshed. Yes, Ian says quietly, his voice steady. Diosha. He taps his fist against Kakantar's, locking the pact in place. A child and a clan chief, now bound by the same path. Later, Ian finds Beric awake. He rushes to his side, asking if he's still alive. Beric groans that he feels like he's dying. Ian replies flatly that he should be grateful he woke up at all. Beric complains about feeling sick, blaming the doctor for ruining his medicine, and the doctor snaps back that it's a miracle he's even conscious, let alone talking. Ian watches them argue, his mind drifting. This recovery is strange. Even mage swordsmen don't heal this fast. He asks Beric if he remembers his parents. Beric nods, saying they're both gone. Ian probes further, trying to see if there's something in his blood, something not entirely human, but the truth stays hidden. Beric, completely unaware, asks when they're going back to Brock. Soon, Ian answers. Maybe tomorrow. Beric's eyes light up. Ian's tone suddenly changes. He places a cool cloth on Beric's forehead. But you're not coming with me. Beric shoots upright, shouting in protest, but Ian pushes him back down. He's in no condition to fight. Beric argues desperately, but Ian cuts him off. They're going up against two armies, and in his current state Beric is useless. He needs to recover. Furious, Beric calls him a traitor and a poop head. Ian only lets out a small laugh. Beric reminds him of his promise to teach him mana. Ian raises an eyebrow. Did you forget? You used mana on your own back then. Beric freezes. I did. Yes. Ian replies. Just then, a clan member appears at the door. Ian is needed outside. There's a message. Outside, Kakantar takes a letter from a messenger hawk. The war is accelerating. The timing couldn't be better. The letter confirms that Count Brock has trapped the investigation team inside the old mansion. They are holding out for reinforcements. Ian sees it immediately. The real problem isn't Brock's soldiers. It's the citizens still trapped inside the territory. Brock's forces have gathered at Haman's Bank, the financial core of the Empire, a neutral zone where fighting is forbidden. A place no one is allowed to touch. So it's sacred ground, Kakantar mutters. Which means we can't wait, Ian replies. The longer this drags on, the more frightened civilians will cling to his uncle for protection. Fear will turn them into Brock's shield. The path forward is obvious. We leave for burial tomorrow, Ian says, meeting Kakantar's gaze. As the sun sinks behind the desert fortress, everything is set. The final clash is coming, right in the heart of Brock's territory. The world is already burning. Flaming arrows rain from the sky as Count Brock's troops hammer the royal investigators. Orders to keep firing roar through the smoke as the rebellion reaches its bloody peak. Inside his command tent, Brock is losing control. He demands to know why his reinforcements are not here. The answer is poison. The neighboring territory has sealed its gates. He curses them as cowards while his plans collapse in real time. Theo stumbles in, face drained of color. He brings worse news. In the distance, an army marches beneath the Empire's banner. The capital's main forces have arrived, far sooner than expected. Dirk's face twists in panic and fury. Everything is slipping through his fingers. Meanwhile, the city is drowning in chaos. A messenger hawk cuts across the darkened sky, while Dirk's soldiers blockade the bridges, sealing everyone inside. This is Portlow Street, right before Hyman Bank. Civilians shove past one another, desperate to escape. Wild rumors race through the crowd. The capital forces are slaughtering people. The mansion staff was burned alive. Terror spreads faster than fire. In a boarded-up room, a young woman holds her little brother close, trying to shield him from the noise outside. The boy tugs her sleeve, eyes wide. Sister, look. Through a crack in the window, a shadow moves against the smoke-filled sky. It's a big bird, she whispers, awe slipping into her voice. A single black feather drifts through the air, and in the reflection of her eye, the impossible becomes clear. It is not a bird at all. It is Ian far below. The city is already tearing itself apart. A man rips bread from a crying child. Hunger and fear have turned neighbors into enemies. Fires burn, voices scream, and order has collapsed. Ian and Kakantar descend straight into the heart of that chaos. Kakantar scans the streets and mutters that it is worse than he imagined. Ian, his face hidden beneath his hood, answers calmly that it is exactly what he expected. This city was always going to break. A terrified citizen spots the markings of Kakantar's warriors and lets out a desperate scream. Barbarians. The barbarians are here. Panic explodes through the streets as people shove and run, trampling one another just to get away. One of Kakantar's men curses under his breath, but Kakantar snaps for him to stay sharp. Fear is more dangerous than any blade. A small boy suddenly stumbles and falls right in front of them. Kakantar jerks his horse to a stop, his sharp gaze instantly softening. The child stares up in pure terror, too afraid to move. Ian steps forward and kneels beside him, his voice low and gentle. He tells the boy to stand up, that the ground is cold, and helps him back to his feet. The boy's father rushes in and grabs him, holding him like he might vanish. When he looks up at Ian, his eyes go wide in shock. Sir Ian. His voice trembles. It is Jason, a former stable worker from the mansion. Ian remembers him. He leans close and whispers something into Jason's ear, quiet and precise. Jason stiffens, then nods. He pulls his son close as Ian steps away, already watching the next stage of his plan unfold. Another man grabs Jason and demands to know who the hooded boy is. Jason confirms it, and a ripple moves through the crowd. Sarion, the boy who was sold to the Heavenly Warriors. Whispers race through the terrified faces. The man asks what Sir Ian said. Jason looks around, taking in their fear, then his expression slowly changes. Hope creeps in his eyes. He raises his voice so everyone can hear. He says that the Heavenly Warriors are going to help them. The words hit the crowd like a spark in dry grass. Something shifts. Despair loosens its grip just a little. With that seed planted, Ian and his group reach the headquarters of the Royal Investigators. Barrick is dragged along behind them, tied up and slung over a horse, laughing like a madman. One of Kakantar's warriors asks why they even brought him. Ian lets out a tired breath and says that Barrick would only cause more trouble if they left it behind. An investigator bursts out of the building, sword drawn, eyes wild. He shouts, demanding to know who is there, asking if the barbarians have come. Kakantar's hand moves to his weapon, ready to strike as the tension snaps tight enough to break. Ian steps forward and slowly pulls back his hood. He says his name clearly, without hesitation. He is Ian, the son of Count Durga, and they are not here to fight. His eyes lock onto the guards, steady and unflinching, as he says he only wants to talk. Even though his voice is young, it carries the weight of command. He orders them to inform their master that he has arrived. Inside, Ian and Kakantar are led through the building until they reach the one in charge. Erica turns to face them. She asks if he is Ian Brock, then smirks and corrects herself, saying that since he is not officially acknowledged, she will simply call him Ian. She introduces herself as Erica, the captain of the Royal Investigators, and mentions that she has heard of him from Sir Mullen. Ian calmly asks if she works under Sir Mullen. Her reply is vague, dodging the question without really answering it. Ian does not push. Instead, he cuts straight to what matters and asks what's happening outside. Erica lets out a practice sigh and says they have run into a minor problem, but it will be resolved soon. The Count's knights, she admits, are more troublesome than expected. Then her sharp eyes turn back to Ian. That aside, she asks why he is here. Is he here to witness the execution? Ian immediately puts on a flawless act. He speaks of Brock as his precious hometown, claiming the Heavenly Warriors only followed him out of shared duty and concern. Erica scoffs, calling it nonsense. Everyone knows the Heavenly Warriors and the Brock family hate each other. She points straight at Ian and reminds him that he is proof of that hatred, an illegitimate child sold off to the desert. Ian releases a quiet, almost amused breath. Erica's eye twitches at how little he seems to care. He offers an apology that sounds polite, but drips with mockery, commenting on how grand her way of speaking is. Then he strikes. He asks, with a faint smile, whether all captains these days come from such lowly birth. Her face twists in fury. She snaps back, completely losing her composure. But before she can say another word, a calm, heavy voice cuts through the room. Kakantar leans forward. His presence is suddenly dominating everything. He tells her to look carefully, introducing himself without raising his voice. He says he is the center of the great desert, not as a boast, but as a statement of fact. Behind him, a golden, intricate magic circle blooms into existence, radiating ancient, overwhelming power. Kakantar issues his command like a low growl, rolling through the room. He tells her to watch her tone. If she has confirmed the Count's treason, then she should finish the rebellion and leave. His clan will handle everything else in Brock. Power, he says, is not about swords. It is about whose will break first. And in this room, the war of words is already turning lethal. Captain Erica slams her hand onto the table, her whole body trembling with rage. She snaps back, asking if he has lost his mind, then turns on him with a face twisted in fury. She demands to know where he thinks he is, screaming that his words are an insult to the Empire itself, hurling slurs at him without restraint. Kakantar does not flinch. His eyes stay cold and sharp as he tells her again to watch her mouth, adding that she should be grateful he is even choosing to ignore her. Erica's fist tightens as humiliation burns through her. Before she can recover, Ian's calm voice slices through the tension from the seat behind her. He asks, almost gently, if she wants her throat cut along with his father's. The threat is quiet, but it lands hard, a reminder of how little her authority means here. She spins on Ian, pouring all her fury into him. She calls him a traitor son and tells him anyone could kill him without consequence, so he should stop acting so arrogant. She orders him to know his place. Ian only smiles, serene and faintly pitying. He says he knows his place perfectly. Yes, he has Brock blood, but he is not part of that family. He is a citizen of the Empire with a direct connection to the Heavenly Warrior clan, and he turns her insult into his greatest advantage. He leans forward and tightens the trap. Her job, he tells her, is to punish the Count, not to govern his lands. Asking her to leave once her work is done does not cross any line. The logic is flawless, and it makes her seethe. Behind her, Kakantar lets out a dismissive scoff. She grinds her teeth, calling him an arrogant country savage in her thoughts, as Kakantar casually tosses a scroll onto the table. This, he says, is the stance of his clan. Erica snatches it up, sneering as she reads it, muttering about how shameless it is. Kakantar explains it simply. Their treaty was with Count Brock. Now that Brock is a criminal, the treaty is void. They owe him nothing. Instead, they are backing her investigation, and they have only one condition. Since Ian is the bridge between both sides, Kakantar tells her their demand is simple. She must grant Ian the right to rule Brock. He asks her what she thinks, letting the words hang in the air like a blade at her throat. Erica lets out a choked, disbelieving laugh. She stares at Ian, sitting on the throne with the calm certainty of a king, and says she must have heard wrong. To her, It sounds like they're demanding that a bastard son become the Lord of Brock. She calls it madness, but the sharpness in her voice is already fading. Her mind is working, as much as she hates to admit it. Ian has no flaw except his bloodline. The territory is about to explode into chaos, but someone with Brock blood could step in and hold it together. And with the heavenly warriors behind him, it becomes an almost perfect solution. She desperately searches for a weakness and finds only one. She raises the scroll and says that appointing a lord is the Emperor's authority. Ian smiles as if he's been waiting for that. He agrees, then adds that until the Emperor decides, no one has authority over Brock at all. Erika's face darkens as his voice drops, turning cold and dangerous. When no one holds authority, everyone has a chance to seize it. The message is clear. At last, she gives in. Her voice is tight, as she says she understands what he wants. Then she lays out a problem. Durga, his wife, and his son have escaped, and she is obligated to capture them. Ian rises from the throne without hesitation. He says he will help her bring the count back, and once that is done, his forces will handle everything else. Erika warns him not to try anything foolish. Ian's smile widens. He tells her she clearly does not understand his relationship with his father. As he turns to leave, his eyes shine with a cold, ruthless light. He promises to drag the count back with his own hands and prove his sincerity. The doors close behind him, leaving Erika seething in silence. She snaps at her deputy to bring her a map of Brock immediately. Far away, beneath the dappled light of a forest canopy, Count Durga flees with the last of his soldiers. Their only hope is to escape into a neighboring kingdom. He grips a bag of gold, cursing his misfortune, telling himself he will endure for now and reclaim everything later. But his plans shatter as a massive shadow sweeps across the ground, the sound of enormous wings rolling through the trees. A split second later, a blade tears through the air with a vicious whistle, and one of the Count's knights collapses in a spray of blood. Someone screams that it is an ambush and orders everyone to protect the Count. From the cliffs above, the heavenly warriors descend like a storm. Kakantar watches from afar with a grim, satisfied smile. To him, it is nothing but a pitiful struggle. The Count's men break into panic as they realize they have been caught in the heavenly warrior clan's defensive formation. One of them shouts to protect the Count, but his cry is cut short by steel ripping through flesh. Another knight is hurled aside, his shield cracking under the force of a brutal strike. A familiar voice groans in mock pain. The fallen knight looks up to see Beric standing over him, grinning like a madman. Beric reminds him who he is, his voice thick with spite, recalling how that same knight once beat him down in the training grounds. Ian, guarded nearby, calls out to ask if Beric is alright. Beric waves him off, telling him to stay behind him like always. Ian steps forward anyway, a bright, chilling smile on his face as he looks straight at his uncle. He announces that he has returned. The Count freezes, hatred flooding his eyes. He roars and charges at Ian with his sword raised, but a deafening crack echoes through the forest as his shield shatters, and with it, his rebellion ends. Back at the headquarters, the doors slam open and a heavy sack is thrown onto the floor, muffled groans coming from inside. Ian announces that he has brought him. Erika stares in disbelief as the sack is ripped open, revealing Count Brock, furious and gagged. Ian casually gestures toward the bodies of the Count's fallen knights. He says he left the corpses in the front yard and asks if that makes him trustworthy now. Erika scoffs and says he is not completely useless after all. Ian tells her to begin the trial and leave, but she snaps back that she is not finished. Her eyes turn cold as she reveals her true mission was the total destruction of Brock, and she still has not located the Countess or their son. Ian asks what the chances are that they escaped. None, Erika replies. No women have left the castle since they vanished. Ian turns away, his tone dismissive, telling her that if she has nothing to do, she should go search the village. With that, he and Kakantar walk off, effectively pushing her out of her own command center. Erika is left seething. She turns to her deputy and quietly orders him to check the corpses as well. We must find them first, dead or alive. She gives him a quiet, knowing look. He understands without another word. Until the Imperial Edict arrives, they have to keep them hidden so no one else can lay hands on them. Somewhere far away, wrapped in shadows, the Countess clutches her young son, unaware that a merciless hunt has already locked onto them. With the Count captured, the fighting is over, but the true war for the territory is only just beginning. Back in the mansion, Bellamy speaks with Ian about what comes next. He already senses Captain Erika's ambition to crown herself the new lord, a dangerous move that might anger even her own superiors. But Ian knows it is inevitable. Kakantar's gaze sharpens as the urgency sinks in. So you're saying time is running out? Ian only smiles, calm and unshaken. That's right. It's only a matter of time before I become the lord. He turns away and lays out his thinking. That ticking clock is not their weakness, it is their weapon. If they can stretch it even a little, they gain a real chance to win. News will take at least 15 days to reach the capital, and that delay is their window. Kakantar pushes back, pointing out how bleak things look. The Countess and her son have vanished, and royal investigators are still crawling all over the mansion. It hardly feels like an advantage, but Ian knows exactly why Erika refuses to leave. Her icy words echo in his mind. Her true mission was never just the Count. It was the total erasure of the Brock bloodline, and the final heirs are still missing. That's what she said. Ian tells Kakantar, a faint grin cutting across his face. He has already seen through her entire plan. Erika's team remains because they are convinced the Countess Mary and Chell are hiding somewhere inside the territory. If those heirs slip away, the investigators will be forced to chase them, leaving the mansion behind. Ian raises a small wooden doll, a stand-in for the Countess, and the last piece falls into place. If they secure Mary and Chell first, they can use them as bait and dictate every move the enemy makes. Kakantar lets out a short laugh, filled with pure admiration for the boy's ruthless brilliance. I see. Satisfied, Kakantar keeps his warriors on standby, placing full trust in Ian's design. With his strongest ally secured, Ian clears his first real obstacle. Kono watches him closely, curiosity cutting through his respect as he asks what his next move will be. Ian is already turning away, his thoughts locked onto the next phase. He says he has a few errands to handle, that he will meet Beric outside, and that the heavenly warriors should take the rest they earned. As he walks, his mind works nonstop. He is certain the Countess and her son never left the mansion. The darkest place is always right beneath the candle, and with the old staff gone, no one remains who truly knows its secrets. Searching the halls himself will be faster than chasing rumors. Out in the noisy streets, Barrick's voice cuts through the crowd as he waits beside a horse, restless as ever. Ian acknowledges him, and Barrick reports that the forest is clear. Then he leans in, lowering his voice to add that Philia is safe, living alone, and doing just fine. Ian immediately hushes him, reminding him that even here, ears are everywhere. Barrick waves it off, and looks around the crumbling neighborhood with a frown. Why are we in a slum? Ian pulls up his hood, his expression hardening. They are here to find Hannah. Barrick blinks, then nods, though unease flickers across his face. Hannah, right? He motions for Ian to follow, but hesitates. Does he really have to do this? Ian's answer is cold and final. Would you rather I do it? They move through narrow alleys packed with people and rot, Barrick awkwardly questioning anyone who will listen about a girl named Hannah. Eventually, their trail ends at a small, worn door at the edge of the slum. Inside, a baby's cries fill the cramped room. A young woman rocks the child, whispering softly as she tries to calm it. Ian steps in and speaks her name. Hannah freezes. She turns, clutching the baby to her chest. Eyes wide before relief floods her face. Young Master Barrick, she breathes. So glad you're safe. Ian gives a short nod, saying she is the one who made it out alive. Hannah looks down at the child, then back at him, worry written all over her face. She asks if he is in danger, standing here as the son of a branded traitor. Ian tells her he is fine and orders her to calm down. Then he goes straight to the point. He needs to know if she ever heard any rumors from the mansion, any ghost stories about hidden rooms or secret passages. Hannah thinks hard but slowly shakes her head. Nothing like that ever reached her ears. A brief trace of frustration crosses Ian's face. If only the old butler were still alive, this would have been far simpler. At the mention of the butler, Hannah's expression tightens with grief. She asks in a trembling voice if he has passed away. Ian explains what happened, and guilt immediately floods her face. She hesitates, then admits she feels responsible. Before she ran, she secretly took something that belonged to him. Barrick watches from the side, already convinced she just stole it. Hannah pulls out a small wooden box and explains that the Countess had grown violent, that she could no longer bear serving the household, and she assumed no one would even notice it was gone. When she opened it later, she found only letters and crude little drawings. Memories. She says she felt like she had robbed the man of his life. All she wants now is to burn it with him at his funeral. Barrick takes the box, but Ian immediately tells him not to be careless. Irritated, Barrick snaps back, asking why. In the same instant, his foot slips and the box spills open, sending papers sliding across the floor. Ian sighs and kneels down to help gather them. As his fingers brush over the scattered pages, he suddenly stops moving. His eyes lock onto one large, rolled parchment. He lifts it slowly, scanning the faded ink, and something clicks. This floor plan of the mansion is wrong. Barrick and Hannah lean closer. Barrick frowns, saying it looks normal to him. Ian points to a specific section. That is exactly the problem. The garden is almost completely blank. Barrick shrugs, saying gardens change too often to bother drawing in detail. But Ian is already shaking his head. He taps the page again, at a single tree drawn, with careful precision, in the middle of that empty space. But this tree, he murmurs, his voice dropping as realization hits. This one actually exists. His green eyes sharpen as the puzzle locks together in his mind. He remembers it clearly now, a massive ancient tree, standing alone in the garden. One single mark on an otherwise empty map. The missing heirs, the false calm of the mansion. It all fits. The answer has been hiding in plain sight. Deep underground, in a sealed and lightless chamber, the Countess paces like a trapped beast. Shell curls on a narrow cot, his body weak from hunger. He whimpers that he is starving, and she gives him the last strip of dried meat she has left, even though her own face is hollow with fear. She tells him to endure just a little longer, that the Durga will come for them soon. It is a fragile lie, but it is the only thing keeping her standing. Footsteps suddenly echo beyond the hidden wall. The Countess stiffens, pulling Chell into her arms as terror flashes across her face. A soft click follows, the sound of a key turning inside a secret lock. With shaking hands, she raises a heavy fireplace poker. She whispers her husband's name, praying he has come to save them. The concealed door slowly opens, revealing a narrow stone corridor soaked in darkness. They stare into it, caught between hope and dread. A lone figure steps forward, a lantern casting pale light across a small, calm face. It is Ian. A faint, knowing smile rests on his lips, his plan now complete. Inside the cramped tunnel, Sue, the green-haired warrior, looks around in amazement, remarking that they built an entire underground passage. Proof the Count was far more prepared than anyone believed. While the warriors speak, the Countess grips her poker, her hands trembling with fear and fury. With a piercing scream, she charges at Ian, swinging the weapon wildly. Sue moves instantly, catching her wrist and twisting it back. The Countess cries out in pain, but Ian only watches, his face empty. He had heard she was unstable, but seeing it is something else entirely. Sue holds her with ease, more irritated than threatened. Ian calmly tells her to release the woman and orders another warrior to call Kakantar. The second she is freed, the Countess throws herself at Ian again, her fingers clawing for his throat as she hisses a single word. Die. This is all your fault. The accusation cuts through the air, but Ian does not even blink. He tells her to stop, his voice dropping into something cold and lethal. If she keeps making noise, the investigators will find them, and he will hand her over without hesitation. Chell finally speaks, his small voice shaking as he looks up at Ian. He asks if Ian is really helping them, and what has happened to his father. Ian's gaze softens just a fraction as he tells the boy the truth. His father has been captured, and there is nothing that can be done. He then orders both of them to be ready to leave at dawn. The Countess, hollow and defeated, asks where they could possibly go. She whispers the name of her family estate like a prayer. Fontral. Ian immediately measures the distance in his mind. Fontral lies to the north, a 2-week journey if they are forced to detour around neighboring lands. But the Countess, blind to everything beyond her own panic. Insists they must stop in Mariloff first to gather supplies. Ian crushes that illusion with a single sentence. Mariloff has sealed its gates. They executed the butler and locked the territory down. The words strike her like a blade. Her oldest allies, the last refuge she believed in, have already turned their backs on her. She refuses to accept it, retreating into frantic denial, muttering that it cannot be true. She insists they can still return to her old room in the mansion before going to Mariloff, convinced that as long as her husband lives, the palace will protect them. They would never dare throw her out. She keeps repeating, her voice spiraling into madness. Ian has heard enough. He grabs her chin and forces her to face him, his eyes colder than steel. He calls her mother, but there is no warmth in it. If she does not shut her mouth, he will shut it for her. He turns away, disgusted by her refusal to see reality. The truth finally breaks her. The Countess sinks against the wall, covering her face as her body shakes with helpless sobs. Later that night, the willow tree in the garden sways beneath the pale moon, its hanging branches concealing the entrance to the hidden passage. Ian steps out of the darkness to find Kakantir waiting. He asks if it was really there. Ian grips his hand in confirmation. Yes, because of you. Kakantir nods, satisfied. They can move them at sunrise. The plan is in motion. He leans in, his voice low, his instructions to the warriors sharp and final. Make sure it's done far away. Bury it deep enough that no one will ever find it. At first light, 2 riders disguised as the Countess and Shell thunder out of the mansion gates. Perfect shadows meant to drag their hunters in the wrong direction. Moments later, an investigator storms into Captain Erica's office. Captain Mary Brock and her son have been found. Her eyes snap to the map as she demands their location. North, the soldier says, with 4 knights riding alongside them. Erica barely hesitates. They must be heading for Fontrol, the Countess's family estate. The idea of a trap never even crosses her mind. Her deputy asks how many men descend. Erica weighs it coldly. Too many in the clan might seize the mansion. Too few, and the prey might slip away. 20, she decides. Her voice hardens as she adds the final command. Try to bring them back alive. If not, bring their bodies. Even their heads will do. As the deputy leaves, a vicious grin spreads across his face. He can already feel victory in his hands. If he captures the last of the Brocks, the lordship will be his. He imagines crushing every rival, especially Ian and those infuriating clan savages. But his fantasy dies in the forest. His unit rides straight into a perfectly laid ambush, and when it's over, nothing remains but blood and ruin. Later, he staggers back into the mansion, battered and bleeding, to deliver his report. All of them died. Erica asks, disbelief tightening her voice. He claims he alone survived, spinning a story about elite warriors who called themselves the Knights of Durga. Under her sharp questioning, he swears he saw Mary and Shell and remembers exactly where they were. We'll form a second team, Erica says, dismissing him with a curt wave. The moment he's gone, her composure shatters. She crushes the handkerchief in her hand, rage burning behind her eyes. Her aide tries to soothe her, complaining about how the capital keeps delaying her appointment, a reminder of how fragile her authority really is. Erica sees. While she was chasing illusions, Ian has been quietly gathering the people to his side. And then the realization hits her, cold and poisonous, settling deep in her mind. Wait, something doesn't add up. Why would the Countess and Shell, after hiding for so long, suddenly make such a loud, reckless escape? A chill runs through her. That little monster, did he do this? The truth crashes in her all at once. She's been played. Erica roars for her men to drag the stable groom to her office at once, then slams both fists into the desk, shaking it with her fury. She should have checked Brock's horses too. She was so obsessed with catching her prey that she ignored the most obvious signs of trap. A knot cuts through her rage. Yeah, come in, she snaps, expecting the groom. Instead, the door opens to Ian. He steps inside wearing that mild, almost pleasant smile that always makes her skin crawl. Miss Erica, he says politely, have you made any progress with the chase? Her eyes narrow. Why do you care? Ian shrugs, casual, just curious. If those 2 are still alive, I might not be very safe, right? Then he leans forward, his voice dropping, suddenly sharp. But the ones who ran with him, are you certain they were Brock Knights? He lets the question hang. Are you sure there aren't traitors among your own men? The words strike like a blade. The pursuit team had been handpicked. If they weren't Brock Knights, then someone from her own ranks betrayed her. In that moment, Ian doesn't just outmaneuver her. He turns her paranoia into a weapon and tightens the invisible snare around her mind. Her mission had been simple. Crush Brock. Kill the heirs. But now Mary and Shell have vanished like ghosts. No bodies. No proof. She can't advance, and she can't retreat. Her entire career hangs in limbo, and the horrible truth settles in. She's been dancing to someone else's tune all along. Her restraint finally snaps. Erica grabs Ian and slams him back, the flat of her blade pressing against his throat. You filthy, illegitimate brat, she snarls. How did you know where they were? Ian just looks at her, wide-eyed and innocent. What are you talking about? She accuses him of working with the clan. He scoffs. Me? With the Heavenly Warriors? You're really blaming a child for your own failures. Calm and unafraid, Ian pushes her blade aside, his confidence as solid as stone. He tells her to go ahead and count every single clan warrior in the territory if she really doubts him. Aren't you going to check? He presses, striking straight at her pride. She can feel it. The walls closing in, nowhere left to turn. Just then, her deputy slips into the room, his face drained of color. Lady Erica, the stable master confirmed it. 2 of the Brock family's horses are missing. A slow, chilling smile spreads across Ian's face. He sees the truth in her eyes, and she sees it in his. The bait was swallowed whole. It was a trap from the very beginning. She lifts a trembling finger at him. You. Ian cuts her off, his voice suddenly sweet, cruelly echoing her own earlier threats. I'll be the one to kill you for sure. I'll kill you. Don't be like that. You're scaring me. With that final twist of the knife, he turns his back and walks out, leaving her alone to choke on her rage. He holds every thread. She's already lost. Erica explodes out of her office, shouting orders. Gather every soldier. Leave only a skeleton crew. Everyone else rides out now. Her aide tries to object, but she's deaf to reason. In her mind, the decoys and their escorts are heavenly warriors in disguise. Her plan is brutal and simple. Capture them, expose the clan, and throw Ian into chains. She's wagering everything, just as he intended. As the investigators scramble, a lone eagle lifts off from the mansion roof, a message tied to its leg. Far away, Kikander reads a note. The investigators are moving exactly as predicted. Ian's scheme is unfolding without a flaw. He turns to his brother, Bellamy. Another message needs to go out, ordering their warriors to deal with the real Mary and Chell. Ball suggests using a specific hawk, but Kikander hesitates. The bird has been acting strangely. A small detail, but leaders survive by noticing small details. You don't trust your own men? Bellamy asks. Of course I do. Kikander replies, biting into an apple. I'm just being careful. That caution is what has kept his people alive. He watches the falcon vanish into the sky. Once the Central Army moves, they will finish everything here. They can't leave their homeland exposed for long. His mind is already turning toward what comes next. Bellamy studies the unfamiliar land stretching out before him, a question quietly grinding in his mind. If Ian really goes to the palace, who stays behind to run this place? Kikander thinks it through aloud. Barrack will follow Ian, and the kid is far too young to hold the territory. Then his eyes slide toward his brother, that irritating glint already there. Bellamy gets it instantly. I don't want to, he says without hesitation. You're telling me to stay here, aren't you? Kikander smirks. Oh, is that what you heard? Bellamy sighs. One of them remaining would be best for the clan's future. He knows that. But he doubts Ian would like it. And more importantly, he simply doesn't want to. It's cold here. Kikander laughs at that, dry and amused. Yeah, that is a serious issue. Kikander lets out a slow breath. He wishes the official appointment of a new lord would arrive already. It's being delayed far too long. He can't help wondering what the people in the palace are really plotting. Far away, in the heart of the empire, a red banner with a white crest snaps in the wind above a towering palace. This is Central Burial, the seat of the first prince, where real power is decided. Inside, a calm, commanding voice calls, "Come in." An aide steps forward and bows before Marev Voroshin, the first prince of Burial, a man with long blonde hair and the sharp, calculating eyes of a born schemer. The aide presents a secret letter, sent by Count Brock in his final hours, and delivered with the family treasure to prove it's genuine. Marev reads it, and almost immediately separates truth from fiction. The part about Sir Mullen working with his younger brother, the second prince, that's real. But the claim that the Count was framed out of loyalty to Marev himself, that's a lie. The Count was never that close. He was a pawn, nothing more. The aide agrees. The tax evasion charges were almost certainly true, and the report confirms Captain Erica is tied to Mullen, locking her firmly into the second prince's faction. Then the aide voices the question everyone fears. Are the rumors about Prince Gale planning a coup real? Marev doesn't answer right away. He stares at the letter, his face unreadable. I wonder, he says at last. Then he orders the aide to bring him every recent report from the Brock territory, especially anything submitted by Sir Mullen. He needs a full picture first. Only then does he decide, and the choice he makes sends invisible waves across the empire. Inform the council, he says calmly. I'll be attending the meeting this morning. His thoughts drift to his ambitious younger brother, Gale. He hopes the man doesn't do anything reckless. When the royal meeting begins, tension fills the hall. Nobles whisper among themselves, unsettled by the first prince's sudden presence. Just him sitting there shifts the balance of the entire room. Marev watches in silence, an unreadable smile on his lips, like a hunter calmly studying his prey. The final issue is the treason of Count Brock. A minister announces that the Count was captured after resisting the investigators. Outrage ripples through the nobles. Dodging taxes was one thing, but fighting back. He must be punished severely. They begin to move to bring the matter before the emperor. Then one hand rises. Prince Marev. His quiet voice cuts through the noise. I have a question. Are only the Count, his wife, and their son to be executed? He casually mentions Ian, the illegitimate child who struck a deal with the heavenly warriors. It sounds harmless, but it's a deliberate probe, testing the mood of the room. The discussion turns to the fate of the Brock territory. A noble suggests appointing a new ruler from the capital, so no neighboring lord can claim it. Marev leans back, concern flickering across his face. He sees the real problem. The locals and the clan have already fought together. Any outsider sent from the palace would be viewed as an enemy. And more importantly, who in the capital could even negotiate with the heavenly warriors? Before anyone can answer, a clear voice speaks. It's Minister Wesley, the Minister of Magic and one of Marev's closest allies. Do you have a proposal, Your Highness? Marev smiles. Let's postpone the decision on the new Lord of Brock for now. The words fall like a decree. With a single sentence, he quietly takes control of the entire situation. A new player has entered the game, and he's already several moves ahead. In the capital's grand chamber, the debate over Brock continues, with Minister Wesley warning that leaving the territory without a ruler invites chaos. But Prince Marev doesn't rush the board. Calm and measured, he counters with a softer move, proposing they send a temporary advisor instead. Someone to quietly test the waters, to read the mood of both the clan and the locals before locking the empire into anything permanent. The suggestion hangs in the air for a moment, careful and deliberate. A minister scoffs and brings up the obvious. Captain Erica is already stationed there. Wesley shuts that down instantly, her voice sharp enough to cut. To the civilians, Erica isn't an officer of justice. She's a butcher, the captain of the investigation unit, branded a murderer in the eyes of Brock. And worse, she failed to capture every last heir, even though that order came directly from the emperor himself. For the empire's honor, Wesley insists, this mess needs to be cleaned up fast and without hesitation. At the head of the chamber, the old assembly leader, his face worn down by decades of political warfare, raises a tired hand. Both arguments have merit, he says. He invites the rest of the nobles to speak. Low voices ripple through the hall as they weigh Marev's caution against Wesley's ruthless efficiency. No one wants to be the one blamed for what comes next. Then the gavel falls. The echo rings out like a verdict. The discussion is over. Marev and Wesley exchange a quiet, knowing look. The outcome is exactly what they wanted. The appointment of a new lord over Brock has been delayed. Their maneuver has bought them time. Back in Brock, that time is already paying off. The final regiment of the capital's army marches out through the streets. People line the roads, whispering that the soldiers are being sent to hunt down the escaped countess and her son. The decoy is flawless. The city's mood twists into something ugly and complicated. Some cheer as the troops disappear beyond the gates, relieved to see the Empire's boots finally leaving their streets. Others hurl curses after them, blaming those same soldiers for the blood already spilled, for the families that will never come home. High above it all, on a stone balcony overlooking the chaos, Captain Erica stands alone. She watches the crowd with bitter eyes. They look so happy, she thinks, as if they have any idea what's really happening. Now all she has left is hope that her men don't fail her again. She turns to head back inside. A heavy wooden staff suddenly slams down in front of her, blocking her path. One of Kakantar's warriors stands there, his face blank, unmoved by her rank or reputation. What is this supposed to mean? Erica snaps. He doesn't waste time on pleasantries. The mansion, he tells her, is no longer hers to use. With her army gone, she and her 5 remaining investigators will be moved outside. The tents will be sufficient. Rage detonates inside her. Have you lost your minds? She screams. The warrior doesn't even blink. If she has a problem, he says flatly, she can bring to their chief. Her nails dig into her palms. Fine, she spits. Take me to him. She storms through the corridors, every step fueled by humiliation and fury. Then she reaches the main hall and stops. There, lounging like they own the place, sit Kakantar and Ian. Erica stares at them, disbelief and anger colliding. Are you kidding me right now? You're really going to take the mansion for yourselves? Erica snaps, her voice dripping with contempt, as if you're the ones who belong out in tents. Kakantar slowly lifts his head from the couch, a lazy, arrogant curve pulling at his lips. If you want to stay here, he replies, his tone low and loaded with threat, then there need to be fewer of you. He leans forward just enough to make the message clear. I'll be generous. I can give you one room. He gestures down the hall. There's still a storage room free. A sinister red light flickers in his eyes. And if reducing your numbers feels too difficult, he adds softly, I can handle that for you. Erica's whole body shakes with rage, her fists clenched until her knuckles turn white. You filthy savages, she mutters. All she needs is that letter from the capital, one official document, and she can erase these arrogant barbarians from existence. Perfect timing. Her deputy bursts into the hall, barely able to contain himself. Captain, it's here. It finally arrived. Her heart lurches. What is? The letter from the capital. Her face lights up as if the sun itself just rose inside her chest. Finally, she breathes, and her men begin to cheer, convinced that their victory has arrived. The deputy presents the letter on a silver tray, a symbol of the authority she's been waiting for. She opens it. The smile freezes. Then it cracks. Then it disappears completely. Erica goes still, the paper trembling in her hand, as everything she dreamed of turns to dust. The room grows quiet. Her men stare at her, confused by the sudden shift. Captain, one of them asks carefully. Her deputy swallows, suddenly uneasy. Did I do something wrong? It isn't a promotion. It's an order. Advisors will be sent to run the territory. Another group will handle the punishment of the so-called traitors. And her position, once so absolute, is now reduced to that of a mere assistant. Every word burns itself in her mind. A final, merciless humiliation. Before she can even scream, the letter is ripped from her grasp. Hey, give that back, she shouts. Too late. Kakantar already has it. He schemes over the contents with clear amusement. A letter from the assembly, he murmurs. Then he turns and hands it to Ian. Sir Ian, have a look. Ian reads it, his face calm, unreadable. They're delaying the appointment. Kakantar says casually, sending advisors instead to take control. Ian lifts his eyes, interest flickering within them. Advisors? Kakantar repeats, his eyes narrowing. And what exactly are they here to do? Ian answers without hesitation. They will oversee the reconstruction of Brock, but more than that, they will be watching, measuring him, judging the heavenly warriors. This isn't help, it's a test. Kakantar glances back at Erica, who now stands frozen and powerless. So the advisors outrank her. The woman who came here dreaming of authority has just been erased. Her ambition, the very reason she set foot in Brock, has been crushed into nothing. How did it all fall apart so completely? Erica can't even breathe as her world caves in around her. And that is when Ian steps toward her. Then shall we talk? He doesn't offer sympathy. He offers a deal. He tells her he can't restore her position, can't give her back what she lost. But he can give her one thing. He can make sure she is the one who oversees Durga's execution. Her head snaps up. The boy who just destroyed her dares to say that. What? Ian calmly lays out the terms. The Count must die before the new commanders arrive. No one from the royal family can be allowed near him. The heavenly warriors will strike the final blow, but the execution itself will be under her authority. And in the end, he asks, does it really matter whose hand holds the sword? Erica doesn't answer right away. She weighs her ruined pride against this single remaining chance to claim a victory of her own. I'll consider it, she finally says, already knowing she has no real choice. As she turns to leave, someone stops her. Sue, the green-haired warrior, stands there awkwardly holding a small black bundle. Ian notices immediately. What are you doing? Sue stammers, fumbling for an excuse, but Kakantar snatches the bundle from her hands and lifts it up. A dead bird. A messenger hawk. From the palace? He asks, irritation creeping into his voice. He shoots you a glare. You really can't go 5 minutes without causing trouble, can you? She shrugs apologetically, mumbling that it kept pecking at the window, and she got annoyed. Ian ignores her and calmly removes the message tied to the bird's leg. It's from Lord Mullen. He reads it, then explains. The Count's letter to the first prince has completely derailed their plans. Mullen is on his way to Brock, hoping to twist the situation back in favor of his own faction. Ian reads the warning out loud. I knew it was going too easy, Kakantar mutters. A new power struggle is unfolding. Ian says the first prince has already outplayed everyone, but this unexpected turn might actually work in their favor. They just have to play it right. The first prince will assume that Ian and Mullen are acting together for the second prince. That puts a mark on both of them. Kakantar catches on instantly. To Mullen, they are no longer allies. They are rivals now. obstacles that need to be removed. That's why we have to make our position clear. Ian says, we can't afford to become enemies of both sides. He turns his gaze toward the window, already arranging the next moves in his mind. If he must choose a side, then it will be the first prince. He is the rightful heir, the most qualified to rule. Kakanter nods. The advisor's report will decide whether the clan has a future in this land. Ian agrees. Once the count is dead, their main objective will be complete. After that, he plans to send many of the warriors back before the autumn harvest. Kakanter studies him with a sharp, measuring look. Then it all falls on you. You're the one who has to win these political games and get yourself named the new lord. You do understand that? I do, Ian replies calmly. Don't worry. High above, a war eagle glides over the territory, as if the world itself is watching the pieces slide into place. Days pass, then the news arrives. The decoys, Mary and Chell, are confirmed dead. Everything is ready. The execution of Count Brock begins. The end of one story always marks the beginning of another, and today a traitor's tale ends with the crack of wood and the tightening of a rope. Deep beneath the mansion, in the damp, frozen stone of the dungeon, a man waits for death. Footsteps echo through the corridor and stop before a single dark cell. Inside, Count Brock lies bound and gagged on the floor, his eyes burning with hatred and fear as they lock onto the figure standing in the doorway. Ian stands there, his silhouette cut by flickering torchlight. Today is your execution day, he says, his voice empty of emotion. He crouches down, a cold smile touching his lips. You managed to send a letter to the palace in that short time, didn't you? Trying to win over the first prince. The Count's eyes widen in shock. I should thank you. Ian continues softly, the sweetness in his tone more insulting than any threat. Because of that little letter of yours, Captain Erica never got a promotion. Ian doesn't stop there. He twists the blade deeper, making sure his uncle understands that his final, desperate move only sped up Ian's victory. Oh, and Mary and Chell are dead, he adds calmly. You're the last one left who still carries the name Brock. The Count's world collapses. A raw, animal scream bursts from behind the gag as he throws himself forward, only for the chains to tear him back. Don't be too upset, Ian says coldly. He steps down, planting his boot on the Count's head and grinding his face into the icy stone. Then he begins to list every sin that led them here. Selling a child, torturing his own mother, using his power for petty, disgusting greed. Isn't this just karma? He whispers, watching the man who ruined his life finally break apart. A voice calls from the corridor. Ian, it's time. He gives one last look at the sobbing wreck on the floor. All right, let's go. As he walks away, the Count's muffled cries fade into the darkness. Ian's face is empty, unreadable. One chapter of his revenge is over. He steps out of the dungeon into the pale morning light, the execution platform rising before him. He calmly straightens his collar, as if he's about to attend a meeting. For a split second, something old and merciless flashes in his eyes. The Emperor inside him is awake. Far away, in a grand office, Lord Mullen slams his fist onto his desk. Everything he planned has fallen apart. None of his agents are answering. Erica hasn't reported in. Brock is slipping through his fingers. After today's execution, he knows his power there will be gone. Back in the mansion, an investigator stands before Erica. Preparations are complete. She turns from the window, her face cold and hollow. Understood. The official scrolls rest in her hands, the last scraps of authority she still holds. You take the lead, she orders. Her brief dream of power has already turned to dust. Outside, beneath a dark, oppressive sky, a massive crowd gathers. The wind tears through the streets, dragging dead leaves along with it, carrying the heavy promise that something final is about to happen. Captain Erica stands before the crowd, her voice ringing with rigid, artificial authority as she gives the order to bring in the center. Count Brock is dragged forward, chains rattling as he stumbles, a blindfold tied tightly over his eyes. The people begin to murmur in disbelief. What they see is not the terrifying lord they feared, but a ruined, pitiful man barely able to stand. That's Count Brock? He looks worse than we do. Some whisper, exchanging uneasy glances. Rumors ripple through the crowd that his wife and son have also been caught, and with that, hope begins to creep back into their hearts. Once this is over, the outsiders will leave. Their days of fear will finally end. Their normal lives will return. The trapdoor beneath Brock opens, positioning him over a deep, black pit. A noose hangs uselessly above, more decoration than tool. This will not be a simple hanging. Erica unfurls a scroll and begins to read, her voice flat and emotionless. She announces herself as Captain Erica, head of the Imperial Investigation Team, and declares that in the name of His Majesty the Emperor, she will now list the crimes of Durga. But almost no one listens. The crowd doesn't care about charges or titles. They only want to see the man who betrayed them finally pay. Without warning, a sharp mechanical crack explodes from beneath the platform. From the darkness of the pit, a massive, sharpened spear surges upward with terrifying force. It punches straight through Brock's body in a single brutal motion. Blood sprays across the platform as his life is torn away in an instant. Below, a clan warrior watches in silence, his grim task complete. No words are needed. The message is absolute. This is the price of treason. Kakanter and his men observe from within the crowd, their faces cold and unmoved. For them, justice has been delivered. Around them, the citizens scream, some in terror, others in twisted relief as the horror sears itself into their memories. One of Kakanter's men turns away from the spectacle and walks toward Ian, who stands alone and untouched by the frenzy. Sir Ian, are you all right? He asks quietly, a note of genuine respect in his voice. Ian looks up, startled by the concern. The warrior glances toward the scattered stones and rotten food hurled by the crowd. You didn't throw anything. I thought you'd want to be the one to end him yourself. Ian slowly lifts his eyes to his uncle's lifeless body, hanging there in a grotesque stillness. His expression turns distant. I don't know, he says softly. Watching him die, it feels strange. It made me remember things I never got to say. A memory flickers through his mind. His mother in this timeline, her eyes filled with love and quiet sorrow, telling him, be sure to ask Ian for forgiveness. but she hadn't meant that he should seek forgiveness for himself. She meant he should ask forgiveness from the real Ian. He thinks about the boy whose life he has now been irreversibly altered. In the original timeline, that innocent child was sold beyond the border, left to die alone and forgotten, reduced to nothing more than dust swallowed by an endless desert. He sees himself standing on a lonely dune, staring out across a boundless sea of sand. It is the fate he erased, but also the life he took in its place. Kakantar steps beside him, breaking the heavy silence. He asks if it isn't refreshing now that it's all over. Ian turns with a small, tired smile and agrees, but his eyes drift upward to a lone eagle gliding across the blazing sky. He knows this is only the beginning. The first battle has been won, but the war for the Empire has only just started. The blood on the execution platform has dried, and a fragile peace settles over the land. Yet for those still moving pieces behind the curtain, there are unfinished matters waiting to be resolved. Captain Erica stands amid the wreckage, a grim expression carved into her face. Her deputy approaches with troubling news. The Central Support Force has arrived, but the trail of Mary and Shell has vanished without a trace. Erica snaps back in disbelief, demanding how that's possible. He explains that the trail went cold in a nearby valley. Even worse, new orders have come from the capital. If the pursuit is delayed any further, the support force is to be recalled at once. Erica freezes. Pull back. Her deputy confirms it. Every dispatched soldier is being withdrawn on direct orders from higher up. A hollow sigh escapes her. Even with reinforcements, she has failed. With only her small team left, how could she ever hope to find them now? Then her deputy hesitates and asks something that hits far too close. He wonders if she has received Lord Molin's letter yet. Erica looks at him blankly. What letter? He explains that the commander of the support force was waiting for instructions from Lord Molin, but nothing ever came. A memory flashes through her mind. A white pigeon. A secret message. Then a dark, predatory falcon. In an instant, everything falls into place. Erica storms into the mansion, fury blazing in her eyes. She throws open the door to Ian's office. Ian, she shouts. Ian and a clan warrior look up, completely unfazed by her outburst. Ian meets her glare with calm indifference. What's the matter, Erica? He asks. She steps right into his space, her voice trembling with fury as she swears she will slice open the stomach of every falcon in the territory. The clan warrior beside Ian snarls back that he will tear her apart first if she keeps talking, but Erica shoves him aside. This is no joke. His falcon swallowed the messenger pigeon. Ian watches her calmly, a faint spark of amusement in his eyes. Ah, the pigeon. You knew about it. She asks, her tone dropping. Ian slowly places a sealed letter and a small magic stone on the desk. To be precise, it wasn't eaten. There was an accident. I buried the pigeon and retrieved the message. Erica lunges for the letter in outrage, demanding how he dares steal something meant for the Imperial Palace, but Ian casually pushes her back. It wasn't from the palace, he says. It was sent personally by Lord Molin. Since it wasn't official business, he suspected it might contain proof of treason. She demands he hand it over, but Ian already has her cornered. Of course I will, he replies, leaning against the desk with a victorious smirk, on one condition. You and your men leave Brock within 3 days and never return. Erica's face twists in frustration. She knows the letter from Molin is urgent, her only remaining lifeline. He is using her desperation against her, and she has no way out. He will only give it back if she agrees to leave for good. Fine, she says at last, the word bitter on her tongue. We'll retrieve the body tomorrow and depart immediately. Ian tosses her the letter as if it means nothing. Well said, but as she turns to go, his voice stops her. He tells her she must be gone before the Imperial advisors arrive. She looks back at him with pure contempt, and he reminds her coldly that her origins mean nothing here. An advisor from the capital stands far above her rank. Don't use that word, Erica snaps. When the advisor asks where you are, what should I say? That you're dead, he answers flatly. She scoffs, saying he still doesn't understand. She will return one day, and he should be ready for that. I don't think so, Ian replies. A brilliant golden aura of pure mana explodes from his body, flooding the room with crushing, overwhelming power. Erica, he calls, his voice carrying an ancient, crushing authority. He tells her not to cling to the illusion that she will ever return to this place. She should go find the bodies of Mary and Shell, and maybe salvage what remains of her ruined career. Erica freezes, her mind spinning between shock and fear. A magic operator? The overwhelming proof of his power coils around him, leaving no room for doubt. Now go, he says, dismissing her like a servant. She stumbles out of the room, shaken to her core. Her deputy rushes to her side, asking what happened. What Ian said. But all she can think about is that terrifying truth. A magic operator. Was that the source of his confidence all along? She finally understands she never had a chance. He was never just a clever boy. He was a monster hiding in plain sight. Her fear hardens into resolve. Pack your bags, she orders. Her deputy stares in confusion, but she is already grabbing the reins of a horse. After they hand over the Count's body, they will continue the hunt for Mary and Shell. No matter what, they have to prove their sincerity to the capital. It is the only way they survive this. As her small unit rides out of the territory for the last time, Ian watches from a window, calm and unmoved. The final loose end has been neatly tied, roughly handled but finished. He closes his fingers around a familiar, ornate necklace. Now it's time to go see her. Deep within a lush green forest, Ian and Barrick move along a hidden trail. Ian questions if this is truly the right path. Barrick isn't completely sure, but he points to a small carved symbol on a stone almost buried in moss. It's hidden, he says. No one would ever find this place. Then he spots their destination ahead. A small, secluded cabin rests quietly among the trees. Barrick scans the area, his hand on his sword, wondering if she stepped out for a moment. Ian walks up and gently pushes the door. It creaks open. Inside, the cabin is simple and neat, but empty. The bed is perfectly made. Did she go out? Suddenly, the sound of a basket hitting the floor breaks the silence. Ian turns. A woman with long, beautiful blonde hair stands in the doorway, staring at him in stunned disbelief. Ian freezes. It's his mother, Philia. For the first time since he returned to this world, a real smile touches his face, something warm and unguarded. She stares at him like she's afraid he might vanish. Then her voice breaks as she calls his name and rushes forward, wrapping him in a tight, desperate embrace. She clings to him, asking if he's been eating, why he looks so thin, why he seems so tired. Beric watches in stunned silence as raw, instinctive love pours out of her. And for once, Ian doesn't pull away. He lets himself be held, in this quiet cabin. For just a moment, the weight of his battles and schemes fades. It's a long story, he says softly. Let's sit and talk. He leads her outside, and they sit together by the fire as the sky slowly turns gold and red. Ian tells her everything. The betrayal, the execution, the dangerous political games now circling around him. When he finishes, he takes her hand, his expression growing serious. There's something I need to tell you. She looks at him with eyes full of unconditional love, ready to hear anything. He tells her the count is gone, but their troubles are not. Advisors are coming from the capital, and after that, he plans to go with them. His path is pulling him far away from this small, peaceful cabin, from the last traces of his childhood. I don't know if I'll be able to stay with you anymore, he says quietly. Philia draws in sharp, pained breath, but the sadness in her eyes is quickly swallowed by her love for him. She forces a gentle smile. We'll still be able to see each other, right? Ian hesitates, just for a heartbeat. Guilt flickers in his eyes as he prepares to lie. Of course, he says, squeezing her hand. That's enough for me, she replies softly. As long as you're safe. As long as you're finally standing up for yourself. Ian looks at her, something rare and real shining in his eyes, something only she ever sees. He squeezes her hand back, a silent promise that all of this, every sacrifice and every sin, will be worth it for her. He promises her that one day she will be free, that he will give her a real home where she can live without fear. She only shakes her head, satisfied with the quiet little life she is now. In her heart, the memories still hurt. A war had come, the count had died, and everything had fallen apart. But Ian survived. My Ian is safe. That alone is enough, she thinks, gratitude softening the pain. The wind moves gently through the leaves, and suddenly she looks up as if something had just come back to her. There was something I wanted to ask you. Ian turns to her, his curiosity instantly awake. What is it? Do you remember that red potted flower you gave me? Where did you get it? In Ian's mind, the image of the Silisk flower flashes instantly, the very piece that had allowed him to form an alliance with the clan. She keeps talking, her voice calm but certain. You got it when you did some small job for a merchant union. That makes Ian's eyes narrow. A merchant union? She shakes her head slowly. I don't remember the name. It was a huge one though. They were so short on people that they even hired me to help. They paid really well, and they gave us that plan as a bonus. Ian presses her gently for more. She thinks harder, then adds that she once heard someone important in the union had a name starting with him. That is all she can recall, but one thing is clear. You were really happy when you brought that flower back, she says softly. I see, Ian replies. Inside his mind, pieces are already shifting into place. The Silisk flower, the jewel's original owner, and now this unknown merchant union. It might not be certain yet, but the connection feels real. If the union was truly that large, someone in the village must remember them. A new thread has appeared in his long, careful plan. He rises to his feet. I have something I need to take care of. I'll come see you again soon. Right, Ian? His mother calls, stopping him. She lifts up a huge sack that looks ready to burst. Do you still need gula seeds? You asked me to collect some before. Then she proudly brings out 3 enormous bags. There are 2 more besides these. Ian just stares, stunned. Mother, you really do have a green thumb. I have plenty of time here, she says with a gentle smile, handing him a few seeds. These are edible. They aren't poisonous. Without hesitation, Ian pops one into his mouth like a piece of candy. Like this. Beric nearly loses his mind. Hey, he grabs Ian's face, trying to force his mouth open. I look away for 1 second, and you start eating random things. Spit out. He tries to shove his fingers in, but it is already too late. Did you just swallow? Ian only gives a small, innocent nod. It's good. He pats the frozen Beric on the shoulder. Beric, good luck. Beric stares at him in horror. With what? Carrying you when you pass out? Ian just smiles. No, carrying all these ghoul seeds back to the mansion. A tiny, defeated Beric looks up at the mountain of sacks now stacked around him as they start riding away. Far off down a dusty road, a carriage rattles forward. Inside, a man named Romandro, the newly appointed reconstruction advisor, is already complaining. For goodness sake, His Highness Marev is heartless, he whines. I just came back from a disaster relief mission, and now I'm sent straight to this backwater. Honey, I miss you. He groans, drowning in homesickness. Across from him sits his aide, an old man with white hair. He calmly asks what Romandro thinks they will find in Brock. The man, now clearly Lord Mullen, says Captain Erica's reports were grim. He only hopes they don't get pelted with stones by angry villagers when they arrive. Mullen's eyes darken. My simple plan was ruined. All because of that illegitimate child. I just hope nothing unexpected is waiting for us. But the moment their carriage rolls into Brock, their fears are answered. Heavenly warrior guards stand, like living walls of the gates. Romandro lets out a terrified scream. Isn't that the Heavenly Warrior tribe? I never heard they were here. Mullen just sighs, unimpressed by the panic. That's probably because you'd be just as scared if you had known. A sharp knock hits the carriage door, making Romandro flinch. A young man with glasses greets them politely. Advisor Romandro, I am your temporary aide. They are escorted inside the mansion, where Mullen's own men are already waiting. A blonde-haired boy turns to face them. Ian Brock, Mullen says, his voice thick with venom. Ian only smiles. Please be careful. No one uses the name Brock anymore. Without hesitation, Ian takes control, his calm authority, catching everyone off guard. I assume the latest report hasn't reached you yet. I will explain everything once we are inside. Once seated, Ian begins making introductions. Sir Romandro, this is Kakantir, chief of the Heavenly Warriors. Romandro shakily takes the man's hand, terror written all over his face. Ian explains that Brock and the clan are now allies. Mullen adds that their help was unavoidable, given how badly the investigators have been struggling. Romandro swallows and asks about Captain Erica. Ian answers simply, she is currently tracking down the Count's wife and son. Lord Mullen reaches into his coat, his face turning into a cold, lifeless mask. He pulls out an official imperial scroll and lets it unfurl between his fingers. This is in order to eliminate you, he says, his voice sharp enough to cut. By imperial law, Ian is considered a slave of his bloodline, a leftover of a traitorous family that must be erased. Ian does not even blink. I am someone who has been outside the Empire. He replies calmly as a faint golden aura begins to rise from his body. My heart may be in the Empire, but officially, I belong to the Great Desert. He places his trump card on the table without hesitation. If you try to kill me, I will simply return there. Who said he can do that? Mullen snaps. A deep voice answers from across the room. I did. Mullen turns to see Kakantar, staring straight at him. This territory is already stabilized. Kakantar says evenly. We are preparing to return to our homeland as well. The meaning is clear. Touch Ian, and the heavenly warriors walk away. Romandro panics and tries to step in. Now, let's not rush to conclusions. Ah, yes. The situation is far better than expected, he says awkwardly, trying to flatter the powerful chief. The first prince himself appointed me. A violent slam cuts him off. Mullen is on his feet, fury boiling over. This is a grave matter. This boy allowed a savage tribe into the Empire. Are you really going to let them control this territory? No, he roars. This is the Burial Empire, and we follow burial law. He points at Ian. Even if you flee to the desert, I will still carry out this order. Romandro's aide watches silently, fully grasping the truth. For the reconstruction to succeed, and for the first prince to keep the upper hand over his brother, they need this boy alive. Ian meets Mullen's glare, his eyes cold and calculating. It would be very bad for you if I were to return to the desert. Mullen understands at once. This child is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. If he wants any control here, Ian has to be removed. He turns toward Kakantar. I will inform the Imperial Palace that you were of great help. Kakantar scoffs. Spare me. It would be best for you to leave. As the advisor said, reconstruction is already in progress. You are no longer needed here. Lord Mullen's Imperial scroll suddenly erupts in golden flames, vanishing as it is devoured by Ian's magic. He remains seated, a faint smile on his lips, a swirling vortex of power wrapping around his small body. I'm only repeating what I have read and heard. If I were to return to the desert now, the first move would already be complete. The game would be decided, and I would have won, leaving everyone else with no way to respond. Mullen can only stare, frozen, at the golden aura surrounding the boy. So, he mutters, his mind struggling to accept what he is seeing. You're a magic user? Romandro leaps to his feet, shock instantly turning into wild excitement. Since when? Ian answers with a practiced, modest tone. I'm not sure. It's something I've just always been able to do. Romandro is completely dazzled. A magic user outside the Ministry of Magic. Incredible. He rushes over, eyes shining with awe. I knew there was something different about him. Everything that happened here must have revolved around this child. He eagerly reaches out. May I shake your hand? Ian accepts calmly. But while Romandro is lost in excitement, Mullen is seething in silence. I misjudge him completely, he thinks, his fist clenched white with rage. With magic involved, bloodlines and legal claims mean nothing. Does he intend to become the next Lord of Brock? The realization sent a chill through him. Romandro, oblivious to the tension, turns back to Ian. Excuse me, but are you in line to become the next Lord? My task is to rebuild this territory and recover the missing taxes. I thought it would be hopeless, but now it looks promising. He grips Ian's hands with pure enthusiasm, especially after meeting a brilliant magic user like you. Ian simply laughs along, playing the role of a gifted, harmless child perfectly. Then Romandro leans in, lowering his voice. There's a political struggle in the capital. Tell me, are you following the will of the first prince? I support Prince Merev myself. I see. Ian replies smoothly, already taking advantage of the opening. It is an honor. I will help you in any way I can. Romandro is glowing, practically buzzing with triumph. While behind him, Lord Mullen's face darkens into a storm of raw fury. Ian has just pledged himself to the opposing side, right in front of him. Calm as ever, Ian suggests they leave the details for later and have dinner first, letting everyone recover from the long journey. As the advisors are escorted away, Ian watches their retreating backs, his face impossible to read. Just before they disappear, he calls out, his voice sharp enough to cut. Would Mullen? When Mullen turns, Ian is no longer wearing that harmless, boyish mask. His eyes are cold, distant. He tells Kakantar to stand guard at the door, a silent reminder of who holds power here. The great hall empties, leaving the two of them alone in the vast, echoing space, heavy with everything they have not said. Mullen strikes first. What are you doing? Why did you make everything so complicated? Ian doesn't even blink. Complicated? I gave you the criminal you wanted, and you gave me my freedom. That was our deal. There was never any promise about what came after. Each word lands like a blade, slicing straight through Mullen's pride. Their business is over. Mullen stumbles, scrambling for something to grab onto. You said you knew nothing about magic back then. You wanted this land all along. If you had just been honest, none of this would have happened. Ian's reply is ice cold. Did I ever owe you the truth? I chose the path that benefited me. Your schemes are no longer my concern. The fight drains out of Mullen. His shoulders sag. Then what do you want? Ian steps closer, his shadow falling over the older man. That's what I'm asking you. What do you want, Sir Mullen? Cornered, Mullen finally lays it bare. He needs the next lord to stay loyal to his faction. He needs a new deal. Ian lets out a short, humorless laugh. Loyal to a faction? A lord's duty is to the emperor. Isn't that what you always preached? He throws Mullen's own words back at him, turning them into a weapon. A knot cuts through the tension. A messenger announces that a letter has arrived from Erlof. Ian turns away, the conversation already over. He offers Mullen a courteous smile that feels more like a dismissal. You must be exhausted from your trip. Rest. As a guest of the palace, you'll be treated well. He leaves, and Mullen is left behind, shaking with helpless rage, his face twisted into something ugly and absolute. What they had wasn't just broken. It was destroyed, beyond any hope of being repaired. Later that night, Romandro sits alone in his study, staring at half-written notes, his stomach growling louder than his thoughts. A servant's voice breaks the silence, announcing that his dinner has arrived. Romandro welcomes him in, relieved, and watches as a modest meal is set on the table. A heavy wheel of cheese, strips of cured sausage, and thick slabs of hard bread. He blinks in mild surprise and asks if everyone in the manor eats this way. The servant explains that with so many soldiers and warriors to feed, supplies are stretched thin. Romandro studies the food more closely. Everything is preserved. No fresh fruit, no vegetables. The scars of the recent revolt still run deep through their supply lines. Yet instead of complaining, he takes a bite and smiles. It tastes good, and after sleeping on a warbed, even simple food feels like a luxury. A knot cuts through his quiet moment. Ian's voice follows, asking if he may enter. Romandro waves him in, glad for the interruption. Ian steps inside with an easy smile, asking if the meal is to his liking. Before Romandro can answer, Ian places a thick leather-bound book on the desk. He explains that it contains all the compiled data on the territory's reconstruction so far. Romandro flips through it, then looks up and asks about the food situation. Ian answers without hesitation. The army has drained their stores far faster than expected. If nothing changes, they will run out soon. He advises lowering taxes this winter so the people can recover, and adds that if the palace were to grant a full exemption for the year, the territory could stabilize far more quickly. Romandro stares at him in disbelief. Did you calculate all of this yourself? Ian simply nods. They call him a lowborn child, Romandro thinks, but what sits in his hands is a plan that can be put into action immediately. It's precise, thorough, brilliant. Still, Romandro knows his limits. His task is to restore order, not rewrite policy. He doesn't have the authority to push through changes this big. Ian's eyes gleam. Then we'll use the next best option. He reveals that the letter from earlier came from the neighboring territory of Merloff. Ian had already contacted them and secured a trade agreement for food. Romandro is left speechless. This boy moves faster and cleaner than seasoned officials. As he reads through the report, he realizes that with this deal in place, he might be able to complete his assignment and head home before the first snow even falls. He tells Ian they still need money to pay for the trade. Ian answers without hesitation. He already set aside part of the reconstruction funds. It will cover 2 full months of food. He will include the confirmation in his reply. With that, he leaves the room, quietly closing the door behind him. By every measure, his plan has gone exactly as intended. But as he walks down the corridor, the confidence drains from his face. Barrick and Kakantar are waiting, both of them tense. Kakantar speaks first, his voice low. There's a problem. Barrick steps forward at once, hand resting on his sword, demanding to know what happened. Kakantar explains that Lord Molan is refusing to cooperate. He insists his objectives are fixed, and he will not change course. He looks at Ian, the question unspoken but obvious. Did you not anticipate this? Ian exhales slowly. He admits he had hoped it would not come to this, but now they will have to use their second option. Barrick, ever focused on the practical side, asks about the money. Ian confirms Molan sent 3,000 gold for reconstruction. Barrick's eyes brighten. To him, anyone who sends that much gold cannot be completely rotten. But Ian is already looking past that. He turns his attention to their other guest, Romandro. He explains the political reality. Romandro was sent by the first prince, Marev, which places him directly against Molan, who supports the second prince, Gale. At first, Romandro probably assumed Ian belonged to Molan's camp. But after seeing Molan immediately try to have Ian removed, he must have realized they should be on the same side. If they can fully secure Romandro, then the entire board will tilt in their favor. Ian then admits something else caught him off guard. He did not expect the Empire to treat magic users so well. Kakantar cuts in, grounded as always. Ian becoming the official lord is still out of reach. First, they need to fracture the opposition. He orders his men to keep a close watch on Molan and everyone connected to him. Later that night, beneath the full moon, Ian meets Barrick in secret. Barrick confirms the magical listening stones are already in place. The trap is set. Ian nods in approval. Then we move. Elsewhere, in another room, Molan's faction is already spiraling into panic. One of Molan's men paces back and forth, clearly unraveling. An older advisor tells him to calm down, but the words only make him snap harder, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. They all understand it now. Ian has him trapped. He has the heavenly warriors shielding him, and he's already drawn close to Romandro. This entire mission was designed so they would be watching each other from the start. Someone suggests forcing a different candidate to become the next lord, but his mentor shuts the idea down instantly, reminding him of Captain Erica. She is not loyal to anyone. She follows only her own ambition. If she is denied what she wants, she will turn into a threat far worse than the one they're already facing. Dangerous, yes, but necessary. Lord Molan listens in silence, slowly sipping his wine. When he finally speaks, his voice is cold and steady. If the obstacle in front of us refuses to move, and there's no path back, then we will smash straight through it. Another advisor agrees. Since their enemy is a magic user, it would be best to eliminate him now, before he grows beyond their control. Molan nods. If Ian becomes too strong, he will stand in the way of their prince. With thinly veiled contempt, he lifts his glass. Without Ian, the clan will withdraw, and Romandro will be left helpless. The idea that some lowborn child could block their advance is intolerable. He turns away, his decision already sealed. For now, they will observe. There are always ways. What they do not notice is the small red gem hidden beneath the table, glowing faintly as it records every treacherous word. It is linked to another stone, concealed inside a simple earring worn by one of Ian's maids standing just outside the room. She adjusts it slightly, listening without a flicker of emotion. Ian's trap is already closed, and his enemies have stepped neatly inside it. The scene shifts to a wide map of the region. Far to the west of Brock, beyond a vast stretch of desert, lies the neighboring territory of Merloff, a trade hub where caravans and coin never stop moving. As Ian's carriage rolls toward its towering gates, a heavily armored guard steps forward, halting them. He demands to know their business. A herald calls out their arrival, announcing that an imperial advisor from the former Brock territory has come to see the count. The order is given, and the massive gates grind open, revealing the heart of Merloff. Inside the carriage, Romandro remarks that Merloff stayed silent after the rebellion, clearly trying to avoid getting involved. Ian corrects him. They did send one letter, just enough to test the waters and see who would come out on top. In his mind, their motive is obvious. If no imperial representative had arrived, Merloff would have moved in and devoured Brock's lands in the confusion, like vultures circling a dying beast. They are escorted into a grand hall where an elderly man with sharp eyes and thin glasses waits for them. He introduces himself as Count Carlo Merloff. Romandro steps forward, formally stating that he is an imperial advisor acting under the Emperor's authority, then gestures toward the boy at his side. The Count's gaze immediately locks onto Ian. "So you're Ian," he says. Ian bows politely. "You don't look anything like your uncle." The Count sneers. Ian smiles. "Thank you for the compliment." The Count wastes no more time and asks if they are here for food. Ian answers directly, explaining how desperate the situation in Brock is and how securing supplies for just 2 months would allow the entire reconstruction to be completed before winter. Carlo listens, then slides a paper across the table. It lists what Merloff is willing to sell and at what price. This is not generosity. It is business. Romandro, clearly unsettled, asks for a moment to review it privately. The Count bursts into laughter. "You don't mean with the child, do you?" He mocks the idea of an advisor consulting a boy, but Ian remains unbothered. Count Carlo waves them off, adding that they should enjoy the food here, since they won't be eating well once they return home. The moment he leaves, Romandro explodes. He calls the man a disgrace to nobility, crushing the paper in his hand. Ian calmly asks for it. He scans the list, his eyes moving quickly. The problem becomes obvious at once. There are no staple grains at all, only potatoes, and everything else is priced at 5 times its normal value. Romandro can barely speak through his fury. He says that even after accounting for their own losses, the numbers on the page are nothing but shameless price gouging. Ian closes the book with a quiet thud, his face giving away nothing. He lifts his eyes to the furious advisor and addresses him by title alone, his voice steady, almost amused. A faint, confident smile curves across Ian's lips. He tells him to trust him, that there is a far more efficient way to use their money than bleeding it dry on a deal like this. Romandro can only stare, completely lost, asking what he is even talking about. Ian doesn't bother explaining out loud. He simply gestures for him to come closer. When Romandro leans in, Ian whispers the real plan into his ear. With every word, Romandro's expression twists, first in confusion, then disbelief, then pure, wide-eyed shock. The idea is so bold, so wildly unexpected, that all he can do is let out a huge, echoing what that rings through the room. From the tall windows of his mansion, Count Carlo Merloff watches the 2 small figures, Ian and Romandro, walking away. He turns to his butler, disbelief smeared across his face, asking if they are truly just leaving. The butler confirms it, saying they wish to act as though the negotiations never happened at all. The Count snorts, convinced it is nothing more than a childish bluff. In his mind, Brock's territory is starving, their allies will soon abandon them, and that boy has nowhere else to go. When the butler asks if he should see them out, the Count waves him off. Let them go. He is certain they will come crawling back, begging for help. His eyes remain locked on the small blonde-haired boy disappearing in the distance. This is no longer a simple trade for supplies. It has become a contest of power. Merloff's ambition sharpens, cold and focused. His distance from the capital has always been his greatest advantage, giving him freedom to rule as he pleases. But taking control of the neighboring Brock territory would invite imperial eyes and limit that freedom. Still, the prize is too tempting. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. Brock will be his, no matter the cost. Outside, Ian stands with a calm, knowing smile, as if he can already see how this will end. Romandro, still unsettled, points out that angering their allies, the Heavenly Warriors, could prove disastrous for the Count. Ian simply explains, in that steady, confident tone of his, that a greedy man always weighs risk against reward, and for someone like Merloff, the chance to seize Brock is worth any danger. As they head toward the carriage, Romandro notices the butler never came out to see them off. It is a deliberate insult, a final show of disrespect from the Count. He lets out a tired sigh and asks Ian if they should just leave it at that, and Ian quietly agrees. But just as they reach for the carriage door, a soft voice cuts through the moment. A woman has stepped into their path, moving with effortless elegance. She wears a flowing green dress, her wavy blonde hair framing a gentle, refined face. Ian looks up, meeting her kind, curious eyes, and politely asks if she is Count Merloff's wife. She confirms it, and when he introduces himself as Ian, she lets out a small, amused laugh at how formal he sounds. Her warmth stands in sharp contrast to her husband's icy presence. Ian is momentarily caught off guard. He had heard she was a close friend of his late Aunt Mary, and had always imagined someone much older, but the woman before him is surprisingly young. The detail alone reveals how little anyone truly knows about what happens inside the Merloff estate. When he looks closer, he doesn't see the commanding aura of a noble woman, but the fragile beauty of a bird trapped inside a gilded cage. She then turns to his companion and introduces herself as Rain Merloff. After Romandro gives his name, she expresses genuine surprise that they are leaving so soon. With sincere warmth, she asks if they have at least been offered a meal, her hospitality feeling almost unreal compared to her husband's coldness. Romandro politely declines, explaining that they're pressed for time, but might share a meal another day. Rain's face falls with honest disappointment, murmuring that it is such a shame. Then her expression changes. A faint purple glint appears in her gentle eyes as they settle on Ian alone. She steps closer, fanning herself with graceful movements, her tone suddenly carrying a quiet intensity. She says there was something she had been curious about. Leaning in, she lowers her voice to a whisper meant only for him. Who, she asks softly, is using Countess Mary's room right now? She explains that she once lent her old friend something and never got it back. The question hangs between them, heavy with meaning. Has anyone been in there? The name Mary echoes in Ian's mind, stirring a memory he had long overlooked. His aunt speaking in a rush, insisting she had to visit her room before leaving, and then heading to Merloff's estate. A missing puzzle piece clicks into place. Ian hides his shock behind a calm, reassuring smile and tells her that part of the house is unused, inviting her to visit and check for herself whenever she wishes. At that moment, the butler finally hurries over, demanding to know why the Countess is outside. She simply tells him their guests are leaving and asks after her husband. The butler offers a weak excuse about some urgent matter, then passes along a hollow message of goodwill from the Count, saying they should call on him if they ever need help. Romandro responds with a polite but clearly forced thanks. With the stiff, awkward farewells out of the way, they finally depart the Merloff estate, the carriage rolling forward and pulling them away from the simmering tension clinging to the mansion. Rain watches them go, a small, hopeful smile resting on her lips as a soft breeze drifts past, as though carrying her quiet wishes with it. Inside the carriage, Ian looks back through the window, his expression thoughtful. That brief, cryptic exchange with the Countess has added an unexpected variable to his calculations. Romandro, meanwhile, is already seething again, scoffing at the Count's behavior and muttering about how strangely young his wife was compared to Ian's aunt. He quickly shakes it off and turns back to what really matters, his desperation showing. He tells Ian the plan has to make sense, asking if there really is a crop that can be harvested in less than a month. The idea alone is melting his bureaucratic brain. He starts firing questions in rapid succession, wanting to know where it comes from, how tough it is, and what it is even called. Ian answers none of that right away. He just gives him a bright, unwavering smile, and calmly says it's something he already knows very well. When Ian finally drops the name of this so-called miracle crop, Gula, the excitement on Romandro's face dies instantly. Horror takes its place as he collapses against the table, sobbing in despair, lamenting how absurd it sounds, and how they never should have turned down the Count's offer. Ian remains unfazed. He explains that Gula seeds are actually an incredible food source, able to be cooked in many different ways and packed with astonishing nutrition. One day, he says, they will be praised as a gift from the gods themselves. Romandro can only whimper, begging him to say something that sounds even remotely sane. Ian keeps going, adding that he has been eating it himself, and that because it grows so fast, the coming winter will not be a problem at all. His confidence never wavers, even if the plan sounds completely insane. A short while later, the driver announces that they have arrived in downtown Merloff. Ian tells him to stop and wait. His eyes flick to the door, already knowing his agent should arrive any second. The carriage door suddenly flies open and Barrick slides inside, wearing a huge, goofy grin. Mission complete, he declares proudly. Ian gives him a slow, suspicious look and remarks that it seems his mission also involved drinking. Barrick waves it off, claiming the tavern owner insisted, but quickly swears he carried out his orders properly. He explains that he spread the word in the busiest pub in town, and even posted a notice where everyone could see it. Romandro looks over, confused by the mention of notice. Ian then lays out the next stage of his plan. He has sent an announcement across all of Merloff, offering to buy labor from the locals. The offer is outrageous. For the next month, he will pay 1 gold coin for every 3 bags of Gula. Romandro's jaw practically hits the floor. 1 gold coin for a handful of common weeds is pure madness. He shouts in disbelief, while Barrick nervously says the price might be too high. Ian calmly explains that the absurdly high price is the entire point. It is meant to drive the whole population of Merloff into the forest, searching for Gula with everything they have. His eyes sharpen with cold focus as he points out that the 1-month time limit is the key. Give them longer, and people will start growing it themselves. This is an economic strike, and timing decides everything. He then turns to Barrick and asks about the current state of Merloff's farms. Barrick's playful expression fades as he reports that things are far worse than last year. Their fields were already struggling, and now the river has been contaminated by the war in Brock, making it even worse. With their harvest failing, foreign merchants have raised the prices of all imported food. Ian puts the pieces together for them. If they control the Gula supply, the balance of power flips. With crops dying and food prices exploding, it will be Count Merloff who comes begging them for a deal. Romandro can barely keep up, still stunned by how insane it all sounds. Gula for 1 gold coin. He clings desperately to the hope that Ian truly knows what he is doing, silently swearing that if this reckless plan collapses, he will not care if the boy is a mage or miracle. He will make sure Ian hears exactly what he thinks. With their business in Merloff finished, the carriage rattles back toward Brock, leaving the first seeds of economic chaos behind it. That night, inside their residence, Ian moves to the final step of his scheme, a full-course Gula dinner meant to break Romandro's last shred of doubt. The chef brings the dishes out with a face drained of all color, while Romandro stares at the table as if it were lined with poison. By Sir Ian's command, every dish has been made from the same humble weed. Gula butter stir-fry, Gula cream soup, even a honey-glazed Gula dessert. The chef is openly crying, begging Romandro to spare his family if the meal kills him, swearing he only followed orders. It does nothing to soothe Romandro's nerves. He asks in a shaky voice if the doctor is waiting outside. Ian casually replies that he has probably gone home, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Romandro explodes, shouting that he told him to keep the doctor on standby, as he slams his fist on the table. Ian just laughs and admits it was a joke, telling him to stop stalling and eat. With a trembling hand, Romandro finally lifts a spoonful of the Gula dish, bracing himself as though he is about to swallow poison. The instant it touches his tongue, his entire body stiffens. His eyes snap wide open, and the golden spoon slips from his fingers, clattering to the floor. A universe of flavor bursts across his senses. The taste is so rich, so unbelievably savory, that his mind feels as if it has been hurled through a galaxy of pleasure. He sits there frozen, one stunned thought repeating over and over. How can this taste this good? Seeing his reaction, Ian turns toward the terrified kitchen staff huddled by the door and calmly tells them they should try it too. They just stare back in disbelief. Ian smiles at them, almost kindly, asking if they are not curious. Nervous glances are exchanged. This is more than a meal now. It is a test of whether they will trust their new young master. Then a young maid named Hannah steps forward, her hand raised despite the fear in her eyes. She asks if she can try the honey-glazed one. Ian nods. Hannah picks up a small piece, softly thanks for the food, and places it in her mouth. Her eyes fly open, and a rush of color floods her cheeks as pure delight hits her all at once. She does not even need to think before blurting it out. It is incredible. Ian leans back with a calm, knowing look, as if this reaction was exactly what he expected. Hannah cannot stop talking now, praising the balance of seasoning and the deep roasted taste, describing it like she just discovered a whole new world of flavor. The head chef watches her in disbelief, half stunned, half desperate, because she is not only alive, she is clearly enjoying every bite. That is when the other two chefs finally lose their restraint. One of them nervously asks if he can try, and Ian casually motions for them to go ahead. They take their bites, slow and cautious at first, but their expressions begin to change almost instantly. Suspicion fades, then hesitation, and finally their faces fill with shock. This is really gula. There's no way. Romandro joins them, still trying to stay rational, muttering that it probably only tastes this good because they have all been half-starved. But no one is listening anymore. The staff is already reaching for more, drawn in by the flavor. This is exactly what Ian wanted. He knows the servants are the true pipeline between the castle and the people outside. Win them over here, and the story will travel faster than any royal announcement ever could. One person becomes two become four, and before anyone can stop it, the rumor is everywhere. While Romandro happily eats, he asks how Ian even found something like this. Ian only gives a small shrug and says it was just luck. Then Ian shifts the conversation, laying out what comes next. They will need insulated storage to protect the gula through winter, since the plant cannot survive the cold. If they manage that, they will have food all the way until spring. But that is only half of what he is aiming for. The real move is to take control of every gula supply in Brock and the neighboring Merloff. Once that happens, they will hold the entire region's food chain in their hands. Now fully convinced, Romandro announces that he will include all of this in his next report to the capital. Ian tells him to spread it as far as he can, to make sure everyone knows how this miracle crop was found. Romandro promises to give him full credit, then awkwardly wipes his mouth and asks for another serving. Ian tells him there is not enough to spare yet. He turns back to the kitchen staff, who are finishing off the last of the gula with eager smiles, and gives them a firm order. Until they gather enough seeds, this discovery stays between them. They all nod at once, bound together by the secret they now share. Later that night, everything falls into place. The household has fully turned to Ian's side, bound not by fear, but by a rich, delicious secret they all now share. Far away, deep inside the capital, Prince Marev is still awake. A tired yet gentle smile rests on his face as he steps into a dimly lit bedchamber and lowers his head slightly. He says his father summoned him. Lying in the grand bed is the Emperor, Clay, an old and frail man whose strength is clearly fading. He greets his son, and Marev answers with the polite tone of a dutiful prince. After a brief silence, Marev asks if something is wrong, because being called this late can only mean trouble is stirring within the palace. The Emperor slowly reaches out a thin, wrinkled hand and places it over his son's. He softly calls Marev's name, then asks the question that cuts straight through the courtesy. Is there something going on between you and Gale? Marev quickly denies it, but the Emperor continues, explaining that he had a dream. In that dream, the mother of that child appeared and told him to summon his other son, Gale. The mention of his rival's mother is not accidental. It is a warning. Marev tries to speak, his voice tight, but the Emperor gently pats his hand, brushing the matter aside. When Marev leaves the chamber, the warmth drains from his face. The moment the door closes, the gentle smile vanishes, replaced by a dark, seething fury. Out in the hallway, he stops and asks in a low, dangerous voice if his father's chambers are being properly managed. The maid insists nothing is wrong, but his tone turns ice cold. Then why are his dreams so strange? She has no answer. A sudden crack echoes through the corridor. The maid is slammed against the wall, Marev's hand clamped over her mouth. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, nothing like the kind prince everyone sees. She shakes in silence, trapped in his violent grip. Later, alone, Marev fumes. If he hears one more unsettling word from his father, he will have every servant in that wing executed. The thought alone reveals how ruthless he truly is. The maid can only whisper broken apologies as the prince walks away, his footsteps carrying all the fury he left behind. He asks his aide if there is anything else left on the schedule. The man hesitates, then admits a report has arrived from Romandro, and what it contains is so alarming that it could not wait. Marev rubs his tired eyes and tells him to keep it short. The aide leans in and whispers the news coming out of Brock. As the words sink in, the exhaustion drains from Marev's face, replaced by pure disbelief. What? The report is chaos in written form. Ian, a supposed bastard, is a magic user. He has allied himself with the desert tribes, taken control of the territory, and even humiliated one of Prince Gale's most important supporters. Marev clicks his tongue in irritation, calling it a mess, already realizing he needs direct eyes on the situation. His aide understands at once and bows. The quiet power struggles of the capital have now reached into the unstable northern lands. By the next morning in Merloff, Ian's economic strike is already hitting hard. The news spreads through the streets like wildfire. People stop each other in disbelief, asking if it is true that Brock is paying money for gula. Some laugh it off, calling it nothing more than a weed, unable to imagine what anyone could possibly want with it. A village elder confirms the rumor, but warns that the offer only lasts for 1 month, and that the nearby forests have already been stripped bare. Anyone who wants to profit will have to go deeper. Then the real question finally comes. How much are they paying? When the answer is spoken, the entire square falls silent. 1 gold for 3 bags. The number is so absurd it sounds like a joke. Some wonder if the Lord of Brock is simply throwing money away for his own amusement. No one knows the reason. One man shakes his head, saying he never thought he would live to see weeds being bought for real coin. His friend cuts him off. The reason does not matter. What matters is that it's good for them. And just like that, the great gula rush begins, with sacks of the once worthless plant flooding toward Brock. Back at Ian's estate, the results are already pouring in. A servant reports they gathered 49 bags in a single day. Ian calmly notes it is even faster than he expected. In a small garden nearby, Hannah is already experimenting with growing the plant herself, carefully testing different soil types to see how far they can push its potential. Romandro passes by and, without thinking, reaches for a raw gula seed to snack on. Hannah nearly jumps out her skin and rushes to stop him, telling him they cannot waste even one because they barely have enough to plant. He turns red and apologizes at once. From a short distance away, Ian watches the exchange in silence, his expression thoughtful. The gula operation is unfolding exactly as planned, but something far more urgent is pressing on his mind. He finds Barrick lounging nearby and speaks with a knowing tone. He can already guess what Barrick is worried about. Barrick stretches and answers without hesitation. It is Lord Mullen. He has been far too quiet, and that kind of silence always means trouble. Ian nods. Mullen has locked himself away, but his men are constantly on the move, which makes their intentions obvious. It also means it is time to pull out the magical listening stone Ian planted. He is done waiting. Ian tells Barrick to have Romandro invite Mullen and all of his men to lunch. Barrick hesitates, wondering what happens if they refuse. Ian turns to him with a calm, predatory smile and tells him to say it is an important meeting and that attendance is not optional. As Barrick leaves, Ian adds one more instruction. Retrieve the magic stone while you are there. Beneath Lord Mullen's table, a tiny red gem glows faintly, its task nearly complete. The trap is ready to close. Ian sits at the head of the dining table, composed and in full control. Across from him, Lord Mullen and his subordinates bristle with impatience, the tension thick enough to choke on. One of Mullen's men finally snaps, demanding to know why they were dragged here so suddenly. Ian smiles calmly and says he only wanted to make sure his guests were comfortable and to share a bit of news. The man named Max scoffs, telling him to get to the point. Ian's expression does not change. He says it is nothing dramatic, only that he's found a new crop that will get them through the winter. At that, Lord Mullen finally speaks, his voice heavy with mockery. A crop? He asks if Ian is talking about Gula. Ian meets his gaze without flinching and notes that Mullen already knows. Mullen's eyes narrow as he admits he's been well aware of Ian's little project, his tone making it clear he thinks it is nothing more than a childish joke. In Mullen's mind, the whole thing is nothing but a childish farce. He has heard the stories of Ian throwing gold at weeds, and to him it sounds like the desperate flailing of a boy who failed to secure real food for his people. Ian lifts an eyebrow, faint amusement in his eyes, and asks if that is truly what they think. He leans forward, and the warmth drains from his voice. If this were only about saving face, would he be pouring resources into rebuilding the territory, or letting Mullen and his men sit here, consuming supplies that actually have value? Max slams his hand on the table, outraged by the word consuming, but Ian does not even glance his way. His gaze hardens as he continues, warning that he does not know who started these rumors. But if they continue, those responsible should be told that he and his allies will not tolerate it. There will be consequences. The threat hangs heavy in the air, aimed straight at everyone seated before him. Mullen quickly tries to regain control by shifting the topic, asking if Ian even understands what kind of plant Gula really is. Ian answers calmly that he knows it very well. He then begins explaining it to them, as if they were children, stating that while the plant itself is poisonous, its seeds are perfectly edible and packed with nutrients. With quiet confidence, he declares a crop worthy of being called a blessing from the gods. Then Ian looks directly at Mullen and asks if he remembers something he once said. He repeats the nobleman's own words back to him, about how nothing in nature is truly noble or common, and that anything capable of ending a famine is a blessing. He presses further, reminding him that he claimed the second prince believed the same. Mullen is boxed in by his own elegant rhetoric, his fingers tapping against the table as his irritation grows. At last, he gives in just a little, saying that even if Gula can be eaten, the common people will never accept it. The fear of its poison is too deeply rooted, and the whole scheme will collapse. Ian only smiles, completely unmoved, and says he has already considered that. As he begins outlining his plan to control the narrative and sway the masses, the room falls silent. By the time he finishes, Lord Mullen's face is twisted with fury, his fist clenched so tightly it turns white. With a thunderous crack, Mullen's fist smashed into the table. "How dare you?" he roared, springing to his feet, his face flushed with fury. "Do you think the imperial family is some kind of joke? If this scheme fails, their honor will be dragged through the mud." Ian didn't even blink. He calmly pointed out that the seeds had already been tested and proven safe. Then he pushed deeper. "And didn't you say that handling crises is a ruler's duty? I didn't expect you to hide behind something so small." Mullen's eyes went wide. "Small? You dare call the honor of the imperial family small?" Ian met his glare without flinching. "Of course I do." His voice carried the weight of someone who had once ruled the world. "When people are dying, all of that becomes meaningless. Will you feed the starving with honor alone?" The words hit like a hammer. Mullen was left speechless. Ian didn't let him recover. His tone turned sharp and final. "And Lord Mullen, you're mistaken about one thing. I'm not asking for your permission." His gaze hardened. "If you plan to interfere, then leave this land immediately. I will have my warriors escort you out." Cold, cutting eyes swept across the three men. "You speak of disrespect, yet none of you seem to know your place. While I was risking my life to save my people, what were you doing, other than reporting every step I take to the palace and trying to block me at every turn? Have you accomplished anything at all?" The room teetered on the edge of collapse, and Romandro hurriedly stepped forward, nervously insisting that he had tasted the Gula himself and that it was not only safe, but delicious. At the same time, Barrett peeked through a side door and gave a tiny nod, quietly signaling that the listening device had been secured. With everything done, Ian straightened. "I've said what I needed to say. If you keep interfering, I won't be so patient next time." He even wished them a pleasant dinner before turning away, motioning for Romandro to follow. Behind them, one of Mullen's men could only choke on his own anger, unable to respond. Out in the hallway, Barrick was practically glowing. "That was amazing. You were so cool in there." Ian barely acknowledged it. "Did you get it?" Barrick grinned and opened his palm, revealing a small red magic stone. "Of course, the one we planted in his room." Ian took the stone, his eyes sharp. "Good work, Barrick. Now let's find out what our guests have really been planning." He dropped the stone into a glass of water, and the surface rippled as the hidden magic stirred. The magic flared to life, and voices from Mullen's room began spilling out of the stone like hollow, ghostly echoes. Barrick listened as Mullen's cold, determined tone filled the air. "Then we removed the obstacle and moved forward." A pause, followed by the words that made his blood run cold. "There are always ways." Barrick's jaw tightened, his eyes turning hard. "They're talking about killing you, aren't they?" Ian answered without a trace of surprise. For men pushed into a corner, that was the only logical move. They couldn't afford to lose control of the territory. Barrick's hand curled into a fist. "Then let me strike first. I'll deal with them right now." Ian shook his head. No, we wait. We catch them when they move. He laid out calmly. They were hunting for a chance, but with him always surrounded by people, none had appeared. And because his sleeping hours were completely unpredictable, there was only one conclusion. They'll send an assassin tonight. For a brief moment, the words dragged Ian back to his past life as Emperor, a life where betrayal lurked in every shadow. He sat at his desk, eyes cold and focused. Barrick, listen carefully. I'm always listening, Barrick said, still tense. From now on, don't miss a single detail. Have someone keep Mullen's men under watch every moment of the day. The trap was already being tightened. At the same time, the second part of Ian's plan was unfolding. Romandro was in the villages himself, overseeing the food distribution, his presence giving official weight to the whispers Ian had planted. As Romandro ate with the locals, one man murmured to his neighbor, "That's gula he's eating." His friend stared in disbelief. No way. Why would an Imperial advisor touch that? The first man leaned closer. I heard from someone that. The scene cuts back to Ian explaining it all to Romandro. They would use rumors, carefully shaped stories. The tale was simple. The Imperial Palace had been secretly studying gula for years to end famines, and Romandro had been sent to put that hidden knowledge into action. When Romandro worried about what might reach the capital, Ian dismissed it. Any reports would come from Romandro himself anyway. To make it convincing, a few extra discoveries would be leaked. Back in the village, another piece of gossip spread. They say if you dry and grind gula into powder, it clears your skin. The story kept growing, just as Ian intended. It's a tiny, almost laughable detail, yet it makes the whole tale feel real, and before long the entire region is buzzing with it. Back in the present, Ian casually asks Barrick how fast the rumors are spreading, and Barrick tells him the pubs are overflowing with talk about people living off gula. Ian's lips curve into a calm, knowing smile. Good, that alone is enough. With public opinion already bent in his favor, and an assassin surely moving somewhere in the dark, Ian quietly says it's time to prepare for the next phase, because the game is about to slip into its most lethal stage, under the cover of night. Soft footsteps press into the wet soil, inside a heavily guarded greenhouse. Two masked figures glide between rows of carefully cultivated gula, moving like shadows. One whispers that he told the other he'd seen it with his own eyes, and the second stares around in disbelief, murmuring that he can't believe they're actually growing gula in a place like this. The first man tears a plant from the ground, clutching it as proof, muttering that the rumors must be true and that it's become precious in the capital. He suggests they grab whatever they can and sell it, but before they can turn, a sharp voice cuts through the dark. Hey you. A guard is on them in an instant, already grumbling that this is the second thief he's caught tonight. He orders them to surrender, and one of the men immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. The guard doesn't care. Both of you, he snaps, you're coming with me. From the shadows nearby, Ian watches the scene unfold, quietly thanking the guards for doing their job so well. Behind him, Barrick lets out a huge, sleepy yawn, just as another guard hurries over, clearly worried. It's late, Lord Ian, he says nervously. Are you going out? Should I arrange an escort? Ian pulls his hood up over his face and answers in a flat, steady voice that he only needs Barrick. The guard then glances toward the two captured men, his eyes wide with disbelief, asking if they really are thieves, while his equally stunned comrade looks on. For the people of Brock, the idea that someone would steal a common weed is still hard to wrap their heads around. On their knees, the two men plead desperately, explaining that the bad harvest has made it impossible to survive any other way. Ian looks down at them, his face giving nothing away. He tells them they should have waited just a little longer, his words heavy with a meaning they can't grasp. Then he turns to the guard and gives a single, cold command to take them to the prison. The guard stiffens at the severity of it, but Ian merely thanks his men and turns away, leaving the two thieves behind as the night closes in around them. As they disappear into the night, Barrick yawns yet again and grumbles about the suffocating security. He thought the plan was to keep things loose so desire would grow, not lock the place down so tightly that not even a mouse could slip through. Ian answers without slowing his pace. That method only works in a stable land. Brock is broken, leaderless, barely holding together, and if even a hint of weakness shows, if thieves start running free, the whole territory will collapse into chaos. His voice carries the cold certainty of someone who has ruled before. For a place like this, a different and better method is needed. Barrick can only stare at him, completely lost, unable to even guess what kind of web his young master is weaving. They soon reach a poor, silent corner of the village, where small houses huddle together beneath pale moonlight. Ian steps up to one door and knocks softly, the sound echoing down the empty street. A worn-out man opens it, a baby strapped to his back, still fighting off sleep as he asks who could be calling so late. Ian answers quietly, and the man's eyes widen in shock as recognition hits him. Lord Ian. Ian presses a finger to his lips, signaling toward the small children sleeping on the floor inside. He doesn't want to wake them. The man, John, immediately panics, convinced he must have done something terribly wrong to draw the acting lord here in person. Instead, Ian calmly holds out a small, heavy sack. It's gula. He explains that it isn't the miracle drug people are whispering about, but it is true that the royal advisor from the capital enjoys it for its taste and nourishment. John clutches the bag as if it were treasure, a fragile glow of hope spreading across his exhausted face. Ian continues, carefully layering his story, saying that while they're guarding it at the mansion, the advisor demanded it be shared with the people. Then he added the personal touch, saying he heard John had been giving his own food to his children, and that it moved him. That single line strikes deeper than any speech ever could. John's composure crumbles, tears welling in his eyes as he struggles just to say Ian's name. Ian gently reminds him that there are many more houses to visit tonight, and that he should only eat the seeds. John wipes his tears and nods again and again, barely able to speak. As Ian finishes handing over the sack, he leaves John with one last quiet instruction. A single seed can grow 10 more plants, Ian tells him, so eat some, plant the rest, and share whatever grows with the neighbors. As they move on, John bows so deeply it's as if he might never straighten again, his gratitude pouring out in silence. Ian gives him a small wave and walks away, already finished with this part of the night. In the empty streets, Barrick stares at him in open amazement, and and admits he doesn't think he will ever understand him. Ian just smiles and says he always knows exactly what Beric is thinking, then nails it by pointing out that all he wants is to crawl back into bed. Beric grumbles, unable to deny it. Then Ian lays out the real brilliance of the plan. By making it look like the palace is hoarding something precious, he has made everyone uneasy, and when he personally appears to hand it out, he asks with a sly grin, "How do you think they'll see me?" Beric snorts and calls him shameless. Ian shakes his head. "No, they'll see me as kind and gracious, as a savior." With his reputation locking into place, he urges Beric to move faster, because there are still more families waiting. They stop in an orphanage, where a caretaker and a cluster of wide-eyed children stare at Ian with awe as he gives them seeds. He hands some to an injured man, then leaves a small bag with an elderly couple, his quiet generosity spreading through every dark corner of the village. Beric watches the faces of the people soften and light up, real hope taking root, and he finally begins to grasp how deep Ian's design really goes. This isn't just about food, it's about owning their hearts. But unseen eyes are tracking them. From the edge of a nearby rooftop, a cloaked figure observes every step they take. The spy sent by Lord Molan memorizes Ian's path, noting how little protection he has, then slips back into the shadows to report. He returns to the residence without a sound, the door ceiling shut behind him, as if closing over Molan's fate. Inside, Mac is waiting, asking what he saw. The spy pulls back his hood, revealing Degur, and calmly reports that Ian is roaming the village at night, handing out gula with only his young bodyguard beside him. Molan scoffs, calling the boy reckless, but even as he sneers, he believes he has finally found his opening. He realizes Ian is using Romandro as a shield, a way to win favor from both the palace and the people at the same time, and he even admits it's a clever move. But as he slowly sips his wine, a cruel smile spreads across his face as he spots what he believes is the flaw. If the boy is reckless enough to wander around at dawn with only a single guard, then that is the perfect moment to strike. In Molan's mind, Ian is already walking straight into his trap. A few days later, Ian sits down with Romandro and Bellamy. Romandro reports that reconstruction across the villages is nearly finished, and when the topic turns to gula, he confirms that thanks to Ian's nightly visits, the people have fully accepted it and wider distribution can begin soon. Everything is falling neatly into place. Romandro asks if Ian plans to go out again tonight, and Ian, scanning through a stack of documents, replies that he intends to keep it up for about 4 more days. Romandro laughs in disbelief, joking that Ian's true magical talent must be endless stamina. Just as the meeting is about to end, Bellamy steps forward, his face dark. A message has arrived from the Great Desert. He delivers the news in a low, heavy voice. Madame Winchen's condition has worsened. Ian looks down at the letter, and for the first time, the calm mask he always wears begins to crack. The warrior explains their final, desperate gamble, that they are burning through their entire remaining stock of the precious Silas flower, even using its roots, in a last attempt to save her. Ian listens in silence, his expression controlled, yet the weight of it presses down on the room. "I see," is all he manages to say. Romandro, completely lost, waves his hands in confusion, asking who Vice Chief Winchen is and what Silas even means. Ian hesitates as the sinking sun throws long, ominous shadows across the chamber, but Romandro suddenly pieces it together on his own. The spiritual leader of the Heavenly Warriors is dying, and the rare flower Ian supplied is being consumed to keep her alive. The situation is far more serious than he imagined. Bellamy then explains why this crisis affects everyone present, not just the clan, and asks if Ian knows their funeral customs. Yes, Ian replies quietly, his hand tightening into a fist on his lap. He understands exactly what this means, and the consequences are nothing short of devastating. Bellamy spells out the disaster in a flat, merciless voice. If their spiritual leader dies, the entire tribe will be forced into a year of seclusion, abandoning Brock, and taking Ian's only military support with them. In a single stroke, he would lose everything. Ian pushes down his personal grief, and his thoughts snap back to survival. He asks Romandro if the capital has replied. Romandro shakes his head, saying there's been nothing at all. Ian narrows it down, asking about the first prince specifically, and Romandro hesitates before admitting there was a short message, a request for more detailed reports, and in order to carefully verify whether Ian truly is a magic user. That was it. Ian absorbs the meaning instantly, already thinking several moves ahead. He cuts straight to the core of it. The first prince wants to stop Lord Molan from taking Brock, doesn't he? Romandro gives a vague, uneasy answer about the tangled politics of the capital. Ian presses on, stating plainly that he and Molan are enemies, letting the implication hang for a heartbeat before his eyes harden with resolve. "Then I need you to recommend me as the new lord of this territory." Romandro freezes, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple as he stares at Ian in disbelief. He says Ian can't be serious, but Ian calmly lays out the brutal truth. Becoming the official lord is the only way to protect both himself and this land. Otherwise, he'll be hauled back to the desert, and the Empire will treat a magic user without a title as nothing more than a tool. His freedom itself is at stake. He also reminds Romandro that if Ian takes control, Brock will stabilize and Romandro will finally be able to go home. With the people already behind him, there is no other sensible choice. Romandro knows it's true. Ian led the reconstruction, uncovered Gula, and proved he could carry the weight of this territory. With a heavy sigh, he leans forward and agrees to speak honestly. From the capital's point of view, Ian and Molan still appear to be working together, and Prince Marev doesn't trust that at all. Romandro explains how the prince sees it. Ian used Molan to expose his uncle, allowed one of the second prince's pawns in a Brock, and now stands as a powerful, unknown magic user. To the capital, he looks less like an ally and more like a hidden weapon in Molan's hand. Ian listens without interrupting, his expression steady as he takes it all in. Romandro rubs his temples, already feeling the weight of the problem, and Ian steps in before he can even finish the thought, telling him that if that is truly the issue, then he will explain everything himself. Romandro stiffens and asks how that could possibly be done, and Ian answers without hesitation that he will meet the prince in person, because some truths are far too complex to be entrusted to ink on paper. Then his gaze turns as sharp as ice, and he adds that proving Lord Molan and himself are enemies is something he can do very easily. He lets a single word fall into the air, heavy with death, and Romandro's blood turns cold as he realizes Ian is referring to Mullen's own assassination plot, to the plan that will be used as undeniable proof. Sweat beads across the advisor's face as he hurriedly clears his throat, stammering that he will pass the message along to Prince Marev. He quickly gathers his papers, eager to escape this conversation before it tightens any further, and suggests they end the meeting here. Ian thanks him, but just as Romandro turns to leave, Ian stops him with one last request, a faint edge of urgency slipping into his voice. He asks whether there is any merchant guild that trades in a flower called Silisk. Romandro agrees to look into it, though he admits he has never even heard of such a plant. As he departs, Ian thanks him again, but a quiet worry settles into his chest. If neither a high-ranking imperial advisor nor a former emperor has ever heard of Silisk, then finding it may prove nearly impossible. Still, he watches Romandro go, knowing the political trap has already been set. Now it is time to prepare the physical one. Ian turns to Beric and tells him they should finish tonight's work early. Beric lets out a tired sigh and complains about how exhausted he is, and Ian, the strain finally catching up to him, nods in agreement, admitting he can barely keep his eyes open either. When they reach the village, a ripple of excitement spreads through the streets. Lord Ian is here, the villagers whisper, convinced he has slipped out once again to help them behind the backs of greedy nobles. With every visit, his legend as their secret protector grows. After the distribution is done, they begin to head back, but Beric suddenly stops. Ian asks what is wrong, and Beric's eyes narrow as his senses flare. 3 of them, he says. Ian understands at once. I see. Let's hurry then. The night deepens as 3 masked figures glide along the rooftops, silently closing in. Ian and Beric walk down a deserted stone street, calm and unhurried, deliberately leading their hunters into the chosen killing ground. From the shadows, the assassins drop to the street in front of them, landing without a sound. Their leader lifts his head, and his voice is cold, empty of all emotion. The assassin locks eyes with him and asks if he is Ian. Ian meets that stare without the slightest flicker of fear and answers yes. The instant the word leaves his lips, the man explodes forward, his blade flashing straight for Ian's heart. But sharp clang cuts through the night as Beric moves even faster, his sword crashing into the strike in a burst of sparks and knocking the attacker back. Ian watches every movement and shouts a warning just in time, and Beric twists, his blade carving a silver arc as he blocks the perfectly timed assault from the other 2. He is surrounded, yet he does not falter, the sheer force of their blows cracking the cobblestones beneath their feet as the echoes roll through the empty street. Beric becomes a red-haired whirlwind, striking and parrying with savage speed, his face locked in fierce concentration. From the side, Ian studies them, their footwork, their rhythm, the way they move together. They were trained for this, trained specifically to deal with Beric, which leaves no doubt they belong to Mullen. He raises his voice and gives a new order, telling Beric he needs one of them alive. Beric laughs through clenched teeth and asks if it still counts as alive if he cuts them up a little. Ian starts to reply, then freezes as the final piece falls into place. If they knew about Beric, then they must also know he is a magic user. So why are they pretending he does not exist? Why leave the most dangerous man on the battlefield completely unchallenged? Then he hears it, the low shuffle of dozens of boots closing in from behind. A faint, knowing smile touches Ian's lips. Just as I expected, from the darkness, a mob of men pours out, armed with crude clubs and farm tools, sealing off the only path of escape. Mullen's true trap was never just an assassination. It was a staged uprising. One of the hired thugs steps forward, trying to look fierce, and asks if he is Ian. Surrounded and outnumbered, Ian's smile only widens. There is no fear in his eyes, only the calm certainty of a predator who has just cornered its prey. A spear of golden magic flares to life in his palm, washing the alley in a terrifying glow. Yes, he says softly, his voice carrying an ancient, overwhelming authority. I am Ian. The sphere of light pulses, filling the darkness as Ian finally sees the whole of Mullen's scheme laid bare before him. Ian looks at the crowd gathering around him and asks if they were pulling in even more people, questioning whether they truly value their own lives. The man who seems to lead them, emboldened by their numbers, spits back that he should shut up and die, shouting about how much Ian's head is worth before charging with his club raised high. Ian steps aside with effortless contempt, the swing slicing through empty air, and he calmly presses his glowing hand against the man's chest. The thug barely has time to understand what is happening before a blinding surge of golden light explodes outward, and with a thunderous blast he is hurled back and slammed into the ground, limp and broken. Ian gazes down at him, his face cold and unmoved beneath the pale moonlight. Another attacker darts in from behind with a dagger aimed at Ian's spine, but a shield of blue energy snaps into place, stopping the strike dead. Ian does not even bother to turn. He grips the man's wrist, twists it with merciless precision, and forces the blade back into its owner. The thug lets out a choked gasp, eyes wide in disbelief, before collapsing in a pool of his own blood. A raw scream of agony echoes through the narrow alley. Only then does Ian turn to the rest of the mob, now shaking with fear, and calmly asks if they're commoners from Brock. One of them stammers that he does not need to know. Ian nods slowly, a thin, chilling smile forming as he curls his fingers toward them in invitation. He tells them he is having trouble controlling his strength tonight, so they should come at him if they dare. Panic ripples through their ranks. This was not what they were promised. Someone tries to shout that he is just a kid, to attack together, but the words sound hollow even to their own ears. Behind them, a blur of red hair and flashing steel rips through the remaining assassins as Beric tears into their ranks. The train killers are helpless before his monstrous speed and savagery. He roars with wild fury, complaining about being forced to work this hard at such an hour as he cuts another man down, the scream barely leaving the assassin's throat before he falls. In the chaos, Beric moves like a demon unleashed, reveling in the slaughter. Ian strolls through the wreckage, stepping past the unconscious bodies scattered across the stones, and asks Beric if he kept them alive. Beric wipes the blood from his blade, and answers that the ones he was fighting are still breathing. Good, Ian says calmly, placing a hand on Barrick's shoulder as a warm golden light flows out, sinking into him and knitting his wounds while restoring his drained strength. He tells him this just in case, because he needs at least one of them alive. Barrick grins as the power floods through his body, marveling at how good it feels, then laughs and asks if Ian is really begging him. With a wild roar, he launches himself back at the remaining thugs, shouting that they are all dead. The sight of that blood-soaked monster charging at them shatters what little courage the hired mob has left. They scream for each other to run, crying that the redhead has gone mad, but there's nowhere to hide. Ian watches it all with a detached smile, quietly noting how strange it is to hear them call Barrick angry when he knows the truth. Barrick is smiling, radiating bliss. In the flickering glow of battle, his face is twisted into a terrifying, ecstatic grin. This is not rage. This is joy. Barrick laughs as he stands over a heap of fallen men, and Ian mutters that he really is a crazy punk. When the chaos finally settles, Ian walks through the carnage and finds the 3 professional assassins, beaten and broken, yet still alive just as he asked. 1, plus 2 more, he notes, kneeling beside their leader and studying the man's distinctive uniform, feeling as though he has seen it somewhere before. Barrick leans in, squints at the man's face, and bluntly remarks that he is ugly. The instant the word leaves his mouth, Ian's eyes snap wide as a horrible, sizzling fills the air. The assassin's face begins to melt away, dissolving into a grotesque cloud of black smoke until nothing is left. Barrick recoils in disgust, saying he cannot recognize him at all now. Ian immediately understands. It is a poison meant to erase their identities. Rising to his feet, already adjusting his plan, he orders Barrick to get some people, because they're taking this one and the other survivor back to the mansion. Barrick grumbles that the guards will panic, and Ian agrees coolly, knowing they will make quite a scene. Meanwhile, in Lord Mullen's private chambers, the 3 conspirators hover by the window, their long shadows stretched across the floor by the pale moonlight. One of them nervously chews at his nails, whispering if they got him, and what happens if something went wrong. Another tries to calm him, reminding him they're Imperial Guardsmen and telling him not to worry so much, but Mac snaps back that he's far too optimistic, and that they need a backup plan in case Petrio fails. Lord Mullen cuts him off sharply, warning him to keep his voice down before the servants hear. Mac hurriedly apologizes, and Mullen speaks with the unshakable confidence of a man who believes victory is already his. Petrio, he explains, is a former vice-captain of the Imperial Guards, fiercely loyal and deadly. Against 10 trained men in a narrow alley, 2 children do not stand a chance, so they simply need to wait. A sudden, violent pounding on the door shatters the room, making all 3 of them jump. One of them calls out with a trembling voice, asking if it is Petrio. The door creaks open, revealing a terrifying silhouette framed by a blood-red haze. Barrick stands there, soaked in blood, his eyes burning with cold fire, and calmly asks if Petrio is the name of the man they were expecting. The color drains from their faces as Barrick kicks the door wide open and orders all of them to come with him. When one of them starts to protest about disrespect, Barrick is on him in a blink, the tip of his bloody sword pressing against his throat as he tells him to move while he is still being polite, adding that Ian said he could cut them up if he felt like it. Another sputters in outrage, calling him a lowly beast and reminding him they are from the Imperial Palace. But Barrick cuts him off, cold and unmoved. He knows exactly who they are, but this is the border, and, as Ian said, the border does not care about titles. By morning, the mansion is buzzing with whispers. Servants gather in the courtyard, staring at the dark stains on the stone as rumors race through the halls. They say Lord Ian was ambushed. Someone whispers in horror. A young maid gasps, asking how it could happen. The story spreads like wildfire, filled with shock and fury. He was attacked while bringing food to the people, trying to help them. Deep in a dungeon, Ian stands before the only surviving professional assassin while Barrick treats the man's wounds. Ian quietly speaks the name he heard during the fight, his eyes fixed on the prisoner. Petrio. He grips the man's chin and forces his head up, locking eyes with him. That's your name? He already knows it's the name the assassins kept using for each other. A sudden scream tears out of the prisoner as pain explodes through him. Barrick snaps in irritation, telling him to shut up and hold still while he stitches the wound. Ian watches the man's stubborn silence, without blinking. Why not just tell us what you know? He asks, already aware it won't be that simple. He had checked the body himself. Every mark, every trace of identity had been wiped away by magic. This was a professional, trained to die with his secrets. Ian calmly lays out the truth. The doctor says that in your state, you'll be lucky to survive 4 more days. He leans closer, his voice dropping into something smooth and deadly. Stay silent, and you die here. Talk. Tell me who hired you, and I'll bring you a real doctor. The assassin only glares back, eyes burning with defiance. Ian exhales slowly. I have no interest in torturing a dying man. He turns and starts to walk away, his final words slicing through the air like a blade. But the warriors of the desert never forget a dead. Petrio, pray you have no one you love, because anyone who shares your blood will pay for your silence. The man's composure collapses. A strangled, terrified scream rips from his throat as images of his family being butchered crush his will. Ian pauses at the top of the stairs, hearing it, not needing to turn around to know the outcome. It's already over. As he moves down the corridor, hurried footsteps echo behind him. Ian, Romandro rushes up, face drained of color. Are you hurt? They said you were ambushed. What about Barrick? More than 15 men are dead. Ian answers calmly that they're both fine. Romandro finally breathes again, while Barrick grumbles that he did all the fighting. Ian explains that Mullen was behind everything, but the captured men are still keeping their mouths shut. Then he lifts the poison ring taken from the assassin, who killed himself. Do you recognize this poison? His face melted the moment he used it. Romandro studies it closely. The design, the effect, it's probably teen, an assassin's poison meant to erase identity. Ian stores the name away. When Romandro asks about Lord Mullen and his men, Ian replies that they're locked up, still pretending they know nothing. Are you gonna kill them? Romandro asks, his voice shaking. No. Ian replies without hesitation. If I do, the palace will just send another investigation team. And besides, their fate isn't mine to decide. Romandro stares, not understanding. Ian gives him a calm, confident smile. I told you I'd prove where our loyalty lies. Send a message to Prince Marev. Tell him I will follow his will. With that single move, Ian places Mullen's life directly in the prince's hands, a flawless political strike that proves his allegiance beyond any doubt. Later, Ian descends back into the dungeon. He looks down on the shattered man, victory already decided. Inside the cell, Lord Mullen and his subordinates sit slumped on the icy stone floor. Did the three of you sleep well? He asks quietly. Mac and Degayer spring up, barking with hollow arrogance. You lowborn brat. We're here under Imperial orders. This is an insult to the Emperor. Degayer turns desperately to the guard. Do you even understand what it means for someone tied to the great desert to treat Imperial officials like this? Ian's voice slices through them. Isn't that the only reason you're still breathing? He steps closer, eyes cold. If you weren't hiding behind that Imperial flag, you'd already be lying beside P. Trio. Mullen stiffens. Who is that? I don't know what you're talking about. Ian produces a magic recording stone and drops it into a vial of water. Their own voices spill out, sealing their guilt. Get rid of the one in front of us first. This job is for P. Trio. Color drains from their faces as the conspiracy echoes through the cell. Degayer stammers. A recording isn't proof. We demand an Imperial trial. Ian laughs softly. A trial? Sir Degayer, this is the border, not your precious capital. As you said, I stand with the heavenly warriors, and the people of the desert do not forgive so easily. His gaze is filled with contempt. This is all the proof I need. I have no intention of letting any of you go. He turns away, leaving them with one final, merciless line. You should start rationing your food. I wonder if you're really in a position to complain. The door closes, leaving them in the cold darkness, stripped of power, rank, and hope, while Ian's footsteps fade through the stone corridor. As he steps out of the dungeon, Hannah comes running, nearly tripping over herself as she skids to a halt in front of him. Lord Ian, she pants, barely catching her breath. The people, they've surrounded the mansion. They're demanding to see you. Ian freezes. Why? His mind spins. Is Mullen making another move? Did something go wrong with the Gula? A revolt? A conflict? Some hidden disaster? He moves outside, ready to face an angry crowd, only to stop in shock. There is no mob waiting for him. There is a sea of anxious, grateful faces, hands filled with flowers and baskets of food. Lord Ian, voices cry out. You're safe. We were so worried. This isn't much, but please accept it. You were only trying to help us, and they attack you. For a moment, Ian can only stare. Their concern is real, their gratitude unfiltered. And suddenly, memories surge up from his past life, the crushing loneliness of the throne, and the one thing that had always kept him moving forward, the support of his people. This was why he had fought. This warmth, this trust. A genuine smile touches his lips for the first time in a very long while. I'm glad you all came, he says softly. Could you gather everyone in Main Plaza? They blink in confusion. Pardon. Ian's smile widens, something bright and determined behind it. Sir Romandro has approved the official distribution and cultivation of Gula. With that single declaration, built on a people's love and his enemy's defeat, his authority becomes unshakable. In the busy town square, Ian stands before them not as a child, but as their leader. His voice carries across the crowd as he announces his policy. Every family will receive Gula seedlings based on its size. Taxes will be waived for now, but they will return after the next harvest, so everyone must use the cultivation recipes provided. Then his tone hardens, just slightly. Any trade of Gula with outsiders must go through the mansion. Anyone who breaks this rule will be fined 50 gold coins, and anyone who reports them will be rewarded. In one stroke, he creates a state-controlled flow of their most precious resource, locking down Gula and securing the future of the Brock territory. When someone asks about trading among themselves, Ian makes it clear that it's allowed. But the moment a single Gula seedling reaches a foreigner, it becomes a crime. He ends with a steady promise. If anyone still hasn't received Gula, don't worry. A second distribution is coming. The crowd explodes in cheers, their future finally feeling safe. As the line moves forward, a young woman rushes up and calls out to him. The other attacker, he's awake. Ian turns instantly, already walking. Public policy is finished. Now comes interrogation. Back in the dungeon, he finds Barrick and the doctor waiting. The other one is conscious, the doctor says. What about P. Trio? Ian asks. No change. He won't survive past today, and he still hasn't said a word. The professional assassin is determined to die with his secrets. From the next cell, a pitiful wail echoes. Save me. The doctor barely looks over. He's perfectly fine. The difference between the silent, dying killer and the screaming amateur is almost comical. Inside the cell, the hired thug is on his knees. Ian asks his name, and the man blurts out everything in a panicked rush. Hi, it's Colin. I'm 20. I've got 2 older brothers and 3 younger. Enough. Ian cuts him off. I don't care. Barrick grins and leans closer. Quick, what's your MBTI and zodiac sign? I'm an ENFJ and an Aries. Colin screams without hesitation. Ian exhales. Where are you from? Mariloff. Colin sobs. I was picked up in a gambling den. They said it was easy money. So that's it. Ian thinks. The only place Mullen could have found disposable muscle so quickly. Who hired you? I never met him. Colin stammers, shaking. Barrick's killing intent suddenly flares, silent and terrifying. Ian taps his chin. Mariloff. So it really was Mariloff. Keep him alive and lock him up. Ian orders. Colin keeps begging as they leave. I already said you'd live. Ian replies coldly. Stepping back into the daylight, Ian calls for a guard. A message has to go to Mariloff. Prepare a horse immediately. He heads straight for Romandro's study, where the advisor is buried in paperwork. What is it? Romandro asks. Is P. Trio dead? Ian shakes his head. The mob was recruited from Mariloff. I want to send an official notice to their lord, and I need your help. Romandro understands at once. You want this to carry legal weight. An Imperial advisor seal makes it unavoidable. Ian gives him a faint, knowing smile. Exactly. Romandro laughs, in genuine admiration. You really are something else. Then he hands Ian a sealed document. You came at the right time. This is my recommendation to Prince Marev, naming you the next Margrave of this territory. Ian accepts it without a flicker of emotion. Are you happy? Romandro asks. I hope Prince Marev and His Majesty will be. Ian replies calmly. Romandro nods and adds that Lord Molin's signet ring should be included as undeniable proof. With that decided, they begin drafting a message to Mariloff. Ian dictates each word. Ian, recommended as the next Margrave of Brock, was attacked by citizens of Mariloff. One of the attackers has confessed. A full investigation is required. We request Mariloff's active cooperation in identifying the remaining criminals. It's a perfect trap, leaving Count Mariloff with no way to refuse. Romandro smiles as he writes, pleased at how neatly everything is unfolding. He even hopes Mariloff delays their reply, but Ian knows better. With winter coming, they'll need Gula too badly to stay silent. A greedy spark flashes in Romandro's eyes. Then we'll sell it to them at an even higher price than before. I'd love to see that Count's face. Ian thanks him. Everything is falling into place. I just hope Prince Marev does his part, Romandro murmurs, doubt creeping in. Far away, in a lush forest near the capital, a royal hunt is in progress. An arrow cuts through the air and drops a deer in a single clean strike as a group of nobles moves in toward the fallen prey. Among them stood a blond man in glasses, calm and distant, the first Prince Marev himself. One advisor let out a crooked smile and threw out a backhanded remark about how unlucky the wind must have been at the last second. The nobles picked it up at once, murmuring that yet another lord would probably claim the hunt this year. Someone casually noted they hadn't seen Prince Gale anywhere, and the moment his brother's name was spoken, Marev's gaze shifted. An older minister leaned in, asking if that disappointed him. Marev admitted it did, and the man chuckled, reminiscing about the days when the two princes were younger and their hunts were far more spirited. Then an arrow suddenly tore through the air, scattering a herd of deer in every direction. The minister jumped, only to realize Prince Marev was now standing right behind him, bow in hand. Marev smiled faintly. He said it really was a shame, and wondered aloud what his brother could possibly be so busy with that he'd leave everyone so underwhelmed by Marev's own hunting. The minister went pale, hurriedly insisting he meant nothing of the sort. Marev waved him off with lazy indifference and told him to continue without him. He claimed he needed to rest, and withdrew to a nearby pavilion, already bored with the whole charade. An aide soon approached. He asked if the prince was tired. Marev replied that he was extremely tired and asked what it was. The aide handed him a packet, saying a message had arrived from the border and that it would make a fine present. Marev opened it, his dull expression finally sharpening with interest. The aide summarized the contents, explaining that the territory was resolving its food crisis with Gula, a plant that could be harvested in just 1 month. Marev asked if that was all. The aide then revealed the true gift, a formal recommendation for Ian to be appointed Margrave, along with a small, heavy envelope holding Lord Molin's signet ring. According to the report, Molin had tried to assassinate Ian, failed, and was now in custody. His fate, the aide said, rested entirely in the prince's hands. Marev looked down at the ring, a slow, calculating smile spreading across his face. In that instant, he understood that the unknown boy on the border had just crushed a key faction loyal to his brother. Useful, he thought. This was Ian's way of declaring that he had nothing to do with Gale's side. Marev gave a quiet order to draft a reply, already turning over Ian's motives in his mind. Even if a magic user became a Margrave, he would still have to come to the capital. Whatever he was planning, it was clear this development was good. He would be a powerful asset to the magic department. The boy on the border had just turned into a major piece on the Empire's board. The scene unfolded in a sun-dappled forest, the perfect stage for a royal hunt. An arrow was drawn back, the bowstring stretched tight, but the shot went wide. First Prince Marev lowered his bow with an easy laugh, acting as if the miss meant nothing at all. The deer were safe from him today, and he looked every bit like a prince enjoying a rare escape from the suffocating palace. Then something tore through the air right past his face. An arrow not his own slammed into a deer with ruthless precision. This was no accident. It was a deliberate display of skill. The nobles gasped as the animal collapsed, the calm of the hunt instantly broken by the sudden act. Marev didn't look surprised. His pleasant smile faded into cold fatigue as he spoke, not even turning his head. You're still as careless as ever, Gale. From between the trees stepped a dark-haired young man, wearing a confident smirk, bow in hand, radiating easy charm. Gale Varoshan Roshan, the second prince and Marev's greatest rival. He offered a lazy apology, saying he had been in a hurry, but he still hit the target, didn't he? The challenge beneath his words was obvious. This wasn't about hunting. He claimed work had delayed him as he joined the group. The nobles greeted him with forced smiles, but the tension between the brothers was so thick it pressed against the air. Marev's face remained a flawless mask. Sensing danger, the nobles scrambled for excuses, muttering about tea and obligations as they hurried away, leaving the two princes alone beneath the rustling trees. For a brief moment, only silence remained. Then Marev spoke, his voice edged with dry mockery. Should I be grateful you finally found the time? Busy as you are? Gale answered just as smoothly, saying he'd heard Marev was wasting time on petty hunts like this, and wondering when he had started caring so much about that little border territory. Marev's mind was already racing. The reports from Molin had gone silent, but the ones coming from his own advisor, Romandro, painted a far more revealing picture. Gale was definitely onto him. The only question was how much he actually knew. Marev answered with a cool, knowing smile, remarking that it was strange for Gale to be so concerned about the border when he claimed to be so busy. Gale's charming mask shattered at once. He flatly warned Marev to keep his hands off the Brock estate, his voice leaving no space for negotiation. He revealed that a recommendation letter for a new lord had already reached the palace, a magic user who had allied with the great desert tribe and led the reconstruction. He listed Ian's achievements with thinly veiled contempt. Marev only smiled wider. He said he saw no reason to refuse someone so talented, and even declared that he intended to speed up the appointment, throwing the challenge straight back at his brother. The scene shifted to the General Assembly Hall, where tension clung to the air. The mere presence of both princes had every noble on edge. When the agenda announced that the Brock estate would be discussed, Marev and Gale locked eyes across the chamber. The game had begun. A minister formally presented the recommendation from the imperial advisor. It named Ian, the illegitimate son of Durga. A wave of shocked murmurs swept through the hall. Gale's faction erupted in outrage, arguing that the son of a traitor should be enslaved, not granted a title. Marev's supporters countered at once. pointing out that Ian was the one who exposed a traitor, and that legally he had never even belonged to the family. He was a free man. Marev rose, his voice slicing through the uproar. He calmly recited Ian's achievements, forging an alliance with the Great Desert, displaying rare magical talent, and winning the unwavering loyalty of the people. By the advisor's report, he said, Ian possessed every quality a lord should have, and he openly agreed with the recommendation. A minister suggested a compromise, proposing that instead of a full count, a viscount title might be more fitting given the unusual circumstances. With the first prince and the imperial advisor aligned, the opposition began to lose its footing. Gale, however, merely watched with a calculated smirk. Everything was unfolding exactly as he intended. He had been waiting for this moment. As the nobles moved on to bickering over details, questions arose about where Ian should reside. A powerful mage, they argued, belonged in the palace, not some distant backwater territory. Another noble brushed the concern aside, saying it didn't matter as long as the territory paid its taxes. That single word lingered in the air, and Gale's smile slowly widened. He seized it at once, turning toward the sharp-eyed Minister Wesley. He argued that it would be far more profitable to simply enslave Ian in the palace, saving the Empire the expense of hiring a new mage. Wesley, ever focused on numbers, calmly agreed that the financial benefits were undeniable. Marev cut in at once, reminding them that enslaving a mage, a being regarded as nearly divine, was unthinkable. Wesley smoothly shifted her stance, claiming she had only been referring to Ian's monetary value. That was the opening Gale had been waiting for. He proposed a condition so extreme it bordered on absurd. To prove his worth, Ian would have to pay an annual tax of 10,000 gold coins. If he failed, Gale finished coldly. Then it would be only right for him to be reduced to a slave. Marev gave a short, humorless laugh. He saw the trap instantly. 10,000 gold was an impossible burden for a devastated territory. When Ian failed, the land would be auctioned off, and Minister Wesley's wealthy family would buy it, placing it neatly into Gale's hands. One of Gale's allies added that such a harsh tax was necessary for a boy like Ian to earn the respect of the old nobility. Marev's gaze swept the chamber as he weighed the situation. Then, to everyone's shock, he agreed. He adjusted his glasses, his face revealing nothing, and quietly said, "All right." With that single word, Ian's fate was sealed. The assembly relaxed, believing the issue resolved, and moved to proceed with the appointment. Gale and Wesley exchanged confused looks. It had been far too easy. Wesley whispered to her prince, unable to understand why Marev had surrendered so quickly without fighting harder for Ian. Gale studied his brother with suspicion, wondering what he was planning. But Marev's calculations were brutally simple. He didn't care whether Ian succeeded or failed. His only concern was keeping that strategic territory out of Gale's grasp. And beneath his calm exterior, a faint smile formed, because he sensed that this remarkable boy was far more capable than anyone else believed. With the decision finalized, a grand golden carriage bearing the Emperor's seal began rolling toward the border. Back in the Brock territory, a maid burst out of the mansion in a panic, calling Ian's name. He stepped outside, wondering if it had something to do with the imprisoned Lord Mullen. But the butler, eyes wide with disbelief, corrected him. It wasn't just any carriage. It was a golden one, bearing an order from the Emperor himself. As the light of the setting sun washed over Ian, a clear realization settled in. There was only one reason for something like this. An imperial decree. A lord's appointment. The golden carriage, a dazzling symbol of imperial authority, rolled to a stop before the estate, an almost unreal sight for such a remote land. Onlookers stirred in awe, while Romandro watched with a tight knot in his chest. He had sent a report, but he had never imagined it would lead to this. The carriage door opened, and an elderly woman in a crisp uniform stepped out, a scroll in her hand, her presence carrying the cold weight of the capital. Her sharp voice sliced through the murmurs as she introduced herself as Imperial Administrative Officer Chilonia. She announced that she bore a command from His Imperial Majesty, and at once everyone dropped to one knee. Ian bowed as well, the gesture second nature to the former emperor, now trapped in a boy's body. Chilonia unfurled the scroll and declared that the recommendation from First Prince Marev and Advisor Romandro had been approved by the General Assembly. This was the moment Ian had worked toward. The decree formally recognized his efforts in restoring order and protecting the territory. Then came the words that sealed his rise. Ian was appointed the new Viscount of the Brock estate. For a heartbeat, there was only stunned silence, and then the courtyard erupted in cheers. Servants and soldiers shouted in joy. They finally had a true lord, one who had fought for them. For the people of Brock, this wasn't just an appointment. It was the beginning of something new. Then a single word cut through the celebration. However, the air turned cold at once as Chilonia continued. As the illegitimate son of a traitor, Ian would have to meet one condition. Within 1 year, he was to pay 10,000 gold coins to the imperial court. The number was so overwhelming it was meant to crush both him and the fragile territory he ruled. Ian remained kneeling, his expression unreadable. If he succeeded, Chilonia said, his house would be honored for generations. The unspoken threat weighs down the room like a storm cloud. If he fails here, everything ends, and he knows it. This was never a real appointment. It is a trial, a carefully wrapped execution disguised as imperial honor, designed by enemies in the capital who want him to fall in the most humiliating way possible. Chilonia looks down at the boy, her voice almost taunting. Ian, you have the right to refuse. It is a false mercy, an escape meant to tempt him into backing down from a burden no one believes he can carry. A slow, confident smile spreads across Ian's face. Refuse? After everything he has done to reach this point? Never. He lifts his gaze, and the green in his eyes burns so fiercely it makes the old official hesitate. Certainly not, he says, his voice steady and absolute. I will carry out the Emperor's will with infinite glory. He does not merely accept their trap. He steps straight into it, determined to twist it into his greatest victory. With the main matter settled, Chilonia calmly announces that there is still one more issue. The room stirs as everyone rises, confusion rippling through the crowd. The imperial decree has already been delivered, so what else could remain? Her sharp eyes lock onto Ian. Is Sir Mullen all right? She asks, her tone suddenly edged with steel. This is her real objective. Ian's answer comes cold and flat. Yes, he is. Her expression shifts instantly. Then I will now announce the orders of the second prince, Gale. Ian's eyes narrow. He knows exactly what is coming. Secure Molan and his men and escort them back to the capital. She commands, invoking Prince Gale's authority to free the very people who try to have him killed. Ian does not even blink. He meets her gaze with chilling calm. What do you think you're doing? Before she can fire back, he cuts in, his voice turning sharp and instructive, like a teacher scolding a careless student. The Emperor, he says, is like the sun in the sky. And just as there's only one sun, ancient imperial law states that only the Emperor's direct commands may be carried from the golden carriage. Romandro stares in disbelief. Chilonia freezes, caught completely off guard as her thoughts spiral. It is an obscure rule most nobles have never even heard of. So how could a boy from the borderlands possibly know it? Ian presses forward, his words striking like blades. By attempting to deliver a prince's order here, she has shown grave disrespect to the Emperor himself. With that, he shuts her down completely, allowing her to check on the prisoner's condition if she wishes, but nothing more. He weighs the situation with cold clarity. Is the entire administrative office really standing behind Prince Gale? Or is this just the last reckless lunge of Molan's few remaining allies? Either way, the outcome is fixed. He will never release those prisoners. They are his shield, his leverage, the only thing keeping the capital in check. Chilonia's fingers crush the scroll in her hand, knuckles bleaching white with fury. A high-ranking imperial officer, cornered and humiliated by a mere child. Forcing her rage down, she gives a stiff nod. Very well, she says through clenched teeth. I will only verify their condition. She mutters a thinly veiled warning about reporting everything to the court, but Ian calmly tells her to do exactly that. He leads her toward the dungeons, walking not like a boy, but like the undisputed ruler of this land. The moment she sees her people behind the grimstone bars, Chilonia's composure breaks apart. Molan, she cries, rushing forward. The prisoners surge toward the cell doors, faces twisted with desperate hope and raw disbelief. One of them grabs the bars, shouting for her to free them, his voice cracking as he begins to curse Ian, only to choke on his own words. Lord Molan, pale and broken, looks up and asks the question he already fears. Don't tell me. Has that brat Ian been named the new lord? Ian steps forward, a slow, victorious smile spreading across his face. That's right, he says, savoring every syllable. I am Viscount Ian now, so address me properly. Ignoring him, Chilonia tries to lean in and speak to Molan in private, asking for just a moment. Ian moves calmly into her path, cutting her off. These men, he reminds her, are traitors who plotted his assassination. As their lord, it is both his right and his duty to deal with them. He gives a small, deliberate gesture, a silent command that ends the matter. Looking straight in her eyes, he says, you have confirmed they are alive. Any further communication is forbidden. A faint, almost mocking smile touches his lips. The victory is complete. His authority has been carved into the room in front of every enemy watching. With perfect composure, he dismisses her. Shall we return upstairs, my lady? That night, the estate erupts with celebration. For the first time in years, Brock's people fill the halls with laughter, drink, and genuine hope. Kakantir, the chief of the Heavenly Warrior clan, approaches Ian, pride clear in his eyes. Congratulations, Ian. Ian grips his hand with genuine warmth. Thank you, Kakan. None of this would have been possible without our allies. He understands exactly why that acknowledgement matters, and the warrior chief gives a satisfied nod in return. Amid the celebration, Kakantir tells him his warriors will depart for the desert in 2 days. The timing catches Ian off guard, but Kakantir explains that winter is closing in. Still, he promises to leave a hand-picked force behind to guard the territory, sealing their alliance in blood and steel. He looks at Ian with deep respect. Siding with this boy was the best decision of his life. It brought honor and recognition to his people, proving that this partnership was a victory for both sides. Nearby, Romandro is completely drunk, slurring his words as he pours another cup of wine. He mutters to himself, trying to wrap his head around the new title. A Viscounty on the border, he mumbles. Maybe that part makes sense. Then his rambling explodes into rage. But 10,000 gold coins, he roars, smashing the bottle against the table. He shouts that the nobles in the capital must have never even looked at the tax records. Sitting calmly beside him, Ian corrects him. No, I'm sure they knew exactly what they were doing. The number was chosen precisely because it is impossible. He already knows who set this up. It could only have been Prince Gale. Romandro keeps fuming, furious that the royal family would gamble with people's lives just to play their petty power games. Then he turns to Ian, suddenly awkward, unsure what he should even call him now. Ian just gives him a warm, boyish smile. It isn't official until I pay the debt. Call me whatever you like. That simple kindness makes the tension finally ease from Romandro's face. Late that night, Romandro finds Ian alone, staring at the Imperial Scroll. He asks if something is wrong. Ian keeps his eyes on the darkness beyond the window. There's something about it that won't sit right with me. He unrolls the scroll again and explains that the current emperor, Clarion, was never anyone remarkable. But as his finger traces the wax seal at the bottom, a cold unease spreads through him. It is different from what it should be. His expression turns sharp and dangerous. He knows this seal. He used it every single day for decades when he was emperor. There is no mistaking it. A chilling thought takes shape in his mind, shaking him to the core. The imperial seal has endured for more than 1,000 years, passed down since the empire was first forged. So why had it changed? Something was deeply wrong with the history he thought he knew. The warmth of Ian's triumph turned to ice in his veins. That altered seal pointed to only one horrifying truth. At some point during his reign, the sacred emblem had been replaced. The betrayal that took his life had not been a single sudden strike, but a conspiracy that had been quietly growing for years right beneath his eyes. Romandro's voice finally drags him back from those dark memories. Ian blinks, his thoughts still shaken by a revelation that has cracked the foundation of his past, then quickly steadies himself. Romandro watches him with worry, saying he was staring at the scroll so fiercely it looked like he might burn straight through it. Ian brushes it off, saying it was nothing, and forces the shadows from his mind. No matter how deep this mystery runs, it will have to wait. The present cannot. Just then, a cheerful noble suggests spreading the news of his appointment to the people. A real smile returns to Ian's face. After everything they have endured, giving his people hope is a victory worth savoring. Let's do it, he says, his voice clear and steady again. But in the neighboring territory of Merloff, the news is greeted with scorn. Count Carlo Merloff glares at the report from his luxurious office, his face twisted in disgust that a bastard like Ian has been granted a title. He rises from his desk in a rage, muttering about a child from a brothel daring to call himself a noble. An aide timidly asks what should be written in a congratulatory letter, but the Count snaps that it would only be a waste of paper and ink. He orders his butler to have a mere servant spread the word instead, a deliberate insult. The butler bows and obeys. Then the Count pauses, a greedy light flickering in his eyes, and asks if Brock has requested any supplies. When told they have not, he scoffs, imagining them starving after their poor harvests, living on weeds. He crushes his cigar and waves it away, dismissing the boy lord as a nuisance who will soon collapse on his own. Forget about it. You may leave, he says with a careless wave. The butler bows and slips out. As the heavy, ornate doors close behind him, he lets out a quiet breath, his unpleasant task finally finished. But before he can even take a step, a soft, feminine voice calls out. He turns to see the Countess of Merloff standing there, poised and elegant. She asks what the matter was, then, with a polite yet piercing smile, goes straight to the point. I heard there was a letter from Brock. The butler confirms that Ian has been officially named a Viscount. The Countess simply answers, aha, and then asks what her husband's response was. The butler hesitates, his discomfort speaking louder than words. She understands at once, her eyes narrowing slightly behind her fan. I see, she says coolly. Even so, as neighbors, we should send our congratulations. In one decisive move, she overturns her husband's pettiness, ordering the butler to prepare a proper letter and to say it was her command if the Count objects. She's not finished. With a crisp snap, she closes her fan. And we will also send a gift. She tells him to open the treasuries. The butler is stunned and immediately protests, saying such extravagance is unnecessary. He begs her to reconsider, but her expression remains firm. No, she replies quietly, but with undeniable weight. There's a need for everything. This is not a simple courtesy, but a calculated move in a game only she seems to see. The next morning, Ian and Romandro sit together over a quiet breakfast. Romandro asks if he slept well, and Ian thanks him for all his tireless efforts. He politely requests some lukewarm water, looking every bit the calm young lord settling into his new station. A small smile curves his lips. The title is not just a word. It feels like the first real step toward taking back everything he lost. Romandro mentions the subsidies sent by the palace, assuming the remaining funds will be used for reconstruction and other practical needs. Ian agrees, then surprises him. Since I am free to choose, he says, I want you to decide for me. Romandro is left speechless. That level of trust is almost unheard of. He accepts with gratitude, swearing to use the money wisely. In that moment, their bond deepens beyond that of mere lord and advisor. Romandro's loyalty to Ian has hardened into something unbreakable. Ian only gives a small nod in return, taking on that weight with a faint, grateful smile. Then Romandro suddenly clears his throat, his ears turning red as he blurts out that his wife is expecting. The words come out awkwardly, but the joy behind them is real. Ian's expression softens as he offers sincere congratulations, sharing in that rare, simple happiness. The warmth barely has time to settle before it is shattered. An aide steps in and announces that a messenger from Merloff has arrived. Ian's gaze turns cold at once. After everything that has happened, nothing from that direction can be harmless. Send him in, he says quietly, already preparing himself for whatever trick is coming. A young, visibly nervous courier enters and presents a small, ornate box along with polite words of congratulations from the Count. Ian doesn't buy for a second. The last thing Merloff sent was a complaint, he reminds him, his sharp eyes making the boy stutter. Flustered, the messenger quickly hands over a letter and repeats the formal greetings, then adds one more detail, almost as an afterthought. The gift, he says, is from the Countess. Not the Count. The Countess specifically. That alone makes the room go still. The lid of the box is opened, revealing a strange mechanical object, all gears and levers, something clearly not made in this land. The messenger explains that it is a curiosity from a foreign country, and that no one back home knows what it does. Romandro tilts his head in confusion, but Ian is already staring at it, his mind racing. A single word forms in his thoughts. A dripper. Both Romandro and the courier freeze when he says it out loud. The messenger blurts that he knew Ian would recognize it, relief and awe mixing on his face. Ian looks back at him, calm but probing. So the Countess sent this? The boy nods quickly and repeats her message, saying she was sure it would be useful. Useful, or politely insulting. Doubt creeps in as Ian leans back, covering his mouth while his thoughts spin. The messenger, sensing the shift, starts to fidget. Then Ian suddenly lets out a short, sharp laugh. The poor boy nearly breaks down, convinced he has delivered something offensive and doomed himself. Even Romandro mutters that the Countess was always strange, but sending what looks like a piece of scrap metal is on another level entirely. He had been ready for complaints about the gula trade, not a bizarre gift meant to mock them. Yet Ian is no longer laughing. He reaches out and lifts the dripper from the box, his eyes shining with a meaning only he can see, already several moves ahead while everyone else in the room is still lost in confusion. This is no piece of trash, Ian says softly, his tone steady as he tells Romandro to prepare a reply. He instructs him to write that they are grateful for the gift, and that it will be put to good use. Then, with a quiet confidence, he adds the final line, telling him to include that he would like to meet the Countess in person if the chance ever comes. Ian already knows what the device truly is. An automatic recording machine. Right now, it looks like a harmless curiosity, but in his past life, it became the foundation of an entire age of automation. The same technology he had poured his fortune into before his death. He turns toward the window, thoughts racing. Did the Countess understand the world-changing power she just handed him, or did she send it without knowing its value? Thinking it a subtle insult? There's only one way to find out. He has to meet her, before Cantor departs. Ian meets the warrior chief one last time in his office. He wastes no time and places a map on the table. pointing toward the neighboring territory. He tells him he needs his help dealing with Count Merloff, but a direct attack is impossible. Merloff has hired mercenaries from another kingdom, and charging him would give the greedy Count the perfect excuse to start a full-scale war. Kakantar leans closer, a faint smile forming as he studies the map, asking if the young Viscount already has a plan. That is exactly the kind of challenge he expects from Ian. A knowing grin spreads across Ian's face. Of course he does. Outside, the courtyard is filled with quiet, bittersweet farewells. In a short time they have shared this place. The fierce warriors and the townspeople have forged bonds no one ever expected. Lovers cling to one last heartbeat, whispering promises of meeting again before they finally let go. From the stone steps, Romandro watches with quiet awe, realizing how in such a short span of time, bonds have formed that are already reshaping both his people and the Heavenly Warrior clan. Ian sees it too, but his mind moves along colder paths. He measures every glance and every vow, weighing how these new connections could be locked into place through alliances and marriages, routes for trade, culture, and power spreading in every direction. It is efficient. It is cruel. And then a single name drags him back into a life he once lived. A woman's voice echoes in his mind, pleading with the emperor he used to be, begging him to remember that every signature he placed on paper was tied to breathing, fragile lives. She had warned him that decrees were not ink and seals, but families, hopes, and futures. He learned that truth too late. The memory cuts deep, and the strategist inside him falters. His jaw tightens, pain flickering through his eyes as he curls his hand into a fist. Using marriage as a weapon, he mutters, is nothing but another kind of cage. For a heartbeat, the ruthless planner and the man scarred by regret stand in silent conflict. Varric's voice breaks through the darkness, announcing that everything is ready. Ian exhales, pushing the past aside, and gives a firm nod. It is time. Kakantar issues his final commands, leaving his trusted warrior Narain in charge of the forces that will remain. Narain accepts without hesitation, bowing and wishing his chief a safe return. The massive gates grind open, and Kakantar throws back his head with a thunderous roar. They're going home to the great desert. Cheers explode through the streets as the people of Brock pour out to see them off, waving and calling farewells to the warriors who saved their land. What should have been a simple departure turns into something far heavier, far warmer, as two groups who were once strangers share an emotional goodbye. Just as Kakantar is about to ride forward, a small voice calls out from the crowd. He turns to find a man and his young son, the boy clutching a huge bouquet with both arms. With trembling hands, the child holds it up toward the towering chief. Thank you, he says, his voice filled with pure, unguarded gratitude. A rare smile softens Kakantar's rugged face, moved more by this simple gift than by any honor or praise ever could. He takes the flowers with careful hands, accepting them as a quiet symbol of the strange, genuine bond that has grown between two peoples who were once strangers. As the warriors begin to ride, the crowd erupts into a final thunderous farewell, shouting the ancient heavenly warrior send-off. Demosha. Ian stands among his people, watching until the last of his mighty allies fade into the desert haze. Kakantar reins in beside him for one final exchange, promising that Ian's plan for Merloff will be set in motion the moment he returns. Ian only nods and offers his thanks. The chief wishes him luck on his own road to the capital, adding a piece of hard-won wisdom, that every problem carries the seed of its own solution, and that Ian will find his opening. A warrior steps forward with a massive chest, overflowing with tribute. Kakantar gives a crooked smile. As you can see, my hands are already full. The message is clear. Their bond is worth more than any gold. With one last powerful shout, he turns his horse toward the horizon. Let's go. His warrior's answer is one. Demosha. Ian and Barrick stand side by side, waving until the riders are nothing but dark dots against the endless sand. When they are gone, Ian's gaze sharpens, already fixed on what comes next. Barrick asks what their first move will be. Ian looks from the fields of Gula toward the lands of Merloff. There's much to do, he says calmly. A harvest to secure and a certain count to tear down. He wonders if his message has already reached Countess Merloff. The board is laid out, and the game has already begun. Far out in the desert, one of the heavenly warriors notices the lightness in their chief's expression and remarks on it. Kakantar agrees. Another admits he never believed he would see the day their chief would accept a Bar Elon, an outsider of the Empire, as a true ally. Kakantar's eyes drift toward the distant mountains, a faint smile touching his lips. He is different, he says, not like the other foolish humans of the Empire. For him, that is the highest praise. His thoughts move over everything their clan has gained from this alliance. The truth about the Emperor's envoy, crucial knowledge of traitors, a powerful friend on the border, even a detailed map of their own desert, rediscovered. His mind drifts back to the beginning, to that first journey across the sands, when Ian had been nothing more than a small hostage riding into an unknown fate. The navigator suddenly raises her forked divining branch and calls for Kakantar to halt. He pulls his mount to a sharp stop, demanding to know what is wrong. The wind has shifted, she explains, far sooner than expected. A sandstorm is forming. Her branch was damaged, so she cannot trace its exact course. But from the wind alone, she is certain it is coming from the north. That changes everything. If they had kept going, they would have reached home before it struck, but now a long detour is unavoidable. Kakantar does not hesitate. We go around it, he orders. Head east. A quiet voice cuts through the movement of horses and armor. Did you say east? Every head turns to Ian, who looks up from the map in his hands. Not south, he asks evenly. The reaction is instant and ugly. A few warriors scoff, amused that a noble child would dare question a desert navigator. They tell him to stay silent if he knows nothing of the sands. Another steps forward, anger flashing in his eyes, shouting that their navigator has kept him alive for years. Who does this boy think he is to doubt her? Ian does not flinch. His gaze never wavers. Kakantar notices the map in his hands. Ian lifts it slightly and explains that it is a full survey created by one of the Empire's great desert scholars. According to its records, the storm is not coming from the north, but from the northeast. If it is as large as predicted, riding east could put them straight into its path. South, he says with calm certainty, is the only route that both saves time and keeps them safe. Kakantir's interest sharpens. Give me the map. He passes it to Bellamy. It is written in the Empire's language. Read it. As Bellamy studies the pages, his eyes widen. The data is staggering. A century of rainfall records, temperature cycles, wind patterns mapped with terrifying precision. Even a newly discovered oasis, marked in ink. He looks up in disbelief and tells his chief that for their people to gather, even a fraction of this would take generations of walking the sands. Kakantir is stunned. He turns back to Ian, his expression no longer casual, but heavy with a new and growing respect. Where did you get this? From my tutor. Ian answers without hesitation, his voice smooth, though Kakantir instantly knows no ordinary tutor could ever possess something like this. The map is a weapon in its own right, a strategic treasure beyond price. Ian explains that his tutor is a legendary researcher who devoted his entire life to studying the Great Desert, and even Kakantir cannot help but admire the effort and technology required to create such a thing. But what truly unsettles him is not the map. It is the boy who can read it, understand it, and turn it into a life-saving decision in a single breath. He watches Ian sitting calmly on his horse, eyes steady, mind sharp, carrying himself with an eerie level of certainty far beyond his years. This is no ordinary noble. Looks like he's not an idiot after all, Kakantir thinks. I'll have to keep my eye on him. Back in the present, Kakantir remembers how Ian handed the map over without hesitation. The scouts he sent east had been swallowed by the storm, just as the boy predicted. That single choice saved their entire force. It was the first time Kakantir truly understood how deep Ian's insight ran. That mix of cold calculation and fearless decisiveness. A mind like that, he knows, is wasted in some forgotten corner like Brock. The boy is meant for something far greater. As the mountains draw closer, Kakantir sends a silent message across the distance to the young Viscount he left behind. I will be watching what you do in the capital, Ian. High above, an eagle cuts through the endless blue sky, a symbol of the freedom and power both of them are reaching for, each in their own way. While Ian weaves his next moves on the border, the ripples of his schemes are already spreading through the Empire. In a luxurious office in the capital, Prince Gale listens as his informant, Chilonia, reports that the assassins he sent have been captured and locked away in an underground prison. There were no signs of torture, she adds. They were simply isolated, left alone. That detail unsettles him. This was not the reaction of an angry, wounded child. It was something far colder. Gale leans back, eyes narrowing. He always knew Ian was clever, but this kind of restrained, calculated mercy points to something deeper. It is the move of a strategist, not a boy ruled by emotion. Then he brings up the one detail that disturbed Chilonia the most. Ian's unnatural grasp of the Empire's most obscure etiquette becomes the next piece on the table. Chilonia confirms it, remembering how his entire presence shifted the instant Prince Gale's name was spoken. Even Randro, a seasoned Imperial advisor, had no idea about the Golden Carriage rule. Yet that boy from the slums knew it without hesitation. Standing beside them was the ambitious Minister of Magic herself, and even she had been caught off guard. Wesley draws her conclusion without hesitation. He is tied to your brother, Marev. Gale warns her not to rush, but she presses on. It is the only explanation that fits. How else could an illegitimate child, who should barely know how to bow, suddenly wield knowledge of the court's deepest protocols? Marev was the one who pushed Ian's name forward for his title. With so few allies supporting the first prince, it makes perfect sense that Ian would attach himself to him. To her, the logic is airtight. Gale says nothing. His sharp blue eyes narrow as he studies the idea. Something about it feels too easy, too perfectly arranged. He dismisses Chilonia with a quiet word of approval, and she bows before leaving, sealing the room in silence with only him and his lover, his political partner. Gale folds his hands together, staring at nothing. Ian is becoming a far more dangerous puzzle than he ever expected. Wesley steps closer, her voice dropping to a soft, lethal murmur. Why don't we just kill him? Gale looks up, unimpressed, and asks how she plans to manage that. Wesley smiles, already prepared. When Ian comes to the capital for the New Year celebration, he will be formally inducted into her Ministry of Magic, right on her own ground. Accidents are easy to arrange there. Gale listens, but his expression does not change. It is crude, effective, perhaps, but lacking the finesse the situation demands. He rises suddenly, chair scraping across the floor. When Wesley asks where he is going, he answers without hesitation. To see my brother. Then he pauses. Why? Wesley gives her own reasoning for why Ian left the assassins alive. They were administrators from the capital. One wrong move, and another Imperial investigation would come crashing down on him. And he is already walking on fragile ground. Gale smirks. That logic is obvious, but is not the whole truth. Unless, he says quietly, leaning closer. Wesley falters, eyes flickering with confusion as she admits she does not understand what he is implying. He gently lifts her chin between two fingers, forcing her to meet his eyes as his voice drops into something intimate yet quietly cruel. As expected, he murmurs, "You're not suited to be the Minister of Magic." The words hit like a blade wrapped in velvet. In her frantic mind, she scrambles to twist the insult into something kinder. Surely he means she isn't meant for politics because she's meant to stand beside him as his queen. That has to be it. She looks up at him, her eyes shining with desperate hope and blind devotion, searching his face for even the smallest hint of approval. That's what you mean, right? She asks softly, almost pleading. Gale doesn't answer. He simply turns his back on her and walks away. The heavy door slams shut behind him, the echo of it ringing like a verdict, leaving her alone in the suffocating silence of his rejection. As his carriage rolls through the streets, Gale leans back and thinks about Wesley with cold clarity. She is passionate, useful in her own way, but as a political partner she is reckless, impulsive, and dangerously short-sighted. Then, in the quiet rhythm of the wheels, everything Ian did finally lines up in his mind. Leaving the assassins alive had never been about mercy or avoiding investigation. It had been about Marev. If Ian had executed officials from the capital while the Heavenly Warrior clan was still in his territory, it could have been twisted into open rebellion, a perfect excuse for war instead of inquiry. So Ian had chosen something far more viciously clever. He handed the problem to Marev himself, forcing the first prince to decide the assassin's fate. He turned the brothers' rivalry into a weapon. Now the lives of Gale's men were in Marev's hands, not in those of some powerless child. It was political checkmate, executed with terrifying precision. Gale thinks about what that means for him. He doesn't have many seasoned allies like Mullen inside the administration, and losing one would cut deep into his power. His fingers tap against the carriage wall as his decision forms. Wait, he suddenly says, a sharp grin curling across his face. Change our destination. We're not going to my brother's palace. We're going to see father. This game has just been dragged up to the highest level. Meanwhile, back at the Mariloff mansion, morning quietly creeps in. A butler knocks on Count Meff's door, announcing the new day. The Count is already awake, muttering about the cold as the butler steps in carrying a tray of letters that arrived overnight. With a tired frown, the Count begins sorting through them, then pauses at one envelope, irritation thick in his voice. It's a reply to a congratulatory message he doesn't even remember sending. The butler bows slightly and explains that the Count has sent it, saying it was necessary to keep relations with their neighbors smooth and proper. The Count grumbles to himself, then pauses when he notices the name on the envelope. It isn't addressed to him at all. It is written to his wife, Rain, from Ian. The butler quickly explains that Ian must have replied directly to the person who sent the original message. He adds that, according to the letter, the Countess also included a gift, and that Ian accepted it with great delight. The butler even remembers her personally selecting some dusty old machine from the warehouse for the occasion. That only deepens the Count Mariloff's unease. He narrows his eyes and asks if his wife has ever actually met Ian. The butler shakes his head, saying they only had one brief, silent encounter. The entire thing feels wrong. Then a sharp, icy voice slices through the room. What are you doing? His wife steps in and snatches the letter straight from his hand. Why are you reading something addressed to me? She asks, a cold, unreadable smile resting on her lips. She scans the contents, then a strange, airy laugh slips from her throat. He sincerely likes it. How curious. I wonder if I should be pleased. Her reaction leaves her husband completely lost. Without warning, she drops the subject and orders the butler to prepare their meal, demanding venison steak. Then she turns back to the Count, her tone suddenly sweet and teasing. Darling, she purrs, wrapping her arms around him. I heard Ian is growing gula. They say it tastes surprisingly good. The Count snorts, calling Ian a brute for eating something so lowly. She ignores his rant and casually mentions that Ian wishes to meet her to express his thanks for the gift, suggesting she pay him a visit. The Count immediately waves it off, but she smoothly shifts the conversation, reminding him of their territory's worsening food situation. Their dependence on a foreign merchant guild is slowly strangling their own farmers, she says, and with enemies on their borders and rot spreading inside, they are in no position to be careless. Unease finally settles in. The Count asks when the merchants are supposed to arrive. She tells him they are scheduled to leave the Hawan kingdom in 1 month. The Count, oblivious to the deeper meaning, starts calculating travel time and mutters that he hopes they arrive quickly. The moment she steps into the hallway, the sweetness drains from her face, replaced by a sharp, calculating stare. She calls out to a young servant. Clark turns at once, bowing respectfully. Make sure the windows are thoroughly cleaned, she says calmly. We have guests arriving in a month from the Hawan kingdom. Clark watches her walk away, softly repeating her words to himself, his eyes slowly widening. In a month, leave the Hawan kingdom. The timing isn't random. It's a signal. His expression hardens as understanding clicks into place, and he finally sees the real timeline unfolding beneath the surface. A secret operation has already begun, and everything hinges on the arrival of those merchants. A strange gift, a woman with no past, and a plan that reaches far deeper than it first appeared. Ian's new game is no longer just about territory. It is about unraveling the mystery called Countess Rain Mariloff. In his office, I.M. pores over the intelligence report, only to find nothing but a wall of emptiness. There is no record of her childhood, no trace of a family line, not even proof she was ever a noble. She married the Count 3 years ago in a small, private ceremony that barely anyone noticed. For all practical purposes, she simply appeared out of nowhere. Romandro suggests she might be from a peasant background, which would explain the secrecy, but Ian dismisses it in his mind. He knows better. One thing is certain, she is not from Mariloff, and anyone who recognizes the Dripper, a piece of future technology that should not exist yet, is no ordinary woman. The Countess is playing a far deeper game than anyone realizes. Ian shifts the topic and asks for a report on the major merchant guild from the Hawan Kingdom. An aide explains that the guild is leading a massive caravan through Mariloff's territory, nearly 100 people traveling over the next 15 days. They are the artery, keeping Mariloff alive through the coming winter. Bellamy, the warrior Kakantor left behind, immediately grasps the danger. Mariloff's total dependence on a single guild makes them dangerously exposed. But he also warns that if something goes wrong, it is the ordinary people who will suffer most. This move will be delicate. Ian nods. He understands the weight of it. And now that all the pieces are finally aligned, the game begins. He slams his hand down on the Dripper. The strange device shrieks to life, its grinding roar making everyone in the room flinch. Bellamy clicks his tongue and shoots him an unimpressed look. You really have no manners, he says flatly, though a trace of reluctant respect slips through. This reckless decisiveness is pure Ian. Ian ignores him and calls out one name. Sue. From the corner of the room, Sue instantly erupts. Seriously, why does it have to be me? She throws herself into a dramatic fit on the floor, loudly whining about being sent to infiltrate a merchant guild in some distant kingdom, about the freezing cold, and especially about how much she hates Nars. Barrick bursts out laughing, telling her to stop acting like she doesn't know those mountain roads better than anyone. She instantly snaps back, accusing him of being the one who volunteered her for this cursed mission in the first place. The room starts to fill with noise, but Ian cuts straight through it with one calm word. Sue. He crouches down in front of her, his tone softening just enough to slip past her defenses. He tells her that Chief Kakantor himself praised her sense of responsibility. He admits the mission is dangerous and difficult, but says that her perseverance makes her one of the few who can actually pull it off. Then he delivers the real blow with a gentle smile. And most importantly, you're the fastest warrior in the clan, aren't you? For a solo operation, The ability to escape instantly is everything, he says. No one else has the speed to guarantee success. Her fury evaporates on the spot, replaced by a flustered blush. Well, if you say it like that, I guess it can't be helped, she mutters, completely undone by his perfectly aimed words. Ian's smile widens. Good, he says. Then let's go over the details. And just like that, his plan is put into motion. Deep inside a remote forest, the Yelak Merchant Guild settles down for the night, completely unaware of the danger sitting right among them. The merchants grumble about the long road still ahead. An older woman thanks a young camp cook for preparing dinner. That cook is Sue, now flawlessly disguised. She smiles brightly and says it was nothing. When a rude man demands more stew, she sighs theatrically, complaining that she never gets a moment's rest. But behind that cheerful mask, her mission is already advancing. Gaining entry was only the first step. Now comes the second. With steady hands and a cold, focused gaze, she mixes a prepared blend of gula powder and yellow scorpion poison into the massive cooking pot. It won't kill them, but will do exactly what she needs. The objective is simple. Delay the caravan in this canyon for as long as possible and slowly bleed the Mariloft territory dry. Back in Mariloft, the effects are already beginning to spread. A bitter wind sweeps through a quiet town. A mother pulls her crying child close, whispering that food will arrive soon. The streets are almost empty, except for a lone man curled up in a corner, shaking from cold and hunger. In a shadowed alley, a handful of men whisper about their desperation. One says he hasn't seen things this bad since he was a boy. Another spits curses at the Brock bastards for starting a conflict that poisoned their river. Someone suggests demanding compensation, but the idea dies instantly. After the attempt on Viscount Ian's life, Mariloft has no standing to demand anything from anyone. They all know their own lord won't save them either. He would only squeeze them harder with more taxes. They are boxed in, with hunger tightening around their throats. One man hesitantly brings up a rumor he heard, that people in Brock are eating something called gula, and that it's actually good. The others laugh at him, but he insists it's true. Even a new Viscount and an Imperial advisor eat it, he says, and nobles in the north are starting to do the same. But at the border, news crawls like a dying animal. His friends mock him, saying hunger has finally made him lose his mind. They shift the topic, wondering aloud when the merchant guilds will arrive. They should have been here by now. As night settles in, all they are left with is empty stomachs and one gnawing question. Where are the merchants? High above the Alak Guild's camp, crows circle in the dimming sky as the last light fades. Inside a large tent, chaos reigns. Men writhe in pain, clutching their stomachs and begging for water. The leaders are stunned. They have dealt with food poisoning before, but never something that struck nearly everyone at once. It makes no sense at all. All they can do is hope doctors from Mariloft arrive soon and endure the agony until then. Sue watches it all with a perfectly controlled expression. Phase 2 is unfolding exactly as planned. She quietly asks the older woman beside her which town is closer, Mariloft or the capital of the Hawan kingdom they came from. The woman answers that Hawan is far nearer. The road to Mariloft is rough and mountainous, while the path back to Hawan is smooth and flat, so help from there should arrive first. A sick man nearby groans for warm water. Sue immediately stands, offering to boil some, playing the role of a gentle, dependable helper. The old woman praises her for being so kind. Inside, Sue is cursing every last one of them, longing for the day she can return to the desert and never see another forest again, already thinking about the next phase of the plan. Once the doctors from Han arrive, her task is simple in theory and lethal in practice. Quietly spark a clash, and make sure the entire guild turns back for good. She is running through the final steps in her head when a sharp voice slices through her focus. Hey you. Before she can even pivot, a hand clamps around her wrist. It is the guild master. His expression is hard, eyes narrowed with pure suspicion. Show me your hands, he orders. In that instant, everything threatens to collapse. Sue twists and shouts for him to let go, but his grip only tightens. He can feel it now, the coarse, hardened skin of someone who lives with a weapon in their grip, not a kitchen knife. This is not the hand of a cook. His doubt turns into cold certainty. Leaning in, he demands to know who she really is, and what she slipped into their food. For a heartbeat, Sue looks cornered, exposed beyond any lie. Then, instead of fear, a slow, mocking smile curves across her lips. Are you that bored? She says, her tone dripping with scorn. That you need to spy on me? She lifts her gaze to meet his, eyes blazing with a confidence that makes it feel like he is the one standing on thin ice. The sheer nerve of her throws him off balance. That flicker of hesitation is all she needs. Sue moves first. Her fist snaps up and crashes into his jaw, the impact cracking through the tent like a whip. He staggers back, stunned by the force packed into such a small frame. Sue is already moving, her escape mapped out in her mind. The noise pulls others in. Merchants rush inside, voices rising as they demand to know what just happened. Her certainty falters when she realizes she is boxed in on all sides. There is no way out through them. She cannot fight this many and win. So she runs. Sue bolts from the camp and vanishes into the black forest beyond, branches clawing at her as she tears through the trees. Then she almost collides with another group of men. These are not merchants. These are soldiers, armored and armed, drawn by the disturbance. In a heartbeat, she shifts tactics. Sue lets out a piercing, terrified scream, pointing back toward the camp. Bandits, she cries. The word detonates like a spark in dry grass. The merchants behind her shout back in panic, insisting they are not bandits, while the soldiers snap into formation, weapons sliding free, ready to strike. One desperate merchant lifts a torch, trying to prove who they are as the night teeters on the edge of violence. But in the darkness and the rising panic, the torch only makes everything worse. The wild, flickering light blinds both sides, turning shadows into enemies. And in the confusion, swords begin to swing in every direction. Steel flashes through the air as the two groups crash into each other. And in that storm of chaos, Sue melts quietly into the dark. A true master at turning disaster into her advantage. She watches the havoc she engineered from safe distance. Her objective is finished. The merchants are scattered, broken, and completely done. A wide, victorious grin spreads across her face. Nice, Kakin, I'm coming home, she thinks. The sounds of battle fade behind her, as she disappears deeper into the silent forest. And just like that, one piece of Ian's plan slams shut in blood and confusion, while the next quietly begins to move. Days later, in the territory of Merloff, a single lonely wagon rattles down the road. It is a pitiful sight, a cruel echo of the massive caravan that was meant to save them. Inside Count Merloff's office, his butler listens to the report, his face slowly draining of color. He grips the paper in his hand as disbelief twists into rage. One wagon, only 3 people. It is a complete disaster. The subordinate insists it was a bandit attack, but the butler slams his fist down, shouting in fury. He recognizes a convenient excuse when he hears one. The man explains that the campsite was found in ruins, most of the merchants either injured or left unconscious. Terrified by the attack, the survivors abandoned the contract and fled, leaving only 3 loyal fools to continue. The butler lets out a roar of frustration. The entire territory's food supply depended on that shipment, and now it has vanished. He storms around the room, cursing the merchants for their stupidity, for walking straight into such an obvious trap. Trying to regain control, he paces back and forth, searching for any way to salvage this disaster. He demands the price of grain from another supplier. The answer is brutal. 6 silver coins for a single sack of flour. With a heavy breath, the butler knows they have no alternative. He orders his aide to gather a trade group and head to Sharon to buy whatever they can. Then the aide carefully offers another option. What if they ask their neighbor for help? Count Ian. The butler goes still, the very name cutting into his pride. What? He asks in a low, dangerous voice. The aide quickly adds that the mountains near their other supplier are already buried under snow. The journey would be slow and deadly. Every mile through those mountains a gamble. But if they could buy even a small amount of Ian's gula, it could work as emergency rations, buying them just enough time until proper supplies arrived. The count slams his hand down, his face twisted with disgust. Don't joke with me, he snaps. His pride will not bend. Those weeds are not food fit for his people. He would rather let them starve than lower himself to that level. Get the prices from Sharon, he orders, dismissing the only option that could actually save them. The aide bows and accepts the command, but even as the words leave his mouth, the butler knows the truth. They're trapped. Worry carves deep lines into his face. With no other path left, he finally sits down to write a letter, not as a dignified official, but as a desperate man clinging to a final thread. Far away, under the bright skies of Brock territory, that very letter is already in Ian's hands. He notes immediately that it is not from the count himself, but from the butler. A crack in their unity. Vera points out there is no official seal, just a quiet request asking for the price of gula. This is not diplomacy. It is a plea. Ian leans back as the full pattern snaps into focus. The proud count refuses to beg, forcing his subordinate to act behind his back. They're trying to reach Sharon, but the early snow will slow them to a crawl. Ian rests his chin on his hand, a cold, thoughtful glint in his eyes. He can see their desperation, the opening he carved with such precision. Then he stands. Barrick, he says, we're going to the underground prison. Barrick nods without hesitation. As they walk, Ian casually takes a cookie from Barrick's hand. Oh, and give me one of those, he says, leaving his bodyguard staring in confusion. They descend into the damp, torchlit depths beneath the castle, stone walls sweating with cold. At last they stop before a cell. Inside, a man named Colin is curled up in the corner, shaking. Ian calls his name, his voice echoing through the dark. Stepping inside, he comments almost kindly on how hard it must be to survive in a place like this. Then he holds out the cookie. Here, he says, you can leave if you eat this. With nothing left to lose, Colin grabs it and swallows it in frantic bites. As the last crumb disappears, Ian leans closer, his calm smile carrying something far more terrifying beneath it. He leans in and whispers straight into Colin's ear. All right, Colin. From now on, listen carefully and tell no one. Pulling back, Ian calmly explains the assignment. Colin will be sent to Malov and placed into the trade group heading out for supplies. Then the real order drops, cold and merciless. Ruin their mission, break their wagons, get them robbed, do whatever it takes to slow them down. Terror twists across Colin's face. But Ian is not done. He rests a gentle hand on Colin's head. If you disobey me, you will die. A golden light ignites in Ian's eye as he explains the truth. If Colin fails, that energy will react with the poison hidden inside the cookie. Understanding slams into Colin. He clutches at his throat, gagging in panic. Ian continues, his voice flat and empty. Your blood will turn toxic, and your body will meld into the ground. Then, just as cruelly, he offers a sliver of hope. Succeed, and the curse will be lifted. He'll be free. Colin stands trapped between a nightmare death and a fragile chance to live. The camera closes in on Ian's eye, glowing green with absolute control. Colin's life is nothing more than a piece on his board. One final question hangs in the freezing air. Can you do it? Colin collapses to his knees, sobbing, his entire body shaking with fear. He has no choice, with Ian's threat hanging over him. The next phase of the plan unfolds at the Merloff estate. A crowd gathers as officials call for men to join a desperate trade mission, the territory's last hope against starvation. A trembling hand writes a single name on the list. Colin. Ian's pawn has entered the game. The official frowns, pointing out that Colin's criminal record should have disqualified him, but his frantic begging earns him one last chance. He is warned to work hard and stay out of trouble. Colin can only nod weakly. The moment he steps away, his legs nearly give out. He whispers that he made it, knowing that one wrong move would have meant instant death. But Colin is not the only one paying attention. From a distance, 2 shadowed figures quietly watch him. They are Ian's watchers, planted to make sure his pawn never steps out of line. One of them mutters that the kid gets to live another day, his tone flat and indifferent. If Colin had failed to get accepted, this would have been his last sunrise. Another remarks on how tense the whole territory feels now. Nothing like it was before. The story about the ruined merchant caravan from Huan has spread fear everywhere. A third man with light brown hair steps in, his voice calm but firm. It was not a rumor, he says. It was the truth. And in Merloff, everyone knows it. But Ian is not the only one moving pieces. That same man, an agent named Clark, walks down the polished halls of the Merloff mansion. He is not working for Ian. He stops before a heavy door and announces himself. Inside, Countess Rain Merloff waits, composed and elegant. Clark informs her that the suspicious man, Colin, has successfully joined the trade group. She smiles. That is good news, she says, though the cold calculation in her eyes betrays her relief. She tells Clark to handle the matter and return safely. This expedition is part of her own design. Clark bows slightly. There's nothing to worry about, he replies, before turning and leaving his one more loyal piece in her private game. A few nights later, the caravan is deep within the frozen mountains. The wagons are pulled into a tight circle, a fragile island against the endless snow. Through the drifting white, a single figure moves toward the supply carts. It is Colin. A torch flickers in a shaking hand, fear and resolve fighting across his face. This is the moment. Tears run down his cheeks as he whispers a broken apology. He does not want to do this, but the invisible poison in his blood leaves him no choice. Their lives are his. He lifts the torch toward a wagon. Then a voice slices through the darkness. Colin. His heart nearly stops as he whirls around. A shadow stands behind him, demanding to know what he is doing. The man steps into the firelight. It is Clark, the Countess's agent. He raises a bloodstained bandage and accuses Colin of trying to steal the supplies and flee. Colin freezes. The moment Clark speaks his name, his mind goes blank. How does this stranger know who he is? Panic surges through his body, his fingers shaking so badly that the torch slips from his grip. It hits a stack of dry goods, and in the blink of an eye, flames roar to life, crawling across the wagon and exploding upward, turning the dark camp into a burning nightmare. Colin can only stare, horrified by the fire he just created, his thoughts still spinning around that single impossible question. He never gets the chance to understand it. Clark moves. A blur of steel flashes through the firelight, and in a single, ruthless motion, he cuts Colin down. No warning, no hesitation. One moment Colin is alive, the next he is collapsing into the dirt as the inferno rages behind him. Around them, the camp erupts into chaos. Men shout and curse, rushing to save what little they can as the flames devour their only hope of survival. Clark, however, remains perfectly calm. He adjusts his collar as if nothing happened, already shaping the story in his head. Colin was a thief. He set the fire to cover his escape. He resisted arrest and was killed. Simple, clean, a neat little lie that hides the Countess's real plan behind a wall of convenient tragedy. From the edge of the trees, unseen by everyone else, one man watches it all unfold. He is one of Ian's agents, assigned to follow Colin. His eyes narrow as he sees Clark walk away from the burning wreckage. Something about this feels wrong. Very wrong. He turns and slips back into the darkness, knowing he has to report this to his lord immediately. But the news does not reach Ian first. It races through the night and crashes straight into the office of Count Merloff. An aide bursts through the doors, gasping for breath. My lord, it's an emergency. The Count turns sharply, already sensing disaster. The report hits like a hammer. All the wagons are gone, burned to ash. What? Merloff roars, slamming his fist into the desk. The aide, shaking, explains that a man named Colin went mad and set everything on fire while trying to steal their gold. He repeats the official story, that Colin was killed in the struggle, but not before every last supply was lost. The few survivors are limping toward Chiron, but it hardly matters. The damage is already done. Merloff's face turns pale as the truth sinks in. Their own stores are almost empty. Winter is coming, and now they have nothing. No food, no reserves, no safety. There's only one place left to turn. Brock, Ian Jillian. The realization is unbearable. To beg that boy for help, to kneel before him after everything. It tears at what little pride Merloff has left. Rage boils over. With a savage snarl, he lunges forward, grabs the unfortunate subordinate who delivered the news, and slams him hard onto the table, his fury finally breaking loose. He doesn't stop. Merloff rains blow after blow onto the helpless man, screaming about his own rotten fate, as if the world itself has betrayed him. The room shakes with his fury. In his madness, he bellows an order for his guards to hunt down Colin's family and wipe them out to the last breath. His violent roars echo through the grand halls of the mansion, sending servants scattering in terror. Outside the doors, the maids stand frozen, too frightened to move. Then a calm voice cuts through the chaos. Be quiet. From the shadows steps Countess Rain Merloff, untouched by the madness around her. While the Count rages like a wild beast, she is a pool of perfect stillness. She walks straight toward the doors and gives a single, quiet command. Open them. A maid tries to warn her, but one look from the Countess silences her. It's fine. Open them. The doors swing wide, revealing a scene of savage brutality. The Count is still pounding the bloodied subordinate, furniture shattered, the room wrecked by his tantrum. Rain steps inside with a soft, unsettling smile, as if she has walked into a peaceful garden instead of a slaughterhouse. My dear, she says sweetly, her voice slicing through his rage. She places a gentle hand on his shoulder. Let this child go and come play with me. She draws him slightly closer, lightly scolding him for venting his anger in such an unsightly way. As the guards drag the broken man out, she smoothly steers the conversation where she wants it. Why don't we simply ask Brock for help? The words land like a lifeline. She offers him a way to save what little pride he has left. She will go in his place. Her being closer in age to the young Viscount makes it far more appropriate. She says, a harmless, reasonable excuse. Merloff turns to her, suspicion burning through his fading rage. His bloodstained hand clamps around her arm. Do you really want to go? He demands. She nods. She truly does. His eyes narrow. Is this another one of your schemes? Rain doesn't even blink. She meets his stare with flawless innocence. Of course not. I wouldn't dare. She turns her gaze toward the full moon outside the window, but behind that serene smile lurks a dangerous, calculating light. A mind far sharper than her husband's blind fury. The game has just changed. 2 manipulators, 1 estate, and now the real battle begins. This is not a courtesy visit. It is the opening move of a war of minds. Ian stands at the gates of his mansion as Countess Rain Merloff arrives, welcoming her with a polite, carefully measured smile. She returns the gesture, addressing him with perfect respect. Viscount Ian. He thanks her, calmly remarking that he was surprised she came in person. Suspicion already hangs between them, like an invisible blade. She offers a smooth apology, saying it troubled her that they had not properly congratulated him on his new title. Ian plays along, saying he understands how busy they must be, even though the sharp glint in his eyes makes it clear he believes none of it. He smoothly shifts the conversation, bringing up the gift she sent him, the strange little dripper. Calling it valuable, he looks straight at her and asks if it was really all right for her to part with something so rare. It is a test, a quiet probe meant to draw out a reaction, but she shields herself behind her fan and smiles. The Countess Rain slips around it effortlessly. She claims she wanted to send something else, but her husband insisted that this odd machine would be of great help to Ian. She presents herself as nothing more than a loyal wife, obeying her foolish spouse. Inside, Ian's thoughts spin, so she is pushing the blame onto her incompetent husband for sending a priceless piece of future technology. His eyes narrow. Was that device truly a gift, or was it a message? From her refined speech and calm, controlled presence, he knows she is no ordinary noble. She is someone dangerous, someone playing a long and careful game. Then she cuts through the polite chatter. The real reason I came here today, she says quietly, her gaze unwavering, is because I wish to see Lady Mary's room. The words hit Ian like a blow. He was ready for bargaining, for pleas about food and survival. But this, a request to enter his dead mother's room, was something he never expected. The Countess reminds him of their first meeting, claiming she once lent his mother something that was never returned. It sounds reasonable, but every instinct in Ian's body tells him it is a lie. He keeps his face calm and grants her permission, explaining that the room has been left untouched for years. If the item is there, she will find it. He gestures for her to follow, but she tries to brush him off, saying she can go alone. She wants privacy. She wants to be unwatched. Ian does not allow it. With a polite smile that carries no warmth, he insists, please, this way. A quiet clash of wills hangs between them as they walk. Finally, he asks her directly, what is it you're really looking for? They arrive at a large, dust-filled room. Furniture lies buried under white sheets like forgotten ghosts, and the air is thick with old memories. Ian offers to have a servant search for her, another subtle move to keep control, but she sharply refuses. Nothing here is to be touched by anyone else. Turning her back to him, she asks him to leave, saying it is a woman's private space. She promises she will tell him once she finds what she came for. Ian turns to leave with a courteous smile fixed on his face. Of course, he says, but the moment he is out of her sight, his expression hardens. He stops beside an aide and gives a quiet, precise command. Watch her. Every move. The aide slips into Lady Mary's room after the Countess, a silent shadow meant to observe. He offers his help, but she doesn't even look at him. The refined mask she wore outside is gone. Now there's a sharp, restless urgency in her movements as she yanks the sheets off the furniture and starts tearing through the room. Didn't you hear what I said? She snaps, pulling open drawers stuffed with old jewelry. Open the drawers and leave. The aide catches her reflection in a cracked mirror as she works, eyes burning with focus. I'll find it myself. Shoes, pearls, and yellowed letters spill across the floor as she rips through everything, leaving chaos behind. Whatever she is hunting, she needs it badly. Sometime later, Romandro joins Ian in the drawing room and reports that the Countess is still inside Lady Mary's room, searching for some item she claims she lent. Romandro frowns, clearly confused. He thought she had come to beg for Gula. Ian admits he has no idea what she is really after, only that it is taking far too long. In his mind, though, he knows this will lead back to Gula eventually. No one travels this far for a forgotten trinket. As he waits, Ian quietly reviews his position. A faint, confident smirk appears on his face. They are desperate, and he intends to make them bleed for it. At last, the Countess returns, her graceful composure perfectly restored. She apologizes for the delay. Ian asks if she found what she was looking for. No, she replies smoothly. It must have been lost in the chaos. That's a shame, Ian says, playing along as he invites her to sit for tea. As she settles in, he leans toward his aide and murmurs a final instruction. Go back to my aunt's room. Look around. Clean it up. Find whatever she was really searching for. With her hidden task apparently finished, the Countess finally drops the pretense. She admits her visit was not truly about a borrowed item. She knows about the enormous tax he owes to the capital. Ian raises an eyebrow, surprised. When he asks how she learned of it, she only smiles. I have my ways. Then she delivers the real offer. Since the sum is so great, Mariloff is considering lending him a helping hand. Her offer sounds almost absurdly generous. A loan of up to 5,000 gold coins. Not a single coin of interest attached. For a moment, it feels like a miracle. Then she names her price. In return, she wants some gula seeds. Ian's lips curve into a quiet smile, while Romandro nearly chokes in shock. Those seeds are the foundation of everything. The source of Ian's power, and the future of Brock. There's no world where he gives them up. He refuses her politely, wrapping it in talk of honor, saying he must earn the money himself to prove he deserves his title. The Countess questions him, but Ian smoothly tightens his grip on the conversation. He points out that gula is far more valuable than any loan, because it can end starvation itself. She tries to brush it off, saying gula was once seen as worthless. That was then, Ian replies coldly. Gold can always be earned, he tells her, but lives cannot be replaced. The message is clear. Thousands of hungry people in her territory are now part of this negotiation. The balance of power shifts. When she asks how much he would sell the gula for, Ian gives her a gentle smile and names his price. 50 gold coins per sack. Romandro looks like he might pass out. He remembers when Ian once thought 10 coins was already high. 50 is outrageous. It is pure, merciless exploitation. Ian squeezing every last drop from their desperation. Elsewhere, in Lady Mary's ravaged room, a young maid enters to begin cleaning and stops short when she sees someone already inside. It is Barrick, digging through the mess. He explains that Ian sent him to look around after the Countess left. The maid asks what he's searching for. Barrick admits he has no idea, only that the Countess wanted it badly. He mutters that Ian is convinced it is here, yet nothing seems out of place. The maid studies the room quietly. Then she looks up. Did you check the ceiling? She points toward the chandelier. Barrick grumbles, but drags a table beneath it anyway, not expecting much. He lifts her onto his shoulders so she can reach. He glances up at her, surprised by how naturally she moves. What are you? He asks. She answers calmly that she is simply good at finding things. Where she comes from, she says, that is nothing special at all. Suddenly, her fingers brush against something tucked deep inside, and her eyes widen. I found it, she blurts out, and Barrick freezes where he stands. She slowly pulls free a small, ornate powder puff case, its delicate design completely out of place for something hidden so carefully. They stare at it for a moment. It looks harmless, almost laughably ordinary, just another cosmetic tool. Barrick frowns, unable to understand why anyone would go to such lengths to conceal something like this. Curiosity wins. He flips the lid open. The instant it cracks, a faint, nearly invisible cloud of powder drifts into the air. Barrick inhales without realizing it, and a wave of vertigo crashes over him. His vision smears, the room tilting wildly as if the floor itself is giving way. He staggers back, clutching at his head. At this, it smells like straw, he mutters, but the words fall apart halfway through. His eyes roll back, and his strength drains away in a heartbeat. The maid watches in frozen horror as his body slackens, and he drops heavily to the floor. The poison powder puff lies open beside him, silent and lethal. She screams his name, falling to her knees, shaking him with desperate hands, begging him to wake up. Nothing, not even a twitch. Elsewhere, the Countess weighs Ian's outrageous demand. To anyone else, it would sound like daylight robbery, but she knows what Gula truly represents, a crop that multiplies endlessly, capable of feeding an entire territory, a power far beyond piles of gold. Ian presses forward, explaining how in just 2 months Gula could save every single soul in Merla from starvation, reminding her that a stable, living population is the real foundation of any territory strength. She nods in agreement, yet her eyes are distant, her thoughts clearly somewhere else. Ian catches it at once. Her focus is not on the deal at all. It's locked onto that borrowed item she was so desperate to recover. In that instant, he understands the truth. She has little real interest in buying Gula. This negotiation is only a cover for what she truly wants. Romandro steps in, calmly backing up the price by talking about their own history of famine and desperation. The Countess listens, her face a flawless, unreadable mask. She smoothly deflects, saying the final decision belongs to her husband, then adds in a chillingly casual tone, "What are 50 gold coins when weighed against life and death?" It's her quiet way of saying she will pay, yet the words feel empty, almost detached. Ian thanks her for her understanding, but before he can continue, the doors slam open with a sharp crash. Hannah, the maid, stumbles in, her face drained of all color. She cries out Ian's name, panic shaking her voice as she announces that something terrible has happened. Ian turns to her, calm and controlled, and asks what it is. Gasping for breath, Hannah blurts out the truth. Sir Barrick found something in the room, a powder puff, and the moment he smelled it, he collapsed. Rain's eyes fly wide in raw shock while Ian's face hardens like cold steel. Her secret has been dragged into the open. In the very next heartbeat, she bolts from her chair, all that elegant composure shattering as she makes a desperate dash for the door. But Ian is faster. He cuts her off and blocks her path, grabbing her arm and telling her to calm down, only for her to thrash wildly, screaming at him to let her go. Then, without warning, her body locks up. A strange, broken sound slips from her lips as her hand begins to twitch uncontrollably. Romandro and Hannah rush to Ian's side, but he isn't the one they're worried about. His eyes are fixed on the Countess as she starts to convulse. A sharp flicker passes through his gaze. He has seen this before. Rain suddenly collapses, tumbling down the steps in a heap as violent spasms tear through her body. For a brief instant, her dress rides up just enough to reveal a bruised, scarred ankle, a silent trace of some brutal past hidden beneath her flawless exterior. Sometime later, the scene shifts back to Lady Mary's room. Barrick lies unconscious on the bed, his breathing shallow but steady. The Countess now sits bound to a chair, her earlier panic replaced by a cold, hollow resignation. "It seems we have quite a lot to discuss," Ian says quietly, his voice carrying a dangerous calm. "Why don't you explain everything?" She scoffs, trying to brush it off. "It's just an aphrodisiac," she claims. "Nothing more. Why make such a fuss?" But it isn't Ian who calls her lie. It's Hannah. "That isn't an aphrodisiac," the young maid says firmly. Holding up the powder puff, she explains with unsettling precision that aphrodisiacs have a different color and texture, and none of them are powerful enough to knock someone out with a single breath. The Countess stares at her in disbelief. "Who is that child?" she snaps. Ian answers with a faint, knowing smile. "As you can see, she's someone in our house who knows quite a lot." At last, the Countess's mask cracks. She knows she's been caught. Ian tells Hannah to fetch a towel, and as the maid leaves, she subtly pulls Romandro along with her, sealing the door behind them, and leaving only Ian and the Countess in the quiet room. The only sound is Barrick's soft breathing. Ian leans forward, his eyes sharp. "Let's be honest, because too many things don't add up," he says. "First, you know about the dripper. You know its true value. Am I right?" The Countess flinches, her hidden knowledge laid bare. Ian's eyes slowly narrow as the pieces fall into place. "Tell me something," he says quietly. "Are you from the Lazajan Mountains?" The question hits her like a physical strike. He doesn't stop there, calmly asking if she belongs to the Dara tribe, the legendary craftsmen of that region. She tries to deny it, but Ian immediately points out that even knowing about them gives her away. Her bound hands begin to tremble in her lap. There are no lies left to hide behind. At last, she admits she was raised near the Lazajan Mountains. Then she drops the truth that leaves even Ian momentarily stunned. "My mother was a dryad. A forest fairy." It sounds absurd, yet the words are deadly serious. The story spills out of her in a rush of horror and survival. Dryads, she explains, are not gentle spirits but violent, twisted beings. As proof of their love, they devour the humans they choose. To escape the same fate that claimed her father, she cut down her mother's sacred tree, killing her, and fled, leaving her father's corpse behind in that cursed forest. Her escape only led her into something just as cruel. A slave trader caught her, and she was sold into the life she lives now. That is how she learned of the dripper. She doesn't know exactly what it does, only that the Dara tribe never makes anything without enormous value. When Ian asks how she knew it was in his possession, she claims it was just a rumor, but he can tell she's still holding something back. He asks if her husband knows about her dry blood. She says no, explaining that she takes after her human father. Ian leans back, silently weighing it all. In front of him sits a woman who is at once a killer, a survivor, and a captive. He asks the only question that matters. Are you on my side? She hears the way he says it, cold and calculating. He isn't offering trust. He's measuring usefulness. He gestures toward the scars and bruises on her legs. Her voice sinks to a whisper. My husband is not a sane man. She tells him about the years of brutal abuse, how with her background she can never divorce him, how she refuses to spend the rest of her life trapped in this living cage. She killed her own mother to escape once. She will not be imprisoned again. That's why, she says, locking eyes with him, I need that powder puff. Ian asks if it's poison. She shakes her head. It's a powerful sleep-inducing hallucinogen, and even she has never heard of it knocking someone out just from a single breath. She quietly adds that neither she nor Lady Mary ever had any problems using it. The name lands like a stone between them. Ian stiffens. My mother, she used this too. The Countess nods. His mother had meant to use it on her husband at first, she says, but in the end she turned it on herself. When Ian demands to know why, the Countess gently places a hand on his shoulder. Lord Ian, she says softly, delivering the truth that cuts deepest. It was because of you, because of the illegitimate child your husband brought into that house. Ian's mind snaps back to the image of his mother locked in the basement, her erratic behavior, her desperate, broken pleas. And at last, he understands. It was never madness. It was the unbearable agony of withdrawal. The Countess Rain speaks with a bitter, shared understanding. I hate the name Merloff. How am I any different from your mother, trapped in this house? Her eyes burn with a fierce hunger for freedom, the right to choose her own fate instead of living by one written by others. That is all she wants. She lifts her bound hands, a living symbol of the prison she refuses to die in. So I have a proposal, she says. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She offers him an alliance. If he helps her, she will give him the resources he needs. Two prisoners of circumstance, their destinies now tied together. Ian immediately points out the flaw. Even if the Count dies, his sibling would inherit the territory, not her. But the Countess doesn't waver. As long as I can choose my own fate, I don't care where I belong, she says. Freedom is the only prize that matters. When Ian presses for details, she admits she can't give him numbers yet. Not while she's still a captive in this house. Ian considers the situation. She's been here too long already. Her people will be growing suspicious. He can either accept her offer and let her go, or face whatever comes next. Right on cue, angry voices erupt in the hallway. Clark, her aide, is demanding to see her. Ian's servants try to block him, but he shoves past them, accusing them of harming his lady. They fire back that his own people caused trouble first. One of the Countess's men tries to calm Clark, but loyalty has made him reckless. Then Ian steps into the doorway, the Countess standing just behind him. He calmly tells the man that the lady is occupied and asks him to wait, but it is already too late. Clark has seen the ropes binding the Countess's wrists. His face twists in a blind, explosive rage. What do you think you're doing? He bellows as he lunges straight at Ian. The Countess screams his name, trying to stop him, but Ian doesn't even blink. He meets the charge with a cold, unmoving stare, as if brushing aside an insect. With a single casual motion, golden magic surges from him and slams into Clark, hurling the man backward with a painful cry. The Countess watches in horror, shouting his name as his body crashes to the floor. From the bed, a faint groan drifts through the chaos. Barrick, half awake from the noise, looks around in a daze. Can you just be quiet? He mutters before immediately slipping back into sleep. The hallway freezes in stunned disorder. Clark lies unconscious. The Countess kneels beside him. The servants stare in disbelief at the raw power their young lord just displayed. Then one of Ian's agents arrives and points at Clark, confirming to Romandro that he is the one. The man who slipped into the merchant group, killed Colin, and started the fire. Ian looks down at the fallen man, another piece of the puzzle snapping cleanly into place. The Countess erupts, accusing Ian of engineering the entire disaster, but he calmly turns it back on her. Her man attacked him first. With a faint smirk he adds, he's still breathing. Stop overreacting. His agent explains how they identified Clark. Colin was one of several people who vanished from a local gambling house around the time of the first assassination attempt, so his sudden appearance among the traitors was an obvious red flag. When Ian asks if Count Merloff was involved, the Countess says no. The old fool likely didn't even know Colin existed. Ian lets out a tired breath. He can't believe the Count is so blind to the schemes happening under his own roof. He orders Clark moved to an empty room, with the Countess escorted along. As they walk, the air between them is thick with tension, their fragile new alliance already under strain. Ian breaks the silence with a blunt question. Is he your lover? The Countess doesn't turn back. It's not like that, she says, but her softened voice betrays something deeper. Ian lets it pass. All right, I understand. He stops her, ready to lock in their deal. Then with that calm, surgical tone, he makes sure nothing is left unspoken. She wants her freedom. He wants her money. But even if the Count disappears, danger remains. His brother stands next in line, and there is no promise she can truly control the estate. Worse, if her plot ever leaks, Ian becomes an accomplice to the death of a noble. She accepts all of it without blinking. That is exactly why they need a way to quietly move Merloff's wealth into her own name here in Brock, before she makes her final move. A slow, resolute smile curves her lips. Ian sees through it at once. She is planning to drain her husband's estate to the last coin, leaving him with nothing before vanishing into the night. When darkness falls, the Countess and her retinue finally leave Ian's estate. The maids whisper among themselves, torn between fear and fascination at the sight of that handsome, yet terrifyingly cold young lord. Far away, Count Merloff paces in irritation, waiting for his wife. At last, a carriage rolls up. He steps forward, anger already in his voice, but she descends with flawless grace and offers a gentle apology for being late. His eyes catch sight of Clark being carried out unconscious, and confusion flashes across his face. She brushes it off, saying there was simply much to discuss. He seizes her arm, demanding answers, but she calmly produces a small bag of gula. With a practiced lie, she explains that Ian refused to lower his prices, so she was forced to sell Clark into servitude just to obtain this pitiful amount of food. There is so much to discuss, she says sweetly, and it would be best done over dinner. A lavish meal awaits them, a grotesque contrast to the famine gripping their lands. The Count stares at the spread in fury. You traded Clark for this, he snaps, sneering at the tiny portion of food. She continues her act, claiming Ian had demanded 50 coins per sack, but magnanimously settled for this small supply to ease their immediate crisis. Grumbling, the Count spears some of the gula with his fork and takes a bite. To his surprise, it tastes better than expected. The Countess watches him closely, something cold and unreadable flickering in her eyes. She casually adds that the rumors must be true, that every seed will sprout within a month. The trap is already set, and he is stepping deeper into it with every word. Then he looks up and asks what she and that little brat had been discussing for so long. With a soft, composed smile, the Countess answers, as you can see, it was a very worthwhile discussion. In a flash, the scene cuts back to her secret bargain with Ian. He wants her to lead the gula negotiations in his name. He spells out cleanly. She will persuade the Count to buy, but only after Ian has already secured a massive profit. Merloff has nowhere else to turn. His household is completely in their hands. The Countess agrees without hesitation. It is a profitable arrangement. In exchange for Ian's cooperation, he must ensure Clark's safety, and she wants her drug powder puff returned. Back in the present, she continues her tale while calmly pouring her husband a glass of wine. She tells him she recovered the missing powder puff from Lady Mary's room. The Count frowns, asking why an item belonging to a dead trader was there. She only smiles, because it was mine to begin with. The butler tries to interrupt, but the Count waves him away in annoyance. Leave us, he growls, and bring more gula in the morning. The hook is already set. As he speaks, she quietly sprinkles the powder from the pouch into his wine. He leans close, his breath heavy with menace. This is your final warning, he tells her. If you come back after sundown again, I will cripple you. There will be no next time. You will die. The Countess does not flinch. She meets his murderous stare, lifts her glass, and replies with chilling calm, of course. Don't worry. Their glasses clink together, sealing a silent, poisonous pact. Just beyond the door where that dark alliance is forged, panic erupts. Clark, the Countess's loyal guard, pounds against the wood, shouting her name, begging to know what they are doing to her. The door opens, and Ian stands there, his expression perfectly still. Clark freezes as he recognizes him. Fear crushes the fight out of him, and he drops to his knees. His voice shakes as he begs Ian to save them, to spare Madame Rain. He explains that she alone shields the servants from her husband's cruelty, stepping in again and again to protect them from his rage. Ian quietly notes this. Her mercy only makes her more valuable. Then he tells Clark, in that same even voice, that the Countess has already departed for her own estate. Clark stares up at him, stunned, barely able to process the words. And that is when Ian delivers the cold, unforgiving terms. Clark becomes the collateral, nothing more than a living guarantee that the Countess will keep her word. Ian warns him in a voice stripped of warmth that any outburst will only drag more suffering down on the woman he claims to protect. Clark's face drains a color. He understands. He is trapped, helpless, reduced to placing his faith in his mistress's resolve. With that settled, Ian turns away as the heavy doors slide shut behind him, sealing the bargain with a cold finality. His eyes hold quiet certainty. Every piece is falling exactly where he foresaw. Outside, snow twists through the night as Ian escorts the Countess to her carriage. He tells her his men will see her safely home. As she steps up, a dark bruise on her ankle is revealed for a heartbeat, a brutal mark of the life she is forced to survive. She pauses and meets his gaze, telling him she can endure it. Yet in her eyes burns something far colder, the resolve of a woman who has waited through endless winters for vengeance. A few more days mean nothing. The door shuts, and the carriage vanishes into the storm. Ian stands alone in the swirling white, a faint knowing smile on his lips. Her patience and her strength prove she is the right ally for the war ahead. He returns to the silent halls. One final matter remains. In a chamber upstairs, Barrick lies unconscious as a doctor examines him. Ian immediately asks for his condition. The doctor says he appears merely drained, but Ian knows better. He reminds him that the Count has called it a hypnagogic hallucinogen, a poison capable of stopping a man's breathing if the exposure is too long. The doctor lifts a vial and reassures him that the dose was light and Barrick should recover, though careful monitoring is required. As a hallucinogen, it can cause strange effects, he warns, like sleep talking or even wandering in a daze. At that, Randro turns pale. He mutters that perhaps Barrick should be tied down, terrified of what a disoriented knight could do. Right then, Barrick's eyes flutter open. Ian leans closer, asking if he is conscious, but Barrick only stares around in confusion. Ian explains that he collapsed after inhaling the Countess's drug powder. Barrick raises a hand to his face, a brief flicker of pain crossing his features. As the haze clears, Barrick says his body feels fine, yet his eyes keep catching things that should not exist. That alone makes Ian focus. Barrick insists this is no ordinary hallucination. It feels deeper, like the drug tore open a hidden door inside him, showing fragments of some forgotten past or a possible future. He slowly sits up, troubled and thoughtful, trying to hold on to whatever the vision left behind. At that moment, Romandro cautiously peeks through the doorway, making sure it is safe. He calls Barrick's name, asking if he still recognizes him. Barrick turns, and something in his gaze is terribly wrong. Without warning, his face splits into a feral grin. He starts barking like a mad beast, and suddenly launches himself at the horrified Romandro. In seconds, Barrick is on all fours, chasing him down the corridor, while Romandro screams for his life. Ian stands in the doorway, watching the chaos without the slightest concern. With the calm of a commander reviewing a minor skirmish, he tells the doctor that at least Barrick's physical strength remains intact. It proves just how formidable a mage swordsman he is. His body can resist the poison, even if his mind has gone wandering. A week passes, and the madness fades. That is when Ian's real design begins to move. A letter arrives. As he reads it, a satisfied smile forms. Count Mariloff is asking to purchase more gula, exactly as expected. The fish has swallowed the hook. Ian dips his pen into the ink and writes his reply with careful precision. Every line, another thread in his web. He politely states that 100 sacks of gula should suffice for the Mariloff estate. Then he sets the price. Not a single sack will go for less than 50 gold coins. He promises the finest quality and leaves the door open for further negotiation, signing only his name. Far away, Count Mariloff reads the letter and crumples it in a rage. The trap is closing. Before long, a line of carriages rolls up to the mansion. The Count and Countess of Mariloff have arrived. Romandra notes how desperate and hurried the Count looks. Ian simply stares out the window, a cold sense of finality settling in his eyes. It seems it all ends today, he mutters, telling Romandra to perform his role without a single mistake. Just before the doors open, Ian turns to his trusted aide with one final, quiet instruction. The meeting begins in a lavish drawing room. Ian welcomes his guests with flawless courtesy. The Count offers a rigid apology for the sudden visit, but Ian waves it away with an easy smile, saying nothing could be more important. At his side, the Countess wears a perfect, unreadable mask. Ian wastes no time. In a tone almost too casual, he asks if they are here for the gula trade. Count Mariloff's fingers drum against the armrest. Irritation clears. He admits that Ian somehow calculated their needs precisely. 100 sacks is exactly what they require to survive the famine. He leans forward, his voice sharp with accusation, demanding to know why the price is so outrageously high for such a massive order. On cue, Romandro steps in. He calmly explains that gula can be stored almost forever. Unlike ordinary food, there is no urgency to sell it. They could simply keep it for themselves. Ian adds that this gula was not scavenged from the wild. It was cultivated through the sweat and labor of his people, and that work deserves proper payment. Then he leans forward, lowering his voice as he delivers the true killing blow. He asks if the Count knows one small detail about gula. It can grow almost anywhere, but the moment it touches snow, it dies. The room shifts. This is no ongoing trade. It is a single, fleeting chance. With these seeds, the Mariloffs could finally free themselves from dependency. Ian lays out his final terms with cold clarity. Either the Count buys even more gula, or he accepts the price as it is. He rises to his feet, his presence suddenly towering over them, an authority far beyond his years. He frames his ruthless demand as a noble burden, claiming his people are enduring hardship only to protect their land. The net tightens. The trap is closed. There is no path left to escape. Count Mariloff explodes, slamming his fist down and roaring that 5,000 gold for weeds is madness. He sneers, convinced Ian is nothing but a greedy peasant trying to cheat him. Yet beside him, the Countess remains perfectly calm. In a soft voice, she reminds him that this year is not like the others. Without the gula, their people will not survive. Her voice is the only thing keeping his fury in check. This was never a real negotiation. It was a stage, and the Countess was its star. As Ian and his aide stepped outside to give them space, he glanced back once. She was already leaning in, quietly pushing her husband to make a decision, taking command of the room the moment Ian left. The Count, still simmering, turned to her and demanded what she thought was a fair price. He scoffed, saying he would give them nothing if he could. But even he knew their position was desperate. After a moment of brooding, he spat out his number. 35 coins. That was his absolute limit. The Countess didn't react. Her face stayed calm and unreadable as her husband walked straight into the snare she had laid for him. She tilted her head, tapping her chin as if thinking deeply, and wondered aloud if Sir Ian would ever accept such a low offer. At the same time, she gently fed his pride, making him feel like this clever counter was entirely his own idea. Then her hand slid over his, steady and reassuring. "My dear," she murmured, her voice smooth and sweet, advising him to push it slightly higher, somewhere between 35 and 40. She reminded him of Ian's warning. That gula withers in the snow, and once winter comes the price would skyrocket and leave them ruined. Then she slipped in her real suggestion. In return for the deal, they should demand 2 kinds of gula, half meant for planting, and half ready for immediate use. The Count went quiet, impressed by her sharp mind, never realizing he was being guided exactly where Ian wanted him. At that moment, the door clicked open. Ian and Romandro stepped back inside. Ian apologized for the wait, but the Count only grunted about the cold tea, still drowning in his irritation. Ian calmly called for his maid Hannah to bring a fresh pot, keeping up the image of a polite, accommodating host. As he passed the Countess, she made a tiny movement, barely noticeable. Her fingers brushed her earring, a soft tap, a quick flash of light. It was nothing to anyone else, but to Ian it was as clear as a shout. 35. The number had landed exactly where he wanted it. Everything was unfolding perfectly. By opening with an absurdly high demand, he had dragged his opponent down to the very figure he had aimed for from the start. The Count straightened, puffing out his chest, convinced he was about to deliver a crushing blow. And just as he was about to speak, the Countess moved first, ready to play her final role. She cuts in smoothly, declaring that 50 coins is absurd, especially when Ian controls the entire supply. She even accuses him of negotiating in bad faith, turning the pressure back on him. Ian answers with a quiet sigh, playing the part of a man reluctantly cornered. He nods as if conceding. He understands, he says, but he has one condition. His hand presses against the table, his gaze steady. If the price is lowered to 40 coins, he demands a signed agreement that the Count will never again interfere in Brock's economic affairs. The Count's eyes narrow at once. The condition feels dangerous. His gaze flicks to one of the heavenly warriors standing guard by the door, and for a moment he wonders if Ian is planning something with the border tribes. Then a smug grin curls across his face. A scrap of paper means nothing. He can agree now, then quietly report anything suspicious to the capital later and have the boy crushed. Convinced of his own cleverness, the Count agrees, then throws back his own offer. 30 coins. And so the dance begins. 40, 31, 32, 33. With every number, the Count's temper tightens, his fists clenching as he feels himself being dragged toward his limit. At last he snaps. 35. That's the best he can do. He slams his hand on the table, spent but satisfied, believing he has just won a brutal battle. Ian exhales like a man finally giving up, rubbing his temple in defeat. Romandro calmly announces the final sum, 3,500 gold coins. The agreement is sealed. They move to draft the contract, and soon the room fills with the soft scrape of quills and the whisper of parchment. As Romandro and the Count's aide argue over clauses and wording, Ian turns to the Countess Rain. He remarks that she must be tired and politely offers her a private room to rest, a move meant to isolate her and needle her husband at the same time. She looks at the Count, still drunk on his victory. He waves her off without even glancing up. Do whatever you want, he mutters. Just don't bother me. Ian rises and escorts her himself. The Count watches them leave, jealousy flaring hot and ugly in his eyes, a muscle twitching in his jaw. The sight of that peasant boy walking beside his wife eats at him, and his rage grows so loud in his head that he barely hears his own aide trying to discuss the contract. The aide suggests a few small adjustments to keep things fair, but the Count isn't listening at all. All right, do as you please, he mutters, his eyes fixed on the door that just closed behind Ian and the Countess. The moment they're out of sight, the act drops away. Ian turns to her and offers a quiet, sincere thanks. Everything is unfolding exactly as planned. The Countess wastes no time. Where's Clark? Ian answers calmly, telling her loyal aide is safe and being treated properly. With the deal secured, he guides the conversation toward the final, dangerous phase of their alliance. He asks if she has ever met Count Merloff's younger brother. The meaning behind the question is obvious. Loose ends have to be handled. She says she has met him, but only twice. A man just as foul as her husband, she explains, quieter, but no less rotten, living on the far edge of the territory. Ian lays out the reality. If the Count were to die suddenly, his brother would be the only one who might grow suspicious. If that man were gone as well, no one would ever question her right to inherit everything. The implication is cold and merciless, yet her reply is unexpected. With strange certainty, she says that even if her husband were to die, she doubts anyone would ever suspect her. Her expression darkens, her voice dropping into something almost hollow. She says she is cursed. She tells him what her mother once taught her, that dryads and spirits of nature are bound by their promises. A memory rises up, a shadowed forest beneath a full moon, an axe lying in the grass. Her mother's voice echoes, warning that breaking a vow invites disaster. Then we see her younger self lifting that axe and bringing it down with horrifying force. The voice returns, saying the punishment is far worse if you kill a guardian of the forest. Regret washes across her face. She broke a sacred law. She shattered a vow that should never have been touched. In that memory, she is left gripping a blood-stained axe, hands shaking, realizing in that instant that her life will never again be simple. Back in the present, her fingers are clenched so tightly her knuckles have turned white. The flawless mask she always wears finally fractures, exposing the fear beneath. What if the brother becomes suspicious? What if he finds proof, and she ends up sold into slavery? She looks at Ian, eyes wide and raw, asking if this is just fear talking, or if she is already staring into her doomed future. Ian's face stays calm, untouched by her storm of fear. He tells her plainly that he does not know, so he cannot pretend to give her certainty. Then he cuts straight to the core with cold, clean logic. Did she ever make a direct promise to her mother? If not, he sees no reason for any curse to exist at all. What she calls fate, he says, is just her mind stitching together tragedies after they happen. Anxiety, not destiny. He leaves her with one final line, flat and strangely steady. Hope for the best, madam. And in those simple words, something inside her finally steadies. Ian stops in front of a thick wooden door and signals Barrick to open it. Warm light spills out, and inside stands Clark. The moment he sees her, his face breaks with relief. The Countess breathes his name, the tension draining from her body. Ian has kept his word. The first promise of their pact is fulfilled. Clark. The way she says it is not a greeting, but a release. The fragile emotion she showed moments ago disappears, replaced by the cold focus of a woman who has already chosen her path. As she turns away, Ian asks if that is really all. She answers without pause. Of course it is. The deal is done, and she has confirmed Clark is alive. There is nothing else to discuss. Whatever fear she felt has been sealed behind iron walls, so she can see this plan through. Barrick, standing in the doorway, looks utterly unimpressed. He rubs his face in irritation and mutters that he's had enough of this. Both of you need to stop making a spectacle, he says, before shutting the door on them and their deadly understanding. Back in the drawing room, Ian slips effortlessly back into his role, casually asking how the contract is coming along. The Count's aide, clueless to everything that just happened in the hall, says the timing is perfect. A drained Romandro hands Ian the finished document, pointing out the revised clauses. Ian takes it with a nod of thanks. Count Merloff, smug and eager, declares he will sign now and take the gula today. The official seal can wait. He announces he will pay 1,000 gold coins on the spot, with the rest transferred through the Hyman Bank. A faint curve touches Ian's lips. The Count is clearly gloating, convinced he just forced a brilliant deal, never realizing he is paying nearly 4 times what he originally intended. Ian extends his hand with perfect politeness. He thanks the Count, and says this will mark the beginning of a new relationship between them. The Count grunts and grips his hand, glowing with the smug pride of a man who has just sealed his own fate. Eager to claim his prize, the Count rises and suggests Ian's group head to the bank while he selects the gula. He immediately starts shouting orders at his servants. Ian calmly tells Barrick to have their own people assist as well, adding that since the Count is doing most of the work himself, it should be easy. Barrick nods, already understanding the intent. Then Ian gives another command. Prepare a carriage. They will go to the bank the moment the gold is verified. Barrick asks which bank. Ian raises an eyebrow, as if the answer should be obvious. Is there more than one bank in Burial? The Hyman Bank is less a building and more a monument to money. A massive chandelier bays polished marble floors and towering columns in warm gold light. This is not just a place to store coins. It is a fortress of commerce, a symbol of power that cannot be touched. The bank manager greets them with a bright smile, welcoming Lord Ian and mentioning she has already heard about his deal with Merloff. She gestures to a large chest brimming with glittering gold and confirms the amount, 1,000 coins. Barrick is stunned. He cannot believe the Count paid in raw coin instead of using a simple note of credit. Romandro clicks his tongue in disgust, calling a crude display from a man with no class, meant only to show off. Then a heavy presence enters the room. A figure in artificial plate armor steps forward, silent and overwhelming. Barrick freezes, eyes wide, as the armor guard asks if it should move the chest. Ian answers calmly, while Barrick can only stare in awe. Romandro leans over and explains that it is armor powered by magic stones, granting immense strength and near absolute protection. It is the highest form of security. In that moment, Barrick finally understands why nobles never carry their own money. Any thief would be crushed long before a sword was ever drawn. Romandro taps the marble floor with his cane and says this bank isn't just a building, it's sacred ground, a neutral zone so respected that even armies and pirates left it untouched during the Civil War. The manager overhears and, with a sharp proud smile, adds that they also shelter anyone who seeks refuge here, and that anyone foolish enough to steal from this place will regret it for the rest of their life. Later, inside a quiet private room, Barrick can barely sit still and eagerly offers to go fetch snacks while the 1,000 gold coins are being counted. As the minutes drag on, Ian and his aides turn to more serious matters. Romandro lays it out plainly. Even after this deal, their funds are still tight, and next year's taxes are already looming like a storm cloud. Ian smirks and teases Romandro about being stuck in a honeymoon phase when he refuses the offer to live at the estate, making the loyal aide flush bright red. Ian calms them, saying they've secured a decent chunk of the taxes they'll need, but Romandro doesn't let up. He warns Ian not to grow careless, and says the simplest solution would be a tax hike. Ian shuts it down instantly. Romandro keeps pushing, insisting that even a small, flexible increase could patch the hole in their finances. Ian's steady, unblinking stare answers before his words ever do. So you really don't plan to raise taxes, do you? Romandro finally says. Ian confirms it. He explains that he won't be in the territory for long stretches, and the people only tolerate the current taxes because they're barely surviving the winter. When spring arrives, that fragile goodwill will vanish, and if an absent lord dares to raise taxes again, their loyalty will crumble. Ian gives a faint smile, grateful for Romandro's concern, but unmoved. Once I decide something, I don't bend, he says. Then he drops his real card on the table. I already have a better way to bring in money. Romandro freezes in shock. Ian reveals that the idea came from Hannah, inspired by how eager the people are to trade gula with outsiders. Hannah asks if he isn't worried the Merlofts will step into the raw gula market. Ian's grin answers her. He wants them to. It will take them at least a month to prepare their own supply. And in that window, Ian's territory will be the only source of highly profitable raw gula, while the Merlofts are stuck selling the far cheaper roasted kind. Romandro's eyes light up as everything clicks into place. So that's why you put that clause in the contract, he says, finally seeing the trap. The rule banning interference in each other's economies was the heart of the entire plan. At that moment, the bank manager steps back in and announces that the counting is finished. She confirms the amount is correct and slides the ledger forward, asking for Ian's signature to lock the deposit in place. As his pen moves across the page, he casually asks if there were any complications. The manager admits that handling such a massive sum on such short notice was no small task. She adds that Count Merloff will be arriving soon with the rest of the payment, and advises Ian to have the remaining paperwork ready in advance. As she steps away, she can't help but think how strange it is that a boy rumored to have come from the slums moves through high-level banking like he was born to it. She assumes it must be his advisor's influence, never once suspecting the calculating mind of the boy himself. Outside, the banking business is finished, but the real work is only beginning. Ian turns to Barrick, his voice dropping into something cold and dangerous. Find the old mansion where Count Merloff's brother is hiding. Barrick's fist tightens, his jaw setting with grim resolve. He knows exactly what that order means. Romandro gives a casual wave, saying he's off to buy a gift for his family, but Ian stops a mid-step. His tone sharpens as he asks if there's been any news about Mullen. Romandro replies that the capital is swamped, and the only message he's received is to wait. Barrick asks if Ian is worried about his uncle. Ian scoffs, saying he sometimes forgets the man is even alive, rotting away in some dark basement. But his face betrays him. A flicker of doubt slips through. What if the capital isn't just busy? What if something has gone wrong? The faces of the two princes flash through his mind. In that poisonous arena of power, a loose end like his uncle could become a lethal bargaining chip. For the first time, a crack forms in his flawless control, a hint of real unease. His instincts are right. Something has shifted in the capital. The scene pulls back weeks into the past, deep inside the glowing halls of the Imperial Palace, where a ruthless political struggle is already in motion. First Prince Marev sits behind his desk, his calm expression hiding a storm as he faces an uninvited visitor. His younger brother, second Prince Gale, stands across from him, relaxed yet predatory. Marev cuts straight to the point, making it clear this is no social call. Gale answers with a sly, mocking smile. Between these two brothers, there are no polite words, only blades disguised as conversation. Marev, finally sick of the games, tells him to get to the point. Gale casually leans against the bookshelf, his next words sharp as a blade. Have you made up your mind about Sir Mullen's people? Marev doesn't even bother looking up, pretending not to understand what Mullen's fate has to do with him. Gale's grin spreads wider. Don't play dumb, he says. Everyone knows you're backing that miserable bastard on the border. He adds that when Ian comes to the capital, Mullen should be brought in as well, turning it into a neat little public showdown. He keeps pushing, reminding Marev that after Ian's ceremony, the boy will be sent straight to the Ministry of Magic. The threat doesn't need to be spoken. Marev finally lifts his eyes, and they harden. Of course he understands. The Ministry is under the influence of his lover, Wesley, and Gale isn't just aiming at Ian anymore. He's reaching for someone Marev actually cares about. Marev tries to resist, but the pressure is already unbearable. With a slow scrape of his pen, he writes a single, merciless command. Kill Mullen's group. He stares straight at his brother and tells him to drop this obsession before it goes any further. For a heartbeat, a glacial fury flashes behind Marev's glasses. He demands to know why Gale is doing this, even though he already knows. Gale only smiles and says the game has finally started. He reveals that their father plans to appoint Sir Hallett, one of Marev's strongest supporters, as the next Supreme Court justice. Then he produces a small, ornate vial filled with a faintly glowing liquid, a new invention from the Ministry of Magic. He explains, a truth potion, one sip, and a person can speak nothing but the truth. Marev slams his hands on the desk and rises, the full weight of the threat crashing down on him. Gale remains perfectly calm. He says he suggested using the potion during Hallett's appointment ceremony as a public spectacle. He wonders out loud how entertaining it would be to hear Hallett swear his loyalty while under its effects, hinting that the man has far too much to hide. Then he delivers the knife. If Marev wants to protect Sir Hallett, Mullen must be kept alive, ready to be used as a pawn at the New Year's party. Two allies, one choice. But Marev sees the deeper danger. A potion that claims to force truth, brewed inside a ministry controlled by Gale, could just as easily be designed to force lies, or even rewrite memories entirely. In Gale's hands, that potion isn't a tool. It's a blade meant for political execution. The truth hits Marev like a blow to the gut. Gale isn't just playing games. He's trying to wipe out Marev's entire support inside the judiciary. Marev clenches his fist and curses under his breath. Gale admits some people will oppose the potion, but says it's a necessary evil for the future, comparing it to fire, terrifying at first, yet ultimately indispensable. And Sir Hallett, he adds with a cold smile, will be the first to be burned. Marev is completely cornered. So think carefully, Gale says as he turns to leave, already wearing the look of victory. Marev calls after him, telling him to stop pretending this is a choice. No matter what he does with Mullen, Gale will still use that potion on Hallett. For a heartbeat, Marev even considers sacrificing Hallett, but then he rejects the thought. There's still time to find a way around this. He won't surrender. Gale pauses at the door, smug and certain. He knows he's won this round. Marev's voice drips with contempt as he tells him this is exactly why he hates Gale's way of thinking. He accuses his brother of throwing away loyal men the moment they become inconvenient, and sneers that maybe it's because Gale was born with everything and never learned to value anything. Gale snaps back, his temper flaring for a split second before he smooths it away and excuses himself, leaving Marev alone with his defeat. The door slams shut. Marev pounds both fists into his desk and lets out a raw, helpless roar. An attendant peeks inside, alarmed, asking if the prince is all right. Marev leans on the desk, forcing his breathing to steady, and lies that he's fine. He grabs a cloth, his hand shaking with restrained fury, and crushes it until the fabric tears. He has been utterly outmaneuvered by his younger brother. Then he straightens, his voice turning hard and commanding as he orders a general assembly. On his desk, a final note seals the decision. Delay the disposal of Mullen. Back in the present, Ian absorbs this new and dangerous reality. He leans back in his chair, tapping his chin, seeing now that Gale has stepped in and turned his uncle into a piece on a much larger board. But one question still nags at him. From Gale's point of view, Mullen is nothing but a disgraced, useless old man. Why bother using him at all? Why go to such absurd lengths just to keep him alive? Unless this was never really about Mullen at all. The thought takes root as Ian lowers his gaze to the map, his eyes locking onto his own territory. Out of every borderland in the Empire, why this one? Outside, under the pale wash of moonlight, the gula is still being loaded. The Count snaps impatiently, demanding to know if they're finished yet. His aide explains that they're carefully inspecting the condition of every shipment. As he speaks, a fresh, angry red mark is visible on the Countess's cheek, a silent proof of her husband's brutality. He struck her again, unable to restrain his petty rage even for a moment. Watching from afar, Ian's expression turns cold. How crude, he thinks. A coward hiding behind cruelty. The Count's aide approaches with a weak excuse, claiming the bank has run out of paper and they can't issue a check for the remaining balance, asking to delay the payment by just one day. Ian's eyes narrow. Don't test me, he warns. The ink on our contract isn't even dry. The Count stomps over, trying to bully his way out of it, but Ian doesn't budge, reminding him that this is a clear breach of their agreement. The Count tries to laugh it off, but Ian's voice is flat and final. I don't make losing trades. A bead of sweat slides down the man's face as he finally realizes this boy isn't someone he can push around. Cornered, the Count Merloff turns on his wife, cruelty flashing in his eyes. Rain, he orders, hand over your jewels as collateral. The Countess closes her eyes in quiet surrender. All right. She begins removing her earrings and ring. And as she extends the ring, Ian suddenly stiffens. The brilliant yellow gem catches his eye, and his thoughts explode. That can't be a life stone. A legendary gem, said to make any plant flourish. The very thing he needs to activate the dripper, that priceless relic from the future. In a cruel twist of fate, the man Ian intends to destroy has just placed a key to unimaginable power into his hands. For a heartbeat, the world goes still as Ian stares at the ring. That simple piece of jewelry offered as collateral isn't just decoration. It's a life stone, a legendary artifact from the future, and a trigger for everything that comes next. Barrick senses the sudden shift in his master, but Ian doesn't even look at him, his entire focus locked onto the Countess. He studies the jewel in her palm and quietly asks if she even knows where it came from. The Countess only shakes her head, saying it was nothing more than a gift from her husband, a trinket whose value and history were completely unknown to her. The Count squints at it, trying to remember, then finally recalls that it was purchased from a merchant caravan that passed 3 years ago, not long after their wedding. Then he adds one small, but dangerous detail. There was an alchemist traveling with them. The word lands like a dropped coin, and inside Ian's mind, something locks into place. Alchemists. Those strange outsiders who chase the secrets of nature instead of throwing around flashy spells. Most people dismiss them as frauds or heretics, far beneath the grand status of mages, yet the truly skilled ones were something else entirely. The Count goes on, explaining that since alchemists were little more than master craftsmen in the public eye, it wasn't unusual for one to travel with merchants, selling rare and peculiar creations along the way. He casually lifts the ring, admitting he bought it simply because it looked exotic and was fashionable in foreign lands. He never imagined it held any real power, but Ian already knows better. If an alchemist made this, that explains its impossible properties, and it also creates a far more troubling mystery. How did an artifact like this end up forgotten inside a simple plant pot on his estate. That question coils tightly in his mind, growing darker by the second. The Countess pulls him back to the moment, gently offering the jewelry as collateral. Ian slips into a smooth smile and accepts, promising that everything will be returned once the payment arrives tomorrow. With the gula packed and the deal sealed, the Count orders his people to prepare to leave. As she turns to go, the Countess extends her hand to Ian. A faint, knowing smile curves her lips as she thanks him, the gesture quietly confirming the secret understanding between them. Their eyes meet, and something unspoken passes across that narrow space. Keep watching the next month, Ian murmurs softly. I think you're going to see something interesting. It sounds less like a comment and more like a promise. The Count, catching a fragment of it, bristles and demands to know what they are whispering about. The Countess waves him off with effortless grace, saying they were only discussing the gula, then coolly tells him it's time to leave. He studies her with narrowed eyes, suspicion flickering behind them, but he says nothing. Even he knows when her tone turns like that. He is already lost. He escorts her to the carriage, the bargain finally sealed, never realizing he has just placed the very key to his own ruin into his enemy's hands. As the wheels rattle away, Ian calmly turns his gaze toward the next step of his grand design. Barrick immediately starts to worry, muttering that the Count might refuse to pay or that the jewel could be worthless. Ian shuts him down with quiet certainty. If the Count defaults, he says, it only makes things easier. A broken contract reported to the Imperial Palace would drag Merloff into a political disaster far more devastating than simply paying the debt. With the Merloffs effectively boxed in, Ian gives his next order. Barrick is to go to the central square and announce that only roasted gula may be traded from now on, and every sale will be taxed at 10%. With a few calm words, Ian begins the economic takeover of the territory. When Barrick asks what should be done with their hostage, Clark, Ian's lips curve into a thin smile. Clark is still useful, a living bridge straight to the Countess. Barrick doesn't quite understand what a hostage is good for, until Ian tells him he can now give Clark any orders he wants, as long as he keeps him alive. Barrick's face breaks in a delighted mischief, and he runs off at once. The next day, a carriage bearing the Merloff crest arrives. It is Simon, the elderly butler. He steps forward and hands over a check for the remaining 2,500 gold, his posture stiff with exhaustion and formality. Ian takes the payment and tells Hannah to bring out the Countess's jewelry. He then offers Simon a seat, a small courtesy that instantly makes the old man uneasy. Ian calmly confirms his name, and Simon is visibly startled that a lord would even remember it. That is the first quiet twist of the knife. Ian's eyes narrow as he mentions reading Simon's desperate letters again and again. There is no praise in his voice, only calculation. Simon understands the message immediately. In his panic to secure the deal, he had revealed the full weakness of the Merloff family's position, a mistake that could ruin him if his master ever learned of it. Cold sweat beads on his skin. He knows he's been caught. Then Ian shifts the conversation, almost lazily saying he is in need of a butler. Simon straightens at once and refuses, swearing absolute loyalty to the Merloff household. Ian only smiles. He was never offering a job. He was laying a trap. He calmly explains that what he actually wants is Simon's help with training. With the Count's permission, of course. He has a promising young maid who could gain a great deal from Simon's experience. It is a direct appeal to the old man's pride and sense of duty. Then he adds a generous reward, and finally delivers the blow that cannot be ignored. If Simon agrees, Clark will be returned. It is a perfectly crafted offer, striking at Simon's loyalty to the Countess and his fear of the Count in the same breath. Left with no escape, Simon can only lower his head and say he will discuss it with his master. Right on cue, Hannah arrives carrying a small jewelry box. Ian introduces her as the potential student, forcing the flustered butler to formally greet the young maid. Simon bows again, promising to pass along the message. In that instant, the seeds of betrayal are quietly sown inside the Merloff household. Later, as Simon's carriage rolls through the crowded town square, the thunder of voices draws his attention. He leans out the window, and his eyes widen. What he sees makes his breath catch. Ian's plan is already unfolding in plain sight. Back at the Merloff estate, Simon returns the jewelry to the Countess. Count Merloff is already there, snapping at him, demanding to know if that insolent boy stole anything. Simon quickly denies it, then moves on to his report. He confirms that Ian has begun trading gula within his own lands. The Count scoffs, asking if the child is truly making money. Not exactly, Simon replies, and the smugness drains from the Count's face. Ian is only selling roasted gula, perfect for eating, but completely useless for planting. It does nothing to affect their original trade agreement at all. The Count explodes. Porcelain shatters as his fury fills the room. He has been played like a fool. Grabbing Simon by the collar, he roars, accusing him of deception. He rants about what will happen if Ian drives down their prices, suddenly realizing they have poured everything into a crop that could become worthless overnight. Ruin stares him in the face, and all he can do is curse his own arrogance. All the while, the Countess Rain stands quietly to the side, her expression one of gentle concern. Everything is moving exactly as she planned. She steps closer and lays a soothing hand on his arm, her voice soft and sweet. She soothes him with a gentle voice, telling him to calm down and that they still do not know Ian's true intentions. Then Simon delivers the final strike. He casually mentions Ian's proposal for Simon to train one of his maids, adding that Clark would be returned as part of the arrangement. The Count instantly understands what it really means. It is not a request. It is leverage. Send the butler. Get your man back. He briefly wonders why Ian would tie Clark's release to something so trivial, but his pride blinds him to the deeper scheme. He cannot see the game unfolding beneath the surface, and in that blind moment, a reckless idea takes root. He turns sharply to Simon and orders him to send a message to Ian, inviting the boy to a feast. He plans to pretend it is a gesture of thanks for the gula trade, fully convinced that a child would never dare refuse the invitation of a powerful lord. A cruel smile twists across his face. He intends to teach Ian a lesson. Elsewhere, Barrick stands frozen before a massive chest overflowing with gold. The sheer volume is almost unreal, all of it earned in a single day from selling roasted gula. This is the first real proof of the fortune Ian promised. Ian lounges nearby, quietly pleased, noting that the harvest exceeded even his expectations. Beric, still dazzled by the glittering pile, finally understands the meaning of effortless profit. Ian lets a thin smirk show and tells him that since he is so fascinated, he can start counting it, ordering him to sort every coin by value. The fantasy immediately turns into labor. He even jokes that Beric had asked Clark for help, teasing him about how hard he has been working their hostage. But Beric snorts and says Clark is dull and useless for a proper fight. As he works, Beric suddenly grows serious and asks if Ian plans to take him to the capital. There's a quiet, hopeful edge to his voice. Ian's expression gives nothing away as he answers that it depends on Beric. When pressed about whether there will be strong opponents there, Ian confirms it. The capital is where every famous warrior in the Empire gathers. Beric asks how they compare to the Heavenly Warrior tribe. Ian starts to brush them aside, then stops as a memory from his past life flickers through his mind. He corrects himself, saying that the captain of the guard stands on a completely different level from the Northern Warriors, a small glimpse of the future only he remembers. He quickly laughs it away, saying he simply forgot, but the mistake was far too close. Inside, his thoughts are in chaos. He nearly exposed a crucial event from his previous life, the day a single captain of the guard stood alone and repelled an invasion by the Aden tribe. That knowledge is a blade meant for the future, and he cannot afford to swing it too early. Beric, oblivious to any of this, just asks how many captains there are. Ian steadies himself and answers that there should be 3. Beric looks impressed, and Ian explains that the capital draws talent from every corner of the Empire. The borderlands are not just distant territory. They're the furnace that forges the Empire's strongest warriors. A spark ignites in Beric's eyes. His choice is already made. He declares that he wants to go with Ian. A wild, eager grin spreads across his face, knowing the capital is where he can truly push himself beyond his limits. He looks to Ian for approval. Seeing that fierce resolve, Ian smiles for real. He agrees, already calculating how brilliant it will be to place Beric inside the capital's army. A magic swordsman of that level is a weapon the Empire will claim, and one Ian wants firmly on his side. At that moment, a maid enters with a letter from the Merloff estate. Ian clicks his tongue in irritation, assuming it is another petty complaint about Gula. But as he reads, his expression shifts. It is an invitation to dinner. He looks at Beric and tells him that if he finishes counting the gold by afternoon, he will take him along. Beric beams, ready to accept, until another heavy sack of coins is dropped into his lap. Hannah stands there, utterly expressionless, handing him the day's additional earnings. She turns to Ian and asks if his clothes should be prepared for the evening. He agrees as Beric slumps back to his work. Hannah pauses, her gaze drifting to the life stone hanging at Ian's neck, and asks if he plans to wear it to the banquet. Ian says he will, but she calmly suggests preparing something to conceal it, reminding him of the Count's obsessive jealousy. Seeing Ian walk and wearing a gem that perfectly mirrors his wife's ring is the kind of detail that could snap a fragile mind in half. At first he scoffs at the warning, but Hannah doesn't back down. People who are already unstable don't need logic to go off the rails, she says, and that makes her right in the most dangerous way. Ian studies her for a moment, then gives a small nod. Fine, we do it your way. Then he adds another order just as calmly. Clark comes with me tonight. Tell him to be ready. It isn't sentiment. Clark is the Countess's only real ally inside that house, and sending him back now means she won't be defenseless when everything starts to burn. Right on cue, Beric barges in, loudly declaring that he's finished counting. Neither Ian nor Hannah even bothers to look impressed. Ian just tilts his head, thinking out loud that maybe Beric should come too. After all, if there's going to be a feast, you might as well bring everyone who matters. 11 hours before Count Merloff's death, the dining hall is wrapped in a suffocating silence. Ian and Beric sit across from Merloff and Rain at a table dripping with luxury, yet the air feels colder than a dungeon cell. The Count is the first to crack, demanding to know why Ian brought his bodyguard. Ian answers with a polite smile, introducing Beric as his most trusted companion. He reminds him gently that the invitation never said he had to arrive alone. Etiquette leaves the Count with nowhere to run, and his jaw tightens in quiet fury. The Countess Rain smoothly steps in, steering the conversation toward the gula on their plates, and praising how much her husband seems to enjoy it. The Count grunts his agreement, calling it a fine delicacy, but the anger in his eyes doesn't fade. He turns back on Ian, accusing him of letting his people sell gula behind his back. Ian's smile stays soft and infuriatingly calm. No need to thank me, my lord. Thanks to you, I made a tidy little profit. Then he adds that he even prepared a gift in return. The slave Colin. Across the table, the Countess lifts her wine with deliberate grace, her face a flawless mask. Ian explains that since their trade deal was never officially notarized, the Count has every right to take the slave back. The Count, completely unaware that Colin is now nothing more than a walking corpse, accepts without hesitation. Yet his resentment refuses to die. He slams his hand down, demanding to know how Ian could approve gula sales right after their agreement. This time Ian's playful tone vanishes. His eyes turn cold as he reminds the Count that they are neighbors, and that turning this into open hostility will only drag both of them into ruin. The Count just grumbles, still not grasping where Ian is leading him. So Ian spells it out with quiet, ruthless clarity. The people of Merloff came into his lands to buy gula on their own. He never invited them. So how, exactly, was he supposed to stop them without turning it into a diplomatic incident? Then he drops the real blade. The only reason he was even allowed to let the trade happen was because of the non-interference clause in their contract, the very document the Count himself signed. A vein twitches in the old man's jaw as he realizes he's been boxed in by his own words. With nowhere left to retreat, he clears his throat and mutters that it was all a misunderstanding. Ian nods pleasantly and says that clearing up that misunderstanding is precisely why he accepted this dinner in the first place. Then, like a courteous neighbor, he makes what sounds like a reasonable request. He asks the Count to stop his people from buying raw gula, adding that both sides should be careful to regulate supply and demand. It sounds fair, almost cooperative, yet in truth the Count has just agreed to protect Ian's monopoly for him. The Count drains his wine, the fire leaking out his eyes, while the Countess quietly notices how he's drinking too much, too fast. Fine, he slurs, his own scheme collapsing in on itself. He abruptly stands, declares the meal finished, and storms out. dumping the responsibility of entertaining their guests onto his wife. Rain doesn't even flinch. She stays seated, calmly finishing her meal as though nothing happened at all. Her composure is polished as glass. Ian asks if she's all right. She looks up with a faint, knowing smile and replies coolly that of course she is. After all, isn't she eating quite well? He then asks about the special makeup he provided. She confirms she used it today. That's when he tells her Clark is waiting outside. For the first time, her mask softens. Clark, she admits, is worth more to her than gold. Still, she says, it would be rude to accept him back for nothing. Remembering Ian's fascination with her ring, she slides it off and offers it to him as payment. The final piece falls neatly into place. As he takes it, she asks why Ian answers by lifting his own necklace and revealing it. A hidden life stone glimmers with a faint, otherworldly glow. The Countess freezes, stunned, and asks to see it more closely. Ian explains it's something he's had since childhood, a trinket filled with unanswered mysteries. He holds it out, and she leans in, her eyes sharp and thoughtful as she studies it. A flicker of understanding spreads across her face. It must be from the same alchemist, she murmurs. A hidden link, a shared past neither of them ever knew about, finally rises to the surface, locking their alliance in place in this last, dangerous hour. From the darkness of the doorway, the butler stands frozen, his hand clamped over his mouth. He has heard every word. For hours before Count Merlov's death, the stage is ready. The feast is finished, and in the grand hall of the Merlov estate, servants drift about like restless spirits, clearing away the remains of a meal that has already sealed a man's fate. Simon oversees them all, the weight of the house heavy on his shoulders. One of the younger servants lets out a tired sigh, muttering about the guests as if they've been starved for days, the endless work leaving him hollowed out. Simon notices and asks what's wrong. The young man fumbles for an excuse, but something darker keeps gnawing at him. He leans closer, lowering his voice, and asks if the Countess has always been so familiar with Sir Ian, pointing out that they've hardly known each other long. It sounds harmless, but in this house, even a whisper can kill. The servant inches closer, his tone slipping into a conspiratorial murmur, and he commits his fatal mistake. A short while ago, he says, he saw the Countess touch the back of Sir Ian's neck, a gesture far too intimate, far too reckless for a noble lady with a young lord. Simon's eyes go wide in horror. He knows the Count's jealousy. Words like these are not gossip. They are sparks thrown into a powder keg. As if summoned by the tension, a maid drops a porcelain dish. The sharp crack cuts through the air like a gunshot. She spins on the gossiping servant, her voice a furious whisper, demanding if he's lost his mind. She reminds him of the last time the Count's temper exploded, and how only the Countess kept him from being tossed out with broken bones. His very job, she says, exists because of the lady's mercy. Before it can go any further, Simon snaps, his voice sharp enough to stop them cold. He presses a hand to his face, the strain carved into every line, and orders them both into silence. He knows that if the lady is ever seen as having made even a single mistake, it could be the end of her. All that matters now is keeping the Count from hearing any of it. But the instant those words leave his mouth, a chill runs down his spine. A heavy footstep lands right behind him. The Count is there. He has heard everything. A hand clamps on Simon's shoulder, and the voice that follows is calm in the most terrifying way. Leaning close, his face twisted with suspicion and venom, Count Merlov whispers, "Tell me, butler, what is it that I shouldn't hear?" The air turns to ice. 2 hours before Count Merlov's death, Countess Rain stands alone in a moonlit corridor, the silence pressing in on her like a living thing. Simon approaches and softly calls her name. She turns, guarded, already sensing the danger. His face is bruised, still marked by the Count's rage, as he tells her that his master has summoned her. Her eyes sharpen. For what reason? Simon hesitates, then finally forces the truth out. The Count is suspicious of her relationship with Sir Ian. The words strike her like a blow. A single tear slips free as she realizes that one careless moment has sealed her fate. Simon grabs her arm, distraught, asking why she would be so reckless, knowing how unstable her husband is. But something inside her finally breaks. Years of fear and restraint come pouring out in a scream. She says she did it because she knew his temper, because she couldn't endure being careful for even one more second. Panic floods her. The walls of the estate feel like they're closing in, squeezing the life out of her, and the thought of being trapped here forever, a prisoner in her own home, becomes unbearable. With raw, desperate strength, she shoves Simon aside and runs. She races down the corridor, shouting for a carriage, for a horse, for anything that can take her away. Simon catches her, begging her to stop. But as her hope starts to crumble, a knight of the estate, Pulu, steps in her path and blocks the way, ordering her to halt. Her strength drains away, cornered and broken. She can only beg for someone, anyone, to save her. But no one comes. As they grab hold of her, she screams in outrage, demanding how they dare lay hands on their own lady. Simon can only watch in misery, whispering apologies he knows mean nothing. Then the Count appears at the far end of the hall, a cold silhouette carved out of shadow. With a single, emotionless command, he orders everyone back to their quarters. He seizes his wife, his face stripped of all warmth, and tells the servants not to step outside until they are summoned. Then he drags the terrified Countess away. Her screams tear through the empty corridors as she is hauled into the darkness of her chambers, her fate already decided. Outside beneath a pale, star-streaked sky, Clark stands on watch, dread coiling tight in his chest. Something is wrong. He hears her muffled cries, and then he sees it, her broken necklace lying on the ground like a silent accusation. He whispers her name, fear flooding his veins, and without hesitation, he runs for the manor, taking the steps 2 at a time. He charges down the corridor with only one thought in his mind, to protect his lady. But he stopped cold. Simon and the knight, Pulu, stand in front of closed door, barring his way. Simon orders him back, but Clark refuses, his voice shaking as he insists she's in danger. Simon's face is drawn and hopeless. He knows exactly what is happening behind that door, and he knows he can't stop it. Clark tries to push past them, shouting her name, but Simon shoves him back, his own voice breaking as he tells him to stay away. In the struggle, Clark catches a glimpse through the narrow gap in the doors, and the sight burns itself into his soul. Inside, the Countess lies on the floor, bruised, bloodied, her clothes torn, while the Count looms over her, fist tangled in her hair. Her voice is barely a whisper as she calls his name. His reply is venom, accusing her of betraying him with Ian and then with Clark. He jerks her head back, her screams slicing through the air. Simon pleads with Clark to leave, swearing he will handle it, and he and Pulu begin dragging the stunned man away. From inside the room comes the sickening sound of her body being thrown down one final time. Clark goes limp, his face hollow with helpless, unbearable agony. His fists are locked so tight they shake, his whole body burning with a fury he has no way to release. He turns away from the woman he swore to protect, forced to abandon her to the monster behind those doors. The heavy wood slams shut, trapping the Countess inside, and leaving Clark outside with nothing but his own failure echoing in his ears. By morning, soft sunlight spills across Ian's study, a calm, almost gentle scene that feels cruel after the nightmare the night before. Hannah steps in quietly with a message from the Mel estate. Ian doesn't even look up as he speaks. Again, her voice lowers. About that, it's an obituary. Ian's head lifts at once, sharp green eyes catching the light with a cold, knowing gleam. In an instant, the truth plays out in his mind. Count Mariloff lies sprawled on the floor, drowning in his own blood. The Countess stands above him, bruised yet unbroken, while Clark watches in grim silence at her side. The final detail comes into focus, the elegant hairpin buried deep in the Count's neck. One clean strike, one fatal decision. The desperate pact, carried out without hesitation, has reached its end. Count Carlo Mariloff is dead. The lord of the house has fallen. Now the Mariloff estate sits frozen in the uneasy stillness that follows bloodshed, waiting for ambition and betrayal to rise from the silence. Ian arrives with Barrick at his side. Ian's face shows nothing, cool and distant, studying the scene like a board of carefully placed pieces. Barrick remains coiled with tension, his hand never straying far from his blade. Inside, Countess Rain is slumped in a chair, guarded by knights, as if she were already a prisoner. Her loyal butler Simon stands close, worry carved deep into his face. This was never how it was supposed to look. When she lifts her head, her dress is stained, her skin marked with bruises. Yet behind the exhaustion there is still a sharp glint of resolve in her eyes, as she meets Ian's gaze. Everything hinges on this moment. Ian steps forward, voice smooth and carefully gentle. Goodness, madam, what could have happened here? Her stare doesn't soften. It cuts straight through the act. Well, she says, motioning toward the blood on the floor and the single ornate hairpin that tells the whole story without a word. You can see for yourself. Ian nods slowly, pretending to confirm what he already knows, asking if the Count is truly gone. And the Countess begins to deliver the version of events they have prepared, the official tale that will decide whether she survives what comes next. Her aide, Clark, had stepped in during one of the Count's violent rages and was forced to defend her. She had planned a quiet escape. A slow poison slipped into a cup, something clean and unseen. But her husband's uncontrollable fury shattered that plan, turning something careful into a scene soaked in blood. She never imagined it would end this way. Before Ian can even reply, one of the knights moves in front of him, a massive man with a hard, unforgiving face. Sir Ian, I am Pulu, one of the 3 representative knights of Mariloff. It is not an introduction. It is a warning. A line drawn across the floor to show who believes he holds power now. Ian only looks at him and asks if Pulu was the one who summoned him. The knight confirms it. He says he has questions of his own. His loyalty belonged to the Count, and now that his master lies dead, his last duty is clear. He will uncover the truth and destroy everyone involved. The threat hangs in the air, aimed squarely at both the Countess and Ian. Ian's response is pure contempt. He looks at Pulu with open, crushing boredom, as if the man in front of him is not even worth acknowledging. So Pulu goes straight for the blade. What is your relationship with Madame Ray Mariloff? The room tightens. This is not an inquiry. It is a public accusation meant to strip the Countess of what little standing she has left. Ian lifts an eyebrow. Pardon. He makes Pulu repeat the insult. The Countess answers instead, her voice cold and bitter. It seems they believe I was having an affair with you. The absurdity is so great that Barrick lets out a sharp, stifled sound behind Ian, barely managing to hide his disbelief. The Countess turns away from the knight. Where's Clark? Bring him to me. Pulu refuses without hesitation. Clark, he says, is now locked in the dungeon. She snaps at him to repeat himself, but he does not move. His hand settles on the hilt of his sword as he makes one thing clear. Until they get what they call the truth, they will not obey her. It is a coup. With her husband dead and her aide in chains, the knights have just declared the Countess their prisoner. Ian steps forward at last, his voice calm, but edged like ice. What more is there to uncover? He lays out the brutal reality without flinching. Their master is dead because of his own filthy temper. Ian doesn't soften it. He looks down on the knights with open contempt, scolding them for failing to protect their lord, and then daring to bully a so-called concerned neighbor. With a few cold words, he twists their display of force into proof of their incompetence. Pulu's face twists with fury. Sir Ian, he shouts, but Ian cuts him off without even looking his way, turning instead to the Countess. He idly remarks that once she has time, she should dismiss these useless fools. That breaks what little restraint remains. The knight surges forward. In the same instant, Barrick moves. Steel flashes, and the tip of his sword stops a breath away from Pulu's throat. Shut up and step back. Barrick snarls, his voice heavy with threat. How dare you raise your voice to our lord? Ian watches the standoff, already weighing the outcome. This little rebellion has to be crushed before it can grow. If these knights manage to unite, it will become a nuisance he cannot afford. They need to be put down now. He turns slightly. Barrick, he says calmly, we're gonna have to deal with this. Barrick grins, eager, wanting to wipe them out. Ian gives him a cold look. No, don't be stupid. Go get Romandro. The excitement drains from Barrick's face. Oh, fine, he mutters, lowering his blade and heading for the door. With the immediate danger gone, the Countess straightens. She turns to the remaining knights. Everyone out. Either make yourselves useful elsewhere or disappear from her sight. But this gathering is over. Pulu glares, Yet with Barrick standing guard, he knows this fight is lost. He signals his men to withdraw. As they file out, the Countess calmly calls for Simon to bring tea. A small command, but a powerful reminder that she still rules this house. The heavy footsteps fade, leaving defeat in their wake. Now the room is quiet. The balance of power has shifted, completely and irreversibly. The Countess sinks back in her chair, whispering that she cannot believe any of this is real. Ian answers her without sympathy. He tells her she has to accept it, and accept it quickly. The Knights don't fully control the estate yet, but they will soon enough, and if that happens, she's finished. She has to lock down her claim before they move. He asks the one question that matters. Has she sent word of the Count's death to his brother? She says no. Good. The first step, Ian explains, is to take the family seal from the Count's office. Whoever holds that seal is the lawful ruler of the estate. Everything depends on it. Then he makes his offer. If the Knights dare move against her, he will send in his own forces without hesitation. The Countess looks at him, finally grasping what he is really offering. Not just help, survival. At last, she voices the question that has been waiting between them. What do you want? Ian pauses as if thinking it over. Not much. He says lightly, perhaps just some funds. She immediately rises to agree, but he stops her. He wants something else. Something swords and soldiers could never provide. She hesitates, then admits there's only one thing left. From her hand, she produces a ring, the priceless life stone gleaming within it. It is meant as a test, a quiet challenge. Ian doesn't play along. He turns to Barrick. Why haven't you taken it yet? Barrick quickly grabs the ring, swearing to keep it safe, then immediately tries to slide it onto his thick finger. It refuses to fit, and he grumbles under his breath. Ian watches him with deep disappointment. This is the man he trusts with his life. He looks back at the Countess with a dangerously pleasant smile. Madam, do you have a knife? I may need to cut his finger off. Barrick freezes, then blurts that he will go fetch Romandro right now and bolts from the room. The dark joke fades. Ian reminds her that time is running out. They have to act before the Knights reorganize. But her mind is elsewhere. Clark, she whispers, her fist tightening. She turns to Ian, desperation flooding her voice. What will happen to him? Ian answers without hesitation, his voice stripped of mercy. Clark will almost certainly be executed. A commoner killing a noble, especially his own lord, is a crime so absolute there will not even be a trial. It is simply death. As he speaks, a memory stirs from his previous life, a tale not yet written in this era. A king who was once a slave, whose first act of power was to execute the master who owned him. The road exists, but it is built with blood. The Countess begs him to do something. Ian only shakes his head, saying his hands are tied. He has his own matters in the capital and cannot interfere. She grips his arm, refusing to accept it, but he pulls away, reminding her of how little authority he supposedly holds. She does not believe him. You've already done it, she says, her voice gaining strength. A man who started with nothing and still rose to lead a family. Her words cut straight through him. In this moment, she is not speaking to a child, but to the cold, calculating force behind him. Something inside her shifts. The fear, the helplessness, all of it burns away and leaves behind something hard and unyielding. She is done waiting for rescue. She will become one. She straightens, her voice steady and filled with purpose. I will become the Lord. Ian says nothing at first, weighing the meaning of those words. She meets his silence with defiance. Can't I? He does not deny her. He tests her. He lists the walls in her way. She has no Merloff blood, no heir to anchor her claim. By law, with her husband gone, she is nothing. The rightful seat belongs to the late Count's brother, Dave. Ian's eyes sharpen. Her ambition is dangerous, but also useful. He tells her that for her to even try, she would have to rewrite the laws of the territory itself, something no outsider has ever done. She does not waver. The path may be cruel, but there is no turning back now. She looks out the window, a quiet sadness in her voice. If she becomes the Lord, this land will own her forever. The freedom she once dreamed was already slipping through her fingers, being replaced by a gilded prison built from power and obligation. Ian watched reign in silence, his mind running faster than his face ever showed. Her fears were real, but from where he stood, her rise would be useful in ways she could not imagine. A greedy brother or vengeful knights would turn into unstable neighbors, but Rain was different. He knew her well, not just her strengths but her flaws. She had no hunger for greatness, no desire to rule through ambition, which made her something far more valuable, predictable. A quiet ally was easier to guide than a proud conqueror. Still, one shadow refused to fade. The younger brother, Dave. Ian felt it immediately. This was the real problem, and it was one that could not be handled with force or haste. One wrong move would collapse everything. For a fleeting, merciless instant, another option crossed his mind. Why not simply take the territory for himself? And, in the uncertainty, he weighed the consequences with cold precision. Doing so would hand Prince Gale a perfect excuse to interfere, but it would also raise Ian's worth in the eyes of Prince Marev. The balance was dangerous. He let the idea die just as quickly as it was born. Too volatile. Too many eyes. The smarter move was clear. First, he needed to see this brother with his own eyes. Almost as if summoned by his thoughts, the Countess turned back toward him and said she would notify her brother personally. She explained that he lived in a manor at the very edge of town. She looked to Simon for the name, and the old butler answered softly, Dave. And when the image of him finally appeared, kneeling before a twisted, unsettling altar, it became obvious that the late Count had not been the only sickness in this family. The world shifted to a grim Gothic estate beneath a blood-red sky. Black crows circled above the towering manor, their cries echoing like warnings. The building itself felt rotten, heavy with secrets that refused to die. Ian and Simon moved through its dark, creaking halls, each step swallowed by the thick silence. A servant stopped them and explained that Lord Dave was praying and could not be disturbed. Not even now. Not even with news that could change everything. That alone made Ian's eyes narrow. Praying at a moment like this was not normal. It was telling. They waited in a cramped room filled with dusty books and strange symbols drawn across scattered papers. While the air hung thick with unease, Ian quietly asked Simon about Dave. The butler hesitated, then admitted that Dave was a man obsessed with knowledge. His thirst for learning had once earned his brother's admiration, but that admiration had long since curdled into fear. Ian asked what caused that change. Simon leaned closer, lowering his voice as though the walls themselves might be listening. It began when Dave found a forbidden book from a distant land. Even recalling it made the old man tremble. The book spoke of a heretical faith, a cult devoted to the god of the underworld. And in that moment, Ian felt another piece of the future slide into place. Footsteps rolled down the hallway, slow and hollow, and the prayers came to an end. Dave emerged from the shadows, his face hidden beneath the deep hood of his robe, his presence unervingly calm. He spoke as if reciting a simple truth, saying the god of the underworld had granted him a revelation. Simon faltered, thrown completely off balance, and managed to say they had come with grim news. Dave did not react. Instead, he asked quietly if someone had died. The question froze Simon in place. How could he know? Dave's answer was chilling in its simplicity. Most bad news, he said, is about death. Simon finally forced out the truth. His brother, the Margrave, was dead, murdered by one of his own subordinates. Dave released a long, slow breath and closed his fingers around his rosary, whispering a prayer under his breath. There was no shock, no grief, only a strange and unsettling acceptance. His hidden gaze then shifted toward Ian. He asked who the boy was. When Ian gave his name, Dave immediately recognized the disgraced Brock family. Ian calmly explained that he was here at the request of the Countess, offering assistance as a neighboring lord. Nothing more than a man running errands for a grieving widow. Dave muttered in irritation, clearly displeased that his sister-in-law would rely on an outsider instead of blood. His mind was already made up. He announced that he would return to the main mansion and prepare himself, then turned away without another word, ready to claim what he believed was his by right. Ian watched him leave, his face blank, a tired thought crossing his mind about how absurd this family truly was. He glanced around the study packed with occult books and eerie symbols, silently amazed that this territory had survived under such deranged leadership. When they returned to the main estate, a carriage was already waiting, carrying the advisor Ian had summoned. Ian, Beric, and Dave were greeted by Romandro. Ian introduced Dave as the late Count's brother, and Romandro offered his condolences, shaking the hooded man's hand. Dave gave a brief thanks and walked straight inside, moving as if he already owned the place. The moment he was gone, Romandro's composure collapsed. He told Ian what he already feared, that the official story about Clark was full of holes and the Knights were behaving strangely, clearly preparing to seize control the first chance they got. Then he dropped the second bomb. Dave worships the god of the underworld. Romandro looked ready to tear his own hair out. The more Ian looked at this family, the more it felt like a collapsing nightmare. Everything was broken, tangled, and rotten at the core. Beric, never one to overthink, asked what was so dangerous about it. Ian explained that it was a fringe religion born in a distant land, nothing more than a strange cult to most people in this era. But Ian carried the weight of the future. He knew this god would one day ignite a continent-wide holy war that would drown nations in blood. This was no minor belief. It was the most dangerous heresy in existence, and it made this entire situation far more than a simple fight for power. To Ian, the answer became obvious. Rain had to become the new lord. Allowing an unstable heretic like Dave to take control would be a catastrophe, and a cooperative neighbor was infinitely better than a hostile one. Romandro agreed without hesitation. Between power-hungry knights and a cult-worshipping fanatic, the choice was painfully clear. Then Ian spoke again, his voice cutting through the tension. They would interfere. Beric's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked if there was a plan. Ian said there were several, but with their return to the capital approaching, everything had to be done quickly. Beric grinned, already reaching for his sword, eager to solve it the simplest way possible. He joked that they could just kill them all. Ian gave a thin, knowing smile, then corrected him. It cannot be that crude. They had no legal right to move, and this story needed a hero. And that hero had to be Rain. He locked eyes with Beric and made it clear. It had to be fast. It had to be clean. And when everything was over, Rain must be the only one left standing. The pieces were already sliding into place, and behind a single closed door, the fate of the entire territory was being decided. When Romandro from the capital finally looked inside, his heart sank. Countess Rain was alone, her shoulders trembling as she cried in silence. This was not just grief. This was a political disaster waiting to explode. When she looked up, her eyes red and swollen, her first concern was not about titles or plans. It was about Ian. Romandro assured her that the boy would arrive soon, and that alone showed how much she was relying on his mind to survive what was coming. Her gaze drifted to the next room, where Dave was supposedly mourning his brother. Romandro confirmed it with thinly veiled disdain, adding that the man was putting on quite a performance. Romandro leaned closer, dropping his voice as he delivered the only message that truly mattered, the one Ian had entrusted to him. He told her to hold on to the stamp, that soon Merloff would belong to her. Those words cut straight through her despair, igniting a fragile spark of hope where there had only been grief. Then came the reality behind the promise. Romandro explained that once his report reached the capital, investigators might be dispatched. By that time, both he and Ian would be gone, unable to shield her. Whatever happened after that, she would have to face it alone. The weight of the decision was placed entirely in her hands. Was she willing to walk this path, knowing the price? Something in her shifted. The broken widow disappeared, replaced by a cold, focused will. Her fingers tightened around the family seal until the metal bit into her skin. Her answer was steady and final. Yes, this was no longer about choice. It was about survival. With that settled, Romandro moved on to the darker work. The knights had to be dismissed. He explained it without sugarcoating the truth. If they died as official knights, it would leave a trail straight back to the imperial palace. But if they were reduced to nothing more than disgraced, unemployed mercenaries, their deaths could be erased without consequence. He needed to know she understood what she was agreeing to. She did not hesitate. She said she would handle it cleanly. She had learned the rules, and she was ready to play. As for Dave, Romandro told her that Ian already had a plan. The unstable heir would be dealt with by the master pulling the strings. Then he revealed the cost. A single payment of 5,000 gold, and a pledge to keep her army at half strength. It was steep, but far cheaper than losing everything. She accepted without pause. Trapped and desperate, she had nothing left to bargain with. But just as the deal seemed complete, her resolve wavered. Her voice softened when she spoke of Clark. All of this plotting and ambition meant nothing if the one man who had stayed loyal to her was left to die. Her question was quiet, but it carried everything. Could she secure a future without destroying what was left of her conscience? Romandro turned away, conflicted, knowing that saving Clark would only complicate matters further. Before he could give her an answer, the door suddenly flew open. Dave stepped inside, pressing a handkerchief to eyes that were already dry, putting on a display of grief so hollow it bordered on mockery. The Countess's expression froze as she called him out for suddenly becoming polite the moment an Imperial advisor arrived. Dave, never missing a chance to act, blamed his earlier behavior on overwhelming sorrow. Romandro moved quickly to guide them to their seats, trying to keep what little peace remained. It didn't last. Dave's false mourning fell away in an instant, replaced by a sharp, dangerous fury as he demanded the immediate execution of the so-called slave rotting in the dungeons. He tried to assert control, telling Romandro what to write in the official report, but Romandro cut in with calm precision. He asked, almost casually, whether Sir Dave believed in the god of the underworld. The word struck like a blade. Dave stammered and denied it, spitting the word heretic as if it burned his tongue, yet his hand betrayed him, instinctively gripping the ring on his finger. A clear mark of the very cult he claimed not to serve. It was proof not just of his arrogance, but of how recklessly he lied. Scrambling, Dave tried to steer the conversation away, pushing for an immediate succession ceremony. Romandro shut him down without hesitation, insisting that proper rites came first and that the funeral would not be rushed. Rain saw her opening and turned the talk back to the official report, though her thoughts were far away. This struggle was not only about titles and control. It was about the life she had been forced to bury. She was resolved to build something new, whatever the cost. One thought burned above all else. Survive now. Save what truly matters later. And what mattered most was Clark, the one person still tied to the past she refused to lose. Romandro had to call her name twice before she returned to the room. She apologized, pulling herself together as he told her that the announcement would be made that day and that she would oversee the household until then. Dave immediately cut in, dismissing her with open contempt, declaring that he would be running everything from now on, as if she were nothing more than a temporary nuisance. But she was finished being pushed aside. She leaned back, cool and unyielding, and reminded him that he had been thrown out of this house for a reason. He knew nothing about managing it. Then she struck deeper, pointing out how pathetic it was for him to scramble for power before his own brother was even laid to rest. Her final words, sharp with scorn, dragged his cold ties back into the light. And at last, his carefully crafted composure began to crack. He lunges with a roar, but Romandro throws himself between them, arms spread wide, trying to stop the room from exploding into bloodshed. Dave keeps hurling venom, sneering about her being nothing but a lowly woman, but Rain doesn't flinch. She twists every insult back at him, calmly reminding him that it was his own brother who chose to marry her, that it was his blood that bound her to this house. That only makes Dave wilder. He tries to shove past the advisor, desperation burning in his eyes, and in that instant she raises her voice and calls to the knights standing at the door. She demands their protection, invoking her authority as the Count's widow. For a heartbeat, the room waits. They do nothing. Their loyalty belongs to the old order, not to her. The refusal hits harder than any slap. It is the final betrayal, the moment something inside her quietly snaps. A dangerous stillness settles over her face, cold and absolute. If you insist on being this stubborn, she says softly, every word steady as steel, then you leave me no choice. She straightens, standing at her full height, and her voice rings through the hall as she declares that until the funeral is complete, she is the master of this house. And her first command is simple. The 3 knights of the Merlaw family are dismissed. One of them laughs, unable to even process what he just heard. Dismissed? What is that even? His sentence never finishes. The stone wall beside him erupts in a thunderous blast, exploding inward in a storm of dust and shattered rock. The knight staggers back, eyes wide with terror, as debris rains around him. Out of the chaos step 2 figures. Dave stares, as if he's looking at a nightmare made real. The Countess, however, remains perfectly calm. Beric has arrived, she says, as if greeting an expected guest. Romandro hurriedly tries to explain it away, calling it nothing more than a simple bodyguard detail, a necessary precaution in such unstable times. The excuse dies in his throat when they drag in one of the disobedient knights, Kel, his body battered and bleeding. He tried to stop us. One of them remarks casually, said we'd have to go through his dead body. He shrugs. So we did. That offhand tone is more chilling than any threat. Then a single footstep echoes through the wrecked hall. The real mind behind this entire disaster has arrived. Ian walks in through the broken wall, wearing a mild, almost pleasant smile, acting relieved to see that the Countess is unharmed. Outside, the remaining knight finally understands the truth. Ian had promised not to interfere directly, yet this entire scene is proof of his invisible hand. A flawless trap, a masterpiece of manipulation. Dave whirls on Ian, demanding to know what all of this means. Ian doesn't miss a beat. He spins a perfect lie, claiming he was ambushed by these former knights, that they dared to insult the Countess in his presence. I have never been so insulted, he declares, his voice thick with fake outrage. So, I will prove my innocence with their deaths. A perfect excuse, a clean legal cover for slaughter. The trap has already snapped shut, and the final act is sliding into place. One of the knights, cornered and shaking, tries to cling to logic. People usually prove their innocence by dying themselves. He blurts out. Ian answers with a cold, predatory smile. That's not my style. He leans closer, his voice dropping into a quiet blade that cuts through the tension. You have to be alive to prove you're innocent. An insult only disappears when the one who spoke it does. This isn't justice. It's the creed of an executioner. Ian turns away as if giving a routine order. Beric, take care of them. A wide, eager grin spreads across Beric's face as he cracks his knuckles. Gladly, he strides toward the closed doors, every step steady, confident, final. The men waiting on the other side are already dead. They just don't know it yet. Inside, the knights brace themselves with drawn swords, ready to fight for their lives. They have no idea what kind of monster is about to crash into their ranks. Back in the main hall, Dave finally breaks. His composure shatters into raw panic and rage. He grabs the Countess, shaking her, screaming that this is her fault, that she brought this nightmare into their home, that she sided with Ian to destroy everything. Romandro tries to intervene, but Dave shoves him aside, his eyes wild, his grip tightening. Ian's voice slides in, low and lethal. If you continue to insult the lady, he warns quietly, are you ready for what happens when that door opens again? Right on cue, the sounds pour in, not the chaos of a battle, but the rhythm of a hunt. Steel slamming into flesh, broken screams, the dull, heavy thud of bodies collapsing to the floor. Dave goes rigid. The color drains from his face as he listens to his last shield being carved apart. Romandro sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. He already knows the outcome, but he asks anyway. The knights are taken care of. Comes the calm reply. One escaped, but my men are chasing him. With the bloodshed finished, Ian turns back, that pleasant, terrifying smile settling on his face as he looks at his final obstacle. Now then, Lord Dave, I have a suggestion. Shall we talk? This isn't negotiation. It's a verdict. Ian offers a mock apology for the mess, then casually points out that the men who died were no longer Knights of Merloff, neatly wiping away any stain of guilt. When Dave starts to protest, Ian's smile dies instantly. His voice drops into pure ice. Lord Dave, listen to my advice and think very carefully. I hope you make a wise decision. It isn't a hope. It's an order. That same chilling gaze shifts to the Countess, reminding her just as clearly that she is no more than a piece on his board. Ian settles between them like a king presiding over two quarreling subjects and states the truth neither of them can escape. They cannot coexist. The Countess Rain agrees without hesitation. Dave scoffs, still clinging to his imagined right to rule. Well then, Ian says calmly, for everyone's sake, one of you should leave. He lets the words sink in before sharpening them. To be precise, one of you should leave this part of the country entirely. His eyes settle on Dave. Personally, I think it should be you, Lord Dave. Dave explodes to his feet, shouting in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of scheme this is. He calls for his guards, for anyone at all, but the room answers him with silence. The truth hits him like a hammer. They are completely alone with Ian and his monsters. From the blood-soaked doorway, a deep voice rumbles. Did you call, Lord Ian? The figure standing there is a living reminder of the slaughter that just took place. Ian dismisses him with a flick of his hand. No, continue with the cleanup. Defeated, Dave sinks back into his chair. The struggle is over. Ian turns to the Countess Rain and explains with chilling practicality that wiping out everyone who carries the Merloff name would be simpler, but it would create political complications. An imperial investigation would follow, and to truly secure her position, she will need the Emperor's formal appointment, a slow and tangled process. So the cleanest answer is for Dave to vanish for a very, very long time. Dave can only grind his teeth in silent fury as Ian offers him the perfect excuse. A holy pilgrimage to the birthplace of his cult. A 3-month journey that conveniently removes him from the board while the Countess consolidates her rule. The Countess raises the obvious concern. What stops him from returning, or from reporting all of this to the Imperial Court? Ian answers smoothly. Dave will be traveling under the watch of elite mercenaries. Not guards for his safety, but a moving prison to ensure his obedience. The trap is complete. The terms are set. All that remains is for Dave to submit to his fate. Outmaneuvered and completely crushed, Dave clutches his head, all paths closed to him, with nothing left. He can only sigh and whisper a silent prayer to his god as he accepts his exile. Back in Ian's territory, the machinery of his rule never slows. His loyal maid, Hannah, arrives with another stack of documents, the quiet heartbeat of a domain steadily growing under his control. Romandro remarks that the news from Merloff, a murdered lord and a branded heretic heir, will send shockwaves through the capital. But what will truly unsettle them, he adds, is the gula trade, a miraculous superfood that promises enormous wealth while stirring deep suspicion. Ian steps in and the talk turns to power. The situation in the capital is grim. The Emperor has thrown his support behind Prince Gale, a blow to Prince Marev and his faction. Yet Ian barely reacts. To him, the struggles of princes are background noise. His ambition lies far beyond their petty games. His focus is his own strength, and setbacks for others mean nothing. He issues a decisive order to fully release the gula trade, a move that will ease the people's burdens while flooding his coffers. Romandro can't help but be impressed, joking that at this rate Ian will clear his debts and stand as a true noble before summer arrives. Ian then lays out his next step. They will head to the capital soon, a small group, just him and Barrick. Romandro hesitates, thinking of the family Ian is leaving behind, and quietly asks about his mother. Ian replies that she prefers her life in the forest, and that he has arranged for her protection. It is a hard choice, but a necessary one. He knows it will be a long time before he sees her again. Memories of his former life surface, of a stepmother who would never tolerate the existence of his real mother. Keeping her hidden is the only way to keep her alive. His gaze shifts to Hannah, who has been standing quietly at his side. Another piece of his long game is ready to move. He tells her she will be going to Merloff to train as a steward. Hannah is stunned. A steward? Her? The idea is so far beyond her world that she can barely speak. She asks if that means she will one day oversee his estate. Ian answers with a simple yes. Panic grips her. She blurts out that she isn't worthy, that she can't even read. But Ian sees only potential. That is exactly why you will learn, he tells her, and a veteran steward of Merloff will be the perfect teacher. Joy crashes over her in a wave so strong it nearly knocks her breath away. She asks if she can run, and with a faint smile, Ian gives his permission. She bolts down the corridor, a bright little squeal of excitement trailing behind her, a tiny spark of light in a world drowning in shadows. Ian lets out a short chuckle. Then his expression tightens. Barrick is taking too long. That isn't like him. A faint unease slips in his mind. The delay is wrong. Far too wrong. The scene shifts into a dark, jagged passage where a strangled gasp echoes off cold stone. Barrick is on his knees, fighting for air, clawing at his own throat as a strange black energy pulses through his body. He staggers forward, teeth clenched in agony, staring at his hands as shadows writhe across his skin like something alive. What is happening to me? Something has gone terribly wrong. Just as Ian's carefully layered plan seemed to lock into place, a new danger crawls out of the dark. Back at the manor, an aide watches Hannah, the newly chosen steward, disappear in a rush of excitement. He comments that she looks completely overwhelmed, but Ian only nods. He believes in her, in the potential he sees where others see nothing, and he knows she won't be left without support. From a nearby balcony, one of the heavenly warriors adds that with others staying behind, Hannah won't be alone in managing the estate. The aide explains that while Ian had originally intended to leave just one person behind, the chaos in Mariloft changed everything. The rest of the team will follow Ian to the capital once the imperial orders are resolved. The aide then puts on a melodramatic display, complaining that he's one of the unlucky unmarried men stuck behind with an arranged marriage waiting for him. Ian laughs it off, dismissing it as bad fortune. For a brief moment, the tension lifts. A rare breath of calm before the storm. A sharp tap against the window cuts through the air. A large, dark hawk lands on the sill, its eyes sharp with an unnatural intelligence. Ian's smile vanishes. He knows at once this is no ordinary bird. As it locks its gaze on him, every trace of that light and mood drains away. Well now, he murmurs quietly. It seems a problem has arisen. The hawk glides into the room. The startled aide recognizes it as a messenger from the Heavenly Warrior clan and blurts out a nervous question about what could be wrong. Ian calmly reaches for the small scroll tied to its leg. When he unfurls it, he sees the message written in broken, awkward script, the words of someone struggling to use their language. Barrack, night, mun, pursue, forever. The words keep looping through Ian's head like a broken spell. Then one word cuts through the noise. Mun. His eyes narrow. The name locks into place. The Mun coal mine, an abandoned, forbidden pit buried deep inside his land. The path is clear now. That is where Barrack went. Under a pale, lifeless moon, Ian reaches the black mouth of the mine. The air is cold and raw. A heavenly clan warrior waits at the entrance, his face tight with dread. You came, Lord Ian. Ian wastes no time. Where's Barrack? The warrior hesitates, then mutters that Barrack is inside, beating something. Ian frowns. Beating the knight they were chasing? The man shakes his head, confused, almost afraid. Not exactly. I don't know how to explain it. He points into the darkness. You'll see. A scream rips through the tunnels, sharp and desperate. They rush forward and turn a corner, and there he is. Barrack, sweat-soaked, breathing like a beast, swinging his sword again and again at something on the ground. Another warrior is grabbing at him, begging him to stop, but Barrack only growls through clenched teeth. I'm trying. I can't stop. Ian steps closer, anger and fear twisting in his chest. What is happening? The warrior shouts for him to stay back, warning that every strike is draining Barrack's own life. Then Ian sees it, a purple glow on the ground. His heart drops, a massive crystal, pulsing like a living heart, flooding the mind with a dark, sick light. His past as an archmage screams at him. This power, it shouldn't be here. Barrack finally stumbles back, staring at Ian like he's just woken from a nightmare. Ian, what is this thing? Ian exhales slowly. You really think I know everything? But his eyes stay locked on the crystal. I have an idea, and it's not good. The crystal keeps humming, drinking the light, feeding on the mind itself. Ian swallows and names it at last. I'm on one. Barrack freezes. A mana stone? Ian reminds him of the tiny stone that once spied on his uncle long ago. Mana stones are not just rocks. They are miracles trapped in crystal. They can seal an emperor's power, record voices, track people, even store entire objects. They are one of the rarest and most dangerous resources in the world, with potential as deep and endless as magic itself. Ian asks if Barrack can feel its energy. Barrack shakes his head. Nothing. Ian already felt it the moment he stepped into the mine. It makes sense. Barrack is still a warrior first, even with magic in his sword. He is not yet tuned to the quiet flow of mana the way a true mage is. Ian turns back to the real problem. What happened to the knight? The warrior explains they chased him here. Then the memory floods back. Purple liquid began to ooze from the ground, thick and alive, glowing with twisted energy. The knight screamed in terror, calling Barrack a monster as he backed away. Barrack calmly told him to hold still, ready to finish it in one clean strike. But the ground moved first. The purple ooze surged up like living chains, wrapping around the knight's legs. He screamed as it hardened instantly, trapping him inside a warped crystal shell. He never even hit the floor. He was already dead. Back in the mine, Barrack reaches down toward the purple mass. Before he can touch it, Ian slaps his hand away with a sharp crack. Barrack yelps. What was that for? Ian's eyes burn. Don't be stupid. What if you end up like him? What if it melts? What if it comes from somewhere deeper? Ian turns on the three warriors, cold and furious. You are all fearless, reckless fools. They start to sweat, trying to explain that Barrack was the one who became obsessed with the stone and refused to leave. Barrack ignores them. Is it expensive? If there's more, this whole mine could be worth a fortune. Ian answers without hesitation. It's priceless. He starts to say they need to investigate further, then stops. His eyes sharpen. A hidden truth snaps into place. Horror and understanding collide in his stare. Staring at the crystal, Ian whispers, I see. So that's why. Every broken piece locks into place. The truth hits him all at once. He spins around, his voice sharp and final. We're going back to the manor. Now, seal this mine. No one enters. There's nothing we can do for the body. His face is cold, but his mind is already far ahead, moving through plans and traps. The warriors stand frozen, stunned by the sudden shift. As they move to obey, Ian's thoughts race. Mana stones can only be located through the Ministry of Magic, and the minister, Wesley, stands with Prince Gale. A thin smile creeps across Ian's face. So that's it. Now he understands. They were never after Brock alone. They were after this. Prince Gale's faction already knew. They knew there was a strong chance of a moonstone hidden here in Brock. The border troops, the fake peace, the tax scandal, all of it was one long, perfect setup. Create chaos. Force the Empire to step in. Take the land and the treasure beneath it. This was never chance. It was a hunt. Return to the manor. Seal everything. Ian's command cuts through the air. The soldiers move at once. Ian turns away, eyes hard. A war has already begun, and he can feel it. He has to know if this was coincidence or a blade aimed straight at his throat from the start. The scene shifts to a cold dungeon lit by dying torches. Chains rattle. Ian steps from the shadows, calm and quiet. The prisoners stiffen. They did not expect to see the boy who shattered their world. Ian speaks softly. A message has arrived from the Imperial Palace. Orders on how to deal with you. He tells them he is leaving for the capital soon, and before he goes, he was told to clean up loose ends. He crushes a blank sheet of paper in his fist, the sound loud in the silence. It is a lie, a perfect one. The old man's face drains of blood. Trapped. No escape. Panic breaks him, and in his fear, he starts talking. Everything spills out. The man confirms it, giving up the location of the rare mana stones and the number of troops guarding them. One clean lie is all he needed. The truth falls into his hands. But as the words keep spilling out, a cold doubt creeps in. Why would they abandon something this valuable so easily? Something is still off. Ian stands before the cell, watching the man shake. He never needed a truth potion. Fear told him everything. The answer is clear now. Molan and the ambitious second prince, Gale. They knew about the mana stones from the start. The war over Ian's land was just smoke, a cover for a far greater prize hidden beneath it. Snow begins to fall, and the world shifts. The wild frontier fades into the heart of the Empire. The grand Imperial Palace rises under a pale winter sky, silent and heavy with power. Inside, a young man with long blonde hair watches the snow through a tall window. This is Prince Marev Eroshan, Ian's sharp and dangerous ally. A memory drifts in, a younger Marev reaching out, laughing as he tries to catch the falling snow. A soft voice from long ago tells him to listen to its sound. Then the present returns. His eyes are the same, but the wonder is gone. Only the cold focus of a man trapped in endless struggle remains. His aide, Fal, steps in, remarking on the first snowfall of the year. Marev gives a faint smile. It does not last. Talk turns to court games. A grand banquet is being planned. With the Emperor ill, Madame Delena is using it to chase favor. Marev snorts at the thought. All that effort for a few empty words from his father. Still, he admits it is better she handles it. Otherwise, it would fall on him. Fal points out how exhausted he is, and gets a light shove for it. The moment breaks. Marev's smile dies. His voice turns flat and certain. It doesn't matter. As long as Gale and I exist, that woman will never be empress. Marev says it without hesitation. He and his brother have crushed every attempt to replace their mother. Until she returns, no one will take that throne, and no one else will ever be called their sons. It is the one thin line neither prince will cross. A silent truce born from the same loss. Marev shifts the topic. When does Ian arrive? Fal says he should reach the capital just in time for the banquet. And Molan. Marev's tone turns cold. Even sooner. Marev orders him watched. He knows men like Molan never fall alone. Too many powerful hands shield them. He leans back, staring at an invisible board filled with enemies and lies. Fal, is there anything we can do? The weight in his voice is heavy. Fal hesitates. A new truth potion is being developed. It has tangled everything. There is no official excuse to interfere, especially not with the now corrupted Department of Magic. Marev exhales in frustration. The reports are filled with arcane jargon. Impossible to trust. Fal suggests placing some of Ian's new people inside the Department of Magic. Eyes on the inside. Marev's gaze darkens as he thinks of the man who ruined it all. Wesley. Once, that department was clean. Neutral. Now it is rotten. Marev asks for the file. Fal hands it over. One word stands out. Lulan. Fal explains it is a rare high-grade mana stone. Marev frowns. If it's so rare, how are they using it on people? Fal answers. They only have 15 kilograms. A tiny amount. Marev scoffs. Compared to the hundreds of kilos of other stones, it's almost nothing. Fal shakes his head. That's why it's rare. They only found it a few years ago. No one even knows where it forms. There is no way to hunt it directly. He keeps reading, his tone growing darker as the details stack up. The substance exists as a liquid, but the moment it senses mana, it hardens instantly, turning into something deadly to the touch. Direct contact is suicide for any careless mage. The report goes on, explaining that once solidified, it becomes unbelievably hard, yet at the same time, dangerously reactive to mana. Then one final line changes everything. When the stone touches a mage's mana directly, it appears to crack, almost as if it is fragile. That single detail makes Marev freeze. In his mind, all the scattered pieces snap together at once. The truth hits him like a hammer. This thing was never meant to be a material for weapons. Its instability isn't a defect. It's the whole point. This stone is a measuring device, a perfect tool designed to read the exact level of power inside any mage who comes close to it. In his brother's hands, it isn't a sword or a shield. It's a leash, one that could identify, track, and control every powerful mage in the Empire. A discovery like this could rewrite the balance of the world. But to Ian, it isn't a miracle. It's a disaster waiting to explode. Romandro, on the other hand, is losing his mind. His eyes shine as he stares at the glowing crystal, barely able to contain himself. He keeps rambling about how incredible it is, how this single find could change everything. He even laughs, and says Ian must have been emperor in a past life to be this lucky, not realizing how close that joke is to the truth. Varric has to grab him by the shoulders and shake him, telling him to calm down and think. Romandro finally steadies himself, though his gaze never leaves the stone. He mutters that something like this being hidden here makes no sense. Miners walk past this place every day. That means the crystal must have appeared only recently. Ian nods, quietly confirming it and easing his guilt, telling him it isn't his fault. Then Romandro looks at Ian, eyes wide with a sudden realization. Do you know what that is? Ian's expression sharpens. He doesn't dodge the question, but he doesn't give away the truth either. He answers with careful precision. He says he doesn't know everything, but he knows enough. He knows it's something extraordinary. When Barrett presses him, asking if he knows the exact type of mana stone, Ian slips in the perfect half-truth. He says he has only seen it in refined form before, never like this in raw or... It sounds reasonable. It explains his knowledge, and it hides the impossible reality of his past life. Romandro's first instinct is to report it to the Ministry of Magic, but in Ian's mind, Prince Gale and his rotten allies appear like ghosts. That path leads straight into their hands. He shuts it down immediately, Doing they'll be handing their enemies the key to everything. Romandro understands right away. If the ministry, now controlled by their rivals, finds out, they will lose the stone and likely their lives as well. I agree, Ian says coldly. Then he looks at the small circle of people he trusts, knowing this single discovery has just dragged them all into a far greater game. He knows their real treasure isn't the crystal itself, but the fact that no one else even knows it exists. That secret is worth more than any artifact. At least for now. Only the people standing here are aware of it. Romandro straightens, the weight of that trust settling on him. He bows deeply and swears he will never breathe a word of this, no matter what happens. With the vow sealed, his curiosity flares up again. Ian allows him to move closer, stepping aside. Romandro plants his chisel at the base of the crystal and strikes. Beric starts to protest, reminding him that blades couldn't even scratch it, but Romandro cuts him off. He isn't trying to break the crystal, only the rock it's fused into. He points to the thin seam where it meets the cave floor and hits it again. This time, something strange happens. A thick purple liquid begins to seep out of the crack. Romandro mutters that it was a liquid like this before, but before he can finish, the ooze starts crackling and hardens right in front of them. The warrior says the same thing happened earlier. The ground was flooded with that purple sludge, but the moment Beric approached, it instantly turned solid. Ian slowly turns his head and fixes Beric with a glare. Beric immediately panics, swearing he didn't touch anything. Ian calls his name sharply, and Beric desperately swears his innocence on a pile of snacks he admits to stealing. Ian raises an eyebrow at that confession, then waves him closer. They run a quick test. Beric moves far away. Romandro checks the hardened substance and confirms it's still solid. He looks back at Ian, waiting for an answer. Ian already has one. His mind, filled with knowledge from another lifetime, pieces it together. He starts explaining calmly. Mana stones, at their core, always react to mana. He compares it to a recording brooch, where the stone inside responds to mana-infused fluid to store information. The trigger is always the same. Mana. He turns to Beric, eyes sharp. He tells him to describe exactly what happened that night. Beric explains how he found the man thrashing around in what looked like sticky purple mud, then gestures to the twisted statue of a knight. That was the result. Ian looks from the frozen figure back to Beric, and a final answer locks into place. His voice turns cold with certainty. It's solidified because it reacted to Beric's mana. As a magic swordsman, Beric is constantly surrounded by a faint, passive aura of mana, even when he isn't trying to use it. The substance had been a liquid, but the moment it brushed against that faint aura, it hardened instantly. There was only one mana stone in all of history known to behave like that. A name slips from Ian's lips, one he remembers from a past long buried. The same name Prince Marev is only now discovering in the capital. Lulan. With the threat finally identified, Ian doesn't hesitate. He makes his choice in a heartbeat. Everyone back, he orders. I'm gonna break it. Beric stares at him in horror. With your bare hands? Have you lost your mind? Ian ignores him and presses his small palm against the towering crystal. Mana surges. A blinding golden light erupts from his body, and in that instant, the child disappears. For a single terrifying moment, what stands there is the Archmage Emperor he once was. His eyes blaze with gold, his will absolute. A thunderous crack rips through the mine as the Lulan stone explodes, bursting into countless glittering fragments, while a wave of raw power tears through the cavern. The shockwave throws everyone to the ground. A crystal the size of a mountain is reduced to dust and rubble. Beric scrambles to Ian's side, panic in his eyes. Ian looks a little dazed, but insists he's fine. He says some kind of automatic protection spell must have activated. Beric grabs him by the shoulders and yells that he nearly gave them a heart attack. As he shakes him, a forgotten name slips from Ian's lips. Viviana. Ian steadies himself, his mind spinning. He had only meant to send a tiny thread of mana into the stone to test it. He never expected it to react like that. A dark thought creeps in. Maybe his mana has become even more potent, more unstable, since being reborn in this young body. Beric looks around at the shattered remains in pure awe. That thing looked indestructible, yet you broke it. Magic really is insane. He and Romandro immediately start picking up the fragments. Romandro says every single piece is valuable, telling Beric to think of each tiny shard as a gold coin. Beric's eyes gleam with greed as he starts shouting for a broom, ready to sweep up a fortune. Romandro then promises he will take care of the mine while Ian is gone, but Ian's tone turns cold. That won't be necessary. I'm shutting the mine down indefinitely. Romandro freezes in shock. Ian's orders come fast and absolute. Every miner is to be paid generously and sent away. No exceptions. To him, secrecy is worth far more than any amount of gold. His gaze is hard as steel. He repeats the order, slow and absolute. No one is to speak about what happened here today. Romandro swallows, the weight of that command settling deep into his chest, and gives a single firm nod. As the mine entrance is sealed and boarded over, its priceless secret is buried once more in darkness, now completely under Ian's control. With the Lulan stone secured and his departure drawing near, the final preparations begin. What looks like ordinary cargo is carefully packed, though it hides a fortune capable of shaking the world. Outside the manor, workers strain beneath the heavy crates, shouting at one another to be careful. The boxes are far heavier than they appear. 2 staff members whisper in disbelief, amazed that it took 10 carriages just to haul 5 small crates, never realizing they are watching a treasure beyond imagination being moved. Inside, Ian receives a last report from the mine. The manager asks what should be done with the Lulan powder left behind after the explosion. Ian answers without hesitation. Keep it. Even in dust form, its power remains, and a good strategist wastes nothing. With that settled, he turns to Beric and gives him a quieter task. Go to the forest today. Beric understands immediately. To see Philia. Ian nods, telling him to offer her a place in town before he leaves for the capital. For a brief moment, something softer shows through his cold, calculating eyes. Beneath the mind of an archmage, he still values that small, human connection. His voice lowers. The chances of me coming back are slim. This might be our last meeting. He knows he is walking into a war, and there is no promise he will survive it. He then explains that Romandro will be traveling with him to Mariloff. His staff needs to become familiar with Countess Rain, since they will be dealing with her often. He He gestures toward the towering stack of documents on his desk, the final chains binding him to his territory. He stares at the mountain of paperwork, feeling the crushing weight of ruling an entire land. Exhaustion washes over him. He covers his face and lets out a long breath. Forcing an ancient mind into a child's body is taking its toll. Still, he pushes on. Every order must be checked. Every command must be issued. Everything has to keep running perfectly while he's gone. Beric watches him quietly, concern flickering across his face as he sees how much his young lord is carrying. Then a knock echoes through the room, announcing that Ian's carriage is ready. As Ian steps outside, Hannah is already waiting in her crisp steward's uniform. She turns to guide him forward, but Beric quietly stops her. She looks at him in mild surprise as he asks if she's also going to Mariloff. She nods, explaining it's part of her steward training. He studies her for a moment, then lowers his voice. Don't you think Ian looks tired? He gestures toward their lord, whose shoulders seem just a little heavier than usual. Hannah glances over, and her eyes widen. He does look tired, and now that she thinks about it, he hasn't even been finishing his meals. To a newly appointed steward, that realization is nothing short of a disaster. Her one true duty is her master's well-being, and she suddenly feels like she has failed it. That small, innocent observation turns into the spark of something much bigger. With sudden determination, she declares she'll have the chef prepare a feast, and takes off down the hall at full speed, leaving Beric staring after her in confusion. He lets out a tired sigh, muttering that people really do go a bit mad when they get busy. From the outside, the manor still looks calm and orderly. Inside, however, a rumor is being born. Hannah bursts into the kitchen like storm, nearly making the chef drop an entire tray. He starts to scold her, but she's already in his face, demanding the most nutritious food possible for Lord Ian. He looks exhausted. She insists. He must be low on energy, and just as suddenly as she appeared, she's gone again. The chef turns to a nearby maid, completely bewildered. She suggests they should get more supplies for Lord Ian's health. That single word lights the fuse. From there, the story twists. He looks tired becomes, is he sick? Is he sick turns into, he's gravely ill. By the time it slips beyond the manor walls, it has transformed into something monstrous. Now the tale is that the great Lord Ian is a terminally ill, illegitimate child. A harmless misunderstanding is quietly tearing apart the image he worked so hard to build. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the storm forming behind him, Ian's carriage rolls on. He scratches his ear, feeling that strange that you get when someone is talking about you. Romandro asks if something is wrong. Ian waves it off, then mutters that maybe Beric is bad-mouthing him again. And just like that, the conversation drifts to the late Margrave's funeral. Ian stands by the window, completely unfazed. They'll do it quietly, he thinks, just like his own silent marriage to the Countess. Things like this are always handled when no one is watching, buried deep in winter when the world is distracted and cold. Far away in Marilope, black mourning banners snap in the frozen wind as townsfolk whisper in disbelief, stunned that a noble could be slain by a mere slave. But others repeat the story Ian carefully planted, that the slave was only trying to protect the Countess Rain from her husband's cruelty. The perfect image of a loving couple collapses overnight, reminding everyone that smiles mean nothing behind closed doors. Most assume the slave has already been executed, as the law demands. Then the rumors twist into something uglier. Some claim the Countess and the slave were lovers, no matter how official the story sounds. Public opinion is a wild animal, impossible to fully cage. The truth is already being reshaped by quiet voices in dark corners. Snow keeps falling, burying both the town and its lies beneath a clean white veil. Inside the manor, Countess Rain lies awake in her bed, cold in ways no fire can fix. Her loyal butler Simon softly tries to rouse her, but she turns away from the tray of food. He reminds her she didn't eat last night either. Slowly she sits up, eyes dull, and murmurs, "I'm strange, aren't I?" Simon answers with gentle honesty, saying she doesn't seem strange at all, only deeply unhappy. That's what hurts the most. The man who made her life unbearable is gone, yet she feels nothing. Freedom doesn't feel like triumph. It feels like standing alone in an empty room. She buries the feeling and moves on. She asks about the mercenaries hired to escort her brother-in-law Dave into exile. The price is lower than she expected, and she's already calculating like a ruler, thinking in terms of cost and efficiency. She orders him sent away without delay. Then she adds one more name, her voice turning cold. The final image shows Clark, her faithful aide, still wasting away in a prison cell. The promise to save him was lost the moment power took hold. This is her real coronation. She is no longer a victim chasing justice. She is a ruler securing her throne, even if it means carving out a piece of her own heart. To hold power, a ruler must cut away every weakness, even when that weakness is loyalty itself. In the dark, boarded-up room, Dave, the last broken fragment of the old regime, kneels in obsessive prayer, blind to the doom closing in on him. Somewhere deeper in the manor, a sharp crack snaps through the silence as Countess Rain breaks a strand of prayer beads in her hand, the sound making her maids flinch. Her face holds no hesitation, only cold, settled resolve. The woman who once endured has vanished. In her place stands a ruler, her posture carrying an authority that never existed before. As she strides down the hall, the servants lower their heads, sensing the dangerous power now living under this roof. Her steps take her to the one place where the last piece of her former life still lingers, the dungeon. Inside a narrow, freezing cell, Clark sits with his head bowed, the weight of his unjust captivity pressing down on him. When he hears her approach, he looks up, bruised and exhausted, yet his eyes remain clear, still devoted. She stops before the bars, her figure cut in shadow and dim light, and for a moment neither of them speaks, the air thick with unspoken truths between a queen and the knight she abandoned. At last she tells him he will be traveling with Dave to the distant Talone kingdom. Clark's eyes widen slightly as the name sinks in. He rises, chains whispering against the stone, and quietly acknowledges that he understands. That place is impossibly far, a journey with no real return. For an instant something flickers across Rain's face, maybe regret, maybe calculation. Then she reshapes the sentence into a mission. She needs proof that Dave is safely escorted away, so Clark must take him there in return. Her voice trembles for just a heartbeat, the only crack in her composure. It is a cruelly elegant decision. She does not simply exile him. She gives his suffering meaning, turning betrayal into duty. Realization dawns on Clark's face. He isn't being discarded. He is being trusted with one final task. A faint, sad smile touches his lips as his loyalty locks back into place. He reaches through the bars, and she takes his hand, a silent pact sealing their fate. He kneels, pressing her hand to his forehead in pure devotion, accepting whatever lies ahead. Days later, beneath falling snow, a new visitor arrives at the estate. Countess Rain, now every inch a woman of power and control, steps forward with a composed smile. "Welcome, Lord Ian." Ian and Romandro bow, offering their respects as the next act quietly begins. Polite words are exchanged, but the tension at the table is all business. This is no friendly visit. It's a quiet summit between two newly crowned powers. Rain wastes no time, sliding a receipt across the table for 5,000 gold, proof that the first half of their deal is already complete. She confirms her military has been cut in half as agreed, and that a contract is in place to keep it that way. Ian asks to see her budget, treating this like what it is, a negotiation between equals. As his eyes move over the numbers, a faint satisfied smile appears. Everything is exactly where it should be. He decides to probe her, casually asking if her aides objected to her selling off territory. The men behind her stiffen in fear, but Rain doesn't even blink. She calmly sips her tea and tells him not to concern himself with her internal matters, suggesting he view it as a private transaction. Ian replies just as coolly, saying he was never worried, because this is a fair trade. This isn't a bond of friendship. It's a contract between two predators who recognize each other's fangs. Now it's his turn. He hands over the report he prepared for the Imperial Palace, their carefully clean version of the truth. Rain reads it, and a real smile crosses her face. No lies, no unnecessary details, she says with approval. She agrees to submit it exactly as written, certain it will keep the capital from prying too deeply. Taking her seal, she presses it firmly into the paper, locking their shared story into place. Such a simple act, she remarks, her eyes glinting with fresh authority as she thinks of her late husband, so slow and so weak, while she moves with ruthless efficiency. Romandro adds that the people of Merloff are grateful for the food Ian has supplied. Ian answers with a polite, flawless smile, the image of a generous lord hiding the calculations behind his eyes. Then he moves to the last issue. What about Lord Dave? Rain explains that Dave will soon depart under the protection of the well-regarded Shale Guild. 5 soldiers, 2 aides, and she also plans to send Clark. She says it as if it were nothing. Only Clark will go all the way to Dave's final destination, she adds, making sure the exile is carried out to the very end. Romandro voices his unease, warning her of the danger if Dave were to escape or start talking. He admits they are all gambling with this move, but Rain only smiles, completely confident. Her eyes narrow with a dangerous shine as she tells them not to worry. She has given strict orders for Dave to be kept tightly bound, exactly as Ian advised. She learns fast when it comes to cold efficiency. Ian's smile carries pure approval. She chose logic over sentiment without hesitation. Very fitting for a pilgrimage, he remarks, rising from his seat with quiet amusement in his eyes. Shall I go say our goodbyes? Outside, carriages wait beneath falling snow as the final act of this brutal play begins. Dave is dragged out in chains, kicking and screaming, hurling curses as he's hauled forward. This is the pitiful end of the last heir of the old Merloff line. With this ugly cleanup, the board is finally wiped clean and the new rulers stand unchallenged. Dave's wild, hateful glare snaps toward them. You think you'll be safe after this, you devils? He spits. Rain answers with a cold smile, saying that with any luck, she will never have to see his face again. As he's shoved into the carriage, still howling empty threats, she turns away, closing that chapter of her life for good. Dave's final venom is aimed at Ian, but the young lord merely offers a dry farewell. Watch out for bandits. The dismissal cuts deeper than any insult. As the carriage is ready to depart, Rain shares a quiet moment with Clark beneath the drifting snow. She looks at the one man she is sacrificing for a crown. Are you ready? She asks. Clark gives a single firm nod. Yes. No complaints. No hesitation. Rain's face remains perfectly still, hiding whatever storms rage beneath. Then let's go. The last loose thread is tied. She watches the carriages roll away, carrying off the final pieces of her broken past. A cold wind sweeps through the courtyard, as if washing the air itself clean. She closes her eyes and draws a deep breath, the first true breath of absolute freedom she has ever known, paid for with blood, betrayal, and sacrifice. The moment passes. She turns back to her guests, her expression shifting smoothly into a bright, composed smile as she calls for a celebratory drink and introduces her staff to Romandro, sealing the new order between their lands. Ian watches it all with a quiet, distant understanding. He knows this feeling, the weight that comes with sealing away a dark chapter. His eyes drift toward the town beyond the gates, where black mourning banners still hang in the cold air. A bitter thought crosses his mind. If his former self, the Archmage Emperor, had died back then, would the Empire have mourned him? He dismisses it almost instantly. Of course not. He was a ruler brought down by rebellion. No one weeps for a tyrant. Rain pulls him from those thoughts, and they turn ahead inside. But one last question lingers on his tongue. He asks what became of the Count's funeral, the fate of his own treacherous uncle. She gives him a look that says more than words ever could. With a faint glint in her eyes, she replies that he already knows the answer. No explanation is needed. Some corpses are better left without graves. A truth only rulers truly understand. Later that night, Ian's carriage rattles its way back toward his own estate. Inside, Romandro is completely drunk, swaying in his seat and asking Ian if he's feeling all right. He suddenly bursts into laughter, slurring that he can see 2 of him. Ian flatly remarks that it's the 3rd time he said that, and the carriage keeps bouncing through the dark. When they finally arrive, Ian steps down only to be met with pure chaos. His staff rushes him all at once, voices full of panic. They stare at him like he's on the edge of death. The chef frets that he can barely walk. A maid worries his face is flushed, and before he can even understand what's happening, he's half carried inside as they fuss over him. Every attempt he makes to speak is swallowed by their frantic concern. He comes to a sudden halt in the main hall, eyes widening in shock. The room is buried under a mountain of neatly stacked gift boxes. An aide nervously explains that since everyone believes he might die any moment, they sent these after hearing of his illness. Ian is struck silent. Die? Sick? Me? Then a slow, amused smile spreads across his face as the truth clicks into place. His people are prosperous enough to send gifts. The absurd rumor is proof of his success. He calmly gives his orders to organize everything and, more importantly, to tell everyone he is perfectly healthy. Just as the panic fades, a maid approaches and says he has a visitor. Before she can finish, Beric appears at the top of the stairs, grinning wide as he calls out Ian. Philia appears right behind him, rushing down the stairs before anyone can stop her. She throws her arms around Ian, holding him so tightly it almost knocks the breath out of him. When she pulls back, her eyes are glowing with warmth and pride, fussing over him in that way only a mother ever could. For a split second, Ian forgets everything. No archmage, no schemes, no future memories. Just a son standing in front of his mother, and a rare, genuine smile slips onto his face. She tells him that Beric already explained everything. The Gula, helping the people, becoming a lord who actually protects his land. Her voice is overflowing with pure pride, the kind that doesn't need to be earned with titles. She even gives him a playful wink, starting to say how proud she is before casually joking that all this only proves how useless his father was. The mood is so warm it almost feels unreal. That's when a now sober Romandro steps in, blinking in confusion. He looks between them and finally blurts out, asking Ian who this woman is. Ian turns with a calm, gentle smile and tells him to greet her. This is my mother. Romandro nearly freezes as Ian explains the cover story about her gathering herbs in the mountains. The advisor recovers quickly, bowing deeply in front of her. Philia gets flustered by the formality, but Romandro insists. He may joke with Ian, but he will never be disrespectful to Ian's mother, introducing himself properly as a royal advisor. Tears well up in Philia's eyes. She takes Ian's hand, her voice trembling as she admits she hasn't been able to do much for him. Yet somehow he always gives her reasons to be happy. She tells him how proud she is, and for a moment the world feels peaceful, like nothing could ever touch them again. Then the heavy footsteps break everything apart. Bellamy, a high-ranking warrior of the Heavenly Clan, enters with his scarred face set in stone. He greets Ian, but the friendliness in his voice is thin, stretched tight by something dangerous. His eyes shift to Philia, and she looks away instinctively. He asks, almost casually, whether Ian had a sister. A bead of sweat slides down Ian's face. His expression turns cold as he answers without hesitation. She isn't my sister. She's my mother. The words hit the room like a blade. In that instant, Ian understands the disaster he has just unleashed. His strongest allies believed his mother was long dead. Now they are staring at the living truth. A common woman from the mountains, not some noble lady from a powerful bloodline. The foundation of the alliance that keeps him alive has just cracked. One truth, spoken at the wrong time, can shake an entire empire. And as Ian stands there, declaring, she's my mother, that truth has already begun to do exactly that. His entire future is hanging by a single thread. Bellamy's gaze is hard as flint, his scarred face impossible to read as the air turns heavy enough to crush lungs. Ian feels cold sweat sliding down his brow while his mother stands frozen beside him, her face drained of all color. He is already preparing to twist the truth into something survivable when she suddenly steps in front of him, placing herself between him and the warrior like a shield. Her voice trembles, but she doesn't back down. She says it was her idea to hide, that Ian only did what she asked, begging him not to be blamed. The room falls into a long, suffocating silence. Even breathing feels loud. Then Bellamy finally speaks, dropping two quiet words that shatter the tension. I know. Both Ian and his mother stare at him in disbelief. You knew? Ian asks, barely able to process it. Bellamy explains that his warriors had long heard the rumors of an illegitimate child and a mother who vanished into the mountains. He pieced it together long ago. He simply assumed that hiding her was just another layer of Ian's careful, far-reaching plans. Their loyalty was never to a noble bloodline, but to the boy who proved himself worthy of it. When Ian asks if the chief knows as well, Bellamy scoffs, saying of course he does. What felt like a disaster ready to destroy everything was never a real crisis at all. He only admits that he didn't expect to walk in on their reunion like this. Just like that, the storm fades, leaving nothing behind but relief. Tears spill down Philia's face as she thanks him again and again for believing in her son, her gratitude raw and desperate, a mother begging the world to keep protecting her child. Bellamy, ever the hardened warrior, looks almost awkward in the face of such emotion. As Ian suggests they head inside, Bellamy stops them one last time, his voice suddenly grave. He offers a warning. The stars, he says, have been moving strangely, falling from the sky in slow, deliberate paths. A dark omen. When you reach the capital, you should be careful. It is a sign of great men falling, of heroes being extinguished. Ian turns back with a calm, confident smirk. He thanks him for the warning, but says there is no need to worry. A powerful presence seems to rise from the small boy as he makes his declaration. He is not trying to be a star. He is aiming to be the sun. It is a promise. He will not merely play the game. He intends to become the game itself. Bellamy looks at the boy and the impossible ambition burning in his eyes. And instead of arrogance, he sees something far heavier. Destiny. A slow, respectful smile spreads across his face as he gives a small nod. Well then, he says, it seems you will become an important existence to us. Under the full moon, he offers a warrior's blessing, praying for Ian's victories in the battles that lie ahead. Later, in the quiet warmth of the manor kitchen, Ian finds his mother preparing a simple meal. It's a moment he hasn't had in more than 100 years. She's making barley porridge, his childhood favorite. As Hannah helps her gather the ingredients, a quiet, gentle bond forms between the two women who care for him the most. Philia thanks Hannah for being the bridge that reunited a mother with her hidden son, and for a brief moment, everything feels almost normal, like the life they were robbed of is peeking through again. As the porridge slowly cooks, they talk softly. He asks if she was lonely. She asks how he's been all these years. He offers her a home, comfort, and safety, anything that can make up for the time they lost. She admits that being around people again has only made her realize how lonely she truly was. When the conversation drifts to the warriors, her unease becomes clear. She is still a commoner, standing in a world filled with power and violence, and that fear never fully leaves her. Sensing it, Ian asks if she was really safe in the forest. She reassures him, then hesitates as she remembers a group of injured people she once helped. She struggles to recall their names, repeating one in particular. Erica. Erica. The name hits Ian instantly, a loose thread from his plans that he had forgotten. Philia explains they had lost companions and were in terrible shape, and that they were heading toward Awan. It seems like a small detail, but to Ian it becomes something to store away for later. When she finishes, her expression softens. She asks him quietly if it would be all right for her to write to him, because she needs something to hold on to during the long nights when she worries about him. He takes her hand and agrees. She pulls him into a tight embrace, whispering that he is her son and that she will always wait for him here. Beneath the stars, she gives him her final farewell, wishing him a safe journey. When the day of departure comes, the air is sharp and cold as the precious cargo is loaded. Hannah steps forward and gives Ian the brooch he asked for, the mana stone now turned into something he can carry with him. He faces his staff one last time, entrusting the manor to their new steward, Hannah, before stepping forward toward the path that will lead him back into the heart of the storm. Hannah, tears shining in her eyes, swears she will protect his home with everything she has. The final preparations fall into place, and the moment can no longer be delayed. Ian and Naren clasp hands, a simple but powerful farewell between two allies who understand exactly what is at stake. Diosha, Naren says quietly, wishing him luck. Ian glances back at his mother, standing beside the portrait of the father he barely knew, and offers a silent prayer that she will finally be able to live freely. The massive iron gates swing open. Let's go. As the carriages roll forward, a crowd of townspeople gathers, cheering and calling out blessings for their young lord. He came here as a powerless, abused child. He leaves as a lord, a strategist, and a son. Hannah, Romandro, and Bellamy stand side by side, the loyal foundation he has built with his own hands, watching him disappear down the road. Beric leans out the carriage window, waving wildly to the cheering crowd, only to realize no one is actually cheering for him. He starts complaining loudly, and the scene turns comical as the caravan moves toward the long road to the capital. Soon, a line of carriages cuts through a silent, snow-covered forest. This is the true beginning of Ian's journey to the capital, a turning point in his new life. Inside the lead carriage, though, the grandness of it all is completely lost on Beric. He sprawls out dramatically, groaning that the boredom is going to kill him. The aide Romandro snaps back that if he's that bored, he can always switch places with the coachman, freezing outside. Right on cue, the coachman's voice drifts in through the winter air, asking how much longer they have to stare at these endless trees. Romandro replies that they still have about 10 days to go, and a collective sigh fills the carriage at the thought of such a long road. Ian, calm as ever, tells Beric to hold on, promising they will stop at a village for the night. Instantly, Beric lights up, his boredom replaced with eager excitement like a child promised a reward. That hope is crushed just as fast when Ian adds that it's only a decent-sized town, with no fighting pits or taverns. Beric's excitement collapses into another miserable groan. Romandro then announces their next stop, a small city called Corinna, but his tone turns serious as he warns them about the western plains they are entering. He holds up an official notice from Countess Merloff. Bandits have become so active in the region that even supply caravans are struggling to get through, a quiet threat hanging over the road that lies ahead. The threat isn't just some wild rumor. It's written down in black and white. Beric scoffs at first, thinking the Countess was only exaggerating, but Ian cuts that idea apart immediately. Forging an official document like this is no small thing. If it exists, the danger is real. That only makes Beric more excited. A wild grin spreads across his face as he grips his sword, almost buzzing at the thought of finally meeting real bandits. Ian shoots him a flat stare, reminding him they haven't even seen anyone yet. Beric just laughs it off, arguing that with 3 bandit-infested regions packed so close together, trouble is inevitable. As much as Ian hates to admit it, a part of him knows Beric is probably right. Romandro studies the map with a grim expression. With so much luggage and so few guards, he says their only real option is to move quickly and pray nothing happens. Ian, staring out the window, quietly interrupts him. That's not going to be an option. The lead horse suddenly lets out a sharp cry, and the entire caravan jerks to a stop. The coachman calls back, asking if there's some village on the route he didn't know about. Ian immediately demands the map, spreading it open to take in their surroundings. Ahead of them, nestled inside a narrow valley, sits a small, quiet village. Beric, always hopeful, thinks they arrived early. But the map tells a very different story. Romandro frowns, confused. There shouldn't be anything here. The map is only a year old, and was accurate on his last journey. A settlement this size could not have simply appeared overnight. That single detail changes everything. The village isn't just unexpected. It's placed there on purpose. Beric is already ready to rush forward for a hot meal, but Ian's voice cuts through him like a blade. No, Beric, don't move. In one glance, Ian tears the scene apart. The forest offers perfect cover for hidden attackers. The narrow entrance forces the caravan into a tight bottleneck. It's clean, simple, and deadly. A perfect ambush. Turn the horses around, he orders. Start from the rear carriage. Move now. The coachman shouts back that there's no space to turn the whole line at once. They'll have to unhook each wagon and horse one by one. It's slow, awkward, and dangerous, but it's the only way they have to escape. As the men scramble to swing the caravan around, Beric decides there are far more important things to deal with. He casually peels away from the group, slipping into the snowy woods with his sword already in his hand. Every instinct in his body is screaming at him that something is wrong. They're not alone. Come out. He calls into the frozen trees, his voice sharp and steady. There's no point hiding. A bush nearby shakes. Beric instantly tenses, blade half raised. A dark shape bursts from the snow, and his sword flashes on pure reflex. But what lands softly in front of him makes his mind blank for a second. A small, fluffy white dog stands there, tilting its head, tongue hanging out in the cold air. A dog. Beric stares, completely thrown off. He lets his guard drop, assuming it's just a stray from that fake village. With a confused frown, he reaches out and pats its head. The little creature happily licks his glove. Then it speaks. What a rude man. Touching someone without permission. Beric freezes. His eyes widen as he stumbles back, his thoughts crashing into each other. A talking dog? Before he can even process what just happened, one of the aides shouts that the caravan is ready, yanking him back to reality. When he returns, the drivers are checking the wheels, complaining about how slick the road has become. Suddenly, Ian spins around, his eyes blazing. Hey, stop right there, you idiot, he snaps, spotting Beric jogging back while clutching the struggling white dog under his arm. Beric is almost shaking as he blurts out that the dog can talk. The poor creature looks utterly horrified, squirming like its life depends on it. Romandro just sighs, clearly convinced the long journey has finally broken Beric's mind. Ian tells him to quit fooling around, but Beric refuses to back down. In a world with magic, how is a talking dog so unbelievable? He argues, shoving the trembling fluff toward Ian's face. I'm telling you, it called me rude. Ian leans in slowly, staring straight into the dog's eyes. His voice drops to a quiet command. Talk. Silence. The dog just stares back, saying nothing. The air turns painfully awkward. Romandro coughs, and awkwardly steps away, pretending he didn't witness any of this. Ian shoots him a deadly glare and tells Beric to stop wasting time. But Beric keeps insisting, growing more desperate by the second. That's when the dog snaps. It sinks its teeth straight into Beric's hand. You little demon. Beric roars, dropping it as it bolts across the snow. The dog skids to a stop, turns around, and bares its tiny teeth with a surprisingly savage snarl. You insolent fools. I thought you were better than this. TCH, I take it all back. The little creature shouts before vanishing straight into the trees, kicking up a spray of snow as it disappears. The three of them stand there, completely frozen, staring at the empty woods in stunned silence. Beric breaks first, his face lighting up with triumph. See, I told you it talks. Romandro looks like he's seen a ghost, pale and trembling as he mutters that the dog really did speak. The coachman, who missed everything, just laughs, thinking Romandro is joking, and urges everyone to hurry up and move. Beric winces as he cradles his bitten hand. Ian demands to know what just happened, but Beric can barely explain it himself. All he knows is that for something so small, it had a shockingly powerful bite. Ian's mind is already spinning, trying to place what they just encountered. A demi-human? A divine beast? No, it felt too insignificant. For the first time in a long while, even his vast archmage knowledge comes up empty. Some things in this world still refuse to be explained. Then a cold thought hits him. Didn't you feel that? He whispers to Beric. Someone else was there. The dog wasn't the only one watching us. Ian snaps his head around, scanning the silent forest, but sees nothing. Beric, completely unaware, just wants to get back to the warm wagon. But Ian knows better. As the caravan finally rolls away, a shadowy figure watches them from a distance. They may have slipped out of the bandits' trap, but they have wandered straight into something far more dangerous, drawing the attention of a hidden third party. After escaping a trap that should never have existed, Ian's caravan finally reaches the town of Karena. Dusk settles over the mountains as the long, unsettling day comes to a close. The men unload the wagons, exhaustion written all over their faces. For now, at least, they have found a moment of safety. Romandro checks Beric's hand, still sore from the bite. Ian dryly remarks that it's what he gets for grabbing a random animal. Beric snaps back, his pride still burning. That wasn't some random dog. It talked. Ian waves it off, suggesting it was probably just some minor curse or enchantment. But even as he says it, the image of that furious little creature lingers in his mind. A powerful sorcerer wouldn't be hiding in a place like this. And yet, for a brief moment, they are just two boys from a small territory, left completely bewildered by how strange the world can be. A bright, cheerful voice cuts straight through the heavy air. Welcome to the Nimble Pig Inn. A friendly woman hurries out to greet them, and Ian immediately recognizes her as the owner. He calmly explains how large their group is and asks if she has space. She laughs and assures him that with no other guests, it won't be a problem at all. For the first time all day, it feels like their luck might finally be shifting. Inside, the inn is warm and cozy, yet strangely empty. The owner explains that with all the recent bandit scares, hardly anyone travels through anymore. When she asks if they're only staying for the night, Ian nods. After quickly calculating the cost for their men, horses, wagons, rooms, and meals, she names a price of 1 gold coin. Ian drops it into her palm without hesitation. Her eyes widen as she stares at it, stunned by such a generous payment. Grinning from ear to ear, she promises them the best service and immediately offers to heat the bathwater. Ian tells her not to hold back on the firewood. Beric is already shouting for food, suddenly full of life again at the thought of a hot meal. Laughing, the innkeeper leads them upstairs. They climb a solid wooden staircase, the simple comforts of the inn feeling like a blessing after everything they've endured. The moment Beric spots the bed, he lets out a victorious yell and throws himself onto it, completely drained. Soon after, the owner brings in a tray of snacks, a small kindness that feels strangely profound after such a brutal day. As she turns to leave, Ian stops her. There's something he needs to know. His tone shifts, going straight to the heart of it. On the way here, we passed a village that wasn't on our map. We thought it might be a bandit hideout. Do you know anything about it? The woman's smile slowly fades. A village? Ah, you must mean Daniil. The name seems to weigh down the room. She explains that Daniil wouldn't appear on any recent maps. A few years ago, the entire village was wiped out. Every single person died. Ian leans forward, his eyes sharp. How did they die? The innkeeper hesitates before answering. That was the strangest part. She tells them the villagers were found lying neatly side by side. No wounds. No signs of struggle. Just an entire town, silent and dead. Investigators were even sent from the Imperial Palace. Their official conclusion was mass food poisoning, but she scoffs at it. It never made any sense. She shrugs, saying that when the palace gives a ruling, no one argues with it. Besides, it was the Ministry of Magic that handled the case, so it must have been a proper investigation. Ian's expression instantly turns cold. The Ministry of Magic, the same corrupt institution controlled by his greatest enemy, the Second Prince Gale. Their involvement is no coincidence. The innkeeper casually adds that a mage even came in person because of how serious the tragedy was. She goes on excitedly about how incredible mages are, rambling about lightning and thunder like a wide-eyed child. Her completely wrong image of magic is so ridiculous that Barrick bursts out laughing, and even Ian lets a faint smile slip. She insists the investigation was thorough, and that hygiene across the region has been flawless ever since. But Ian isn't listening anymore. His thoughts are already racing. None of this fits. The Ministry of Magic doesn't handle field cases. They deal with policy and administration. Sending a mage wasn't about investigating anything. It was about covering something up. This was a cleanup job. The innkeeper leaves, promising to call them when dinner is ready. The door closes softly, sealing them inside with the unsettling truth they've just uncovered. Barrick, chewing on a snack, suddenly wonders if that talking dog is living all alone in the abandoned village. Then a far more troubling thought hits him. If everyone there is dead, who has been feeding it? The mystery only grows thicker. He offers Ian a snack, but Ian waves it away, still deep in thought. You seem pretty fixated on that dog, Ian remarks. Barrick instantly bristles, insisting it's not concern, just gathering information. Then his irritation flares again. That little mutt bit me. If I see it again, I'll make sure it regrets it. Ian just sighs, doubting they'll ever cross paths with it again. A knock comes at the door, and Romandro pokes his head in, saying he's going out to find a real drink since they only has beer. Ian hands him some money, telling him to treat them in, but not let the coachman get carried away. He also warns Romandro to take it easy himself with their early departure coming up. With a cheerful wave, Romandro disappears into the night. Full and warm, Barrick stretches out on the bed with a satisfied grin, joking that this is how life should be. Moments later, he's already asleep, snoring softly as he sprawls across the entire mattress. The quiet feels earned, but fragile. Ian gazes out the window at the silent town, then back at Barrick, completely unaware of how close danger still is. He lets out a quiet sigh. A little while later, Ian finally manages to carve out a sliver of space on the bed. The room settles into uneasy silence. Then his eyes snap open. A thunderous crash erupts from downstairs, followed by the sharp clang of metal and a woman's terrified scream. Ian is on his feet in an instant, every nerve screaming danger. He grabs Barrick and shakes him hard. Wake up, Barrick groans, half asleep, asking if it's time for dinner already. Another crash shakes the building, and that snaps him fully awake. In one fluid motion, his swordsman's instincts take over. His blade is in his hand, ready to kill. He kicks the door open. They step out together, back to back, weapons drawn, bodies coiled for battle. Something smashes through a nearby door, wood exploding outward as a grotesque, bare foot emerges from the darkness. Barrick spins, his sword flashing like silver lightning. He drives the attacker back across the room, then freezes. His blood turns to ice. The thing stumbles into the light. Its skin is gray and rotting, its movement stiff and unnatural. A low, wet growl crawls out of its throat. Ian's heart drops. This isn't a bandit. Why is there an undead here? The creature growls again, and suddenly something clicks. Ian goes still. That rasping, distorted voice, he's heard it before. The furious little dog. The words echo in his mind. I misjudged you. It shouldn't make sense, but every instinct he has is screaming that it does. The dog, the fake village, and now this undead horror, they're all connected. Pieces of the same nightmare. Before he can react, the door creaks open and a man in a dark hood steps inside. He glances toward the wagons and horses below, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. So there you are. A crooked smile forms as he takes in their fine clothes. He asks where they're from and where they're headed, but it's not small talk. It's an interrogation. Barrett just stares at him, equal parts confused and irritated. Another headache, right after the last one. The bandit leader's fingers tighten around his dagger as he imagines the fortune hidden in their 10 wagons. This was supposed to be an easy job. He moves forward, then stops. The undead creature stands directly in his way, blocking his path. The bandit just freezes, staring at the sudden interruption like his brain refuses to catch up. He flicks his hand in annoyance, trying to shoo the creature away, as if it were nothing more than a stray dog blocking his path. The undead doesn't move. It only answers with another dry, rattling growl that scrapes across the room. That's when the bandit finally loses his patience. With a sharp click of his tongue, he steps forward and swings. His blade cuts through the creature's shoulder with a wet, ugly sound, sending the undead skidding across the floor. The bandit curses under his breath, already irritated by how much effort this is taking. The creature doesn't scream. It doesn't bleed. It just lies there, empty eyes staring into nothing, like a hollow puppet that's been dropped. Ian watches it all without even blinking. There is no fear on his face, only quiet interest. This isn't some mindless ghoul. This thing was made through something far more refined, a product of forbidden magic that required knowledge, not luck. The room sinks into a heavy, suffocating silence. The bandit lifts his hand, signaling his men to close in, convinced they still control the situation. They couldn't be more wrong. A flash of red hair and steel tears through the air. Barrick launches forward, crossing the room before any of the bandits can even react. He crashes straight into their leader, driving him back and slamming him to the floor. In the next breath, the cold edge of Barrick's sword is pressed tight against the man's throat. All right, he growls low, eyes burning. Start talking. What's really going on here? Ian stays behind him, already piecing together the bigger picture. This messy fight is only the surface of something much larger. Then the truth makes itself known. A violent crash explodes from downstairs, followed by screaming and panicked shouts. Then erupts into chaos as the sounds of a full raid spill upward. They've been surrounded. Ian turns his head slightly, calm as ever. Barrick, there are bandits downstairs. He looks toward the window, understanding settling in. So that uneasy feeling all day had been real. They'd been watched, tracked, and now these fools thought they could strike in the dark. A cheap, predictable ambush. Barrick lifts his head, and a slow grin spreads across his face, sharp and hungry. To him, this isn't danger. It's an opportunity. So, he says, voice bright with anticipation. We get to wipe them out, right? Ian places a hand on his arm, stopping him. No, leave a few alive. I need answers. To him, information is deadlier than any blade. Barrick laughs, then kicks the door so hard it rips free from its hinges. He leaps down into the storm of noise and steel below, ready to turn the ambush into a massacre. Down below, the bandits are still busy bullying the staff, completely unaware that death is already sprinting toward them. A sudden flash of steel cuts through the air and buries itself deep into one man's leg, nailing him to the wooden floor. His scream rips through the room as he stares at the blade in pure disbelief. Before anyone can even process what just happened, Barrick vaults over a table and lands right in the middle of them, light on his feet and deadly calm. He spins in one smooth motion, his heel crashing into another bandit's jaw with a brutal crack, sending the man flying until his skull slams into the floor. The rest of the bandits freeze, their confidence shattering in an instant. One of them finally snaps and shouts, "Don't just stand there, get him." They rush him in a messy, desperate swarm. No formation, no plan, just panic. Against them stands a single monster in human form. Barrick's sword turns into a silver blur, each strike clean, fast, and final. A wild, savage grin stretches across his face as he tears through them, cutting men down like wheat. He isn't just winning, he's enjoying every second of it. While all of that chaos explodes across the room, Ian is already somewhere else. He kneels beside the place where the undead fell, eyes sharp and focused. The fight is only noise. This creature is a real puzzle. Necromancy is almost unheard of in this region. So how could a group of ordinary bandits be walking around with an undead thing without even realizing it? He rises slowly, glancing between the ongoing slaughter and the empty space where the corpse once lay. Was it really just bad luck that both attacks happened at the same time? His thoughts return to the one clue he can't dismiss. The voice. That hollow groan sounded exactly like the strange talking dog they had heard before. That can't be a coincidence. If he wants answers, he can't stay in the shadows anymore. A heavy crash from outside rattles the walls. Ian pulls his cloak around himself and turns toward the noise. Watching is no longer enough. He looks down at Barrick, still carving his way through the bandits, and silently hopes he remembers to leave a few alive. Right then, Lomador comes scrambling up the stairs, face drained of color as he shouts their names. He bursts into the room, then stops cold, staring at two boys standing calmly among piles of broken bodies. "Ian, what in the world is happening?" he gasps. Then his eyes widen as another, far worse realization hits him. Wait, our wagons, our supplies, they're gone. Barrick's bloodlust fades instantly, replaced by shock. And at that same moment, a strange flicker of light from outside begins to grow brighter. Flames start licking their way up the walls of the inn, slow at first, then hungry and fast. That's when the truth becomes clear. The raid inside was never the real attack. It was just bait. Ian and Barrick rush to the window, and what Ian sees outside makes his eyes widen in raw, unfiltered shock, a look almost never seen on the face of a former archmage. The stables are gone, swallowed by fire, and the wagons are nowhere to be seen. Whatever just happened out there is far worse than a simple robbery. Barrick drags a hand through his hair, his voice thick with frustration. Damn it, everything we had was in those wagons. And he's right. It wasn't just gear. It was their entire mission. Imperial documents meant for the palace. Mana stones worth a fortune. Enough gold to survive in the capital. All of it vanished in one perfect strike. Ian doesn't panic. He snaps into command, his voice slicing through the noise and heat. He points to one of the men. Find Mandrel. Now, gather everyone. The soldier is already moving before the order fully leaves Ian's mouth. Barrick turns to him, burning with restless energy. Ian, what about me? Behind Ian's calm eyes, a cold, ruthless plan is already locking into place. You'll move, he says. At that moment, one of the retreating bandits spots the town guard rushing in and yells for his men to fall back. Their job is done. The distraction worked. Catch every one of them. Ian finishes, his voice low and deadly. Barrick's eyes light up with savage delight. Can I kill them? A grin splits his face. Ian doesn't hesitate. That would be even better. That's all Barrick needs. With a violent burst of speed, he launches himself off the balcony and crashes into the street below, the impact shaking the ground. The bandits spin around in panic, staring at the monster that just dropped in front of them. They try to form up, but it's pointless, like trying to hold back a flood with bare hands. Barrick steps straight into their line, his sword flashing. His voice drops into a cold, brutal promise. If any of you even think about running, I'll slaughter every last one of you. His blade arcs through the air, a streak of silver death. One of the bandits finds the courage to call him a madman and swings a heavy axe at his head. Barrick catches the handle with one hand, stopping the blow dead. The man's eyes go wide, staring at the impossible strength crushing his weapon in place. With a brutal twist of his wrist, Barrick rips the weapon free and sends the bandit flying with a crushing kick. The man hits the ground in a heap, completely finished. From above, Ian watches the street in flames and steel, his face calm, his thoughts already moving faster than the battle itself. Suddenly, Lominator grips his arm, his face drained of color. Ian, over there, out on the street. Another figure lurches forward through the smoke. An undead creature, dragged toward the noise by instinct alone. Its stiff, unnatural movements make the air feel wrong. Lominator is shaking now. What is that thing? You've heard of the undead, haven't you? Ian replies quietly. The word hits Lominator like a hammer. Undead. The creature suddenly lunges, but it never gets a chance. A golden light bursts from Ian's hand, radiant and pure, flooding the street with divine power. For just a moment, a single shimmering tear slips from the creature's eye, as if whatever soul was trapped inside is finally being released. Then holy energy slams into it, swallowing the undead in a blinding flash. When the light fades, nothing remains but harmless drifting wisps. Ian doesn't move, not a hair out of place. Lominator rushes over in a panic. Are you alright? I'm fine, Ian says, already turning away. Find Mandrel. Now. Alright. Lominator mutters, hurrying off, still in shock after witnessing real magic with his own eyes. Ian steps over a fallen bandit, his mind piecing things together. In all the chaos, no one else even noticed the creature was undead. It makes sense. Necromancy is rare, forbidden, and misunderstood. To most people, it would just look like another stubborn enemy, refusing to go down. His attention shifts back to the body upstairs, the bandit killed by the undead. He kneels beside it, eyes sharp, scanning for anything out of place. There has to be something, and then he sees it, caught in the man's clothing, barely visible. Ian carefully plucks it free between his gloved fingers. A single strand of coarse, gray-white hair. His eyes narrow as a dangerous realization snaps into place. This isn't random. It never was. He stares at the hair, and the final piece locks in. The talking dog isn't some strange pet or minor anomaly. It's the one pulling the strings. Outside, the sounds of battle fade, replaced by the low groans of the wounded and the murmurs of townsfolk emerging from hiding, picking their way through the wreckage left behind. Barrick comes back through the smoke, licking a streak of blood from his lips, clearly pleased with himself. That satisfaction dies fast as reality hits. Damn it, we've been completely wiped out. Ian is already waiting by the horses, eyes sharp. Barrick, we're moving. Romandro is still missing. Barrick snorts. What if he's dead? Try saying that to his face. Ian fires back without even looking at him. A loud voice cuts in. Hey, you two. A large man in guard armor stomps toward them, clearly trying to assert control. You're outsiders, aren't you? Ian gives him a flat look. That's right, and you must be the captain of the guard. The man bristles at the kid's tone, but hesitates when he notices the blood-soaked warrior beside him. He straightens up. I am Milan, captain of the guards. I appreciate the assistance, but I'll need to verify who you are. Ian calmly pulls out a document stamped with a heavy imperial seal. I am Ian. We are on our way to the capital for the New Year's gathering. We are also searching for our companion, Romandro, an advisor from the Imperial Palace. The words Imperial Palace drain the color from Ulan's face. He snaps into a deep, panicked bow. And my apologies. Please forgive my disrespect. Ian doesn't let up. His voice turns cold. Then explain why your guards did nothing during this attack. And explain why my wagons, carrying goods meant for the palace, were stolen. Ulan starts sweating, fumbling out excuses about manpower and chaos, but Ian cuts him off. This is a diplomatic incident. Where's your mayor? Before Ulan can answer, a frantic voice shouts Ian's name. Romandro comes running toward them, looking like he's aged a decade in a single night. I was just having a drink, he gasps. Then everything went insane. I swear I saw the gates of the underworld open. Barrick laughs and pats Ian on the head. Looks like you're fine, Romandro. Romandro snaps. Fine. You idiot. I nearly died. He takes a breath and steadies himself. So the wagons were stolen. That means we were the target all along. The raid was just cover. Ian asks if their people are safe. Romandro nods. Though some of the coachmen are still missing. Ian turns back to Ulan, his authority absolute. Clean this up. Have your mayor come to us immediately. Ulan bows again. Understood. Ian swings up onto his horse, already preparing for what comes next. I'm making a quick trip to Daniil. Romandro just stares at him, completely blank. Daniil? Where's that even supposed to be? The abandoned village we passed earlier. Ian replies as Barrick swings up onto his horse. Looks like it really was a hideout after all. Ian turns back one last time, his eyes burning with a cold, razor-sharp resolve beneath the dark sky. I'm gonna find the dog. Everything else is in your hands, Romandro. Then he kicks his horse forward, and he and Barrick tear off into the night. Romandro can only watch them disappear, left behind with guards, corpses, and a missing mayor. Please, he shouts after them, desperation cracking his voice. You have to find the wagons. But they're already gone, chasing something far more important than gold. Under the pale glow of a full moon, the abandoned village of Daniil lies unnaturally still. The only sound is the crunch of hooves over frozen ground as Ian and Barrick ride in, the air heavy with secrets no one has spoken out loud. Barrick shivers, angrily muttering about the thieves who stole their cloaks and forced them out into the biting cold. But Ian stays perfectly composed. A warm, golden light flares to life in his palm, pushing the darkness back as if it never existed. Barrick's rant dies instantly. He just stares, stunned by how casually Ian bends magic to his will. Ian doesn't even turn around. Stay close. You can just do that. Barrick finally blurts out, still struggling to process what he's seeing. It's a basic application of mana, Ian says, as if he's talking about lighting a match. Then why were we messing around with lanterns this whole time? Barrick shoots back. Ian's reply is flat and merciless. If Barrick had actually remembered to pack a lantern, they wouldn't have needed magic in the first place. Ian's focus is already elsewhere. He remembers the ministry's official explanation for this place. Mass food poisoning. A neat, convenient story meant to shut down every question. But as they move through the empty streets, the lie becomes impossible to ignore. There are no signs of a struggle. No bodies. No rot. For a village where everyone supposedly died, Daniil is far too clean. The story is collapsing by the second. Ian stops in front of one particular house. His voice drops. Barrick, go inside. This one. Barrick blinks. Me? Why this house? Ian points to a small opening cut into the bottom of the door. A pet door. Realization hits. Barrick steps back, then drives his boot forward, blasting the door off its hinges. He storms inside, eyes sweeping the darkness, every muscle tense, and ready for whatever is waiting in the shadows. Nothing in here, Barrick announces loudly. Ian just lets out a tired sigh. Some things really never change. They move in together anyway. The inside of the house is coated in a thin layer of dust, but nothing looks damaged or disturbed. Furniture still stands where it was left, dishes still sit on the table, as if the owners simply stood up one day and vanished into the air. With the soft glow of Ian's magic guiding them, they walk deeper inside, their footsteps echoing through the heavy silence. Barrick suddenly stops in front of a shelf. Ian, look at this. He lifts a small, dusty frame. Someone definitely lived here, he mutters. With a dog. The picture shows a young man with striking blue hair and pointed ears, gently holding a small, fluffy white dog in his arms. A furious bark rips through the room. The little white dog now stands in the doorway, fur bristling, eyes blazing with anger. How dare you barge into someone else's home? It snarls. Barrick jumps back. You scared me. Intruder, the dog snaps. Ian steps forward, calm and composed. My apologies for entering without permission. Are you the guardian of this place? Barrick scowls. Why are we apologizing? It bit me. Ian ignores him and keeps his eyes on the dog. I believe you want to speak with us. And I have questions for you as well. His voice sharpens. Before we do, I need to confirm something. The dog watches him closely. What is your relationship with the Ministry of Magic? The air tightens. I am a mage, Ian continues evenly, but I am not affiliated with them. In fact, we walk very different paths. He raises the photo. Is the boy in this picture one of your people? The dog's ears twitch. It recognizes the clothes immediately. I've been to Astana, Ian adds. Blue hair, traditional garments. I know where he's from. That knowledge chips away at the dog's hostility. It finally speaks, explaining that the people of Astana live freely in a canyon known as the Edge of the World. Ian's gaze hardens as he delivers the final key. They also pass down the traditions of necromancy. The dog freezes. Ian kneels and gently places a hand on its head. Shall we talk? I'm Ian, and that's Barrick. A ghostly image of the blue-haired young man slowly forms behind the dog. I'm Hasharang Tokuntai, it says. You may call me Hasha. They move into the kitchen and sit across from one another, the small table between them heavy with tension. A pleasure, Hasha, Ian says calmly. Let me ask you something. The boy in that photo became an undead. He was with the bandits who attacked the inn. Are you working with him? Hasha recoils, for bristling. Nonsense, he barks. Then he wasn't your master? Ian presses. No. Hasha straightens, chest puffed out with pride. Because I'm the boy in that photo. Barrick nearly chokes. What? Seriously? He points at Hasha. But you look like a 10-year-old in that picture. The people of Astana live far longer than humans. Ian explains coolly. Even if you look young, Hasha is likely over 30. Yes, you little brat. Hasha snaps, lunging forward and biting Barrick's hand again. When the shouting finally dies down, Ian brings them back on track. Hasha, if you are from Anna, why are you all the way out here? And what happened to your body? Hasha's anger melts away, replaced by something much heavier. His story begins with a formal summons from the Ministry of Magic. By royal decree, his grandmother, the clan leader, brought him to the capital city of Burial. At first, it felt like a dream. The capital was filled with wonders, and with the ministry's support, he could study necromancy without restraint. But that peace was built on a lie. The head of the ministry, a woman named Wesley, proposed something monstrous, using necromancy on the living. Hasha explains that their art belongs to the dead. To use it on the living twists the laws of nature and leads only to ruin. His people refused. His grandmother gathered the clan and fled, seeking refuge here in Daniel. The ministry did not let them escape. Footsteps echoed behind them. A voice full of contempt called them annoying Astanapests. They had been found. Agents in green and white robes surrounded them, calmly reporting that their targets were secured. One of them noticed the young Hasha trembling and hiding. Oh, this one is still a child, he said with a chilling grin. Another agent frowned. There are no children on the test list. The first man's eyes turned cold as he looked back at Hasha. Then we'll use necromancy on him instead. The order was given. Necromancers loyal to the ministry step forward. A vision flashes through Hasha's eyes as a storm of dark magic swallows him, twisting his body into this cursed existence. He looks at Ian, his small face carrying grief far older than it should. That, he says quietly, is the price I pay for defying the ministry. The necromancy ritual had gone horribly wrong. In the chaos, his soul was ripped from his body and forced into the only living creature nearby, his pet dog, Rookie. The ministry mages never even realized what they had done. They simply assumed Hasha had died. Before leaving, they poisoned the village well, making sure Daniel would become a silent grave, its truth erased forever. Ian listens, his expression turning colder by the second. It was the perfect cover-up. After wiping out the refugees, the ministry sent in a fake investigation team and declared an accident. The conspiracy was deeper and far more ruthless than he had imagined. Hasha continues. His original body, warped by the failed ritual, rose as an undead. Trapped inside his dog's body, he could do nothing but watch over his own corpse, standing guard in a dead village day after day. Then one night, a group of bandits wandered into Daniel. They found his body and took it, and in his tiny, helpless form, he couldn't stop them. Did they steal it on purpose? Ian asks. Hasha shakes his head. At first, the bandits were terrified of the undead. They tried to destroy it, hacking and smashing it again and again, but it wouldn't die. When they realized they were looking at something immortal, they took it instead. Later, they learned crude necromancy, likely from traders within Hasha's own clan. Because of that, Hasha says softly, I could see through my body's eyes. The bond between a necromancer and their corpse is absolute. Every time the bandits used his body, he saw everything. That's how he witnessed the attack on the inn. He lowers his head, then looks up with pleading eyes. Please help me. I just need someone to finally lay my body to rest. Ian says nothing. His face is calm, cold, and unreadable. A plan is already forming behind Ian's calm eyes. Barrick, on the other hand, is clearly shaken. Man, that's rough, he mutters, pulling out a strip of jerky. Here, eat this and... Hasha snaps down on his hand again. How dare you treat me like a common dog? Barrick explodes. He's the one who's about to bleed for this job, and this little mutt can't even pretend to be grateful. Enough. Ian cuts in, sharp and focused. Everything lines up now. He lays it out cleanly. Hasha gets his body back. We get our stolen wagons. 2 goals, 1 target. Barrick lifts Hasha up. So you know where the bandits are? Hasha's eyes gleam. Of course. I have a dog's nose. Beneath a vast moonlit sky, the 3 of them ride through the dark forest, drawn forward by the same purpose. They stop on a ridge overlooking a sprawling, well-organized bandit camp. Wow, Barrick mutters. They're living pretty comfortably. Ian suggests going back to Karenna for reinforcements. Barrick scoffs. Waiting on useless town guards will be suicide. He stares down at the camp, a dangerous light in his eyes. We don't need backup. We just need to kill them all. He reminds Ian that while the Mana Stones are secure, the official documents aren't. If the bandits burn them, the entire operation collapses. Poor Romandro might even lose his job. He adds with mock concern. Ian gives him a flat look, then turns to Hasha. Can you sense your body from here? Hasha closes his eyes. Yes, I can feel it. It's in a large tent at the center. Barrick suddenly points. They're already digging through our wagons. They're gonna burn the papers. Relax, Ian says, a dark smile spreading across his face. Don't let the leader escape. Make sure this goes clean. Beric draws his sword, a savage grin stretching across his face. I'll clear the way. Take your time. Down in the camp, 2 guards sit by a fire, completely unaware of what is about to hit them. One of them suddenly looks up into the dark, a chill running down his spine, as if something unseen just brushed past him. What is that? Before anyone can react, a figure drops from the sky like a ghost of vengeance, cloak snapping wildly in the air. Beric crashes down with crushing force, his first kick shattering a man and hurling him across the camp. In an instant, everything erupts into chaos as the bandits stumble back, shouting and scrambling, trying to understand what just tore into their ranks. The guard on watch clenches his teeth. What kind of idiot? But the sentence never finishes. Beric's blade flashes, and blood splashes across the dirt. Who are you? One of the bandits screams, barely holding his weapon as Beric is already moving again, cutting through them without slowing. Another bandit charges, swinging a heavy axe in a wild arc. This arrogant little punk. Beric slips under the clumsy swing with terrifying speed and locks eyes with him. Those eyes burning with something feral. A red glow flares, and a wave of pure mana explodes outward, blasting the man backward. The bandit stares at his now empty hands in shock before realizing Beric is standing right over him. Hey, Beric says quietly, his voice low and dangerous. Weren't you at the inn in Karenna today? Recognition hits him, and his expression twists with rage, eyes blazing. I'll let one of you get away. How annoying. His blade drops, ending in a flash. He turns toward the rest of them, blood dripping from his sword as he growls. Anyone else? Come out. He points the blade at the shaking figures, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. I already told you. Run, and you die. Panic tears through the camp as the bandits scream for reinforcements, some trying to flee while others freeze in terror. Off to the side, Ian holds Hasha, watching the slaughter unfold. His faint smile slowly disappears as he studies Beric's rampage. Hasha looks up at him, confused. Ian, what is it? Ian doesn't answer right away. Beric has no fear, only a brutal, almost joyful hunger for battle. Even for magic swordsmen, that kind of bloodlust is excessive, and in the deadly politics of the capital, it could easily become a weakness. As Beric continues cutting them down, Ian decides it is time to act. He crouches and gently sets Hasha on the ground. I need to check the wagons first. Hasha nods, understanding. A bandit guarding the wagons runs forward, trying to see what is happening. A burst of golden light explodes, and a blast of magic slams into him, sending him flying and knocking him out cold, but alive. Ian lands smoothly beside the fallen man, already moving on. He moves through the wagon quickly, eyes scanning every corner. A faint breath of relief escapes him. Good. The chest is untouched, the documents still exactly where they should be. With the supplies secured, Hasha dashes toward the main tent to retrieve his body. The moment he reaches the entrance, he freezes. A huge, intimidating figure stands inside with his back turned. Slowly, the man turns around. What is all this noise? A thick-bearded giant with a deep scar carved across his face glares down at him. And what do we have here? He mutters, eyes narrowing. A dog. Hasha stands there shaking, staring straight into the face of the bandit leader. With one lazy motion, the man grabs Hasha by the scruff of his neck and lifts him off the ground. Where did you come from? He growls, clearly irritated, muttering that his men must be drunk to let a stray wander into their headquarters. Then his eyes shift. He senses someone else. Standing calmly beside one of the stolen wagons is a small Ian, completely unfazed by the chaos. The bandit leader's gaze hardens. And who are you? He snaps. Hey, he suddenly roars, finally realizing his camp has been breached. At that moment, Beric steps into the tent, his sword still dripping, his expression terrifyingly calm. The warm-up is over. A blood-smeared grin spreads across his face as he bares his teeth, like a hunting beast. So you're the boss, he says, voice low and eager. The bandit leader's eyes widen. He recognizes the red hair, the killing aura. Rage and disbelief twist his face. Oh, you little pest. Who in the hell are you? He roars, realizing they're all together. He doesn't get another word out. Steel flashes. Beric is suddenly in front of him, blades ripping through the air. The leader barely manages to block, the impact sending a violent shock through the tent. With a deafening crack, his sword explodes into fragments. For a split second, they're locked in raw, brutal tension. The bandit is stunned. Beric only grins wider, enjoying every second. You little punk, the leader snarls, shoving Beric back with everything he has. But it's useless. Beric is already there again, driving a savage kick into the man's stomach. The leader gasps as the air is knocked out of him, stumbling backward. Beric lands lightly, eyes shining with predatory delight. Ah, I knew it, he says with a satisfied smirk. It's always more fun when the strong ones fight back, Beric says, eyes gleaming as he stares at the leader, clutching his stomach. Don't you think? The man snarls and charges in blind fury, swinging with everything he has. Beric slips under the attack, as if it's nothing, almost mocking him with how easily he moves. That wild grin spreads across his face. He is enjoying this far too much. He grabs the leader's arm, his grip crushing, twists it with brutal precision, and uses the man's own momentum to drive his fist straight forward. The punch slams into the leader's jaw with a sickening crack, snapping his head back. One thought explodes his mind. This kid isn't just strong, he's insane. Off to the side, Ian watches without any reaction, like this is just another ordinary scene. Beric lifts his fist again, ready to end it, when Ian's voice cuts through. Beric, don't kill him. I need answers. Beric answers cheerfully, okay, then brings his fist down anyway, smashing the leader into unconsciousness. Ian's eyes narrow. Now the real work begins. He looks around the tent. Hasha. He pulls aside a heavy flap, leading deeper inside. Beyond it, Hasha sits quietly in front of a stone throne. Slumped there is his own undead body, empty and motionless. Hasha looks up at it, his voice low and heavy. So this is what it means to be dead. He turns away, a quiet resolve in his eyes. I don't have a choice. It's time to let this body return to nature. Ian steps closer. Are you sure? If we purify it, there's no guarantee your soul can remain in this world. Hasha doesn't hesitate. He refuses to let this body ever be used again. This is the only way. Ian stays silent for a moment, respecting the weight of that decision. A warm light gathers in his palm. Hasha, he says softly, I will honor your choice. The purification magic surges forward. The undead body crumbles into dust, its long suffering finally ending. For a brief instant, Hasha's true form appears, a single tear of gratitude sliding down his face before fading away. Peace at last. There is no going back. He is a soul that should have passed on, now bound to the body of a dog, forever separated from who he once was. A lonely fate, but one he has chosen. Outside, Barrett drops the unconscious bandit leader onto the dirt with a dull, heavy thud. He looks around at the wreckage of the camp, eyes drifting over shattered weapons and fallen men, until they settle on the leader's sword. It's a strange, beautifully forged blade, pitch black from hilt to tip. He picks it up, testing the weight, feeling how perfectly it rests in his hand. One smooth swing cuts through the air, and a slow smile spreads across his face. Now that's an interesting sword, he mutters. Ian steps out of the tent, and Barrick immediately lifts the weapon. Ian, I've never seen a black sword before. What is it? Ian shrugs. How should I know? Maybe a master blacksmith's mark. Maybe some rare magical, or... Barrick barely hears him anymore. He's already lost to the feeling of the blade. It's light, slim, perfectly balanced, like it was made for him alone. His eyes gleam. Ian, I want this, he declares, adding that his old sword broke in the fight. Ian nods. Fine, you need a proper weapon, but you'll have to pay for it when we get back. Pay. Barrick repeats, stunned. Ian calmly explains that all the bandits' loot will be seized to fund their territory. So, he adds with a smirk, I'll be taking the cost of that sword out of your meal allowance. Barrick freezes. What? You're cutting my food. His face crumbles in horror at the thought of smaller portions. Ian just watches him, amused. He really does want it. Does it suit you? Ian asks. Barrick brightens instantly. It's black, so you won't see the bloodstains. I like it. Sometimes a warrior finds a weapon that feels like part of his own soul, and it seems Barrick has just found his. With the camp secured, Ian gets back to work. All right, Barrick, go get Romandro and the defense team. We need to clean this place up. Then he glances at the unconscious bandit leader. Barrick grabs the man by the hair, flashing a cruel grin. And let's have a little chat with him. The interrogation is about to start. The bandit leader, Luger, wakes in a panic, struggling and screaming for Barrick to let him go. But Barrick drags him along effortlessly, telling him to save his strength. He slams Luger to the ground and presses the cold, flat edge of the black blade against his throat. Why don't we just talk? He says calmly. Luger stares at the sword in pure terror. That's my sword. Ian steps forward, his small body somehow dominating the scene. From now on, he says, his voice slicing through the night, you will answer every question I ask. He looks down at the captured man, green eyes burning with a promise of real suffering. Lie to me, and I'll personally send you to the underworld. The interrogation starts immediately. Ian doesn't waste time. How were you able to use necromancy with only a corpse? Luger blinks in confusion. Already lying? Ian's tone turns sharp, impatient. Barrick pushes the black blade harder against Luger's throat. Luger panics. Wait, I didn't steal anything. I was just following orders. Ian crouches in front of him, never breaking eye contact. Whose orders? Luger stammers, saying he doesn't know, then finally starts talking. At first, he thought he'd found a useful tool, a body that couldn't die. So he took it to a slave trader, hoping to sell his immortal soldier for a fortune. Ian's eyes narrow. A slave trader helped you? Luger nods frantically. Yes, they told him he could use the body to make an army of undead, as long as he kept sending them fresh corpses. For a bandit leader, that was easy. Ian pieces it together instantly. So you struck a deal. You provide the bodies, they teach you the ritual, and they take the undead afterward. Luger desperately agrees. He swears he has no idea what happened to them after that it was just a way to make more money. What was the name of the slave trading group? Ian demands. Luger hesitates, then blurts out, Parkins. Barrick immediately smashes his fist into Luger's face, knocking him out cold. He glares down at him. That's it. Luger weakly whimpers the name again. Barrick looks up at Ian with a proud, toothy grin, like a dog waiting for praise. See? I'm doing my job. Ian only stares back, unimpressed. The questioning continues. How does the ritual work? Ian asks. Luger explains they needed about 10 bodies to create a single undead, and strangely, the corpses couldn't be bald. At the mention of hair, Hasha's ears twitch. He steps forward, his voice suddenly firm. That is my ritual. Every necromancer walks a different path, and mine happens to use hair as the catalyst. Barrick lets out a crooked grin. Guess that makes life easier for bald people. Ian ignores him and turns to Hasha. Do you need more? Hasha nods slowly. I need everything. Ian faces the half-conscious bandit again. Keep talking. How was it done? Luger swallows and admits all he did was deliver the bodies. The traders handled the ritual themselves. The undead were unstable, hard to control, so they kept them bound like animals on chains. Then he mutters one last detail, strange and unsettling. After every ritual, they place flowers on the corpses, a sign of respect. Hasha closes his eyes, every word clicking into place. A soft white glow seeps from his paw as the truth settles in. I am certain. This is my clan's ritual. They did not teach Luger some random spell. They taught him our sacred, traditional magic. Ian's gaze sharpens. This was no simple crime. It was personal. Whatever conspiracy lies behind this runs far deeper than he imagined. There are still too many unanswered questions. With the camp secured, they return to Karena, the first stage of the investigation finally complete. By the time they reach town, the story has already taken on a life of its own. I heard a single outsider wiped out the entire bandit clan. One man whispers in awe. People trade excited glances, wondering who such a monster of a hero could be. Then they see Ian and Barrick walking through the street. Heads turn. A woman steps forward, shy but grateful, offering thanks. In moments, a crowd forms around them, voices rising with relief and praise for making their town safe again. Barrick blinks, clearly stunned, then his pride swells. Well, obviously, I did most of the work. The people hesitate, then their eyes drift to Ian, realizing the small boy is the one in charge. Suddenly, all the gratitude pours toward him instead. Barrick throws his arms up. What? I did all the fighting. Ian doesn't even look at him. Let's go. Why do they stop praising me? Barrick shouts as they walk away toward the inn. Romandro is waiting at the entrance, his face bright with relief. Ian, Barrick. He pulls him into a tight embrace. My boy, I was so worried. I'm proud of you. Barrick struggles in his grip. Let go. The guard captain, Ulan, steps forward and bows formally. Thank you for your service, sir. Barrick finally pushes Romandro away. Enough. What is it? Ulan explains that he has brought the mayor and that the man is waiting outside. Ian's face turns cold in an instant. Tell him to wait. Let me breathe first. Then he glances at Barrick. Go get something to eat. Not long after, a round, sweating man in a flashy purple coat slips into the room, bowing so low he almost folds in half. HLO, I am Onyx, the mayor of Karina. Ian does not even rise from his seat. Do I really need to introduce myself? The mayor bows even deeper. Of course not, my lord. I have heard so much about you. Ian cuts him off, his tone turning razor sharp. While bandits are butchering this town, what exactly were you doing? The mayor begins to ramble, sweat pouring down his face as he tries to excuse himself. Ian raises a finger. Come closer. Onyx shuffles forward, hands clasped, knees trembling. Ian leans in, eyes cold enough to pierce straight through him. The mayor lets out a tiny squeak. He keeps reminding himself it is just a child in front of him, but the pressure rolling off Ian feels like a giant's grip around his throat. I smell alcohol on you, Ian murmurs. The mayor panics, blurting out some weak excuse about a meeting. Shut your mouth. Ian leans back, suddenly calm. According to Karina's laws, what happens to capture bandits? The mayor swallows and answers that organized criminals guilty of murder and plunder are sentenced to be burned alive. A faint smile curves across Ian's lips. Perfect. He stands. I need to see the bandit leader. Take me to the holding cells. The mayor freezes. The holding cells? Ian looks at him, daring him to object. Is there a problem? And no, none at all. The mayor replies quickly, cornered. Ian is already thinking ahead. Luger never knew the full truth. Not even how the undead ended up under his control. That loose end is too dangerous to leave behind. If answers exist, Ian will drag them out himself. This investigation is nowhere near finished. After the raid, a strange calm settles over Karina. Inside the town hall, the mayor and the guard captain finally release long, shaky breaths. It is finally over. The captain is relieved their guests will leave at dawn. The mayor agrees, still rattled. 2 children, they were utterly terrifying. A haunting image flashes through his mind, Barrick standing in a field of corpses, his red hair looking like it was drenched in blood. They must be war veterans, the mayor mutters under his breath, especially the red-haired one. His thoughts drift back to the strange magic he saw, so similar to the rogue figures who once investigated that abandoned village years ago. The pieces start lining up in his head, forming a picture he does not want to see. One thing is clear, they have to cooperate. If this ever reaches the capital, their careers, maybe even their lives, will be finished. The guard captain Ulan brings up Ian's odd request to meet the captured bandit leader again. Sweat beads across the mayor Onyx's face. He thinks he understands now. A proud young lord would never let a criminal walk away. Of course he wants to personally beat the man into the ground as revenge. He cannot be more wrong about Ian's true goal. Later, in the cold, damp holding cells, the mayor greets Ian with an eager, nervous smile. You are here. He gestures proudly to Luger, chained to the wall, his body already bruised and bleeding. I gave him a lesson for you, the mayor boasts. He is unconscious, but you can hit him more if you like. Ian looks at the broken man, his face hardening into ice. Tell me something, he says quietly. What exactly am I supposed to do with him, now that you have already knocked him out? Onyx freezes. His smile dies instantly as panic floods in. He finally realizes he has made a terrible mistake. He had completely misread Ian. Ian has no patience for this. Bring me paper. The mayor rushes away, desperate to make up for it. Ian already knows this is a waste of time. The road ahead is long. It is better to leave this interrogation to the fool in front of him, even if he has to explain everything step by step. The mayor returns with a notebook and pen. Ian takes them and writes swiftly. When he finishes, he hands the page over. Interrogate the bandit when he wakes. Send every answer to this address. You have 2 weeks. Ian leans closer, eyes locking onto the trembling mayor. All I need to know is how the blue-haired child's body ended up in his hands. His voice drops into something cold and lethal. If I do not receive that letter, his hand clamps onto the mayor's shoulder with crushing force. I will report your negligence directly to the palace. And if you so much as whisper a word of this to anyone, I will come back here myself. The threat lingers in the air, heavy and inescapable. Do you understand? The mayor can only nod and stammer out a weak yes. The moon watches in silence as that new pact is sealed. Back at the inn, the wagons are lined up, ready for departure. Ian turns toward the small white dog curled by the fire. So, Hasha, what will you do now? Hasha's ears fall. My grandmother is gone. My body is gone. I think I will return to Astana. His voice is barely more than a whisper. There is nothing else left for me. Ian weighs the words. Hasha's grandmother was a clan leader, and going back would not be simple, but a tie to a powerful Astana clan could be useful one day. Hasha steps forward, gathering his courage. Can I go with you to the capital? It is on the way to Astana. Ian looks down at him. And what will you do there in the body of a dog? The hope drains from Hasha's eyes. He has no answer. Ian reaches down and gently lifts his chin. I will take you, and I will help you get back to Astana. Hasha freezes. Then his eyes shine with disbelief and gratitude. In that moment, something unspoken but powerful forms between them. Barrick immediately starts grumbling. Are you serious? The carriage is already cramped. Ian shoots him a look. It would not be if you stopped lying around all the time. Ian sits beside Hasha, a faint smile on his face. Do not forget my name, Hasha. Hasha's tail gives a small wag. Ian. He tests it, then says it again, louder, filled with new loyalty. Ian. Ian nods. Good. Get ready. We leave in the morning. Dawn arrives in soft colors as the carriages are loaded. Romandro checks their supplies, eager to move before the heavy snows arrive. Barrick glances around. Where's Hasha? Romandro blinks. Who? Before Barrick can explain, Ian points. There he is. Hasha comes running across the town square, the old framed photo of his human self clenched carefully in his mouth. He could not leave that last piece of his past behind. Everyone is here. Let's go. With their newest member finally aboard, the journey continues. As the carriages roll out, the townspeople wave them off. From a distance, the mayor Onyx watches, sweat dripping as Ian gives him one final knowing look. The door slams shut, sealing their fate. Inside the carriage, Ian turns to his advisor. Romandro, he says, pointing at the man who is pressed tightly into the corner. Are you afraid of animals? Romandro nearly jumps out of his seat. No, of course not. Hasha straightens proudly. A pleasure. I am Hasharang Tokunai. Romandro just stares, his mind refusing to accept what he heard. He forces himself to recover, clearing his throat before extending a gloved hand toward the dog. A pleasure meet you. I am Romandro, advisor to the palace. Barrick bursts into laughter as they explain the unbelievable truth to their stunned companion. As the carriage rattles forward, Romandro's face slowly turns serious. Necromancy. Then he drops something far more disturbing. The Ministry of Magic has been officially recruiting necromancers in the capital for years. It was sanctioned. Ian asks. Yes, the Royal Assembly approved it. Romandro explains that no matter how vile it is, an undead army is too powerful to ignore. The political gains outweigh the risks. Ian's thoughts shift to the magic minister, Wesley. As one of the strongest mages alive, she should understand better than anyone the horrors tied to forbidden magic. His eyes narrow. What's she really after? Far away in the heart of the capital, inside a towering Gothic office, a woman with long dark purple hair sits on a throne-like chair as glowing violet butterflies drift around her. Barretto, a man in a sharp suit, appears instantly. Yes, ma'am. She gestures toward a thick report on her desk. Get this out of my sight. Barretto hesitates. But ma'am, you waited so long for this. The cover reads clearly, research results on necromancy. Wesley looks down at it with cold disdain. A new force has entered the game, and no one yet understands her true intent. Slowly, she flips through the pages, each turn echoing through the silent grand chamber. Barretto, her ever-watchful aide, quietly notes how strange it is to see these sorcerers working side by side. In their homeland, they would have been tearing each other apart, sworn enemies bound by blood-deep hatred. Wesley doesn't even bother to look up as she answers. Here, in the very heart of the Grand Burial Empire, they know better than to start trouble. Whatever grudges they once had mean nothing when weighed against the power she holds. One slow tap of her long, dark nail against the title of the report makes that clear. She remarks that after dedicating their entire lives to forbidden magic, they are probably enjoying the rare luxury of practicing it openly, shielded by her protection. Barretto nods and adds that with so many twisted geniuses working together, they might finally create a ritual far stronger than anything before. He asks if it is time to submit an official report at the next General Assembly. Wesley answers by slamming her stamp down on the papers, the dull thud echoing through the room. Fine, she says with open disdain. Let the senile fools in the palace satisfy their curiosity. But Barretto is not done. His hesitation is obvious as he reaches for a second file, one far more important than the first. He holds out carefully. This one concerns their research into using necromancy on the living. The moment Wesley takes it, something sharp and hungry flashes in her eyes. This is the project she truly cares about. But as she scans the pages, that cold composure collapses. Her face twists in fury as she realizes that, even after all these years, there is still no meaningful progress. With a violent motion, she slams the documents onto the desk, demanding how this failure is even possible. Barretto can only bow his head and apologize. He tries to explain that the natural divide between the living and the dead is proving too great to overcome, but she cuts him off, her voice rising with every word. That is exactly why she has poured mountains of money into this research. She snaps. They were meant to solve that problem, not drown in it. Shaking, Barretto dares to offer another path. He suggests that instead of necromancy, they might focus on mind control magic. He carefully reminds her that even Prince Gale's claim to the throne is not guaranteed. The instant Gale's name leaves his lips, Wesley explodes. She screams it like a curse, slamming her fist down so hard that papers scatter across the desk like dead leaves. A suffocating silence follows, thick with unspoken menace. Slowly, she turns toward him, her eyes glowing with something cruel and dangerous. Do you even understand what you just said? She asks in a low, venomous whisper. Barretto immediately drops to the floor in full submission, begging forgiveness. He knows he has not merely questioned strategy. He has challenged the very obsession that drives her. Wesley's fury drains away, leaving behind a blade-cold calm as she begins to speak. She reminds him of the ancient blessing laid down by the Imperial Palace, an unbreakable magic woven directly into the royal bloodline itself, a power that makes any form of mind control completely useless. That protection shields not only the two princes, but even the Emperor, turning direct manipulation into a fantasy. This single truth sits at the very center of her entire desperate design. And Prince Gale, she continues, is more cautious than anyone alive. The man is so paranoid, he refuses to sleep without a mana-sealing stone at his side. By normal methods, he is utterly untouchable. Her eyes narrow, revealing the obsession that drives everything she does. That is exactly why necromancy became their chosen path. If she cannot bend his will, then she will place an army of the dead at his feet, a force no one can oppose. For just a heartbeat, a private vision flickers through her mind, one where she stands beside Gale as his equal, sharing the affection she has craved for so long. But reality crushes it. Her love is nothing more than a one-sided fixation. He will never return it. The thought twists in her chest. When he becomes emperor, will he choose her, or will another woman sit on the throne as his empress? That uncertainty only sharpens her ambition. She pushes those thoughts away and returns to her role, voice once again cold and calculating. Barretto is ordered to drop this foolishness and drive the sorcerers harder. An important event is approaching, and she expects tangible results. He can only nod and accept the command. As he turns to go, she calls out one last question. That boy, Ian, is he arriving soon? Barretto confirms that with Ian expected at the upcoming banquet, he must already be on his way to the capital. Wesley pauses, calculating. His route would take him through the Corinna region, the very place where her rogue necromancy experiment collapsed into disaster. She smirks, convinced the matter was buried quietly, completely unaware of Ian's involvement or the chaos that truly unfolded there. With a scoff, she dismisses the exiled king of Astana as a fool for falling into her trap. Barreto adds that after the great earthquake destroyed his kingdom, the man was probably too desperate to think straight. Her tone turns sharp again as she issues a warning. Prince Gale is far too clever, and if even a whisper spreads that outsiders are being used for forbidden magic, his reputation and claim to the throne could be ruined. She then asks which department will be taking responsibility for Ian, a darkly amused thought playing across her mind. All the ministry heads are already scrambling to avoid the boy, fully aware that his new patron is Prince Marev, their greatest political threat. Wesley rises from her seat, the decision already settled. Just have them prepare for his arrival. A thin, predatory smile curves across her lips. It has been far too long since they had a new toy to amuse themselves with. Without realizing it, Ian is about to step straight into a nest of vipers. Far away from that venom, the world inside a gently swaying carriage feels almost peaceful. Barrick is sprawled in his seat, snoring without shame, while the little dog Hasha sleeps quietly in Ian's lap. It is a rare pocket of calm as the wheels roll steadily toward their destination. Ian slowly opens his eyes, his expression composed and distant as he looks at his sleeping companions, taking in a final moment of quiet before the storm waiting in the capital. Barrick, wake up, he says, his voice slicing cleanly through the snores. Barrick groans and stretches with a huge yawn, rubbing his eyes before peering out the window. The sight of the vast city makes his jaw drop. We're here, Ian says simply. As the carriage glides beneath the grand arch of the Capitol, Barrick presses his face to the glass like a child seeing a festival for the first time. Their advisor, Romandro, sighs in frustration and tells him to stop drooling on the window. Romandro clears his throat, trying to recover some authority. From now on, remember everything I taught you. Every move you make will be watched. Barrick replies with a bright, carefree, okay. That single word is enough to make Romandro snap. He grabs Barrick's cheeks and stretches them in disbelief. What do you mean, okay? Have you already forgotten all the basic etiquette I drilled into you? Barrick yelps and swears he remembers, though his blank look says otherwise. When Romandro tests him on proper greetings, Barrick proudly asks, who's the boss here? Romandro nearly explodes, shouting that he is supposed to say things like lovely morning or excuse me. After venting his rage, he finally exhales and turns to Ian, asking if they will stop by his home before going to the palace. Ian agrees. With time to spare, resting and cleaning up makes sense. A small, knowing smile flickers across his lips as he adds that Romandro must be eager to see his wife. Romandro's face instantly turns red, his strict composure shattering as he hurriedly insists that he is in no hurry at all. The carriage soon rolls to a halt before a graceful, stately home tucked inside one of the capital's most elite districts. From an upstairs window, a kind-faced woman looks out, puzzled by the sudden activity. Her eyes widen as a maid rushes in, barely containing her excitement. Madam, Lord Romandro has returned. The woman clutches her chest in disbelief. What, really? The moment Romandro steps through the front door, his wife Vivian runs to him, her face glowing with joy. Honey, his voice breaks as he answers her, eyes shining. Vivian. They collide in a fierce embrace, holding on as if afraid the other might vanish. He asks if she's all right, telling her how much he missed her, while she sobs that the waiting was unbearable, waiting just to see him again. They cling to each other, a perfect picture of love and relief finally reunited. From the doorway, Ian, Barrick, and Hasha watch in awkward silence, a strangely comical scene of floating hearts around the couple. Ian eventually cuts through it with a dry, emotionless question. Should we start unpacking? Barrick can only groan. The journey may be over, but the real struggle in the capital is only beginning. Inside the warmth of his home, Romandro proudly introduces his wife. Vivian greets the young Viscount and his knight with a graceful curtsy, her smile sincere. She says she has heard so much about their travels through her husband's letters and thanks them for supporting him. Ian returns a polite bow, calmly stating that it was Romandro who helped him the most. He then lifts Hasha up and introduces the newest member of their group. The little dog cheerfully greets her, and Vivian gasps in delight. A talking dog? How precious. Ian is momentarily surprised by her lack of shock, but Vivian only laughs, explaining that she once worked with a reconstruction mission before marriage and has seen far stranger things than this. She is clearly not a woman easily shaken. With a warm gesture, she invites them inside, telling them their rooms are already prepared. She asks if they came straight from the road without reporting to the Imperial Palace. Romandro admits that proper etiquette would have required it, but their condition made it impossible. For a brief moment, their true state is revealed, travel-worn, filthy, and barely able to stand after the long journey. Vivian's quiet understanding says everything. With a soft oh my, she immediately calls for a maid to prepare the baths. At last, the dust and filth of the road can be washed away from their exhausted bodies. Outside, Romandro dismisses their escort, praising them for their work and ordering them to get some well-earned rest. The long, brutal journey is finally finished. He lets out a huge yawn, stretching as he imagines nothing more than a hot bath and a short nap before facing the palace. Yet as he looks around his calm, familiar home, a faint unease stirs inside him. It feels like something important is being forgotten, but he shrugs it off, unaware that this tiny lapse will soon matter far more than he realizes. Not long after, steam fills the lavish bathroom. Barrick and Romandro sink in a massive tub with deep, satisfied sighs while Hasha gets a proper scrub. Barrick declares that hot water is the greatest invention in the world, and for once Romandro wholeheartedly agrees. Vivian steps in to remind them that as pleasant as this is, it is already nearly afternoon and they cannot delay their visit to the palace much longer. Romandro groans and begs for just 5 more minutes, but she laughs and teases that their child will think his father is a winner. That single remark snaps him upright at once. It is a gentle, domestic moment, standing in sharp contrast to the ruthless politics waiting beyond these walls. Now dressed in proper formal clothes, Ian tells Hasha and Barrick to stay behind and rest. Barrick blinks in confusion. Wait, I get a rest too. Ian gives him a sharp look and asks if he would rather come along. Barrick's face instantly lights up with relief. He is more than happy to stay behind. With that settled, Ian turns inward, his mind already working. The brooch containing Hasha's testimony needs to be analyzed, and that requires a suitable magical device. Straightening his coat, he finalizes his plan. They will make a quick stop in the commercial district before heading to the palace. Romandro glances at him, mildly puzzled. Ian, he asks, have you been studying in secret? Ian looks genuinely confused, so Romandro explains that calling it the commercial district is bureaucratic language. Most nobles simply call it the central town. It is a small slip, almost nothing at all. Yet to a sharp observer like Romandro, it is another faint crack in the mask the young boy named Ian wears. He waves the thought away and orders the maid to ready the carriage and pack every document they will need. A final, gentle kiss to his wife. Then Romandro and Ian are already moving, leaving the quiet warmth of home behind as the wheels begin to turn. The capital opens up around them in clean, busy avenues, nothing like the harsh lands they came from. Ian watches it all through the window, memory tightening around his chest. A new bank where the old one used to be, the same streets still cutting through the city like they always had. Something hard and focused settles in his eyes. This is not a simple visit. This is a return. When the towering gates of the Imperial Palace rise into view, the thought slips out of him without effort. We really came back. He turns to Romandro and asks if they can pass by the Ministry of Magic on their way out. Romandro agrees, warning him that getting inside will not be easy. He begins explaining the palace layout, the zones for royalty, for officials, for servants, but Ian barely hears him. His attention is locked on a single place, the second palace where the ministry stands. A voice from his past life echoes in his mind. Nam once told him about a hidden structure buried beneath that ministry, a place where forbidden magic was sealed away. That is why he is here. The politics, the titles, all of it is just cover. He still does not understand Nam, or his previous life, or the truth behind his own rebirth. If answers exist, they're waiting in that building. The carriage slows, then stops, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ian steps down, his eyes lifting to the towering halls before him. The shape of it is instantly familiar. This was Crony's palace, another shadow from the life he left behind. In this city, even the stones remember. They have arrived at the east wing of the first palace, and a guard greets Romandro with open relief, glad to see him alive. Romandro states their purpose, that they have come to report directly to Prince Marev. He adjusts his collar, ready to walk in, but the guard shakes his head. The prince is not in his office. His Highness is attending a palace social gathering. The color drains from Romandro's face. The color drains from his face as the mistake hits him. He slaps a hand to his forehead, cursing himself. That was the one event he had completely forgotten. With no choice left, he agrees to wait, and the guard leads them into a quiet reception hall. As they move through the corridors, Ian cuts in with the one question that matters. A gathering of high-ranking officials. Romandro confirms it, his tone grim. A breeding ground for schemes, where the most powerful figures in the Empire sharpen their knives. Ian's gaze tightens. Then Prince Gale will be there. The meaning crashes down on Romandro. If Prince Marev hears of their arrival, his rival will know in the same breath. He tries to brush it off, claiming Gale rarely attends such events, but the words sound hollow even to him. Ian's stare makes it clear he does not believe it. All Romandro can offer is a weak, uncertain probably. At that very moment, inside the Grand Hall, the two princes are already circling each other in silence, wrapped in silk and smiles among the oblivious elite. Prince Marev speaks calmly with a noble about art, while Prince Gale watches from afar, a hunter enjoying the tension before the strike. An aide slips up to Marev and whispers of Ian's arrival. The confirmation hardens his eyes, so his brother has finally chosen to act openly. Gale's presence here is no accident. It is a challenge. As the aide tries to speak again, Marev cuts him off and turns toward his brother, wearing a pleasant, empty smile. Gale, the game has begun. The aide finally manages to announce that Romandro and Ian have reached the palace, and asks if a carriage should be prepared. A sharp gleam flashes in Marev's eyes. No, he replies softly. Let them wait. He quietly orders his men to keep everyone else under watch. This is a test. He turns back to the noble as if nothing has changed, his smile smooth and polite. Of course not, he says. What could possibly be more important than this? But his thoughts are already on Ian, the strange boy who bent the desert to his will. This delay is deliberate. By acting indifferent, Marev keeps playing the weaker brother while measuring the reach of his newest and most dangerous piece. He lifts his glass and takes a slow, measured sip. In the capital's deadly game, the one who moves first is the one who loses. So tell me, Gale, what will you do? The board is ready, the two brothers locked in their silent standoff, and Ian is about to be dragged straight into the flames. As dusk settles over the Imperial Palace, long golden shadows stretching across its halls, a quiet war of minds begins behind its walls. Inside a luxurious reception room, Ian and Romandro sit in silence. The air feels heavy, charged with unseen pressure. Romandro finally groans, exhausted by the endless wait, and asks Ian how he is holding up. Ian does not move. His thoughts are razor sharp. This delay is not a burden. It is exactly what he expected. Two princes fighting for the throne would never reveal their next move in front of the entire court. They would wait until the crowd was gone. Ian's eyes slowly sweep across the room, cataloging every detail. This is not boredom. This is reconnaissance, a reflex carved into him by a lifetime of danger. The furnishings, the subtle foreign designs, all of it hints at the prince's alliances. But one thing stands out above everything else. A flawless vase of flowers sitting in the brightest spot of the room. Perfect and completely fake. From that single detail, Ian draws his conclusion. Either the prince has an allergy, or he is a man who prefers controlled, artificial beauty over the unpredictable mess of reality. A cold, pragmatic mind. That alone tells Ian exactly what kind of sponsor he is dealing with. A sharp knock cuts through the stillness. A voice announces that Prince Marev has arrived. Romandro jumps to his feet, hurriedly straightening his clothes, nerves stretched to the limit. The door opens and a tall, commanding man with long blonde hair steps inside. His smile is warm, but his eyes are sharp and distant. First Prince Marev, Romandro, he says smoothly. It has been a long time. Romandro bows deeply, offering the usual greetings, and Marev acknowledges his service with a polite nod. remarking on a long journey. Then his gaze shifts. It settles on the quiet boy at Romandro's side. "And you," he says softly, his eyes narrowing just a fraction. "You must be Ian." Ian bows with perfect precision, his voice calm and steady. "It is an honor, Your Highness. I am Ian." Marev lets out a low, amused hum, a knowing smile curling across his lips. Marev's smile deepens slightly. "It seems Romandro has trained you well in Imperial etiquette." Romandro rushes in with a nervous chuckle, claiming Ian is just a fast learner. Marev motions for them to sit, and as they settle onto the sofas, the real exchange begins. He asks Ian what he thinks of the capital, and Ian gives a flawless answer, praising it as the heart of the world. Marev watches him closely, every word weighed. This is not conversation. This is a match where each question is a move. He asks about the people Ian left behind. Ian speaks calmly of the loyalty of his servants, and even the heavenly warriors, quietly revealing the reach of his influence. A faint smile touches Marev's lips. "I see. You are quite trusted in your lands." Then the blade finally comes out. Leaning forward as if it were casual curiosity, Marev asks if Ian believes he has the right to be a feudal lord. Romandro goes rigid, cold sweat breaking across his back. It is a perfect trap. Say no and you look weak. Say yes and you look arrogant. There is no safe answer. But Ian does not hesitate. A gentle, confident smile appears as he meets the prince's gaze. "Yes, of course. My position exists because of your wise judgment, Your Highness. Who could possibly deny that?" In one smooth turn, he shifts the question away from himself and places it back onto the prince. "I'm only carrying out your will." Marev's eyes widen, just a fraction. This boy is not ordinary. He carries the composure of a veteran schemer and the fearlessness of a conqueror, completely untouched by royal pressure. To Ian, however, the prince's intentions are almost laughably shallow. Testing him because of his origins is small-minded compared to the storms he has already survived. Marev takes a slow sip of tea, quietly adjusting his approach. He moves on, asking if Ian knows the schedule of the coming events. Ian answers honestly that he has just arrived. "In that case," Marev says, his voice turning formal, "I will tell you now. This New Year's celebration is special. Not only will your family's title be formally granted, but your magic will be publicly measured as well." The words keep coming, tightening the net around him. After that, he will be placed into a government department. The walls are already closing in. Marev then asks if Ian's required contribution to the capital is prepared. Ian meets his gaze without flinching. "No, Your Highness." Romandro nearly chokes. His heart slams in his chest. What is he doing? They have more than enough gold to cover it. Why lie and make himself look weak? But Ian's thinking is precise and ruthless. It is too early. He cannot show his full hand yet. Power revealed, too soon becomes a target. Marev leans back, wearing a mask of polite regret. That is unfortunate. Then he shifts, as if a new idea has just occurred to him. "Tell me, are you familiar with something called a magic stone?" The question is so elementary, it almost feels insulting. Romandro sputters, spraying tea, and an aide rushes over. Marev gently suggests he get some fresh air, and in moments Romandro is escorted out of the room, removed with perfect timing. Now it is only the two of them, Hunter and Corey. Marev explains that when Ian is given his post, his preference will be taken into account. He casually mentions the Moonstone Management Department, a forgotten branch with no funding and no prestige. Then his eyes sharpen. "But you seem suited for investigation. If you take that assignment and look into the rare mana stones known as Lulan, I will personally cover your entire contribution." Ian understands immediately. This is not generosity. It is a grab for control. Marev wants to use him to secure the massive, untouched Lulan deposit that sits on Ian's own land. Gale was already circling it, but Marev's involvement means the game is far bigger and far dirtier than he thought. This is an attempt to dominate the entire market and crush every rival in one stroke. One mistake here, and everything falls apart. His mind, his title, his territory, all of it is on the line. The prince is pressing a blade to the foundation of his power. After a long, silent pause, Ian bows. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will do my best to meet your expectations." He steps straight into the snare, fully aware of every wire. A satisfied smile curls Marev's lips. "Excellent," he says, waving Ian away. "We're done for the day." Ian bows once, flawless in its politeness, his face unreadable, obedient. As the door swings shut, Marev leans back, smug, triumphant. He believes he's just captured a naive piece for his chessboard. He couldn't be more mistaken. Ian steps out, calm, unreadable, every motion measured. Romandro rushes up, relief almost vibrating from him. "We're done," Ian says evenly. Romandro exhales, the tension of the meeting spilling out in a long, shaky sigh. Ian pats his shoulder, acknowledging his effort. "What happened after I left?" Romandro asks. Ian glances around, careful, his voice low. "Romandro, you know as well as I do the palace walls have ears." He adds, almost casually, "Let's stop by the Ministry of Magic on our way out." Romandro nods eagerly, willing to follow anywhere. The corridors are quiet as they walk. Ian's question drifts out, simple, almost idle. "By the way, how many princes are there exactly?" Romandro blinks at the inquiry. "Well, quite a few. Marev and Gale hold real power. The third prince died years ago. The fourth and fifth are still children. You'll see them all at the celebration." He frowns slightly, curious why Ian asks. Ian shrugs it off, nothing to see, but the corner of his lips curls, faint, knowing. A memory rises, hazy but undeniable. The Emperor's face from his past life flickers in his mind. Faint, yet sharp enough to twist his eyes with certainty. I'm sure of it. In his original timeline, the throne was never Marev's, nor Gale's. Another prince, a forgotten shadow, claimed it while the rest were blind. The succession war is never a race of two. It is a web of hidden players, alliances, unseen hands shaping the empire. Romandro adds context. The younger princes are Lady Delena's children, the Emperor's last remaining concubine, trusted enough to oversee the New Year's ceremony. Marev, however, acts as if she doesn't exist, a subtle disdain laced in every glance. It's a minor detail, but in the palace, every unusual bond is a potential fracture in the architecture of power. Ian barely registers Romandro's words. His mind drifts through corridors of the past life, searching for fragments of truth buried deep within memory, waiting for the right spark. A glimpse of the Emperor's face, a reminder, a key. The carriage shudders to a halt. Ian's gaze locks on something beyond the glass, resolve sharpening every line of his face. He's found it. Let me off here, he says, voice steady, uncompromising. Romandro freezes, pointing out the distance to the Ministry of Magic, but Ian is already swinging the door open, insisting he only wants a fleeting look from the outside. His own mission eclipses everything else. Romandro warns of the dangers of wandering alone. Ian waves him off, calm, ironic. What could possibly happen inside the Imperial Palace? He steps onto the stone, serene in expression, but consumed by a single, desperate goal. He needs the Ministry's annex, the faintest echo of Nom's magic, a thread leading back to his own time, to the life stolen from him. He walks away, a small figure swallowed by the sprawling, starlit palace grounds. The weight of his impossible plan presses down, mingled with a flicker of regret. If this succeeds, he should have at least bid Beric a proper farewell. His voice carries once more, soft but sincere. Thank you for everything, Romandro. And please, watch over Beric. The advisor blinks, caught off guard by the rare warmth. He grumbles, warning him to hurry before Beric devours everything in sight. Ian's silhouette merges with the night, a faint, genuine smile brushing his lips. His footsteps echo against the stone, each one drawing him further into a place alive with memories only he can bear. He is chasing the chance to reclaim a world lost, a life taken. His mind drifts to a simpler time, to the man who had been both teacher and only true friend. A flash of Nom's kind eyes and warm smile pierces Ian's thoughts. A brief vision of the man he's risking everything to find again. It vanishes as quickly as it came. Ian blinks, and the world has shifted. He stands amid a dark, overgrown forest. Stones lie shattered underfoot. Roots twist like claws through the soil. Something's wrong. The annex he remembered so vividly is gone. Certain he is in the right place, he reaches out with magic, seeking even a whisper of its presence. Nothing answers. A cold dread coils in his chest. Could he have slipped back to a time before the annex existed? The silence snaps with the sharp crunch of a footstep. A voice glides from the shadows, smooth, amused. Aha, you must be Ian. He spins, magic flaring in his palm. A figure steps into the faint lantern light. Casual smile, masking something dangerous. Recognition strikes like a blade. Of all the people, it had to be him. I'm Gale, the man announces, each word precise, chilling. They face each other in the forest's uneasy quiet. The ambitious second prince, and the boy poised to unravel all plans. Ian's gaze narrows. You were waiting for me, he says, voice flat. Gale's tracking had begun the moment Ian arrived. Ian bows, formal, disciplined. Gale's smile sharpens, slicing the air. Oh, so you know who I am? Yet you walk blindly, in the wrong direction entirely. Every word is a challenge, a subtle accusation. He leans closer, suspicion threading his tone. Did my dear older brother send you this way? In Gale's eyes, Ian is nothing more than a pawn, a minor irritant in Marev's grand game. Ian holds his ground, a small orb of light shimmering defiantly in his palm. He knows he is small, but even a pebble causes ripples. His explanation is simple. New to the palace, lost in the forest. Gale does not believe him. He studies Ian, noting the confidence in his step, a familiarity that should not exist. Stepping closer, Gale lets the thought pass, dismissing it for the moment. No matter, he says, shifting strategies, his predator's smile never fading. Let me ask you something, Gale says, gesturing to the tangled forest around them. How do you find the scenery? Imagine clearing it out, building something grand. It would be magnificent. He pauses, then explains that Prince Marev insists the forest is sacred, untouchable. He calls the idea foolish, testing Ian's reaction, probing his loyalties. Ian watches silently, unreadable, every thought folding into careful calculation, measuring words, intentions, consequences. In that instant, Ian sees it. The conflict isn't abstract. It's the annex for the Ministry of Magic. The princes are deadlocked over this very patch of land. Ian feigns innocence. I don't understand, he says. Gale's ambition spills freely. His only master is the Emperor. If progress demands these trees fall, they will. His resolve is iron, absolute. A smirk crosses his face. For a boy from the borderlands, you play the noble's game well, he admits, eyes sharpening with interest. I have high expectations for you. He leans closer, voice low. Before you were a lord, he reminds, you are a magician, part of a fragile community. Magicians are treated like dirt. They must rely on each other to survive. The words hang in the air. A clear invitation to abandon Marev, to side with him. Ian responds lightly, non-committal. I'll keep that in mind. Gale walks away, leaving Ian with the weight of 1,000 calculations. He is now courted from both sides of a war he cannot yet show his hand in. Back at the mansion, Romandro nearly chokes on his drink as Ian recounts the encounter. You met Prince Gale in the garden, he gasps. Ian reassures him calmly, while Beric and Hasha are already mid-squabble over dinner. Ian cuts to the core. Is the annex construction still being debated? Romandro nods. It is the source of the deadlock. Gale pushes for it to empower the magic department. Marev blocks, calling the four sacred. Ian stands at a crossroads. To stop Gale's ambitions, he should side with Marev. But if the annex holds the key to Nom's magic, he has no choice but to support Gale's plan. His personal quest and political survival clash, each demanding priority. Romandro's grumbling about the magic department fades into the chaos of the dinner table, where Beric shouts at Hasha to leave his plate alone. Screams, growls, and barks fill the room, each demanding Ian's intervention. He sits unmoved, drained, while Romandro pleads for a moment of peace. Ian explains the delay to Hasha. The search for a route to Astana is on hold. Hasha, teeth still busy with Beric's head, snaps for the idiot to be removed. Vivian interjects gently, asking if Ian's outing is postponed. He confirms he'll try again tomorrow. Her smile is warm, her offer to accompany him a promise of guidance through the capital's trends. Ian accepts gratefully. Vivian beams, planning their route through her favorite shops. Beric, mouthful, pipes up, wanting to join. Ian sighs but agrees, the shopping trip set. Hasha tilts his head, uneasy. When asked what's wrong, he explains that his new canine senses pick up unfamiliar scents. Ian glances at Barrick, noting his energy. The knight proclaims he feels great after a long nap. Hasha, however, sniffs again, confusion crossing his features. Something in the forest still lingers in his memory, a scent unresolved. Ian, oblivious, tells Barrick he's on watch duty that night. Moments later, Barrick's head peeks over the mansion rooftop, eyes wide with betrayed disbelief. Peace is fleeting in the capital. Trouble shadows Ian even through sunlit streets. The next morning, Ian rouses his bodyguard. Barrick's eyes snap open, groggy from a night spent vigilant. He yawns massively, demanding a hearty meal to recover. Ian's gaze is deadpan. Barrick, I woke up to your snoring, he remarks. In the carriage, Barrick insists he remained alert until dawn, claiming the night was quiet, though Ian knows better. Ian confirms the arrangement, having stationed his own magical familiar to keep watch, yet a nagging unease clings to him. The strange scent Hasha had picked up the night before lingers in his mind. Hasha had dismissed it, claiming his new canine senses were overreacting to the city's chaos. But Ian remembers that starry night too well, the gut feeling that eyes had followed them, refusing to fade. He tries to reason it away. The tension from back-to-back meetings with the princes had likely frayed his nerves. Barrick had been on guard unnecessarily, probably. Vivian breaks the tension with a question about their day's plans. Ian outlines a simple course. Drop Barrick's sword at the forge, buy some clothes, then collect the blade after lunch. The carriage rumbles to a forge, the rhythmic clang of hammer against steel cutting through the air. Romandra notes its reputation, long established and respected. He and Vivian stay behind in the carriage while Ian and Barrick step toward the entrance. Ian pats Barrick on the back, signaling him to follow, the massive sword resting over his shoulder. An apprentice spots them, shouting toward the roaring heat inside. Customer approaching. A gruff voice bellows back. Yeah, coming. The blacksmith emerges, a towering figure with a braided beard, eyes immediately drawn to Barrick's weapon. Without ceremony, Barrick states his need, sharpening. The blacksmith lifts the sword, his expression shifting from casual to astonished. The hilt, the blade, this is no ordinary weapon. When asked about the price, the man waves it off, curiosity overtaking business. Price isn't a concern, he mutters, baffled. What on earth is this made of? Other smiths gather, speculating aloud. Rare metals, monster stones, even alloys thought impossible. But nothing fits. Ian and Barrick linger, pretending indifference. Ian's mind traces back to the bandits who had taken this blade. They must have looted something extraordinary. The head smith issues a caution. If the material remains unidentified, damage is a real risk. Ian, donning the mask of an oblivious noble, simply shrugs, hiding the calculations spinning behind his eyes. We're not experts either, Ian says, letting the tension hang for a moment. With Barrick glancing nervously, he shrugs, voice calm, almost detached. That's fine, just your best. He presses a pouch of coins into the blacksmith's massive hand, promising to return that evening. The blacksmith's eyes gleam. A challenge like this excites him. Stepping out into the cooler air, Barrick fans his face, letting out a relieved sigh. One errand down. Ian's mind is already moving ahead as they step back toward the street. The carriage waits, but the brief stop behind them isn't a real plan. Vivian suggests heading to the tailor, but Ian cuts her off. He tells her they'll walk for a bit to cool down, confirming the tailor's location. But this stroll is deliberate, a lure. The carriage rolls away. Barrick starts to grumble, but Ian's pace is steady, commands final. You're coming with me. They move down a quieter street. Ian tells Barrick to follow his lead. Barrick complains about his old sword, and Ian smirks, teasing him about being able to afford a new one. Barrick puffs up, oblivious. Of course, he boasts. My master would be buying it for me. He doesn't sense the trap closing in. Then Ian freezes. In an instant, a black hooded figure materializes, but before the attacker can react, Ian vanishes, leaving nothing but empty space. The intruder spins, searching, confused. Where'd he go? Before the figure can adjust, Barrick arrives, eyes wide with shock and rage. His right fist arcs with lethal intent, aiming to end the fight before it begins. The attacker moves impossibly fast, catching the blow and halting Barrick's momentum. Twisting, he redirects the force, landing a punishing kick that hurls Barrick through the air. Instinct takes over. Barrick twists midair, landing with coil precision, ready to strike again. The figure lets out a whistle, impressed. Hey, you're pretty good. A savage grin splits Barrick's face. He roars, embracing the chaos. I'm Ian. His fist crashes down like a hammer, a storm of raw power unleashed. The attacker meets Barrick's fist head-on, sparks flying with each clash. The street becomes a whirlwind of fists and kicks, a blur of raw force and precision. A clean punch snaps Barrick's head back, blood trickling from his lip, but he just smirks, thrill lighting his eyes. He counters with a sweeping leg strike, knocking the hooded figure off balance. The man staggers, spitting blood, clearly underestimating the sheer power he's up against. From a shadowed alley, Ian observes, teleported to safety the instant the attack began. His eyes are sharp, dissecting every movement. The stance is unmistakable. This isn't a common thug. This is a disciplined, highly trained warrior, and that precision gives him the upper hand. Recognizing Barrick as being outmaneuvered, Ian's voice cuts through the chaos, calm and strategic. Barrick, your attacks are too predictable. He's left-handed. Go for his right side. The words strike instantly. Focus sharpens in Barrick's eyes. The attacker freezes for a heartbeat, thrown by the voice from the shadows. That split second is all Barrick needs. He lunges, grabbing the man's cloak with a sickening crunch, driving his fist straight into the attacker's face. The impact lifts the man off his feet, hurtling him backward, collapsing into a heap. Barrick stands over him, breathing hard as the man struggles to rise. The hood falls, revealing messy blue hair, eyes blazing with furious light. Recognition hits him. You must be Barrick. Ian's spine chills at the aura radiating from this young man. This isn't just skill, he's a magic swordsman. A surge of pure blue mana erupts from the attacker's hand, blasting toward Barrick. He freezes, caught off guard. What the heck is this? He shouts, bracing against a force he cannot block. The street is swallowed in a blinding, searing flash of blue energy. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.